Chapter 351 The Bracelet Covenant. Hi, Trip, it's me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng called Trip Hawkins. Lin Feng wanted to acquire 3Do before. In addition to its game copyrights, the most important thing was its talents. I was just scared off by its $200 million debt, and the last time I met, I was a little too excited to win the copyright of the 4 games, and I forgot about it. Thinking of it afterwards, Lin Feng hurriedly called Trip Hawkins. I hope that 3Do's gaming talents have not been poached by other companies. Lin Feng said silently. Mr. Lin, you are lucky. It seems that you are not a joke to be the world's richest man in the future. Trip Hawkins was jokes when he heard Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. Since the predictions of the two media, USA Today and Forbes, people familiar with him called the world's richest man in the future when they met Lin Feng, making Lin Feng quite helpless. But listening to Trip Hawkins' tone, it seems that none of these talents have left yet. The facts are indeed as Lin Feng guessed. Although 3Do is on the verge of bankruptcy, all its talents have not been lost for the time being. Regarding the current situation of the company, the game development teams also understand that, due to the status quo, everyone has to find another way out. Although they don't have to worry about the company wanting them because of their talents in game development, it is unavoidable to feel a little sad to think that the games they developed in the past will be gone. Therefore, I have been lingering until today, wanting to see if the company has the possibility of coming back to life. Although this possibility is minimal, after receiving the call from Lin Feng, Trip Hawkins explained Lin Feng's intention to these working groups. All of a sudden, there was a lot of discussion in the conference room. Originally, everyone was preparing to disband and then looking for a favorite job at various game companies in the United States. Unexpectedly, they suddenly received an invitation from a Chinese company and the company that acquired the game they developed. It really made everyone feel suddenly. How? What do you think? Trip Hawkins asked. After everyone looked at each other and frowned, most of them shook their heads and rejected Lin Feng's invitation. China is too far away. In their impression, China is a very remote, very poor, and very authoritarian society. They don't want to go to this country. They are afraid of receiving inhuman treatment. Trip, I just want to ask, can this Chinese boss guarantee that we will continue to develop the Heroes and Might and Magic series? A man in his 30s asked. When Trip Hawkins looked over, it was Joe Wan Kanheim, the main person in charge of the Neold computing game production team. Joe, I think, although Mr. Lin is Chinese, I can tell from his tone that he should be a loyal supporter of the Heroes series, and your team should continue to develop Heroes and Might and Magic series. Of course, it all depends on your strength, Trip Hawkins said. Joe Wan Kanheim nodded. He and his team members couldn't be more confident about their own strength. At the beginning, he chose to sell NC because he was not good at operation and sales, and just wanted to concentrate on making games. However, I didn't expect that 3Do would go bankrupt one day, and it would come so quickly. Trip Hawkins then asked others, except for the NC working team members who were willing to go to China. The other development team members refused. After repeated inquiries, they told Lin Feng the result. With Trip Hawkins' results, Lin Feng was slightly disappointed, but he was very satisfied with NC, the game team that created the Might and Magic and Heroes series, willing to come to China and come to his company, Lin Feng. My goal this time is mainly the NC game development team. Lin Feng personally rushed to the headquarters of the 3Do company to welcome the members of the NC working group and patted his chest to promise Joe Wan Kanheim that he and his team members will continue to develop the Might and Magic they have been developing and the Heroes series. After finalizing the NC working group, Lin Feng also came back to Shanghai. President Dan, I'm all up to you here. Lin Feng and Danzi said goodbye, preparing to return to Shanghai. Tanzi nodded. This trip to the United States has made him a great gain. Here, he has regained the self-confidence he once lost. Now Danzi is no longer stage fright facing any company, any president, and he can face anyone with his head high. Lin Feng nodded, but before returning to Shanghai, he had to bid farewell to Avril. Thinking of Avril's careful care at the London celebration party, Lin Feng had a headache. How should I face her? Avril's singing has already moved Lin Feng, and there is no idea in her heart for this little Princess Peng. Who believes it? Lin, are you going back to China? Avril felt disappointed when he heard that Lin Feng was going back. But I also know that Lin Feng's company is in Shanghai, and he must go back to Shanghai. Well, Avril, I'm leaving now. Lin Feng looked at the petite and exquisite little Princess Peng, slightly dismayed. Avril nodded, and after a long pause, took off a bracelet from his right wrist and put it on Lin Feng. Avril, this. Lin Feng was slightly startled, and naturally understood what it meant, but if Lisa saw him wearing it like this, he would definitely be jealous, and he would have a headache at that time. Avril stubbornly put on Lin Feng. This bracelet is a lucky bracelet from my hometown. My mother asked me for it. It can bring you good luck. Avril gently stroked Lin Feng's left wrist with her own bracelet. How can I receive such a precious gift? Lin Feng wanted to take off the bracelet, but was stopped by Avril. Next time you come to the United States, you can pay me back. Avril smiled sweetly and said expectantly. Lin Feng sighed for a while. Is this a promise for the next meeting? Lin Feng sighed when he looked at the bracelet of gold and silver in Africa, but with excellent texture. With a touch of sentimentality, Lin Feng bid farewell to Avril. Before leaving, Lin Feng met with Houston Rockets owner Alexander in New York to discuss the acquisition of the Houston Rockets. This year is 2002. After the summer draft pick Yao Ming, the market value of the Houston Rockets will soar 14 times. As a loyal Rockets fan, Lin Feng used as a loyal Rockets fan and now has enough financial resources to buy the Houston Rockets. As a fan before his rebirth, Lin Feng always thought that Alexander lived in Houston. Unexpectedly, it was completely wrong. Alexander was a stock trader. As a capitalist, his home was in New York, and his personal energy was mainly in his investment bank in New York. As for going to Houston, it's just going to Houston on a business trip to watch the ball in my free time. No wonder Prince and Bill Ups exchanged Tracy McGrady on the table, and Alexander, the capitalist, would disagree, because he doesn't know the ball at all, only knows how to make money. Alexander, you should understand what the current Houston Rockets are like. The $80 million offer is definitely not low. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Alexander. Alexander hesitated for a while. Today's Houston Rockets can be said to have no people, no money, although the glory of the Rockets dynasty in the past seems to be still yesterday. But it has been a yellow flower yesterday. The purchase price of $80 million really tempted Alexander, which is the sum of all his assets now. But as a successful investor, Alexander did not understand why the Chinese suddenly became interested in the Houston Rockets. Why? This reason made Alexander hesitate. Although Lin Feng didn't know why Alexander hesitated, he knew that he should not be anxious in the negotiation, otherwise he would be passive everywhere if he let the other party see the flaws. Alexander, think about it. This is my business card. If you agree to sell the Houston Rockets for $80 million, please call me. Lin Feng got up and handed Alexander a business card. Alexander frowned, and Lin Feng was so free and easy. Is this Chinese wanting to acquire the Houston Rockets just for a moment? However, the cautious Alexander still watched Lin Feng leave. He wanted to wait. Think about it carefully, whether the Houston Rockets are worth it or not. Later, Lin Feng went to the Fox River prison, and now 13 episodes of Prison Break have been filmed. The entire crew welcomed Lin Feng's troupe very much. Now the entire crew of Prison Break has been broadcasted with Prison Break and has become the focus of attention across the United States. Every actor's worth is rising, and I am naturally grateful to Lin Feng. After inviting everyone to a potluck meal, Lin Feng took the NC working group and a group of more than 20 people, and set off on the fly under the farewell of the no popular female star in the United States and the heroine of Prison Break, Jessica Alba. Flight to Shanghai. Jessica's farewell was naturally a large number of films that murdered many American journalists. During Lin Feng's journey to Shanghai, Another scandal about Lin Feng and Jessica spread throughout the United States. On the plane, Joe Wankanheim and others were panicked. Relax. China is not as backward and authoritarian as you think. Now in the 21st century, China has also progressed, opened up, and become harmonious. On the plane, Lin Feng Xiang, Joe Wankanheim and other NC production teams introduced China. Compared with China's introduction of America's wealth and advancement, most of the introduction of China in the United States still uses terms such as poverty and backwardness. Since Joe Wankanheim made up his mind to join Lin Feng's second world with the development team, he has looked for a few movies about China to watch. For example, Raise the Red Lantern and Q fighting a lawsuit. The more I watch Joe Wankanheim, the cooler he gets. After that, China in the movie is too weak and too poor. Under these conditions, how can Joe Wankanheim develop games with peace of mind? Had it not been that he had agreed to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng is the most recent man in the world, his personal assets of $4.11 billion have been listed on the world's richest list, which would make Joe Wankanheim look forward to it. And I am afraid he would have run away long ago. Regarding Joe Wankanheim's concerns, Lin Feng had to scold Jiang in his heart. Is there nothing good in China to shoot? After always shooting such a weak and poor side, it makes China really seem like the war has just ended. But when he got off the plane and set foot in Shanghai, Joe Wankanheim and his team were almost shocked. Is this China? This is Shanghai. Had it not been for his eyes full of yellow skin and black hair, Joe Wankanheim and his team members would almost have thought that they had just arrived in another city in the United States. But this first impression made Joe Wankanheim extremely satisfied. With such a modern city, modern company, and second world financial resources, he believes that he can once again develop games with peace of mind. Don't be forced to launch a variety of games with mediocre quality and reputation, just like in the late 3Do. However, what made Joe Wankanheim complained was that just after more than 20 people walked out of a few games, they were surrounded by a group of reporters who rushed to hear the news. Of course, the news of Lin Feng's signing of NC working group members has not been announced, and domestic reporters are not here to welcome Joe Wankanheim and his working group. But Lin Feng, newspapers with official backgrounds, such as People's Daily and Guangming Daily, dispatched the most capable officers to Shanghai Hongqiao Airport to greet Lin Feng. Even newspapers with official backgrounds are so crazy, other newspapers will not talk about it. The most capable reporters are sent to Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport to wait for Lin Feng. Dozens of media and hundreds of reporters across the country blocked the almost blocked water at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. The momentum was so great that other passengers at the airport were eye-catching. There have been many emperor stars in Shanghai in the past, but they have not been in this posture today. And any emperor has not come to such a sensation. It is no less than the visit of the US president to China. But even if the president of the United States visits China, it shouldn't be so messy. Hundreds of reporters chanted, making Shanghai Hongqiao Airport like a vegetable market. Besides, the US president's visit to China has long been under control at the airport. Except for a limited number of media, interviews with major multimedia are prohibited. Since it's impossible for a heavenly star to have such a fight, and the head of state can't be so confused, who will come? Under the speculation of many customers and airport personnel at the airport, Lin Feng and more than 20 people appeared in front of everyone. All the reporters suddenly shouted and surrounded them. Everyone at the airport shouted in unison, it was him. Looking at the large group of reporters who had blocked Lin Feng to death, many customers and airport staff could not help but nod their heads. Indeed, he was the only one who made the reporters so excited. This first defeated Apple in the European market, and then formed a strategic alliance with Apple, and then cooperated with Microsoft to jointly promote the MA audio format, and not long ago, it relied on personal assets of $4.11 billion, entered the world's richest list, and was named the world's richest man in the future by USA Today and Forbes. Only he will cause the madness of hundreds of reporters. Lin Feng, the well-deserved #1 in the mainland business community. And so young. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 352 The Cost of Fame. Today can attract so many reporters to be surrounded. Apart from the opening of Lin Feng in the European market this month and Apple, what really excites many reporters is the largest newspaper in the United States, USA Today. The most authoritative magazine, Forbes, predicts that Lin Feng may become the world's richest man. This is so exciting. Isn't it exciting for a Chinese to become the richest man in the world? In particular, it was recognized by mainstream American magazines, which made all reporters tremble with excitement. If Lin Feng becomes the richest man in the world, I believe all Chinese people will be proud and their backs will be straighter. Looking at the black press in front of reporters, the flash of the flash almost made Lin Feng unable to open his eyes. Lin Feng was really stupid. I didn't expect so many reporters to come to pick up the plane. The entire airport is now impenetrable, and Lin Feng and others can't move. Li Rui, Zibo, Feng Jun, and Zheng Ze, as Lin Feng's personal bodyguards, have the deepest influence on Lin Feng's people today. In the past, Lin Feng held the title of the richest man in the mainland. Although many reporters were still crazy, the four of them were able to stop many reporters and protect Lin Feng from smoothly passing the reporters. Today, Lin Feng has entered the world's richest list. With the title of the world's richest man in the future, the madness of reporters has caused the four people to complain. Even though they are all big and round, they have the courage to resist, but they can face a large group of eyes with red eyes. The reporters who wished to take off Lin Feng even had their underwear. The four of them were powerless. In the end, the trip, which could have taken more than 10 minutes to leave, was blocked by many reporters for more than 2 hours at the airport. In the end, the airport administrator saw that the reporter had affected the normal order of the airport. So he called 110 and passed the maintenance of 110. Lin Feng was able to get away. Lin Feng got in the car, looking scared. It was crazy just now, but think about it, the world's richest man, a third world country, a world's richest man, and so young. How can it not drive reporters crazy? It's just that this kind of enthusiasm is really unbearable. But after this madness passes, it will be fine. It just seems that during the recent period, I have to keep a low profile and be careful when I go out. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Boss, you need to bring a few more bodyguards with you in the future, Wang Meng said solemnly. Lin Feng was speechless. The four around him are arrogant enough. Bring a few more. Isn't it like the underworld? Think about going out, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards. That posture. I am afraid that some small countries are not as good as their capitals. This is too arrogant. But seeing Wang Meng's serious face is definitely not a joke. Lin Feng had no choice but to accept it. After all, now I am in a different identity. If it happened that Li Zejia Li Kashing's eldest son was hijacked by Zhang Ziqiang, then it would be too late to regret it. A little less freedom, a little more security. And it can only be so now. This is the price of fame. Li Ru and others deeply agree with this. Their boss is now the world's richest man, and the world's richest man in the future. There are only 4 of them by his side, and they are not a little worried. It is the first time for Zhou Wancanem to appreciate the charm of Lin Feng. He is so popular in China and sought after by so many reporters. In the United States, there are probably so many reporters when Michael Jackson was the most brilliant. But in my heart, I think this is a good thing. At least the more famous Lin Feng is, the more funds their game development team has. Boss, where are you going? The driver asked. Company? Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to go to the company first. I went out for more than a month this time. I first went back to the company to find out about the company. By the way, I introduced Joe Wankanham and others to the company. Many reporters let out a long sigh as they looked at the forest-twinned vehicle leaving Baijian. But at this time I realized that although Lin Feng had been blocked for more than 2 hours, nothing was actually asked. But there were photos, and Lin Feng's recent deeds were enough for them to write a full report. Just a title of Future World's Richest Man can be repeated and repeated for more than 10 days, and readers will not get bored. But what makes many reporters wonder is who are the dozen or so blonde foreigners next to Lin Feng. Numerous reporters looked at each other, all confused. But now, apart from Kui Ming's, who developed Legend and Audition, the foreigners of Lin Feng Company are members of the original Valve game development team. Is this group of foreigners another game development team? Thinking of this, many reporters are secretly excited. I'm afraid there will be new news soon. Returning to the second world, Lin Feng felt like going home. For a month outside, I went to the headquarters of Microsoft in the midst of the sky, to the once glorious 3Do. And a glimpse of the Apple headquarters. Whether the three companies are Microsoft in the midst of the sky, 3Do of yesterday's yellow flower, or the rising Apple again, its corporate headquarters is far superior to the second world regardless of size and style. In contrast, second world is like a country company. However, as the saying goes, golden nest and silver nest are not as good as your own dog nest. However, the construction of the second world headquarters must be accelerated. Looking at Joe Wankanham and his party behind him, Lin Feng still didn't know how to arrange them. The company has no room left now. Wu Xiaopu and others were already waiting for Lin Feng in the conference room, and the 5 game development ministers were all here. Although it was already 8 p.m., it was early after get-off work hours. But Lin Feng's return still made everyone excited. Lin Feng took Joe Wankanham into the conference room and arranged for him to sit down next to Min Wooly, the father of CS, the minister of the 4th Development Department. Although everyone is extremely unfamiliar with it, looking at its posture, they know that the company will establish a 6th Development Department, and this foreigner should be the head of the 6th Development Department. Joe Wankanham looked at everyone and most of them didn't know him, but Minutes Wu Li, who developed Counter-Strike, and the original Valve CEO Gates, still knew him. Of course, Min Woo Li and Gates did not know Joe Wankanham. He was extremely loc. Although he developed masterpieces such as Might and Magic and Heroes, for most people, only I know the game development team of NC. But I don't know him. I'm back finally. It's better to be at home. I am happy to see you. Lin Feng came in and joked. After everyone laughed, and after simple greetings and joking, the meeting officially began. Donglin, in 2001, the company has 1,270 employees. The company's games generated a total of $150 million in net profit throughout the year. Legend $80 million. Plants vs. Zombies $20 million. Auditions All-Star Lineup $40 million. Counter-Strike Online $10 million. A total of $36 million in taxes. In addition to the company's daily management, staff salaries, etc., the company created $120 million in annual net profit. Wu Xiaopu said. Everyone nodded their heads. The profits of the second world had long been predicted, and with the promotion of the game in the future, the profits will be even higher. For example, Audition's All-Star Lineup, which has just landed in Taiwan, Japan and South Korea, will also create huge profits in the future. It is the first time for Joe Wankanham to come to the second world, and it is really shocking that the second world has created such an amazing profit. I also secretly lamented that I finally made a wise decision this time. Lin Feng nodded and signaled Wu Xiaopu to continue. Now the company has $640 million in working capital. However, the development of World War will only cost $200 million in the initial production of three-dimensional holographic maps, and its game development has already invested $100 million. The development of Half-Life 2 inches will cost a total of $45 million. Jiangxia King Yuan Online will cost $40 million US. The company has about 255 million working capital left, Wu Xiaopu said. Lin Feng nodded, and then introduced Zhou Wancanem to everyone. Everyone was shocked when he heard that Zhou Wancanem was actually the main person in charge of the well-known NC game production team under 3DOS Industry. They did not expect that this time when Lin Feng came back from the United States, he actually moved the NC game production team back. All of you present here are talents in the game industry. Naturally, you know how high the status of Might and Magic and Heroes of Invincible series are in the hearts of players. According to media evaluation, there are at least tens of millions of Heroes of Invincible series of loyal fans worldwide. This group of people, how much profit they can bring, you can just think about it. Of course, it was Lin Feng that everyone admired more. My own boss actually invited the entire NC working group back, and also acquired several major games under 3DO. From now on, the company will establish a sixth game development department, with Zhou Wancanem as the minister, leading the original NC team members to continue to develop the Might and Magic and Heroes series. Lin Feng ordered. Everyone nodded. Subsequently, the heads of the game development department began to report. Kui Ming, the head of the first game development department, has not much to report on Legend now. The player group has been fixed, and there is no more and no less. Of course, games always have a life cycle, not to mention that Legend is not an excellent online game, but in the next year, Kui Ming believes that Legend will still be the dominant domestic role-playing real-time online game. Boss, Audition's all-star lineup has successfully opened sub-servers in Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, and has connected players from different places through cloud computing, but it is a bit troublesome to invite Japanese and Korean stars as spokespersons. Ming was helpless to talk. Although the endorsement fee for the Emperor Superstars in Hong Kong and Taiwan is 1 million yuan for 3 years, Korean and Japanese stars have proposed a price of 1 million yuan a year, which is 3 times higher than the Emperor Superstars in Hong Kong and Taiwan, which naturally attracts dissatisfaction from the top of the second world. But thinking of the profits brought by Audition All-Stars, everyone knows that this endorsement fee can definitely be earned back, and the other party's request is not excessive. But if you really agree to the terms of the big stars in Taiwan and Japan, it is undoubtedly a humiliation for the superstars of Hong Kong and Taiwan. How can Japanese and Korean celebrities qualify for 1 million endorsement fees each year? Lin Feng is very disdainful. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 353. In Asia, Hong Kong and Taiwan, especially the status and influence of Hong Kong's superstars, the Emperor Superstars absolutely surpassed Japanese and Korean celebrities. They both only earn 1 million in 3 years. Why do big-name Japanese and Korean celebrities earn 1 million every year? In this matter, many senior executives of the second world have been hesitant. The big-name Korean and Japanese celebrities have been spurred by the media's advocacy and the profit of Audition's all-star lineup, and their agents have not let go. Stalemate. Just in time, Lin Feng came back. Boss, how do you think about this matter? Wu Xiaopu was mainly responsible for this matter, and asked with a headache. Lin Feng frowned slightly and shook his head, very dissatisfied with the attitude of the company's bosses. Sometimes you can compromise, sometimes you can't compromise. To be resolute, Mr. Wu. The price has been set at 1 million in 3 years. We cannot break this rule, otherwise the influence will be too great. You will send letters to the big-name celebrities in South Korea and Japan again later, telling them that the superstars of Asia are worthy. It is 1 million in 3 years. Asian idols like Andy Lau have only 1 million in 3 years. They are not qualified to have 1 million a year. Lin Feng said firmly. But Wu Xiaopu also knows the truth. But the other party's reason is also very good. After all, auditions all-star lineup relies on their stars and earns $30 million in less than a quarter. They ask for $100 a year. 10,000 yuan is not too much. Okay, that's it. It's the rule. They must abide by the rules of the game. If they don't agree, then forget it. We don't miss their celebrity endorsements. I believe that Asian idols like Andy Lau and F4 can still play. South Korea and Japan open up the market. Besides, I can invite superstars from Europe and the United States to join. I believe these Japanese and Korean players who admire Hollywood stars will definitely buy it. Lin Feng said arrogantly. This is indeed a bit arrogant, but what kind of status is Lin Feng, the world's richest man? Does he need to compromise with celebrities like Japan and South Korea? The rules of the game are set by me. If you want to join this game, you must abide by the rules and follow my rules. My game is in charge. Everyone in the conference room also took a slight breath. This time Lin Feng came back from the United States, and the biggest impression he gave them was that Lin Feng had changed and became stronger. And there was a faint domineering gesture between his actions. For example, the asking price of Japanese and Korean stars this time. If before, Lin Feng might have adopted a persuasive and soft policy, but now he is domineering and treats them with such a tough attitude. But this is a good thing, as the company is prospering, and it will face more and more problems, and it needs such a strong person. This change of Lin Feng is a good thing for the company. Of course, Wu Xiaopu is still a bit worried about whether Lin Feng is too tough. The so-called elephant is invisible, and it is easy to break. Too tough is sometimes not a good thing. Tell them that our company will hold an all-star concert every year to give back to the players, and the company will never treat them celebrities. Lin Feng also knows that it is easy to discount. A stick and a jujube is the best thing to do. Method. Wu Xiaopu nodded again and again after hearing Lin Feng. He had nothing to worry about. I also began to look forward to what the second world would reach under Lin Feng's leadership. Of course, as far as Lin Feng is concerned, when will he become the richest man in the world? By the way, how about the New Year's Eve All-Star concert? How did the players respond? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the New Year's Eve concert that had already been planned, but now it's January 10th, which is too early. Donglin, it hasn't been held yet, Wu Xiaopu said helplessly. What's the matter? Lin Feng frowned and asked. This is promised to thousands of players, but you can't go back. Hee, Lin Dong, it's not what you think, because you were in Europe during that time and were at war with jobs, so we decided to postpone this New Year's Eve concert. And it will be held at the same time as the Second World Players Annual Meeting you proposed. We have sought the consent of all players on this matter, and 48 celebrities also agreed. Wu Xiaopu quickly explained. Lin Feng was surprised at hearing this. Wu Xiaopu was also helpless. Originally, he wanted to continue according to the original plan, but it was originally supposed to be Lin Feng giving a speech at the New Year's Eve concert, expressing gratitude to all players for supporting the Second World. As a result, Lin Feng would definitely not appear. Many players first raised objections. They might want to see this national hero on the spot, who has repeatedly created miracles in China. As a result, Lin Feng could not come, which naturally made many players dissatisfied. It can be said that Lin Feng's influence in the hearts of players is no less than that of these stars. 48 celebrities also want to take the opportunity to get close to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is the richest man in the mainland. The world's richest list was not launched in December, and he invested $100 million in TV dramas in the United States. Will he invest in domestic movies in the future? No one can tell from a TV series. There is no harm in getting closer to such a rich man. At the request of the players and 48 celebrities, this New Year's Eve concert was cancelled as scheduled, and it was changed to be held on February 20, 2002, which coincided with the Laba Festival on Sunday, and the Second World Players Annual Meeting also. It will be held on Saturday, January 19th. This time the Second World Players Annual Meeting will be held for 2 days. The location is naturally Shanghai. However, both the players and the 48 stars are grateful for this postponement decision. because Lin Feng is now among the world's richest people and the future world's richest man, recognized by the mainstream media in the United States. This status is very different from the mainland's richest man. The future richest man in the world, although it is only the future, has already made people feel deeply shocked. Lin Feng is also funny. I didn't expect that I had such a great charm now, so that players would ignore the campaigners' appointments, just want to witness their appearance with their own eyes. After everyone made a joke, they continued to report. Kook Sin, the director of the second game development department, also briefly reported the development progress of Swordsman Love Online to Lin Feng, and accurately expected to launch the Swordsman Love Online public beta in May. Wu Gang, the head of the third game development department, was the most depressed. Football is limited by the game engine, but the campaigner's existing engine is not suitable for sports. If the pursuit of smoothness of the picture quality will make players complain. The pursuit of picture quality, and the lack of fluency, makes players criticize. If you want to meet both standards, but the player's computer can't meet it, making Wu Gang depressed during this period of time. Because of the entire second world, a company that makes such a profit, the third game development department is losing money. This makes Wu Gang not depressed. What's more, second world has always rewarded based on merit. His game department does not make money. Although his employees are paid according to their salaries, the bonuses are gone. Seeing the big fish in other game development departments, they also drink soup. How to feel good psychologically. Lin Feng also saw Wu Gang's depression. Directly discarded the brochures of street racing and strong baseball. Minister Wu, street racing is still being developed at the U Techniques studio in the UK, but your game department can communicate with it and consider turning it into an online racing game. The graphics need not be too gorgeous and pursue the sense of speed of racing. Of course, since it is an online game, you can add a little more fun. Lin Feng said. Wu Gang took a look and his eyes lit up. As for breaking baseball, I believe it can solve the problem of the game engine of breaking soccer. This is a fairly mature work. You can study it by then. The original program and game engine are in this CD-ROM. Lin Feng threw another CD to Wu Gang. Seeing the brochures of these two games and the CD-ROM, Wu Gang was also happy. No longer depressed before. He is the most depressed one when he comes to meetings in the past. Minutes. Wu Li, the head of the fourth game development department, briefly introduced the operation of Counter-Strike Online. At the end of November, Counter-Strike Online began to charge and implement a point card charging system. With the support of the huge player base, it also achieved a huge profit of $20 million in net profit in 1.5 months. At the same time, India, Singapore, Hong Kong and other places have also applied to join the Counter-Strike Online. After discussions with the campaign's top executives, they contracted to operators in various countries and regions in the form of agents. The second world provides a technical team, and local operators are responsible for paying their wages. All profits are divided between the second world and the local operators in 73%, and the second world accounts for 30% of the profits. Boss, can World War start to be promoted? Min Woolley asked. All game companies, such as Blizzard, promote the game in advance, which can arouse the appetite of players in advance. Only when the game is officially launched can it cause a sensation. Lin Feng nodded and agreed. How is the development progress? Lin Feng asked. The game City Map has been contracted to a company in the United States to jointly produce. For the time being, we will first produce maps of several major countries and key cities. The plot of each scene of the main game has been 10% completed. Min Woolley said, but then sighed. Boss, the difficulty of developing this game is beyond my imagination. It seems that our goal at the beginning was too high. I am afraid that there will be no computer to bear when it is developed. The more Min Woolley develops, the more he feels that this World War can be more perfect. Invisibly, the game is indeed more perfect, but the computer requirements of the players are higher. Although 10% has been completed now, it is mainly in terms of plot, firearms, etc. The real problem of World War is the game map and the simulated city model, which are too demanding for players. Lin Feng nodded. But now it's hard to get off the ground and can only continue to develop. According to Min Woo Lee's inference, the game could come out in 3 years. It was only in 2005 and it had not yet entered the dual-core era. But this game can only be launched with at least dual-core. It seems that I really have to find a way to promote the development of computer hardware. The development of computer hardware must speed up the progress, Lin Feng said secretly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 354. By the way, this is Toy Soldier War, which is also a strategic shooting game. See if you can change it into an online game. There is no need for a hardline strategic shooting game like StarCraft or Counter-Strike. Games can be classified as casual and funny. Lin Feng handed the game brochure and the original program code CD to Min Woo Lee. Minutes Woo Lee frowned. Boss, although my 4th game development department now has 286 people, it is already a bit stretched to operate Counter-Strike Online and develop World War. What a shame. Min Woo Lee said. Well, I will add manpower to you. Lin Feng said, seeing Min Woo Lee about to open his mouth. Lin Feng added, don't worry, it must not be a newcomer, they are all elites in the industry. Min Woo Lee nodded then. At first, Lin Feng added dozens of talents to the 4th game development department, but most of them are rookies who have just graduated from school and have no work experience at all. They develop such masterpieces as soon as they get started. Not only did they not help, but they cause trouble. Less trouble, seriously affecting the work progress. To add such a newcomer, Min Woo Lee might as well not. By the way, boss, we still lack professional action game design talents. We don't need a lot of people in this aspect, just 1 or 2 talents. Min Woo Lee said. Lin Feng nodded. The best action game in memory, a Tomb Raider and a Prince of Persia. Tomb Raider is produced by the British company Eidos, and Prince of Persia is produced by the French company Ubisoft. It has not yet come out and should be in development. Both of these companies are large companies, and it is certainly impossible to dig up the entire working group, but digging 1 or 2 core members should not be a big problem. Lin, Half-Life 2 Inches can be launched in June this year. Don't worry, you will not be disappointed. The campaign's vice president and the 5th development director Gates said confidently. Lin Feng nodded. By the way, Mr. Wu, what is the status of Magic Baby now? Lin Feng asked. Boss, the situation is more complicated now. Scour Linux has requested to sign a new contract for a period of 3 years. Within 3 years, we must pay its copyright fee of 50 million yuan. At the same time, the agreement person said it will increase to 40%. Wu Zhaopu angrily said, now many online game companies in China have offered extremely generous terms in order to snatch the agency rights of Magic Baby. This is also the reason why Scour Linux dares to raise the price so much. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Nowadays, the domestic second world is the dominant one. If other online game companies want to survive, they must seek innovation and change. Magic Baby is the first line of life these online game manufacturers have seen. But Scour Linux thought he was using this to threaten me. That would be a big mistake. Directly refuse. Tell them that they must perform the remaining 2 years of the contract in accordance with the contract. If they want to break the contract, they will come up with 30 million liquidated damages. Lin Feng tapped his finger on the table and said. Everyone nodded. Everyone was extremely angry about Scour Linux's behavior, and everyone had no objection to Lin Feng's decision. How is the copycat version of Magic Baby made? Lin Feng asked. Wu Zhaopu looked embarrassed. Although the company now has 1,270 people and 5 game development departments not counting the newly established 6th game development department, each department has its own plans and arrangements. Wu Zhaopu has not yet copied the Magic Baby copycat version. The development plan of the company is arranged in his mind. 2D turn-based online games are nothing. Although there is a certain market, they are far inferior to the games of the second world today. Lin Feng frowned. Wu Zappa's thoughts were wrong. Lin Feng is well aware of the popularity of fantasy westward journey in the future, and the relaxed and laid-back game atmosphere of the 2D turn-based online game is also the key to its popularity. What's more, although the second world is now the only one in China, Lin Feng's goal is not only the domestic market, but also limited to Asia. But Lin Feng's goal is the world. Mr. Wu, although the second world has achieved good results in China, online games face a special customer base. If a game player is dissatisfied with a game, it is easy to betray, and his hobbies are also very wide. Yes, we can't be careless, we must try our best to meet every player's needs. Lin Feng reminded Wu Zhaopu. Wu Zhaopu was slightly startled, knowing that he was guilty of arrogance and complacency, and nodded repeatedly. However, Wu Zhaopu is right. The company cannot spare any manpower for the time being to develop new online games. It seems that talents must be dug out. By the way, what's the situation in the domestic online game market today? Lin Feng asked. Boss, due to the strength of our company, major online game companies have taken a different approach. 90% of Miracle belongs to 3D online games. After this storm of memory price cuts, most of the players' computers have been able to run smoothly, and the maximum number of online players has been maintained at around 400,000. Other companies have also begun to seek agents for 3D online games, but 3D online games require relatively high computer requirements for the time being, and excellent 3D online games are relatively rare. Major companies are fighting for the top spot in order to snatch the poor 3D online games. The bloodshed also allowed South Korean online game companies to take the opportunity to raise prices. I am afraid that these domestic operators will ultimately suffer. Wu Zhaopu sighed. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know how many operators will go bankrupt by then. However, Taiwan's Ziguan company has landed in China and launched Jin Yong's Heroes Online. Due to Jin Yong's popularity, the number of online games is about 500,000. Wu Zhaopu said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Some domestic operators with insufficient financial resources to compete for 3D online games have also begun to plan and produce martial arts online games, such as Dragon Babu, Deer Tripod, Gulong Heroes and so on. In the future, I am afraid it will be our Jiangxia Love Fate Online's rival. Wu Zhaopu analyzed Swordsman Love Online because of the success of its standalone game, although it has a lot of loyal players in China, but compared with those online games adapted from martial arts, its popularity is still a lot worse. However, no matter what changes are made to online games, the final decision is the quality of the game graphics, game architecture, and fluency. Boss, rest assured, our entire development team is confident that we will be able to make the best martial arts online game in China. Kook Sin, the director of the second game development department, sensed Lin Feng's gaze, and said, patted his chest. Lin Feng nodded. He should have such momentum and determination. But you can't just be the best martial arts online game in China, but the best online game in the world. Lin Feng cheered. Kuxin banged his chest, causing everyone to laugh in good faith. Also, now Jiu has launched Super Dancer, which is a casual music online game just like our audition, but the popularity is much worse. To attract popularity, Jiu adopts a completely free and props gift model, Wu Zhaopu said. Lin Feng shook his head. Audition's all-star lineup is so popular that it mainly depends on the popularity of these Emperor Superstars, attracting fans of these Emperor Superstars to play games and spend money to buy props. It can be said that many players of Audition's all-star lineup didn't play games much before, just because of the stars. Super Dancer is free like this, and it won't last long. No matter what charging model or gimmick is, online game operators have one goal: to make money. How does it operate without making money? However, Such an introduction by Wu Xiaopu is indeed alarming. Although the second world is now the only one in China, the competition is still fierce and there is no room for negligence. What's more, the goal of the second world is global, not just domestic. Zhou Wancanon has just joined the company and has no comments yet, but he has prepared a separate plan for Lin Feng to review. Well, guys, the Chinese traditional holiday Spring Festival is coming. Now our primary goal is the first Second World Players Annual Meeting. Our customers are players. This time we must not disappoint all players. So we must. The success to be held will allow all players to have a good year, and it is best to become a grand event in the future. Lin Feng said. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. Later, Lin Feng went to dingdong.com. Although it is already 22 o'clock in the evening, Dingdong CEO Liu Yinying and COO Wang Juntao are still waiting for Lin Feng. I haven't seen you in 1 month, and I will become the world's richest man in the future. Congratulations, Liu Yinying quipped. Lin Feng was helpless. Now with the title of the world's richest man in the future, he was ridiculed everywhere, quite helpless. If it is the richest man in the world, it's okay, but it's just a future richest man in the world, which is somewhat uncomfortable. Subsequently, Liu Yinying and Wang Juntao reported to Lin Feng on the operation of Dingdong.com. Today Dingdong.com is already the largest online trading platform in China. At the same time, after the launch of B2C in October last year, the company's performance has been booming. The annual net profit was 120 million yuan, of which advertising revenue was 80 million yuan. It reached an agreement with Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The loan is divided into 200,000, and B2C directly faces consumers to consume 39.8 million of various small electronic products. In the future, Dingdong.com will make profits mainly in B2C online direct sales and loan sharing. Among them, B2C online direct sales is the focus of the future. Donglin, now we have reached sales contracts with several major domestic computer brands such as Xinlan, Lenovo, and Shida to provide online direct sales and door-to-door services. At the same time, we are discussing the direct sales model with Dell. Moreover, in view of our own, the delivery quality and speed of the Unlimited Express company are well recognized by consumers. Many manufacturers hope that we can start selling large home appliances. Wang Juntao said excitedly. Lin Feng nodded. Dingdong.com has Liu Yinying, who has worked hard all the way, and Wang Juntao, who was once the first domestic e-commerce person, is in charge of operations. There is really nothing to worry about. What's more, now that the domestic Dingdong.com has reached a strategic alliance with ICBC, all consumers are assured that they are not afraid of any flaws in Dingdong.com. Especially now that he bears the title of the richest man in the world in the future, it is even more a bright sign. Lin Feng, your bracelet is very beautiful. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Liu Yinying suddenly pointed to Lin Feng's bracelet and said. Lin Feng's complexion became stiff. This is really hard to explain. I was going to say something nonsense, but I saw Liu Yinying holding Avril's album in her hand. There was an inconspicuous corner of the cover and there was a bracelet. Although it was not clear, it looked exactly the same as her own. Looking at Liu Yinying's catchy smile, Lin Feng thought for a while, but didn't explain it. Hee, this is your own trouble. You don't need to explain it to me. But be careful that our little wise friend is jealous. Liu Yinying didn't delve into it, just a meaningful smile. Lin Feng is helpless. I hope I won't find it. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 355. The ugly daughter-in-law sees in-laws. When Lin Feng returned to the villa, it was early in the morning, but unexpectedly the 7 girls were all in the living room, waiting for Lin Feng to return. Big brother Lin, long time no see, you are getting more and more handsome. Lin Ziyui jumped over and took over the luggage for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was waiting to sigh. Unexpectedly, Lin Ziyui took Lin Feng's travel bag and retreated. The other girls greeted Lin Feng and quickly gathered around Lin Ziyui. Beckham, Beckham, Beckham. Several girls shouted. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. It turned out to be here waiting for myself, just for Beckham's signature jersey. Fortunately, I let Beckham sign 10, otherwise I really can't make a deal. Seeing how many girls were holding the Beckham shirts of Manchester United, Lin Feng wondered whether they would let themselves in if they found out that they did not have Beckham's signature jersey in their luggage. No longer looking at these inhumane female tenants, Lin Feng looked at the person he cared about the most. The only one who was not attracted by Beckham's jersey. Big brother Lin, you are back. Welcome home. Lisa walked over, hugged Lin Feng lightly, gently pressed his face to Lin Feng's chest, and hugged Lin Feng's waist with his hands for a long time. Open. Lin Feng warmed his heart and hugged Lisa tightly. What's the matter, Yu? Feeling the pressure from his waist, Lin Feng gently raised Lisa's pretty face and asked. It's okay. It's just been a long time since I saw Big Brother Lin. I miss you very much. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of Lisa's mouth, but Lin Feng felt a different kind of emotion in his smile. A bit sad. A bit sad. Lin Feng wanted to ask, but Lisa asked Lin Feng to sit down and brought a bowl of old duck soup from the kitchen. Sniffing the fragrant old duck soup, Lin Feng was no longer tired. He savored the old duck soup made by Lisa himself, and watched several girls yelling excitedly for Beckham's signature jersey. After drinking the old duck soup, Lin Feng and Lisa went upstairs. Regarding the relationship between the two, the girls have long been surprised, not to mention that the two have not seen each other for so long, and there is a lot to say. Naturally, a few girls will no longer be light bulbs. The two of them lay quietly on the bed, doing nothing, just talking sweet things. Lin Feng described everything that happened over the past month to Lisa. Lisa seemed to be the best listener. He just listened quietly, watching Lin Feng sometimes exuberantly, sometimes angry, not speaking, and not expressing opinions. Just snuggling in Lin Feng's arms, listening quietly. After more than half an hour of whispering, Lin Feng told about his fate. His heart was extremely happy. For more than a month, Lin Feng was also under pressure, but as the leader of the company, he must always remain calm and confident. There are many things he cannot say to others. Negative emotions accumulate, and if they are vented, bad things will happen one day. Today, with Lisa, the best listener, Lin Feng vented all the dissatisfaction and complaints in his heart, and vomited quickly. Yu, how have you been during this time? Lin Feng asked, touching Lisa's hair gently. Very good. Hee. Everyone treats me very well. Lisa smiled sweetly. Then the two looked at each other, hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's warmth, and enjoying the world of the two at this moment. Yu, I have something to tell you, Lin Feng said suddenly. Brother Lin, can I ask you something? Lisa also asked at the same time. The two smiled at each other. Yu, ask, Lin Feng said, squeezing Lisa's nose gently. Big brother Lin, let's talk about it first. Lisa shook his head and said coquettishly. Lin Feng smiled. I'm going back to Chu City during the Spring Festival, so go back with me, and I will introduce my parents to you, Lin Feng said. When Lisa heard this, he was taken aback for a moment. Then his face showed two blushes. Brother Lin, you ... What do you mean? Lisa twisted. Hee. What do you mean? My ugly wife is always going to see her in-laws. Lin Feng joked. People ... I'm not an ugly wife, Lisa said angrily, hammering Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng laughed and took Lisa tightly into his arms. Back to Chu City this Spring Festival, Lisa was in Shanghai alone, too lonely. And she gave everything to herself, without any regrets, and she should have given her a name. She is beautiful, can cook, she is well behaved, she can be her best listener, and she never asks herself why. Where can she find such a good girl? Naturally, we have to grab home first. But feeling the coldness of his right wrist, Lin Feng thought of Avril. Another headache. Alas, it would be great if it were ancient times. Although there are many mistresses of corrupt officials, I am different from those corrupt officials. The girls around me are all too good and strong in personality. Polygamy will only cause chaos in the world. Unless The world system has changed. Lin Feng shook his head, no longer thinking about it. When the boat arrives at the bridgehead, it will be straight, and everything will follow. By the way, Yu, what did you ask me just now? Lin Feng asked. Nothing. Lisa just smirked and didn't answer. Look at you. I just went to see my in-laws. It was so happy. I didn't say that I must marry you. Lin Feng looked at Lisa's silly and cute look, and pinched her nose jokingly. HMPH. The father-in-law and mother-in-law that they are serving must be satisfied. See if you dare to marry me. Lisa was not afraid. Hey, I'm the father-in-law and mother-in-law before closing the door, and I'm not ashamed. Lin Feng said, scratching Lisa's tender face. Hate. Lisa couldn't help being ashamed by Lin Feng's teasing, reluctant and unforgiving. After a fight, Lin Feng was tired, sniffing the fragrance in his nose, gently hugged Lisa and fell asleep. Lisa couldn't sleep. He was really excited, and his worries for many days disappeared, and he almost couldn't help cheering. Lin Feng was terribly awakened, and he had to look at the sleeping Lin Feng with wide eyes, and at the man in front of him who could entrust him for life, sometimes rubbing Lin Feng's young beard with his cheeks, and sometimes showing a happy smile. Only occasionally when he glanced at the bracelet on Lin Feng's right wrist, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Zhu. Lisa gently looked up. Lin Zhu opened a crack in the door, probed in, saw Lisa, and waved at Lisa again and again. Looking at Lin Feng who was sleeping on the bed, Lisa got up gently, and dragged Lin Zhu to his room. Wisdom. Brother Lin is taking me back to Chu City. As soon as Lisa entered the room, he bounced and told Lin Zui the good news. I'm going to Chu City. Lisa vented his excitement. Lin Zui was taken aback, but when he heard that Lin Feng took Lisa to Chu City, he was also excited for his friend. By the way, did you ask him about Jessica and Avril? Lin Zui stopped Lisa's excitement. Lisa's face sank slightly and shook his head. How can you not ask? Now the American newspapers are full of scandals between him and that sexy woman Jessica. And also, did you see the necklace he was wearing just now? It's exactly the same as the one on the Avril poster. How can you not ask? Lin Zui shouted a little excitedly. I am afraid that Lin Feng could not have imagined that the necklace in his hand was seen by all the girls in the house when he first entered the house. Women are extremely sensitive, and a man suddenly has a necklace in his hand. How could he lose sight of it? Lisa felt a little sad, but soon revealed the sweet smile that made Lin Feng intoxicated. Wisdom. All of this doesn't matter. Brother Lin is going to take me to Chu City. Does all this matter? Lisa shook his head and said, yes. Lin Zui was out of anger. Well, wisdom, you don't need to know many things too clearly. Now that big brother Lin is willing to take me to Chu City, it proves my place in his heart. Are other rumors still important? Lisa in turn encouraged Lin Zui. After hearing this, Lin Zui shook his head repeatedly and sighed that Lisa was possessed. Seeing how he persuaded Lisa to not listen, he had to go back to bed angrily. After seeing off Lin Zui, Lisa returned to Lin Feng's room, nestled in Lin Feng's arms, and sighed for a long time. Brother Lin, I really want to ask about your relationship with them, but I'm afraid you will hate me or even leave me for it. Brother Lin, will you leave me? The next day, Lin Feng stretched his waist and woke up, full of energy. Last night, Lin Feng's sleep was the most relaxing and sweetest night. Feeling the body temperature of the beautiful woman in her arms, smelling the faint fragrance from the heart and body, it is more effective than any hypnotic. Just woke up to see a teardrop between Lisa's cheeks. Lin Feng felt a little distressed. Silly girl, why don't you ask? Lin Feng sighed and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lisa's eyes. For the question that Lisa didn't ask last night, Lin Feng vaguely guessed what Lisa wanted to ask. However, this question is really difficult for Lin Feng to answer. Big brother Lin, good morning. Lisa was awakened by Lin Feng's slight movements, opened his eyes, and said good morning to Lin Feng. Good morning. Yeah, I overslept. Brother Lin, I'm going to prepare breakfast now. Lisa looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was already 7:30 in the morning, and he hurriedly jumped up with an exclamation. "You, don't do it today. Rest more. You'll go outside and eat." Lin Feng grabbed Lizu and hugged him into his arms. "Don't get up. You don't always have to think for me like this. It will make me feel guilty." Lin Feng said distressedly. "I want you to die of guilt, so that you will always remember me well and always think of me," Lisa said with a hint of resentment. How could I have forgotten you?" "Okay, you can sleep more and I will go to the company." Lin Feng gently kissed Lisa on the cheek and got up. When Lin Feng came downstairs, Lin Ziyui, Algra, Liu Yifei and others were already sitting at the table, waiting for breakfast. However, Lizu is not in the kitchen, so he obviously didn't make it today. "Brother Lin, what about early?" the girls asked in unison, usually waiting for them to get up. There is a steaming breakfast prepared by Lizu personally in front of them, but today it is a cold tabletop. The women naturally complained constantly. Lin Feng was ashamed. "You are a little tired today, so we won't do it. Let's go out to eat," Lin Feng explained. The girls frowned, and their eyes to Lin Feng were suddenly wrong. "Don't get me wrong." Lin Feng waved his hand again and again. "Brother Lin, we didn't say anything." Algra snorted. I didn't say anything." Lin Feng wanted to explain, but realized that the more he explained, the greater the misunderstanding, and he felt helpless. The girls laughed. Lin Feng is speechless. It's better not to explain this matter. After having breakfast with the girls, Lin Feng came to the company. Lin Feng first contacted Robin Li of Baidu and asked briefly about the company's operations. Although Lin Feng owns 55% of Baidu's shares, Li Yanhong is responsible for the daily management and operation of the company according to the agreement. Lin Feng does not need to worry about it. With Robin Li's talents, combined with the resources of the former New Wolf portal site and the current Baidu portal site, Baidu's prospects do not have to worry about Lin Feng at all, but are only ready to sit and wait to collect the money. Later, Lin Feng contacted Bao Jianfeng, CEO of Starting Point Chinese Network, and the operating conditions were beyond Lin Feng's imagination. After Starting Point Chinese Network launched the VIP system, although it was unable to maintain a balance of payments for the time being, it only lost 4.8 million in the whole year, which has exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. I have to say that Bao Jianfeng is talented. Of course, Bao Jianfeng is also a headache for repeated bans on piracy. Although there is a professional team of lawyers to serve, but driven by interests, pirated websites are becoming more and more banned. And there is a trend towards small-scale and volume-oriented development, which is impossible to prevent. Although the current situation is frustrating, the road to anti-piracy is to go on. Otherwise, original literature will become a stagnant water. After all, the publication of every book is a hard one with the hard work of every author. The subscription is just a few cents. If you look at piracy categorically, how can you see the genuine version? Domestic games have gone to extinction because of piracy, and many online authors do not hope that online original literature will eventually become extinct because of piracy. As for the online movie that Lin Feng had promised to make before, considering that the Spring Festival is approaching, he can only postpone it temporarily and wait until after the new year. Although this remark disappointed many netizens, Lin Feng is now holding the title of future world's richest man, and many book friends believe that he will not say nothing and will do what he says. Suddenly, the vote to turn out for the 10 films made into a movie soared again. The other good news is that 3721's Rogue Software 3721 Internet Assistant has become popular all over the country. Because of its convenience and simple operation, almost all netizens in the country have a presence on their computers. Its coverage has attracted the attention of many companies. Even Robin Li. It is also because the company now has more than $40 million in liquidity and wants to get involved. But Lin Feng let him get rid of the idea. Zhe Hongwei, the boss of 3721 Technology Co., Limited, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Don't even think of winning 3721 for a mere tens of millions of dollars. What's more, The rogue software of 3721 Internet Assistant will be criticized sooner or later. Why should Baidu take down this software that will be criticized in the future? However, your own network shield can start to study the function of anti-3721 Internet Assistant. Lin Feng bonded. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. Chapter 356 The Future of Heroes and Invincible 4. Boss. This is my current development progress and plans for Might and Magic 8 inches and Heroes 4 inches. Joe Kanheim, director of the 6th Game Development Department, found Lin Feng early in the morning. After the meeting ended last night, Joe Kanheim started work overnight and drove out the current project. It elaborated on the concept of Might and Magic 8 inches and Heroes 4 inches and the prediction of the future market. Lin Feng took over the project in the hands of Joe Kanheim. Might and Magic 8 inches just turned over. Lin Feng is not very familiar with this game. He can hardly talk about opinions and can only ask Joe to talk about it. Kanheim was developed according to his original setting. However, when it comes to the project of Heroes are not right 4 inches, Lin Feng has many opinions. At the beginning, Lin Feng was also an avid fan of the Heroes of Invincibility series. From the 1st generation to the 3rd generation, especially the 3rd generation of Heroes of Invincible Shadow of Death is a classic among the classics. However, in the 4th generation, it disappointed all the players of Heroes of Invincibility. Joe, are there any game fragments that have been made? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Joe Kanheim nodded, took out a compact disc from his pocket, put it in the computer, and clicked to play it. Lin Feng looked at it, and it turned out to be exactly the same as the Heroes are not right 4 inches in his impression. Just looking at this screen, Lin Feng wanted to quit the game. After barely watching the demo screen, Lin Feng sighed. Kiao, don't you think this picture is bad? Lin Feng asked. Boss, it's a bit bad. But Heroes is a turn-based strategy game. The graphics are not too important. And I think the graphics are still within the acceptable range. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to those first-person shooter games. Joe Kanheim thought about it for a while. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, knowing that the picture was not good and would not improve. Boss, it's not that I don't want to improve. One is the lack of technology, and the other is that this is a turn-based strategy game. If you pursue the graphics too much, I am afraid that the computer burden on the player will be greater. Joe Kanheim said helplessly. Then why change? Lin Feng asked. Isn't 3D popular? I think players will accept it. Joe Kanheim said a little bit. Joe, you look at your Heroes of Invincibility 4-inch screen, it's so bad. How can players accept this kind of 3D graphics? As you said, the graphics are too good for the player's computer to run. Then, I want to ask you, what is the essence of turn-based strategy games? Lin Feng asked. I think it should be balanced and the traditional 6-sided grid battle flag turn-based system. Joe Kanheim thought for a while and said, yes, since it is a turn-based strategy game, why do you have to change so much? Many players have been in contact with the game from Heroes 3 inches. And you suddenly changed the screen and some settings of Heroes 4 inches. Subversive changes are difficult for players to accept. Lin Feng said. Joe Kanheim frowned. Actually, you still maintain 2D on the screen, just make the screen more gorgeous. In the town design, hero design, and unit design, it is more balanced and perfect. It is enough to give players a little new idea. Players play Heroes Invincible. The greatest pleasure lies in the various battles and plots. You might as well work hard in this area, and you don't have to make subversive attempts on the game screen, so that the end is worth the loss. Lin Feng said. After hearing this, Joe Kanheim nodded his head to express his conviction. Indeed, in turn-based strategy games, players are not looking for gorgeousness on the screen, but gameplay. 2D graphics can perfectly interpret the game, so why bother to pursue 3D? The degree of freedom in 3D is indeed higher, but not now. Seeing Joe Kanheim accepted his opinion, Lin Feng was also relieved. This is a masterpiece that is sought after by millions of players. If it is done badly, it will really be ruined. By the way, when developing, you should think more about player networking. Now in the internet age, many players are connected via the internet. It is unlikely that they will sit together. This aspect should be more convenient and concise. Lin Feng reminded. Zhou Wankanchum nodded. Subsequently, Lin Feng ordered Wu Xiaopu to contact reporters and hold a press conference at 3 p.m., announcing the joining of the famous 3Do NC game team, and at the same time starting to promote World War. Of course, there is also the focus before the Spring Festival, first annual game player meeting of the Second World. After many reporters heard that Lin Feng was about to hold a press conference, they arrived at the press conference hall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to wait for Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng returned from the United States, he immediately held a press conference. There must be major news announcements, especially the more than a dozen foreigners who returned to China with Lin Feng yesterday are indeed doubtful. Of course, even if there is no news, there will be too many news hotspots just by Lin Feng's appearance. When many reporters were thinking about which questions Lin Feng would ask, Lin Feng met with Tom Wright, the chief designer of the Second World Headquarters building. For the Second World Headquarters, Tom Wright has a preliminary plan, but it is still in the final study. The world's first skyscraper must also conform to the Section Second World corporate culture and become a landmark building. All this makes Tom Wright sloppy. Lin Feng didn't understand this. He just took a look and asked him to pay more attention to the staff rest area, and after setting up certain residential apartments and other issues, he went to the press conference. But before attending the press conference, Lin Feng received a call from Huang Shuqi. Brother Xiaofeng, congratulations on entering the world's richest list. Huang Shuqi's joyful voice was hesitant. Lin Feng smiled. Brother Xiaofeng, you are going back to Chu City during the Spring Festival, right? Huang Shuqi asked suddenly. Well, yes, I haven't been back for 2 years, and I want to see if Chu City has changed. Lin Feng sighed. Brother Xiaofeng, then, say sorry to Za for me. Huang Shuqi paused for a long time and hung up the phone immediately after speaking quickly. Lin Feng frowned and was speechless, not knowing what Huang Shuqi was talking about. But the time was up. Lin Feng temporarily dropped these distracting thoughts and wandered into the press conference hall. When Lin Feng walked into the press conference hall, many reporters applauded to express their welcome. One is to celebrate Lin Feng's honor for the Chinese in China this time, and the other is to show his admiration. Entering the world's richest list in 2 years is indeed worthy of respect and admiration. Hee, long time no see. Everyone is enthusiastic. Lin Feng joked. Long time no see. Lin Dong is about to become the world's richest man now, so please take care of me in the future. Many reporters are polite, isn't it? Lin Feng always has amazing news coming out. This time he has made the world's best in the United States and Europe. Looking sideways, don't these reporters who rely on news for food rely on Lin Feng's care? Everyone, I won't say much gossip. Let me introduce first, this is Mr. Zhou Wankanheim, the main person in charge of the NC game development team of the original 3Do company. Of course, 3Do may not be familiar to some friends, but the Might and Magic and Invincible Heroes series were created by Zhou Wankanchum and developed by him and his team. Now, he has become the 6th game development director of the Second World. Lin the Wind said. At first, many reporters were very unfamiliar with Zhou Wankanchum. Although many reporters were also computer game enthusiasts and had heard of the name of 3Do, they were not familiar with NC. However, when Lin Feng said Might and Magic and Heroes When No Right was written by the slightly shy blonde man in front of him, many reporters on the scene exclaimed. A few female reporters and reporters who do not like to play computer games also exclaimed after asking the reporters next to them. Lin Feng digs up the NC development team, and its purpose is obvious. Many reporters have only one emotion: the Second World has become stronger again. At this time, many online game company owners who watched the live broadcast were shocked and cursed secretly, which still made them live. After finally finding a way out for martial arts online games, Lin Feng dug up the game development team that produced Might and Magic and Heroes. Isn't this going to kill them all? Fortunately, both Might and Magic and Heroes of Invincibility are standalone games, and the damage to them is limited. They didn't expect to make standalone games anyway. But who can guarantee that Lin Feng will not turn Might and Magic and Invincible Heroes into online games? Many online game company bosses have infinite grievances, and I pray that Lin Feng's best not to do so. Many players who had time to watch the live broadcast of the press conference could not help cheering. At least there will be simplified Chinese versions for playing Might and Magic and Heroes in the future, so don't worry about having to endure damn English first and suffer the advent of the simplified Chinese version. And Might and Magic 8 inches and Heroes 4 inches should also come out. In July this year, we will launch Might and Magic 8 inches, and in August Heroes Wrong 4 inches will be launched, first in simplified Chinese and English versions, and the Heroes Battle.net will be established in China to make it easier for you to love Heroes. Invincible players are connected through Battle.net and will adopt a point ranking system. Lin Feng continued to announce. This news is nothing to many reporters, but for the players guarding the TV, it is exciting news. The netizen Dark Knight of Xiaofeng said it's great, so that you can play the more pristine Heroes and Might and Magic in the future. Netizens just smile then comment, aha, this time I acquired NC, next time I buy Bullfrog, I like Bullfrog Company. After many reporters waited slightly, Lin Feng announced a shocking news. Everyone, our company is developing a brand new online game, World War, and the estimated investment will be $1 billion. Lin Feng finished speaking. The audience was shocked. Both the reporters in the audience, the bosses and players of major game companies in front of the TV were all shocked. $1 billion. A game investment of $1 billion is unprecedented. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 357, Xiaoqiang in trouble? Lin Feng's voice fell to the ground, and the audience was shocked. Many reporters at the scene almost dislocated their jaws in dismay, and looked at each other with horror. $1 billion to develop a game? This is too sensational. Not to mention that there will be no one before, but absolutely no one before. Today, the most expensive game production and development fee is none other than Shenmue and Sega's DC, with a production cost of $70 million. This production fee has been jaw-dropping. But the World War announced by Second World actually cost $1 billion in development costs, which is more than 10 times more expensive than Shenmue. What game actually costs such a large amount of money? Even Hollywood blockbusters can't afford such a high cost. Before that, the Hollywood blockbuster with a box office record of $1.6 billion in the world, called Titanic, the film with the largest investment in Hollywood history, cost only $200 million. Is it possible to invest $1 billion in a game? Many reporters couldn't believe Lin Feng's words, thinking that he was releasing satellites and fooling them. But thinking of Lin Feng's words and deeds over the past 2 years, he has never spoken in vain. Before Lin Feng said that he would build the world's first skyscraper, everyone didn't believe it at first. But now the layout and structure of the headquarters building is under intense design. The Second World has also reached an agreement with the Chung Kong Group to build the world's largest skyscraper. The building is about to start. But developing a game with this $1 billion is a bit unacceptable. What's more, the reporters are even more puzzled about whether the investment of $1 billion in games can be earned back. Seeing that many reporters at the scene were unbelieving, they whispered to question this. Lin Feng coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, I believe many people will not believe that we are bragging in the Second World, but I can tell you responsibly that I am by no means empty words. This World War will be the most successful game. Next, Minutes Wu Li, director of the 4th game development department of our company, will briefly introduce this game. I believe that after listening to the introduction, you will believe why this world war should invest $1 billion. Lin Feng said. Minutes Wu Li King cleared his throat and put a CD into the projector. The lights on the scene suddenly dimmed, and a picture of thousands of people fighting in New York appeared on the screen. Many iconic buildings in New York were vividly visible. Even the Statue of Liberty, which was destroyed and being rebuilt, was vividly visible. A few seconds later, the picture was flipped. This time Tokyo, Japan, followed by pictures of famous cities in the world, including Milan, Italy, London, and Paris, all appeared on the screen. Each city became the scene of a war, filled with gunpowder and shrapnel. After reading this, many reporters were slightly surprised. Could this be the game screen of World War, where players are fighting fiercely in major cities? Many reporters trembled in their hearts. If this is the case, then the $1 billion may not be bragging. Just thinking about the cost of making so many city maps is an astronomical figure. Afterwards, Min Woo Lee's introduction completely dispelled all reporters' doubts. But after listening, many people still exclaimed in unison, "This world war is too big." Is this possible? Does it belong to the current game? Min Woo Lee's introduction of World War can be summarized in 3 points. 1. Players from all over the world will choose to join the alliance to fight between countries based on their respective camps. 2. It can invade and occupy all territories except the capitals of other countries. 3. Fighting will be carried out on a simulated real-world map, covering combat weapons of 3 units, sea, land and air. Many reporters can still accept the first point. There are many games of this type, such as Age of Empires, Earth Empire and so on. But on the second point, many reporters are 100% skeptical. Other countries may approve the operation of World War, but is it allowed domestically? This is not the most important point. After all, you can steal the dragon and turn the dragon into the phoenix by removing the iconic buildings. The most important point is the third point. If the combat weapons of the 3 units of sea, land, and air are really covered, will the computer configuration at the time be able to meet their needs? Although Min Woo Lee predicts that the game will be completed in 3 years. But for such a terrifying game, will the computer be able to run after 3 years? Many reporters looked silent. Regarding the huge structure of World War, all men will have the desire and impulse to play, but according to the current structure and settings of World War, I am afraid that this game with an investment of $1 billion will only can become a mirage. Everyone, I also know that this game may not be able to load the current computer. Computers in 3 years may not be able to run. Therefore, I hereby call on computer manufacturers around the world to speed up computer production as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the World War, it's a pity that I don't have computer support when it comes out. Lin Feng took the opportunity to appeal. Many reporters burst into laughter, and some game manufacturers urged computer hardware vendors to upgrade. However, from this point of view, Lin Feng is determined to make this World War, and the investment of $1 billion is by no means empty words. Many reporters were secretly speechless, but they are just reporters. What they need is news. Whether it can be completed in the end is not theirs. They are only responsible for publishing the news to sell money. Subsequently, Lin Feng announced the first Second World Players Annual Meeting, which will be held in Shanghai Square on the 19th and 20th of this month. He hopes that players who are available at that time can come to participate in this annual player meeting. And the All-Star Concert will be held on the evening of January 20th, when 48 stars from Audition's All-Star lineup will be present. This news is the best news for reporters. They have been waiting for too long. The 48 Emperor superstars are coming at the same time. I am afraid they are unprecedented in the past and no one will come. Every Emperor superstar is enough for them to write a whole story. Reported, not to mention 48 superstars. Especially among them is Hollywood superstar Keanu Reeves, who will also lead his band, which is undoubtedly even more exciting. Laba Festival, All-Star Concert. It's exciting to think about it. Finally, everyone, please taste the dinner of my newly listed company. In the end, Lin Feng still followed the old rules and served dinner to every reporter. With the charm of the internet, the news of today's press conference does not wait for the major newspapers to publish the news the next day, and it is already known all over the world. The most surprising thing is naturally the computer game manufacturers. When they are still having a headache for tens of millions of game production costs, Lin Feng still announced an investment of $1 billion to develop an online game. This news is like an atomic bomb, detonating the global computer game industry. 1 billion. Hearing this number, whether it is the world's largest game manufacturer, Electronic Arts CA, or an established manufacturer such as Nintendo, are all shocked. This news is so shocking. $1 billion is enough to build a skyscraper, but it is used to develop a game, which is too exaggerated. Electronic Arts CA, as the world's largest game manufacturer, was the first to be interviewed by a reporter and asked about his views on the Second World, a $1 billion game development plan that astounded everyone. Peter Moore, president of EA, extremely disdained to say the production of games relies on a mature team, and tacit cooperation requires meticulous craftsmanship. A company that constantly creates gimmicks like Second World will only fail in the end. So-called masterpieces are also known to become bad works. Let's take a look at how this world war will end up. Ubisoft, the world's third largest game manufacturer, has just been snatched by Lin Feng from the copyrights of his favorite series of Might and Magic and Heroes. Even the NC studio has been poached by Lin Feng. Don't mention how deep the complaint in his heart is. Yes, this time a reporter interviewed, naturally vented the grievances in my heart. $1 billion to develop games? Indeed, I admit that the Second World has this financial power, but a classic game cannot be developed with money. This requires background and precipitation. Second World, I think it is choking. Maybe wait another 10 years before they can try it. The Japanese side is even more roaring about this. Globally, Europe, the United States and Japan dominate the game industry. Europe and the United States unify computer games, while Japan dominates the home game console market. Unexpectedly, a Second World suddenly emerged, and a forest breeze emerged. Not only did the company successfully open its branch into Japan, but it also led the world in online game operations. This makes Japanese game companies that have always been very self-confident and even proud of their nostrils regarded as a great shame, and now Lin Feng actually claims $1 billion to make a game, which makes the Japanese game company even more embarrassed. Once upon a time, Sega's $70 million production fee for Shenmue made all Japanese game companies face relevant. It has repeatedly shown off like European and American game makers at E3 and other game exhibitions, boasting of their own game makers' pursuit of excellence in games. Today, Lin Feng uses 14 times the production cost to develop games. Japanese game companies believe that Lin Feng is slapped and humiliated them. What qualifications does a Chinese company have to develop games that cost $1 billion? Even if it develops, it should be their Japanese company. Square Linux just received a resolute and tough reply from Lin Feng. Lin Feng resolutely rejected WADA's illusion about signing a new agency contract for Magic Baby, which made WADA extremely annoyed. Especially some time ago, the news between Square Linux and the new WolfNet continued to spread on the market, which made WADA extremely angry. He Tan Yang is not stupid, and naturally knows that the company is out of the ghost. And this inner ghost is undoubtedly Erika Kazama, who once served as the head of the public relations department at Enix, and used the past relationship to dig out a lot of inside information from his company. Although Eiichi Hashin was very happy to do this at the time, he just took the opportunity to blackmail the new WolfNet, but he didn't know that in the end, Lin Feng was cheaper and let him swallow the new WolfNet alive. The new WolfNet worth $300 million made Lin Feng swallow it at a cost of $100 million, and 5 horses, and he actually became Lin Feng's accomplice. How reconciled WADA Eiichi? Almost Grandpa spent his life in annoyance and anger. Exasperated, Wada Yoichi fired the entire public relations department. Unexpectedly, he fired the women in the public relations department, and in a blink of an eye, the CEO of the Japanese branch of the Second World, Arisa Kazama, hired all of them. Although the main direction of the Second World is online games for the time being, it does not conflict with Square Enix. But this is enough to make Wada Yang vomit blood in one go. But he had nothing to do with the nasty woman opposite. When it comes to Black, there are always a few bodyguards around the other side to protect him, and he can't make it. Coming to the White, the evidence in Kazama Arisa's hands made many high-ranking Japanese officials helpless to protect Kazama Arisa openly and secretly. In this regard, Yoichi Wada has nothing to do. It can be said that during this period of time, Hushan Yang was indeed very beautiful in front of him. But the queen was extremely upset and extremely angry. This time, Lin Feng threatened to build a game for $1 billion, allowing Hushan Yang to seize the opportunity and stab Lin Feng with a roar. Ha! Can Chinese people develop games? Am I right? When did the Chinese develop the game? The Legend of Sword and Fairy? I admit that it has a little meaning. But it was developed by Taiwanese, and Taiwanese all learned from Japan, and it has nothing to do with mainland China. Second World, ha, do they have their own games? Legend is from South Korea, and Counter-Strike Online is the original Valve. Plants vs. Zombies, a small casual game, is it worth the fuss? As for Audition's all-star lineup, only stars are sold. And the game itself can't be more mediocre. A company that has nothing, actually claims $1 billion to develop games. I think it is dead and alive. Here, I dare to assert that if the Second World does not invest $1 billion, it is okay. If $1 billion are invested to develop this so-called World War, the Second World will definitely collapse. Wada's swaying declaration was very happy, and his words were also supported by all Japanese game manufacturers. They all refuted that Lin Feng was just a wealthy upstart, and he was not mentioned in the development of classic masterpieces. Many domestic netizens scolded Hotanichi's naked humiliation after being translated by some kind reporters. Although the reality of the domestic game industry is indeed as horrible as Wada Yoichi said, compared with Japanese game manufacturers, it seems that they are still toddlers. But now the strong rise of the Second World, especially the popularity of Counter-Strike Online and Audition's all-star lineup in Asia, has given all domestic netizens are emboldened. The netizen love Xiaxing say go to your mother's little Japan, don't bark in jealousy, and if you have the ability, you can spend $1 billion to make a game. If our country's games are bad, if you make Audition, Counter-Strike is indeed not a Second World production, but you can buy it if you have the ability. Don't be embarrassed here if you don't have the ability. Netizens werewolf elves also scolded, saying that our country's games are rotten, and I don't look at which country's games are currently the most popular in Asia. The console game market is not as good as yours. It's the Second World and now it's online games. The Lord. When the Second World enters the home game console market in the future, you little Japan will not even eat any food. Netizen Dark Knight no Xiaofeng scolded little Japan. You have the ability to develop a similar game than the Second World. You can't develop it yourself, so don't be jealous. Come to BB if you have the ability. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 358 The Five Great Networks. The netizens' speeches were originally in Chinese, but to Yoichi Wada, it doesn't hurt or itchy. Anyway, they can't see or understand. However, Erika Kazama resented Wada Hiroshi for his insidiousness, so he translated all of them into Japanese and posted them on the official website forum of Square Enix. On the spot, Hushan Yang was angry and scolded his mother in the office. But what made Hushan Yang even more angry was that before he asked his subordinates to delete these posts, the official website of Square Enix was hacked. Open the Square Enix website. It is a big picture of the Japanese flag burning. Of course, there is also a picture of Wada Yang eating shit. Asshole, Don't hesitate to recover for me. He Tan Yang slapped the table angrily. The subordinate nodded repeatedly. However, the headache for this group of men was that they had just regained control of the website and were taken away by the other party in a blink of an eye. This battle lasted for 6 hours. In the end, Scour Linux hired many Japanese hackers. It completely regained control of the website and restored the official website. But at this moment, I realized that all user information in all forums had been erased, and He Yang yelled in anger. He Yang immediately held a press conference to criticize this hacking attack, insinuating that it was Lin Feng's work, and making a high-profile statement, "I am by no means the kind of person who is beaten and does not fight back. I will definitely let these damn hackers suffer the end it deserves." The scene of the Japanese press conference was full of wind. After Lin Feng heard the news, his face turned dark, and his heart was dark. However, in response to Wada H's accusation, he immediately responded, reprimanding Wada H for being angered by the sky, and being taught by others. This is self-inflicted and cannot live. Deserve it. He Tan Yang vomited blood when he was angry, and he was even more panicked towards Lin Feng. At the moment, people are ordered to hire Japanese hacker masters to prepare to attack the Second World. This time he will not only attack the official website of Second World, but also attack all game databases under Second World. As long as these databases are destroyed, Second World will immediately lose its reputation, or even collapse. Regarding Hoshinuchi's thoughts, after his vicious declaration at the press conference, Lin Feng had not anticipated that. Knowing Hoshin would never give up, he immediately put his own cybersecurity company CEO Liu An and Chief Technology Officer official Wang Hai, as well as technical advisor, Huang Xin, a hacker from the West drug industry, found it. Do you know who did this hacking? Lin Feng looked at the three. Liu An shook his head blankly. During this period of time, he was developing new network security fire protection software. He only heard about the hacking incident, but did not know the details. As a venomous snake who used to be the Chinese military's 12 Zodiac, Wang Hai was extremely concerned about this incident, but he looked at Huang Xin. Boss, I think Huang Xin should know best. Huang Xin pondered for a while and asked, Boss, what do you mean? Ha ha, it's nothing. This time Hoshin Yang suffered such a big loss. I think he will definitely not let it go. He will definitely let hackers attack us. So I hope to find out who did this thing. It was hired back to deal with Japanese hackers. Lin Feng was slightly worried in his tone. After all, Square Linux is a gaming company dominated by the home console market. No matter how black he is, it will hack its official website and lose its face. But my Second World is different. I am an online game company, and my database is also exposed on the internet. If the other hacker breaks through my defenses, the loss will be unbearable. This is why Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy after hearing that the Scour Linux website was hacked. The three of them frowned upon hearing this. They did not expect that the personal behavior of the Chinese hackers this time was likely to affect the Second World. Boss, I know who did it, but they really didn't mean it. They were kind. Huang Xin called out anxiously. He can see that Lin Feng's methods have been known to him. When he came to Lin Feng's network security company, he was also forced to helplessly. He feared Lin Feng dealt with these masters like this. I know they are kind, but it's a pity that they do bad things with good intentions. Of course, I don't blame them. As the Second World grows, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. It's just a little bit earlier. Lin Feng said helplessly. Boss, what do you want to do now? Wang Hai, as a soldier, naturally wasn't as helpless as Liu An and Huang Xin. He asked in a deep voice. Now our hacker genius first attacked the Japanese website. Morally we have a disadvantage. In order to prevent Japanese hacker attacks, we must guard against it. Lin Feng said. The three of them nodded secretly. Wang Hai, didn't you say that there are 5 great hackers in China? Huang Xin seems to be a Western drug, and I hope to find them all. Lin Feng said. Boss, This time the beggar Wan Tao is the beggar. I think they will be very willing to come. Huang Xin nodded and said, well, if they have known hacker masters, it's best to invite them together. If the Japanese attack this time, I will not just stick to it. I will fight back in self-defense and hit the Japanese network badly. Lin Feng said firmly. The three of them were surprised, and Wang Hai looked sideways after a lot of wind and waves. Japan's revenge is definitely predictable, but looking at Lin Feng's tone, I am afraid this time a cyber war between China and Japan will be set off. Yes, if Japan dares to attack me, I will let them taste the power of Chinese hackers, Lin Feng said with a fist. Naturally, many netizens and domestic reporters did not know this scene. After all, hackers become hackers because their identity must be hidden in the dark and cannot be seen. Naturally, Lin Feng and others cannot say this. Many netizens are also looking forward to the arrival of Heroes 4 inches while reminiscing about the fun of the Scour Linux website being hacked. Of course, many netizens talk about World War. Although the Second World only posted a few pictures and added relevant introductions, it has attracted heated discussions from many netizens. Of course, for now, what all players look forward to most is the first Second World Players Annual Meeting. This is the first annual meeting of players, where the player is the protagonist. Many netizens are naturally looking forward to it, especially for 2 days. Not only will they be able to meet the players in the game, but on the last day there will be a 48-star concert of the Emperor Superstar, which is even more exciting. It's just that everyone looks at the watch. Today is only January 12th, and there are still 7 days before the first Second World Players Annual Meeting, a difficult week. Both netizens and reporters are looking forward to the grand occasion in a week. January 12th noon. Boss, they are here. Wang Hai nodded to Lin Feng. Then Huang Xin came in, followed by 4 people. Lin Feng got up and greeted the past. This is the 5 great hacker masters in domestic legends, Dong Xi, Xidu, Nandi, Bai Bai, and Zongshan Tong. As a computer player, Lin Feng respected these hackers. After all, in the internet age, the energy of a top hacker expert is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Boss, this is Dong Xi Gong Wai. Huang Xin introduced. Lin Feng saw that Gong Wai was more than 30 years old and his appearance was very ordinary. If you look at it this way, you can't think that he will be the most powerful evil in China's internet industry. He created the Green Corps and created a master-level figure of the Whampoa military academy in the network industry. But looking closely, there was a faint wicked look in his eyes. It is indeed quite in line with Dong Xi's name. Boss, this is Nandi Xi Zoxia. Huang Xin pointed to a calm temperament beside Dong Xi Gong Wai, quite a little unfashionable, and an third of the world's momentum. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze, Chong Lin Feng nodded slightly. Like Dong Xi Gong Wai, Nandi Xi Zoxia also created his own Wulin school. Chengwen Studio published nearly 1,000 hacker technical documents and analysis of more than 2,000 tools, and published a large number of network security tools, which can be said to be the masters of hacker martial arts. The works have become the martial arts secrets of hacker martial arts and spread far-reaching. Boss, this is Bai Bai Wan Tao. Huang Xin continued to introduce. Looking at Lin Feng, Bai Bai Wan Tao was about 1.85 meters tall and his eyes were extremely sharp, but his courage was extremely open, and he was indeed worthy of the name of Bai Bai. And he is extraordinarily bold and patriotic. If he is told that Chinese compatriots are being treated unfairly abroad, he will do all he can to help him build momentum. Before Lin Feng was detained by the US government on 9.11, and wanted to sue Lin Feng a terrorist, Bai Bai Wan Tao made a lot of efforts to complain about Lin Feng on the internet, appeal, and even attack US websites. It's just that Lin Feng himself is also a strong figure, and Wan Tao's methods are unknown. Dong Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to be involved in the Second World this time. It was just out of righteous indignation. But rest assured, this time we Dong Xi, Xidu, Nandi, Bai Bai, and Zongshan Tong will be together. Go out and keep the Second World safe and sound. When Bai Bai Wan Tao spoke, He showed his bold side. Lin Feng smiled slightly and looked at the last person. Boss, he is the supernatural power Xia Rong. Huang Xin showed a trace of admiration on his face. The faces of the other three also showed a trace of respect and a trace of jealousy. When it comes to Chinese hackers, almost no one knows Xia Rong. The Chinese hacker arena did not start with Xia Rong, and it will not be annihilated because Xia Rong retires in the future, but the Chinese hacker rivers and lakes are infinitely extended by the rise of Xia Rong. Xia Rong is an outstanding talent among Chinese hackers. He has been self-taught and has created unique skills such as streamer, snow tracking, and chaotic swords. He has walked the rivers and lakes for many years. He is invincible and rarely meets opponents. Later came from Ligate Xia Rong software, whose original martial arts became a compulsory skill for the younger generations of the arena, followed by a large number of followers, and became a master of the generation. The US bombing of the Chinese embassy in Yugoslavia caused a red-black war between my country and the US on the internet. The leader of the Red Party is Xia Rong. Whether from martial arts cultivation, or status in the arena, the position of supernatural power is well deserved. Donglin, rest assured, this time the matter started from the internet, and it was the internet. This time we will definitely not let Little Japan succeed. Xiao Rong's words also represent the words of the other four. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 359 Provocation. For Masters. I am looking for you this time. In addition to protecting my second world from Japanese hackers, the most important thing is that I have to teach them a lesson. If they dare to attack us, you just help me. No, help all the Chinese people to teach these Japanese devils viciously. If you want to beat them, they will never dare to make trouble again. Lin Feng said. The four of them looked at each other and nodded their heads. Well, this time, I invite you to come. So naturally I won't treat you badly. The hard work of 100,000 per person. Also, just say what you need, and Huang Xin will fully cooperate with you. Lin Feng also made his own promise. The four of them looked at each other and nodded. This time they can both teach the Japanese devils and earn 100,000 yuan in income. So they naturally have no dissatisfaction. By the way, if you fight back this time, it is best not to let the Japanese seize the evidence. The second world is for the whole world and cannot be involved in this matter. Wang Hai suddenly stood up and said. The four of them frowned and looked at Wang Hai with doubts. They are masters in the Chinese internet community, and they don't need to mention this kind of thing. They naturally know it. Why not remind Wang Hai? Seeing the doubts and dissatisfaction in the eyes of the four people, Lin Feng frowned slightly. The four are indeed masters, but they are a bit too arrogant. Although this is a common problem of masters, it is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Huang Xin saw that the boss frowned, and he knew it was not good. And this Wang Hai was not easy to provoke. During this time everyone worked together, and Huang Xin really understood Wang Hai's strength. With only rounds of attack, Wang Hai's strength is no less than theirs, and Wang Hai is also proficient in defense. Of course, while a good hacker is proficient in offense, he is also proficient in defense. The only difference lies in the focus. What really makes Huang Xin jealous is that Wang Hai not only has solid software knowledge, but also has extremely profound knowledge of hardware, which is far from what they can compare. Moreover, Huang Xin heard Li Yuan talk about it once. Wang Hai's hacker software has not only destroyed the software, but also the system, but also the computer hardware. It can even mobilize the sound card and graphics card, causing the person in front of the computer to faint. Of course, this was only Li Yuan talking about when he was drinking. Huang Xin didn't know whether he was drunk or not. However, Wang Hai was once a venomous snake as one of the military's mysterious forces of the Zodiac, but Huang Xin did not dare to underestimate it. Forgot to introduce. This is Wang Hai, the Chief Technology Officer of Lin's Internet Security Company, and he is also a master hacker. Huang Xin quickly introduced. Dongxi, Nandi, Bai, Zongshan Power, Their eyes narrowed. Peers are enemies, and the same is true for hackers. Hearing that Wang Hai is also a master hacker, he naturally gave birth to a heart of competition. He used to be the venomous snake of the military's zodiac, Huang Xin said with a heavy voice. The four of them took a deep breath after hearing it, but their eyes turned to shine. They had heard of the name venomous snake Wang Hai, and the two sides had once fought each other. It was also the US bombing of the Chinese embassy in Yugoslavia that caused the Red-Black War between my country and the United States on the internet. Xiao Rong and the others strayed into the trap of American hackers and almost wiped out the entire army. Finally, they were in a mysterious master. Fortunately, he retired all over with his assistants. After inquiring around, I learned that the mysterious master who shot was the poisonous snake of the military zodiac. However, although everyone was rescued by Wang Hai once, they were extremely unconvinced in their hearts. After all, they were all masters and conceited, but they were saved by others, and they were saved by the military they had always despised. The four of them had been thinking about finding opportunities to compete and reprove themselves. But as a soldier, how could Wang Hai fall into such a senseless contest? This time Xiao Rong and others met Wang Hai, so naturally they didn't want to miss the chance to compete. Lin Feng heard that several people had such a connection, and he had an idea. In this way, since everyone is sympathetic, it is better to hold an internal test in the afternoon. Not only will you understand each other's technology and characteristics, but also determine the person in charge of this operation. Lin Feng said. Dong Xi, Nandi, Bi Bai, and Zhong Shentong looked at each other and said in unison, no problem. Among the five of them, the most powerful one was Xia Rong, so he occupied the title of Zongshan Power in the ranking. But this ranking has been 2 years. In the cyber hacking world, half a year is enough to turn a top hacker into a third-rate hacker, not to mention the long 2 years. Everyone was dissatisfied with each other's status for a long time, and this time just took the opportunity to divide up. What's more, Wang Hai, the mysterious master of the military, the venomous snake, was also here this time, and it happened to clear the graciousness of the year. Let Wang Hai know that the civilian masters will not lose to their military. Seeing the eyes of all four pierced, Wang Hai just shrugged indifferently. He is not stupid. Of course, none of the people here are stupid. Unfortunately, although these five masters are highly skilled, their emotional intelligence is a bit low. My boss is not a fuel-efficient lamp. This time I suddenly proposed this competition, not just casually. It was so boring that a few of them had been grudges in the past. There must be something to follow. The fact is indeed as Wang Hai had guessed. Lin Feng would naturally not be boring to let a few people try to settle their grievances. What Lin Feng wants is talents. These four masters are not reluctant to work for others, but in the internet age, hacker incidents are commonplace, and I don't want to let go of these top hacker masters in China. But it's too boring just like this, so let's add some color. Lin Feng smiled slyly. The four masters glanced at each other and looked at Lin Feng, not knowing what he meant. Huang Xin is now the technical consultant of our company, and Wang Hai is the chief technology officer. I will send another person out here, that is, the CEO of our company, Li Yuan, and the three of them will fight against the four of you. If you win, I reward each of you with 1 million RMB. If you lose, you agree to stay as our company's technical consultant. How about? Lin Feng smiled like a fox. Dong Xi, Nandi, Bi Bai, and Zhong Shentong frowned, but Lin Feng suddenly made this suggestion. If you win, you have 1 million. If you lose, you will stay here as a technical consultant. This makes everyone a little reluctant, especially for people with this kind of technology are not particularly short of money. Of course, the temptation of 1 million is not small. The four of them hesitated. Lin Feng saw in his eyes. But Lin Feng's way to deal with them is more. Haha, are you scared? If you have scruples, forget it. After all, Wang Hai used to be the venomous snake in the military's zodiac, and you used to be his defeated generals. I can understand. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head again and again. The so-called please don't be as good as a radical general, Lin Feng said, How can the four masters still hold their breath? Donglin, we weren't his defeated generals back then. We just caught the trap of American hackers and worshipped him for rescue. Xiao Rong was so brooding about what happened back then and quickly retorted, yes, Lin Dong, just gamble. We happened to learn about the military's power. Bai Wan Tao also said angrily. The four of them are master hackers in the country, and the other is Wang Hai from the military, and one of the five musts in the past. To Wang Hai, everyone is relatively unfamiliar, but Huang Xin is still relatively familiar. Although Li Yuan is also very unfamiliar, the four of them are not afraid of the three of them. It's still a loss. And it's not ashamed to stay here as a technical consultant. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and the fish got the bait. As for whether Wang Hai and others will lose, Lin Feng is not worried. Huang Xin is a Western drug, and even Huang Xin is deeply afraid of Wang Hai. Wang Hai's strength can be imagined. What's more, even if Wang Hai and others lose this time, Lin Feng has other ways to win over these four masters. After eating hastily, everyone sat in front of the computer. The rules of this competition are very simple. Li Yuan, Wang Hai and Huang Xin are in a group of three, and Dongxi, Nandi, Bai, and Zhongshan are in a group. The two groups attack each other. Whoever breaks through the other's defense first wins. As the bell rang, a civil war started on the internet. As a top master in the domestic hacker industry, Xiao Rong took the lead. His self-made streamers and random knives were like a tide of computer attacks guarded by Wang Hai, Li Yuan, and Huang Xin. Dongxi Gongwei, Nandixi Zoxia, and Bai Wantao followed closely, using their abilities to constantly search for vulnerabilities in the computers of Wang Hai's trio under the tide of Xiao Rong's attacks. Overflowing, password cracking, installation of Trojan horses, and so on. The four of them kept trying, but found that Wang Hai and the others kept it tightly. Various attacks were tried, but they were unable to crack the opponent's defense. The four seemed to have encountered it, like a wall, firewall. And it's the latest firewall. The four of them looked at each other, and their hearts were stunned. Lin's internet security company developed the Net Shield, which started with the firewall. However, they have studied the Net Shield and it is not difficult to break. But this time it is like an ephemeral that shakes a tree. Is it a new firewall? While everyone was still guessing, the attacks of Wang Hai and others had been used like a flood. The four snorted. Although there is no way to attack, the defense is not a problem. Under the defense of the four masters, Wang Hai and others' offense was also helpless. At this time, Xiao Rong suddenly discovered that Wang Hai and others' computers seemed to have a loophole, and the streamer instantly plunged into the loophole like a real streamer. Go in! Xiao Rong screamed secretly, and at the same time greeted Dongxi, Nandi, and Bai to attack on this weak point. But 3 minutes later, the four masters turned black, and they were counted. This is a honeypot, a trap set by Wang Hai and others. Played. The four screamed in despair. Wang Hai, Li Yuan, and Huang Xin had seized the opportunity to seize control of the four of them. They were defeated in this competition. After sighing deeply, the four masters looked at each other with helpless expressions. If we lose, we will abide by our promise. Xiao Rong said on behalf of the other three. As a master, it is natural to have the demeanor of a master, and it is not their style to lose the account. Lin Feng applauded to express welcome. At this time, Wu Zhaopu came hurriedly. Boss, something happened to your Pacific Software Network. Li Yuan hurriedly logged into the Pacific Software Network and opened it. The homepage only had 3 English words. Ear coming. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 360, The Opening of the Great War. Ear coming. The homepage of Pacific Computer Network, with a black background and blood-red words, clearly indicates that Japanese hackers have begun to invade, and this is a naked declaration of invasion. The faces of everyone present were not good, and no one had a good face when they were so nakedly provoked. Especially the 5 internet experts, recognized as the top 5 masters in the Chinese internet hacker community. are so despised, as if they were slapped in the face of the public. Li Yuan's face was also not good. As the chief CEO of a network security company under Lin Feng, besides developing the antivirus software NetShield, his most important responsibility is to provide network security protection for various companies under Lin Feng. But now he is easily overcome. Modify the page. The surface is hot and painful. Right now, Li Yuan logged on to Pacific Computer Network to regain control of the server and re-modified the home page. Donglin, it seems that we are about to start now. Zhongshan Xiaorong's face was cold, and his tone was full of indignation. As a Chinese hacker, especially a Chinese who has a strong Chinese heart, he must not allow hackers from other countries to provoke him. This is a matter of the dignity and honor of the entire Chinese hacker community. Lin Feng nodded and asked a few people if they had any requirements. No, just give us a separate room and enough bandwidth resources and computers. Of course, we also need enough water and food. Zhongshan Xiaorong and Dong Xigongwei and the others said after discussing it. But this time the person in charge is Wang Hai. Everything is up to his schedule. Lin Feng ordered. The 5 nets frowned. But Dongxi, Nandi, Bai, and Zhongshan had lost just now, so they could only do what they ordered. What's more, unlike their civilian masters, the military direction pays attention to organization and discipline. Although sometimes a little bit rigid, it is extremely beneficial to face such large-scale network intrusions. Seeing that the 4 of them obeyed Wang Hai's orders, Lin Feng was also relieved. In order to cope with this hacking crisis, Lin Feng invited the top 5 experts in the cyber hacking world. But if no one suppresses them, let them attack at will. If any trouble arises, his company will be overwhelmed. Wang Hai has technology, brains, and is calm enough. He is also a member of his own company. His loyalty is extremely high and he is undoubtedly the best candidate. Wang Hai also stepped up and promulgated a few regulations in due course, emphasizing discipline and obedience, and then began to distribute everyone's work. Lin Feng's company websites include Second World, Baidu Technology Co., Limited, Lin's Technology Co., Limited, Qianli Fast Food Restaurant, Dingdong.com, Qianqi Chinese Network, Avenue EU. It also owns 20% of 3721 Technology Co., Limited and 10% of Tencent. It can be described as a big business. When everyone looked at Lin Feng's company, they all had a headache. Too many, to protect too many targets. It is too difficult to protect. In particular, Second World owns Audition's all-star lineup, Counter-Strike Online, Legend, and Breaking Football. The 4 games all need absolute protection. Once these game databases are conquered, the result is absolutely devastating. There is also Linshai Technology Co., Limited. The global sales of Phantom has exceeded 17 million units, and the paid download MP3 system provided by the company is not to be missed. Looking at so many websites to be protected, not only the 5 major private experts in the Chinese hacker community have a headache, but also Wang Hai is deeply troubled. Donglin, we can invite some experts in the Chinese hacker community to join us, otherwise we will not be able to fully protect your company's website. Bai Wantao suggested. Lin Feng nodded. You invite hackers who you think are worthy of invitation. As for compensation, I will never treat them badly. The appearance fee of 50,000 yuan per person. Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately asked them to invite the hackers in his heart to help. Fist. Everyone nodded and immediately contacted the hacker masters who were familiar with each other and had certain skills. Boss, it's really not good. I asked my former comrades to help. They are in the National Cybersecurity Strategy Department. The computer and network bandwidth are far from what we can compare here. Although the masters, compared with these 5 must in terms of innovation, it's not as good as Thinking Jump, but you don't have to worry about discipline and obedience. Wang Hai suggested when everyone went to contact. Lin Feng frowned, thought about it, but refused. I don't want to involve too much relationship with the country, otherwise I will get fettered sooner or later. This is not what I want. Of course, In this socialist country with Chinese characteristics, nothing can be done without a red background. Now I rely on a Mr. Zhu behind my back, otherwise the troubles in all aspects have already been overwhelming. Only with the scourge of auditions all-star lineup and legend, the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Education have to wear small shoes for themselves. Fortunately, on my last trip to Beijing, I unexpectedly saw Sir has the temporary stability of the Second World now. Seeing that Lin Feng disagreed, Wang Hai didn't say much. He came from the military, with a strict hierarchical system and intricate factions. It is not good for Lin Feng to be involved in it. At least when you don't have certain self-protection ability, don't get involved. When everyone was busy inviting hacker masters to come and help, the hack of the Pacific Computer Network was quickly publicized among netizens. However, many netizens still don't know the blood red deer coming on the screen. They only know that there is a lively watch this time. Lin Feng, the future world's richest man, is in trouble, and it seems that the trouble is not small. Some netizens look forward to the next event with the mood of watching the show. For Lin Feng, the future world's richest man promoted by the American media, some people are happy, some support, naturally others are jealous, and some are ironic. With the title of future world's richest man, while bringing honor and some convenience to Lin Feng, it also brought countless troubles. Emotions such as jealousy and hatred of wealth are brewing in many people's hearts. This is why USA Today and Forbes deliberately put forward the theory of the richest man in the future. Their purpose is to kill. As an American media, I would never want to see a Chinese person becoming the world's richest man. While waiting for the arrival of many hacker masters, Lin Feng called Ma Huan. I own 10% of Tencent's shares, but I can't involve Tencent because of this incident. I must give it a reminder. Donglin, I heard that your Pacific Computer Network had an accident and was attacked by hackers. Ma Huan said before the call. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The news of the internet age is so fast that it can't be hidden. Ma Dong, it is indeed a bit troublesome. Japanese hackers may have troubled me recently, so be careful on your side. Lin Feng briefly said the matter again. Ma Huang frowned. Donglin, is it because of the last time Scour Linux was hacked? Was the Japanese revenge? Ma Huang asked. Lin Feng answered. This is really a headache. As an internet company, I absolutely don't want to be involved in a hacker incident. I'm not black and I don't want to be hacked. Otherwise, it is always a headache to be worried about by hackers. After all, I only heard that 1000 Days is a thief. There is no reason for 1000 Days to guard against thieves. Donglin, if there is anything to say, I will definitely help if I can help. Ma Huang thought for a while and promised. Whether it is because of Lin Feng's 10% stake in Tencent or the partnership between the two companies, Ma Huang feels that he has this obligation to help. What's more, in the face of Japanese hackers' attacks, Ma Huang, as a Chinese IT person, also has the obligation to stand up and jointly resist the Japanese hackers' intrusion. Ha ha, thank you, Dong Ma. I will speak if I have difficulties, Lin Feng said with a smile. But this time I have hired the top domestic hackers. I am afraid that the chance of using Tencent may be zero. However, Lin Feng is still grateful to Ma Huang for his commitment. By the way, Lin Dong, I have credited you with last year's dividend. Thanks to the few ideas you provided at the beginning. Thank you, Ma Huang said suddenly. Lin Feng hurriedly opened his bank account and found that 108 million yuan in dividends had been added in the account. Last year, Tencent's net profit was 2.1 billion. In addition to the necessary company liquidity, a dividend of 0.6 yuan per share was distributed. And Tencent's profit mainly comes from QQ Ranch and Tencent's amazing advertising revenue. Especially QQ Ranch is popular all over the country, and the total number of online games under Second World cannot compare to QQ Ranch. Tencent controls almost the only chat tool in China, and the resources in its hands make everyone jealous. After lamenting Tencent's amazing profits, Lin Feng then called Robin Li of Baidu and told him to be careful about hacking. After Li Yanhong heard this, he was helpless. In this regard, I can only be more careful. 3 hours later, Zongshan Tongxiarong and others brought 8 hackers. They were all well-known hackers near Beijing. They could not make it farther, so Zongshan Tongxiarong and others had to give up. Subsequently, everyone carried out a division of labor. As the general manager, Wang Hai and Zongshan Tongxiarong are in charge of the second world. 8 hackers came this time, and 4 of them helped them. Dong Xigongwei is in charge of dingdong.com. Xida Huangxin is in charge of Lin's Technology Co., Limited. Nandixi Zoxio is in charge of Baidu Technology Co., Limited. Bai Gai is in charge of Qianjin Fast Food Restaurant and Qingdao Chinese Network. The most difficult one is undoubtedly the second world that Wang Hai and Zongshan Tongxiarong are responsible for. The 4 games under the banner are the focus of the opponent's attack. What's different for everyone in this hacking war is that they are passively defensive. Lin Feng's company website was nakedly exposed on the internet, and it was under unscrupulous attacks by Japanese hackers. On the Japanese side, although Wang Hai and others can attack many targets, they are not the focus. For Japanese hackers, even if Wang Hai and others break all Japanese websites, as long as they can break the defense of Lam Feng's company websites, they will be considered a victory. This is an absolutely unfair hacker war. However, has the world ever been fair? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 361 Offense and Defense. After everyone was seated, Wang Hai glanced at them lightly. Everyone, it's time for us to say hello to Little Japan. A bloody smile appeared at the corner of Wang Hai's mouth. Everyone applauded in unison. Attacked the Scour Linux website immediately and hacked the Japanese Yasukuni Shrine website, which was written in Chinese characters. If you want to fight, then fight. Bargaya Road. He Tanyang was angry on the spot when he saw that his website was hacked again. These hacker masters were hired heavily by him, and his website was hacked again. Many hacker masters are also helpless. Just now everyone is making the final preparations before the war, and they just didn't notice it for a while. What's more, for them, the task is to break the Linfeng campaign's website. As for whether Wada H's website is hacked, they really don't care. Under the full defense of the Japanese hackers, the Yasukuni Shrine website was restored after 5 minutes. But at this moment all the pictures and information on the Yasukuni Shrine website have been deleted. For these hackers worshipped by the Yasukuni Shrine, while angry, they launched a counterattack on the spot. The first China-Japan hacking war kicked off the curtain, in a small office building closely attached to the second world rented by Lin Feng. For these hackers, Wang Hai, the top 5 masters, and other hackers he invited were waiting for it. Just now they hacked Scour Linux and the Yasukuni Shrine that China hated, and deleted the list of 2.5 million warmongers from the website database. I believe they will surely cause a counterattack from Japanese hackers. This time, for Wang Hai and others, passive defense is too much a loss, so their plan is to defensively counterattack, find out the real address of Japanese hackers, and then use the C virus that once made the world disgraced. The improved version hacked its computer, destroyed the hardware, and even used high-frequency sound waves to directly harm the human body. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a flood of attacks came, and various attack methods were endless. However, in the afternoon, after Liu An replaced the newly developed firewalls for all companies under Linfeng, these attacks were blocked out of the firewalls. Zongshan Tongxiarong and others began to reverse track the addresses of Japanese hackers while plugging the leaks. Pagaya Road. The Japanese in a room in Japan clamored again and again. They just used all kinds of methods, but they were unable to find out the vulnerabilities in the websites of Linfeng's companies. Not to mention getting the website, even the outermost firewall could not be broken. What firewall? Many hacker masters frowned. However, the first key to becoming a hacker is to be patient and not discouraged. Japanese hackers are still patiently looking for loopholes in Linfeng's companies. Japanese hackers were shocked, so why not shock the civil experts in China? Only Huang Xin, who was once the top 5 hacker masters in China, was not surprised. He also participated in testing and designing the firewall installed by Li Yuan, which almost shielded all known vulnerabilities and was absolutely difficult to break through ordinary means. Li Yuan called it wall of size. However, what makes Huang Xin and others frown is that it is not easy to find out the real address of the other party's hacker. The other party's real address is extremely hidden, and it may not be possible to find out in a moment. The two sides are deadlocked here. How about, is the second world affected? The battle between hackers is invisible, only between rows of data. Since Lin Feng hired them, he gave them full authority. Lin Feng is concerned about whether the 4 games currently operated by Second World will be affected. No problem, the Second World game uses cloud computing, and a part of the data traffic is shared by the player's computer, so this amount of attack cannot cause the paralysis of our campaign's game. Of course, it is inevitable that the players will be slightly affected, but it's still within the acceptable range. Wang Hai explained. Lin Feng nodded. Time passed in a hurry. This Sino-Japanese hacking war has lasted for 3 days, and both sides have no choice but to take the other side. Japanese hackers scanned all the websites of Lin Feng's companies for 3 days. But Lin Feng's corporate firewall was solid, and occasionally exposed a trace of flaws and was immediately blocked by Wang Hai and others. And even several times their real addresses were almost blocked by the supernatural power Xiaorong. Waiting to find out. However, the hacker masters on Lin Feng's side have not made much progress, and the other party is also very cunning. They constantly use Jin Cicada's escape and Li Daitajing, etc., to make Wang Hai and the others take the air again and again. In the past 3 days, the only thing that domestic netizens have felt is that normal internet browsing seems to have slowed down. Whether it is downloading or opening a network window, the delay is obviously longer than before. This is naturally the cause of the large amount of network spam blocking during the Sino-Japanese hacker war. However, 3 days have passed, day and night defense, although rotation is adopted. But Huang Xin and others are exhausted. Wang Hai was okay. He was a soldier. This was nothing. He was still energetic. The same is true for Japanese hackers. Despite the fact that the Japanese have used milk for more than 10 years, their height has indeed risen, but their physique is not so easy to change, and many hackers are even more unbearable. Akita-kun, we can't go on like this. If we go on like this, we will break down without waiting for the website to be broken. A hacker complained with a tired face like Akita-kun, the person in charge of this operation. Akita-kun frowned, so naturally it won't work. And these hacker masters can't always get together, and Yoichi Wada will not always pay to support them. The method must be changed. Akita-kun hammered down the table fiercely. Change the target. Aren't they hiding in that firewall? We won't attack. We attacked other websites. I don't believe that we broke all the websites of Chinese people, and they are still hiding there. After these few days of fighting, Akita Jun and others also realized that the opponent this time is probably the master of the Chinese hacker community. Since they shrank, let them not shrank. 3 minutes later, a large Chinese gaming website was hacked. 5 minutes later, an alumni network was hacked. 10 minutes later, a game operator was hacked. The entire online game was paralyzed, and the database showed signs of being hacked. The attack continues. The entire Chinese internet community was in an uproar. This is the first time such a large-scale intrusion. I have only heard of the term hacker. For most netizens, hackers are like the distant fairy nebula, which only exists in the introduction, but now it is actually happening in front of them. It made all netizens a little bit confused, especially the users of the hacked website, complaining more and more, condemning these hackers, calling on the Chinese hackers why not fight back? The major websites that were hacked strongly condemned this kind of unethical hacking, but they just recovered and took back control of the website. They were hacked in an instant, making the bosses of these internet companies annoyingly scold their mothers, but they didn't have any such aspect in their hands. Talent. When I wanted to hire, I realized that the masters of the Chinese hacker community had suddenly disappeared. This was how unusual this incident was. Brother Hai, we can't go on like this. Little Japan is humiliating us. Zongshan Xiaorong and others looked indignant. When the first Chinese website was hacked, they couldn't help but want to teach those Japanese devils to hack their website. But it was stopped by Wang Hai. For Wang Hai, his primary goal is to ensure the safety of Lin Feng's companies, and other domestic companies are not within his scope of protection. It's just that Little Japan is so arrogant, really hateful, and we can't let Little Japan toss in China. Me and Liu An, Huang Xin is in charge of defense, and you attack. Wang Hai thought for a while and finally gave the order. Being so humiliated and not fighting back, what is the face? What is the dignity of the Chinese hacker community? Zongshan Xiaorong received the order, cheered, and the tools in his hand were frequently released. Various broilers were activated one after another and began to attack the Japanese website. A minute later, the newly restored Yasukuni shrine was hacked again, with a big red letter written on it: blood debt and blood repayment. 3 minutes later, the website of the Japanese Prime Minister's residence was hacked, which caused a big wave of exaggeration in Japan this time. For the first time, the Japanese official spokesperson issued a strong speech. These hacking attacks are malicious provocations to the Japanese government and threatened to punish them. At the same time, the official spokesperson of the Yasukuni shrine also stood up and spoke. These attacks are not only regarded as attacks on the 2.5 million heroes who sacrificed their lives for the country, but also a malicious challenge to Japan. We want the Japanese to know that the Yasukuni shrine has been attacked. This is a despicable act of terrorism that violates internet technology and social order. I hope all the Japanese will resist this aggression together. At this time, domestic netizens and Japanese netizens realized that China and Japan were engaged in a hacking war. Zongshan Xiaorong and others continue to attack Japanese websites. Since they cannot find out the addresses of Japanese hackers and cannot protect domestic websites, they can only use the Japanese websites to vent their anger. Witnessing the repeated hacking of domestic websites, Akita-kun was not afraid of anything, but showed joy. How about it, Yamagami? Did you find the loopholes? Most of their main force should be attacking our website. This is our opportunity. Akitu asked. Sorry, not yet, but my software speculates that this firewall can be breached by a tide attack, forcing it to be paralyzed. Yamagami said. Go on. Akita-kun asked. As long as there are more than 100,000 attacks per second, this firewall can be paralyzed, and it can break through. But now our highest peak attack can only reach 50,000 times per second, and the number of machines is not enough. Helpless to say. It doesn't matter, let all the broilers help, and also, see if there are friends from other countries to help. Akita-kun said. Yes. Yamagami immediately began to contact. Akita-kun smiled more sinisterly as he heard the news that domestic websites were hacked in his ear. Okay, stop. Enough. Wang Hai ordered. Zongshan Xiaorong and the others frowned. They had just attacked, but they didn't expect Wang Hai to let them stop. Wait, Brother Hai, I will stop after hacking Panasonic's website. Zongshan Xiaorong said. The other Dongxi Gongwei, Nandixi Zoxia and Beigai Wantao also continued to attack the website. Wang Hai frowned and sighed inwardly. This is the case for folk masters. It is difficult to order and prohibit. This is their strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, the computer suddenly alarmed. Wang Hai immediately looked at the screen and exclaimed, "Stop it, Japan has attacked us again." Wang Hai shouted sharply. Zongshan Xiaorong and others heard that they had been attacked, so they quickly withdrew the attack and returned. However, this attack by Little Japan was unexpectedly powerful. The number of attacks per second has risen sharply, approaching 80,000 attacks. This minute is 4.8 million attacks, far exceeding 900,000 attacks per minute during the Sino-US War in 2001. A record of the attack. The 5 top masters looked at each other, but I didn't expect Little Japan to attack so fiercely this time. Brother Hai, no more. The wall of size can only withstand 100,000 attacks per second at most. Once more than 100,000 attacks, the firewall will collapse. This is also the weakness of this firewall. Liu An frowned. This time, he, Wang Hai and Huang Xin combined the advantages of all firewalls in the world, and designed the wall of size to have such a weakness. Once the number of attacks exceeds the upper limit, it will immediately collapse, which is an irreconcilable weakness. Of course, for personal computers, this is not a weakness. After all, very few personal computers are subject to so many attacks. Everyone was at a loss, wondering why the sudden attack by Japanese hackers was so swift and violent. Damn. They must be in contact with hackers from other countries. Zongshan Xiaorong scolded. The rest of the people also agreed. They did not fight against other countries once or twice, but it was the first time they attacked so fiercely as they are now. Okay, the firewall is about to collapse. Everyone is ready to resist the invasion. Wang Hai went to interrupt the popular complaints, and said calmly. Everyone was drunk by Wang Hai, and they suddenly became sober, one after another, into a state of battle. This attack is probably the most difficult one in their hacker career. Xiaorong, don't defend, you go find their address. Wang Hai suddenly ordered. If we can attack, we can defend. If we can't attack and blindly defend, we will be attacked sooner or later. So we must find out their address. Wang Hai said cautiously, you have the strongest ability in this area. I believe you should be able to find them. Address. Zongshan Xiaorong took a slight breath. It was the first time for him to be trusted so much, but he was confident that under such a strong attack, he would definitely expose his flaws. 1 minute later, the wall of size melted like the sunlight emitted by the power of 12 golden saints gathered, and the website of Lin Feng's company was exposed to hacker attacks. Wang Hai and others breathed turbidly. Without the firewall, they had to personally defend. Suddenly, withstanding the full attack of the opponent, everyone almost broke down. Fortunately, everyone was a master. After the initial rush, they adapted to it. Seeing that the Japanese side finally broke through the damn firewall, they also cheered. The attack was even more fierce, and more kinds of software under the box were taken out. The offense and defense are still continuing, but Wang Hai and others are under increasing pressure, but everyone is clenching their teeth and holding on, waiting for Xiaorong's news. Found it. Zongshan Xiaorong cheered. Taking advantage of the opponent's full attack, he finally found out the opponent's real IP address. But what made him a headache was that he had no ability to fight back at the moment. If Wang Hai and others fight back, I am afraid that the website of Lin Feng's company will be breached. Even if they all hacked each other's computer, as long as Lin Feng's personal website was hacked, it would be a failure. Wang Hai and the others were also helpless, and now they had no choice but to defend with all their strength. But now it seems that full defense is a problem. Akita-kun didn't care when he received the news that the real address was detected. Only relying on the attacking power of Xiaorong, the supernatural power, could not break through their line of defense. Now my address has been found by you. What can you do to me? Akita-kun said tauntingly. Can't hold it. Bayan Wantao was the first to call out anxiously. The Qianji Chinese network and Qianji fast food restaurant he is responsible for are already in jeopardy. Wang Hai wanted to ask other people to help, but everyone is like that now, and no one can help. Even Wang Hai himself, together with Liu An, defended the second world in a hurry. Save the car. There must be trade-offs. Lin Feng's side, it seemed that this could only be the case. Everyone, it seems that you are in trouble. I think I should be able to help. A voice sounded. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 362. The biggest bug in history? Everyone looked back and was slightly taken aback. Lin Feng greeted him. Do you also know that this war? Lin Feng did not tell Cohen about this Sino-Japanese hacker war. Although Cohen is also an IT software expert, a software expert is not the same as a hacker. Ha ha, boss. My friend in the United States just told me that China and Japan are in the hacking war. I guess it must be the boss and Japan in the war, Cohen said with a smile. Well, but now our situation is precarious. I'm afraid that a few websites won't be able to keep it. Lin Feng sighed. I am considering which website to give up. But anyone I give up is distressed. Well, this time Japan and India have joined forces. Both countries have a relatively high level of hackers, especially Indian hackers, and even the FBI in the United States has a headache. They joined forces and naturally it is difficult to prevent them. Cohen nodded. When everyone heard it, they were secretly startled. Unexpectedly, India also shot this time. No wonder the attack was extremely fierce. But I was even more angry. Angry about the Indian hackers taking advantage of others, and Japan's shamelessness. By the way, Cohen, do you have anything to do? Lin Fengjai asked. If there is no other way, I won't come, Cohen said with a smile. Everyone looked at Cohen. Donglin, it's not that I despise this American friend. Now we have no extra offensive ability at all. Even if we add me and him, it will be difficult to break through the opponent's line of defense. Unless he knows some loopholes that others don't know, Rong said. Everyone's eyes lit up. If there are new loopholes, then they will win. Knowing the loopholes that others don't know, one person can pick the other's entire army. Sorry, I don't know any brand new loopholes. Cohen shrugged helplessly. Everyone sighed. Haha. But I have a way to break through Anon's defense. Cohen's next sentence surprised everyone, even disdainful. Isn't this bragging to break everyone's line of defense by one person? Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Cohen didn't get annoyed either. Boss, you should know the function of cloud computing, Cohen said. Lin Feng nodded. Zongshan Xiaorong and others were slightly surprised. They had also heard of cloud computing, but they didn't understand its functions. They only knew that it was a device that allowed games under the second world to be synchronized and interconnected in different places, and it did not affect it at all. Speed software. Wang Hai and others showed a thoughtful look. Boss, I'm telling the truth. Cloud computing is not only a computing software, but also a hacker software. Any computer with a cloud computing client installed can be controlled by a parent computer. In the term of the hacker world, in other words, as long as cloud computing is installed, that is, a computer with any game of our company is installed, it is a broiler that can be controlled by us. Cohen said. Cohen's voice fell to the ground, and everyone was speechless in astonishment. As long as the computer with the second world game is installed, it will be controlled by cloud computing. What is this concept? Second world games now cover all of Asia. Tens of millions of computers are installed with their games. Think about the attack by tens of millions of broilers. At that moment, massive attacks can destroy any line of defense. Zongshan Xiaorong swallowed his saliva, secretly stunned. Just now Cohen threatened to break through any human defense line, which is definitely not bragging. With such a huge broiler, is there still an unbreakable line of defense in the world? Will there be any sequely? Although Lin Feng was surprised, he considered more. If someone notices that a second world game is installed, you will become a broiler, which is even more troublesome. Well, if I control the time for a long time, I will be noticed. At most 3 minutes. More than 3 minutes, I can be noticed, Cohen said with a serious expression. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Hai, you are still responsible. Cohen, you cooperate with Wang Hai. Lin Feng handed the matter over to Wang Hai. Xiaorong, you are responsible for telling Cohen the address of the opponent, and Cohen is responsible for attacking. Hurry up, we can't resist it, Wang Hai immediately ordered. Cohen then took out the notebook he carried with him, contacted the second world server with the cloud computing terminal installed, and got the control right. After entering a long series of numbers on the keyboard, he got the control right. Well, 3 minutes, I only have 3 minutes, Cohen said solemnly. Zongshan Xiaorong did not dare to delay, and immediately told Cohen the address of the Japanese hacker he had detected. Cohen didn't hesitate, and double-clicked in his hand. There were 13.25 million online broilers detected just now, and he immediately mobilized to attack the address provided by Zongshan Tonxiarong. At this time, the Japanese hacker headquarters was applauding for the upcoming invasion of the company's website database under Lam Feng, and suddenly discovered an unprecedented massive attack, flooding them like a flood. Akita-kun, something is wrong. The opponent's attack force is too strong, we can't resist it. The mountain screamed, but before the voice fell, the defense line was completely paralyzed. Wang Hai, it has been breached, Cohen said lightly. Wang Hai was shocked. This was too fast. He broke through the opponent's line of defense in just 3 seconds. While secretly cloud computing controlled a huge number of broilers, he also sent his prepared software to Cohen. Cohen did not hesitate to transplant the software to the compromised Japanese hacker computer and chose to execute it at the same time. Baga, what's the matter? Akita-kun roared, and he was about to break through all the defenses and invade the database, but instantly his own defenses broke, the network was paralyzed, and he was driven away at the door. It was really uncomfortable. Akita-kun, I don't know, but the amount of information just now may have millions of computers attacking us, and our network will be paralyzed in an instant. Shan Shang said with a look of horror, millions of computers? Impossible. Akita-kun exclaimed. But at this moment, the screen of their computer suddenly went black, and at the same time a stale smell came from the case, and a puff of smoke came out. What's the matter? Akita-kun shouted wildly. All Japanese hackers were speechless for a while. Well, their computers are all dead, Cohen said lightly. Everyone looked at him, they were exhausted, but Cohen has been like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. This is really unpleasant. Brother Hai, the Indian hackers have fully retreated. I can't detect their addresses anymore, Zongshan Tonxiarong said unwillingly. The cunning Indians immediately chose to retreat when they noticed that there was something wrong with Japan. If you give him a few more seconds, he will be able to detect the address of India's Isan, and then Cohen's attack will be able to easily destroy them. There are 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. What else? Cohen asked. Continue to attack Japanese websites, Wang Hai said without hesitation. Cohen nodded, the keyboard in his hand banged wildly. Panasonic website was hacked, Sony website was hacked. Japan's official and major corporate websites were hacked within 2 minutes. All Japanese netizens suddenly discovered that they were logging onto the internet, but there was no website to visit in their country. All websites are logged on, and they are all signs of network access errors and the information that the target address does not exist. There are 30 seconds left, Cohen said. Wang Hai thought for a while. He wanted to attack India by the way, but he didn't have enough time. And this time he broke almost all Japanese websites. I'm afraid tomorrow will be another big storm. It's better not to touch India for the time being, and it will be slower in the future. Slowly clean up the always arrogant Indian Isan. Cohen nodded, retired from cloud computing control, and released control of 13.25 million computers. At this moment, not only the Japanese were horrified, but also Zongshan Tonxiarong and others were also horrified. With such a cheating weapon, no network can be broken in the future. This is too bad, and with the development of the second world, if it becomes the future game overlord, all computers in the world will install second world games. At that time, the world will be for the second world. What's the secret at all? This is even more terrible than the US government monitoring global calls, and more concealed. This will be the biggest bug in history. Thinking of this, Zongshan Tonxiarong and others were embarrassed, and they naturally had second world games on their computers, thinking that their computers would become the other side's broiler. They and the others hadn't noticed yet, and they were embarrassed in their hearts. However, cloud computing is still a mysterious new technology for the world. Who can detect it? Wang Hai was also surprised at the horror of cloud computing, but for this cloud computing, everything is in the hands of Cohen. Although the copyright belongs to Lin Feng, and Cohen has never done anything to go beyond it, such a terrifying killing weapon is in the hands of a foreigner, which is really worrying. In case he used it to deal with our country, the consequences. Thinking of Cohen's understatement of hacking all Japanese websites just now, and breaking through the defense lines of Japanese hackers, Wang Hai was frightened. As a soldier, he hesitated for a while, wondering if this should be reported to the country. This is absolutely an indispensable technology for the country. However, this belongs to the folk and Lin Feng. If you report it yourself, the country will definitely force it. Although Lin Feng is very beautiful now, it is extremely small for the country. What makes Wang Hai hesitate is that once reported to the country, given the terrible cloud computing, not only will Cohen be monitored, but he will never allow the second world to use cloud computing. There is no cloud computing. The second world fell from the clouds and the loss was too great. Hesitate. On one side are the national interests, on the other side are the interests of Lin Feng. Wang Hai felt pain in his heart, and felt a bullet hanging around his neck during the difficult decision. That was a bullet that Wang Meng blocked for him when he was performing peacekeeping missions in Africa. After taking it out later, Wang Hai hung it around his neck, always reminding himself, Wang Hai, now all of us veterans are given by Lin Feng. He saves us from ignoring our conscience as bodyguards for the wealthy and unscrupulous people, and also allows everyone's wives and children to eat and dress well. We should see in Tubao. In the future, Lin Feng's interests will definitely conflict with national interests, but as long as Lin Feng does not betray the country and the blood of the Chinese nation. Remember, we have been discharged from the army and are no longer soldiers, but Lin Feng's company. Employees must put the interests of Lin Feng company as their top priority. Thinking of these words, Wang Hai made up his mind. But looking at Zongshan Xiaorong and others, he was no longer polite. They also know the horror of cloud computing, and they must never let them leak out. Either join the company and be monitored, or disappear. Zongshan Xiaorong and the others suddenly felt cold all over, watching Wang Hai walk up with a serious face, and they felt inexplicably cold. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 363, The World's #1 Hacker. Wang Hai came over coldly, slowly watching Dongxi Gongwei, Nandixi Zoxia, Bi Bai Wan Tao, Zongshan Xiaorong, and the 8 hacker masters. They invited. Everyone's hearts jumped inexplicably, and a bone-thinning chill rose from under their feet. Although the indoor air conditioner was blowing vigorously, everyone still felt the bone-chilling chill of being in the Antarctic. Wang Hai in front of him made people feel scared. Hi, brother Hai. Please. What's the matter? Zongshan Xiaorong asked timidly. Wang Hai looked towards Lin Feng. Boss, cloud computing must not be leaked out. Wang Hai's expression was serious and frightening. Lin Feng nodded. When Cohen showed that cloud computing can control the player's computer, Lin Feng knew that the matter was big, and the news was a devastating blow to the second world. No player will tolerate that his computer can be controlled by others at any time, and his secrets are nakedly exposed to others. Moreover, this software will probably be forcibly confiscated by the state under the pretext of undermining national security, which is unacceptable to oneself and the second world. But what does Cohen mean? So unscrupulously showing the secret of cloud computing in front of everyone. What is his intention? And he never told himself that cloud computing has such a function. Why tell himself now? Lin Feng looked at Cohen with a thoughtful expression. Cohen met Lin Feng's gaze. Only a smile. But there was a deep meaning hidden in the smile. Zongshan Xiaorong and others heard Wang Hai's words. Cloud computing cannot be leaked. The blood coagulated on the spot, and looked at Wang Hai like a mountain in horror. Some small characters that often appeared in movies suddenly appeared in their minds. What happened after knowing the secret should not be known? Everyone turned pale suddenly. Hi, Page. Lin Dong, we are just a hacker. We have our guidelines and we will never leak them. This is the basic code for every hacker. Zongshan Xiaorong screamed anxiously. Dongxi Gongwei and others echoed. They were invited to deal with Japanese hackers this time, but they were involved in such matters. They are just ordinary hackers, at best a little more skilled, and they don't want to be involved in any company's secret incidents. But at this moment, let them know the biggest secret of cloud computing. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Xidu Huangxin with resentment. Huangxin is also very helpless. He didn't know that cloud computing had this function before. However, Huangxin must admit that once the fact that cloud computing can control players' computers is leaked, it will absolutely shock the world. If he was Lin Feng, he probably wouldn't let Zhongshan Xiaorong and others leak this out. But how would Lin Feng deal with them? Huangxin felt uneasy, and at the same time he thought of himself as a technical consultant now. After knowing this, he would be in line to deal with himself. Everyone wondered and looked at Lin Feng. Naturally, Lin Feng knew that this matter was of great importance, but Lin Feng didn't have a very good idea how to deal with Zhongshan Xiaorong and others. Murder? It was indeed a way. But Lin Feng asked himself that he still couldn't make the move. He was not so cold-blooded yet. What's more, the other party is here to help resist the Japanese hacker invasion this time, so you are kind to yourself. Wang Hai, what are your ideas? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked, Boss, if you believe me, just leave it to me. Wang Hai said calmly, Okay, I beg you for everything. Cohen, come to my office, I think we should talk about it. At this moment, Lin Feng can only believe that Wang Hai has a way to solve the matter. For Lin Feng, what is more important at this moment is to figure out what Cohen is making. Cohen rushed to the supernatural power. Xiaorong and the others shrugged helplessly, and left amidst the itchy teeth of Xiaorong and others. Bang! The door was heavily closed, and all the hacker masters felt their hearts sinking, not knowing how Wang Hai would deal with them. Wang Hai glanced around slowly, and said quietly, You only have one way to choose. Everyone's foreheads were sweating cold. Inside Lin Feng's office, Cohen, why did you expose the hidden function of cloud computing in front of them? And why did you never tell me? Why did you let me know just now? Lin Feng asked. There are too many questions in Lin Feng's mind, too many puzzles. This Cohen, who he has always thought to be a tech freak and research freak, would actually hide such a big secret. In addition, although Lin Feng does not understand hacking techniques, he also understands that Cohen can take action without leaking cloud computing secrets. He just let Zhongshan Xiaorong and others know and learn the biggest secret of cloud computing. Boss, I need them, and I need their absolute loyalty. Cohen said calmly. Lin Feng frowned. Boss, it should be said that a friend of mine needs them, and this friend of mine is desperate and wants to go to me. But his identity cannot be known to outsiders. All people who know his identity must be his own. Cohen explained. Lin Feng was still at a loss. Cohen scratched his head and felt that what he said was not clear enough. He is a genius in computer software, but not a language genius. This matter is a bit complicated. Boss, have you heard of Kevin Mitnick? Cohen thought for a while and asked. Lin Feng shook his head blankly. Boss, Kevin Mitnick is known as the world's #1 hacker. At the age of 13, he could use his self-made radio to talk to friends. At the age of 15, he broke into the North American Air Defense Command system and searched with friends. The United States pointed to the data of all nuclear warheads of the former Soviet Union and its allies, and then quietly withdrew. Less than 20 years old, invaded the communication network system of the famous Pacific Telephone Company in the United States and modified its data. It is also the world's first place for reasons. People who went to jail for cybercrime. Speaking of this, Cohen took a sigh of relief and let Lin Feng digest the information. Lin Feng was in awe when he heard that such hacker masters had reached a level of superb skills and deserved the admiration of all computer professionals. But I don't know how this Kevin Mitnick is related to this incident. But later, Kevin was captured and sentenced to 4 years in prison during a contest with Japanese cybersecurity expert Miss Shimamura in 1995. At that time, the global hacker community attacked websites and issued viruses to coerce the government to release Kevin. It's really a grand occasion in the computer hacking world. Cohen sighed. Lin Feng was amazed when he heard it. but he was disdainful of many hackers using such methods. The government will never compromise, especially in public. Wanting to force the government to compromise is undoubtedly foolish. He was released on parole on January 21 last year. However, because he was afraid that he would continue to use computers to disrupt other companies' networks, the government prohibited him from touching computers, and his expertise was only in computers, so his life was extremely embarrassing. So, he is now I want to leave the United States, leave the FBI's surveillance, and want to breathe the air freely, Cohen said. When Lin Feng heard this, he already understood what Cohen was about to say. Do you want me to help him leave the United States? Lin Feng asked. No, not to leave the United States, but to come to China to work for the boss in the company, Cohen said with a smile. Reason. Lin Feng was naturally happy to join such a top hacker, but why did he find himself? Boss. In fact, the function of controlling the player's computer, cloud computing, is all Kevin's proposal. This is also the concept of controlling the player's computer by implanting the control module through the cloud computing and using special activation methods. Kevin proposed. Cohen explained. Lin Feng was secretly surprised, but also explained why Cohen would implant this kind of control module in cloud computing. However, Lin Feng still wondered why this world's #1 hacker came to him. Such a person is like a double-edged sword, and Lin Feng must figure out his true intentions. Boss, the United States is today's hegemon, and it has an indispensable influence anywhere in the world. It can be said that Kevin has no sense of security in any country, and the FBI can easily find him. But only in China. The US FBI will not be so unscrupulous. So Kevin can only be free when he comes to China. Lin Feng nodded. Kehen's words were indeed correct. The Chinese government will never allow the FBI to riot in the country. Even if the United States is now the world's hegemon, the Chinese government will never compromise on this matter. If the US government wants to get people in China, it must go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Chinese government, and the Chinese government will come forward. Also, boss, you also need talents in this area. This hacking incident will never be the case. It will definitely happen in the future. Kevin's arrival can help the boss solve this hidden danger. And the boss, you have the ability and money. At the same time, he is also a Chinese, and only you can save Kevin. Cohen sighed. Also, the boss, Kevin, like me, is just a paranoid. I am passionate about software and he is passionate about hackers. They are as incapable as taking drugs. As long as we are given appropriate material needs, our other needs are very low, and it won't cause other troubles. Cohen lobbied Lin Feng. What does that have to do with Xiaorong and the others? Lin Feng thought for a while and continued to ask. This has to do with Kevin's ambitions. He was caught by the FBI 3 times. After he was released from prison, he vowed to build the world's largest hacker base, invade all computers in the world, and control global information through the internet. So he needs talents in this area. Xiaorong and the others are all talents, and they are Chinese. This can also reassure the boss, doesn't it? Cohen said with a smile. The reason why Cohen now reveals cloud computing, a secret function that can control the player's computer, is to let Lin Feng feel relieved. For him, if there is no background to master this technology, sooner or later it will become the target of a certain country or organization's control. Instead of this, it is better to completely rely on Lin Feng and rely on Lin Feng's protection. At least Lin Feng treated him well and never restricted his freedom, and Lin Feng's Lanier Security Company also had the ability to protect him. Lin Feng nodded so that everything could be explained. But getting people like Kevin Mitnick into the country is a lot of trouble. Such a person's sudden disappearance from under the FBI's eyelids is definitely a major event. Is it worth the risk? However, thinking of Kevin Mitnick's oath to build the world's largest hacker base and control global information through the network, Lin Feng was moved. The memory of my own rebirth only lasts until 2009. What about after 2009? Has the company started to go downhill? Lin Feng obviously wouldn't agree. Now this Kevin Mitnick has sent himself one of the biggest cheaters. The 21st century is the information age. Whoever controls the information will control the future. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had already made a decision in his mind. By the way, what is the relationship between Kevin Mitnick and you? Lin Feng asked curiously. He is my cousin, Cohen said with a smile. Lin Feng said, this can explain everything better. Give me his address, and I will arrange for someone to pick him up. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Thank you, boss. Cohen sighed, overjoyed, and quickly gave Lin Feng the address. By the way, Cohen, cloud computing controls the player's computer. Can you control it at will? Lin Feng asked. Yes, but if you don't want to be noticed, then you can't. I also used a bug in the Microsoft operating system this time. Players would only think that there was a small problem with the system at that time. But this is not often encountered. According to Kevin's calculations, the Microsoft operating system will crash for about 1 second every 8,760 hours. It's just too short to be known. Cohen said. At this time, Wang Hai came out, followed by Zong Shentong Xiaong and others. Boss, they are willing to join the company and become permanent employees, Wang Hai said. Lin Feng looked at the supernatural power Xiaong and the others, and saw the excitement on his face. He corrected himself and was furious, as if he was about to cross the Yao River to resist the US and aid Korea. Lin Feng secretly marveled at the changes made by Xiaorong and others. Although Wang Hai did not know what methods Wang Hai used, it was always a good thing. By the way, boss, Mr. Cohen is such a key position. I think someone should be sent to protect him. Wang Hai stared at Cohen and said. Lin Feng naturally understood what Wang Hai meant. Cohen, who has mastered cloud computing, is a key figure in the company and needs key protection. Now he can still control all player computers, which is really terrible. If such a person leaves the company, it will be a devastating blow to the second world. Although Cohen now needs his own asylum and begs himself to smuggle his cousin from the United States to China without worrying about his loyalty, it is always good to arrange a few bodyguards. But will Cohen be willing to accept disguised surveillance? Boss, great. I'm worried about security. By the way, if the company headquarters is built in the future, I must be given an apartment. Cohen was not unhappy. The reason why he showed the control function of cloud computing is to reassure Lin Feng and let Lin Feng not have the slightest suspicion about him, so that he can study computer technology completely. And naturally he doesn't care about this kind of disguised monitoring. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 364, Fighting with Each Other. When Wang Hai saw Con's answer, he was slightly surprised. After all, people like Con hate being monitored, but at this moment he promised so readily that it is really puzzling. Wang Hai looked at Lin Feng in amazement. I don't know what the two had just talked about. Lin Feng actually made Cohen so happy to be monitored. Wang Hai, they will be under your control, and they will be assigned to your department. Regardless of Wang Hai's surprise, Lin Feng turned his head and ordered. Since Wang Hai has a way to make them permanent employees, Wang Hai will take care of them. Welcome everyone. Don't worry, I will never treat you badly. The annual salary is 200,000, and I think you should be satisfied. Lin Feng said. Zong Shentong Xiaorong and the others nodded indifferently, blushing, not knowing what they were excited about. Lin Feng was even more surprised at what method Wang Hai used just now to make this hacker master so gladly accepted as a lifelong employee of the company, and he looked excited. Eccentric. After arranging everything, Lin Feng found Wang Meng. Brother Meng, can you help me get Kevin Mitnick to China? Lin Feng looked at Wang Meng. Wang Meng frowned slightly. It was not easy to get someone away under the FBI's monitoring, but it was not impossible. Boss, you have to understand the consequences of getting him. If he invades the internet in China and gets caught again, it may hurt the company. Wang Meng worried that he can help Lin Feng, but one premise is that Lin Feng cannot reason. If Kevin Mitnick came to China and disclosed domestic information to foreign organizations, Wang Meng would never forgive him. Don't worry, his subordinates are all Chinese by then. I believe he will not do anything harmful to our country's interests. Lin Feng said affirmatively. On the strength of hackers, Chinese hackers are not as good as American hackers for the time being, but Kevin proposed to ask these Chinese hackers for help. He was originally showing his loyalty and let Lin Feng rest assured. In this way, even if Kevin Mitnick is great, no matter how little action is taken, Xiao Rong and others are not vegetarian. After all, they are Chinese, and they don't abduct their elbows. Moreover, the history of hacker wars has proved that they have a Chinese heart. Wang Meng thought for a while, and agreed with Lin Feng's statement. What's more, when that happens, I will send someone to protect him and monitor him in disguise. I believe he will not do anything harmful to the state. Don't worry, I will send someone to pick him up as soon as possible. Wang Meng nodded and promised. Lin Feng sighed. At this moment, Wang Hai ran over reluctantly. Donglin, it's a bit troublesome. Wang Hai was a little bit dumbfounded. What's up? When Cohen hacked the Japanese website just now, he not only deleted all the contents of the website database, but even attacked the hardware. There may be a big storm tomorrow, Wang Hai said. He didn't expect that Cohen would be so crazy. He actually came up with a 3 lights policy on the Japanese website, and the tiles are not left. Although this is very cool, it is not a small trouble. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his heart was extremely refreshing. Don't worry, no matter how much they hate, they can bite me, Lin Feng said. The three smiled at each other. By the way, why did you make Xiaorong and the others so passionate? Lin Feng remembered the surprise just now. There was a strange look on Wang Hai's face, and finally he said, use the same thing as the political commissar in the military. When Wang Meng heard this, he shook his head helplessly, and left with a smile. Military political commissar? Lin Feng was taken aback, but then laughed. However, Wang Hai's use of this method to deal with Xiao Rong and others is indeed the best policy for my brother, and there is no future trouble. One night passed, and the next day was January 17th, and there were 2 days left before the first Second World Players' annual meeting. However, when the people of the Chinese awakened from a deep sleep, the whole of Asia was already full of uproar. Yesterday, January 16th, 2002, was arguably the darkest night in Japanese internet history. Overnight, the websites of major Japanese companies, including government websites, were hacked. Japanese netizens woke up the next morning after one night and suddenly found that all websites in Japan were paralyzed and in a vacuum except for a few personal websites that could be browsed. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that the major websites resumed logging in. However, after logging in, Japanese netizens found that the content of the website was much less than when they logged in yesterday, especially many websites that have account information. When you log in again, all account information is missing. On the spot, Japanese netizens boiled over, blasting the website angrily, begging for explanation. Faced with reprimands from Japanese netizens, major Japanese companies are also a headache. Last night, it was an extremely tormenting night for major Japanese companies. Inexplicable website information disappears. Most common company websites are okay, but the page information of the website is lost. Just rebuild. But for some websites that offer online sales, it is a fatal blow. Suddenly, all customer information was lost, and orders were missing. Faced with aggressive customers, these companies also vented their anger when they had no choice but to explain. Press conferences were held one after another to strongly condemn this kind of hacking and direct the spearhead to Chinese hackers. The Japanese government's website was also hacked last night. When major domestic companies were in a gang for this, the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs wrote to the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, strongly condemning Chinese hackers' cyberterrorism activities, and demanding the Chinese government to hand over the murderer. On the same day, The major Chinese newspapers reported the incident. The news that Chinese hackers hacked all Japanese websites spread throughout the country. All domestic netizens, whether they know what a hacker is or not, are still talking about the news. Great appreciation. Praise him as a hero. Suddenly, a large number of domestic netizens flooded into hacker websites such as Hacker Alliance to learn hacker knowledge eagerly. The first golden age of hackers in China was born. In the face of the Japanese government's accusations and the abuse of Japanese companies, the Chinese government held an emergency press conference at 9:30 in the morning. Regarding the hacking of major websites in Japan last night, we express our sympathy. However, there were also 123 websites in our country that were hacked last night and suffered heavy losses. Therefore, we strongly declare that our country will never support such behaviors as network hackers, calling on all countries around the world to crack down on cyber hacking. The official spokesperson said eloquently, but what he said was the same as what he didn't say. What embarrassed the official spokesperson was that the reporters on the scene were bizarrely rare. This kind of thing should have caused a sensation. The audience should be full of reporters. But today, it's better. There are 2 or 3 kittens, which is completely opposite to the usual lively atmosphere. Reluctantly, the official spokesperson answered a few questions briefly and announced the adjournment. Where did the reporter go? They all ran to Shanghai because Lin Feng was going to hold a press conference today. Compared with the government's more vague, neutral, and boring press conference, Lin Feng is undoubtedly more popular here, and there are more materials. So many journalists will naturally choose where to go wisely. Lin Feng didn't know that today the official will suddenly announce an emergency press conference, otherwise Lin Feng would never compete with the government for this lime. However, looking at the black and oppressive reporters in the audience, Lin Feng had to sigh. When everyone hates the kind of people who deliberately pretend to be forced. I think everyone already knows the news that the major Japanese websites were hacked last night, but the Japanese officials and companies blamed our Chinese hackers for doing it. As a Chinese, it is necessary for me to clarify here and tell at the same time one thing. Everyone, unfortunate news. Lin Feng knocked on the table to quiet the scene. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth raised a faint smile with a hint of sarcasm. The hearts of many reporters jumped whenever they saw Lin Feng's face with a mocking smile. It meant that there was violent news coming out. Last night, During these 3 days, all of my companies, including the Second World and DingDong.com company websites, were constantly attacked by hackers. These hackers wanted to break through our company's firewall, invaded the internal database and even wanted to get the core confidential documents of our company. Here I strongly condemn this behavior. Lin Feng ordered someone to take out a stack of datasheets. These data prove that the attacked IP addresses in these 3 days are from Japan. They can clearly prove that Japanese hackers madly attacked our company's website in these 3 days, wanting to obtain core secrets. Lin Feng put together a stack of datasheets. He patted heavily on the table. Here, I call on the Japanese government to punish these hackers and ensure the cleanliness of the internet, Lin Feng said angrily. The scene was in an uproar. Many reporters did not expect Lin Feng to provide evidence. Compared with the impassioned rhetoric of the Japanese government and our government, this is more weighty, and they did not expect that Lin Feng would dare to challenge the Japanese government. This is more bloody than the country. Donglin, are all these evidences true? A reporter asked. Later, I will order someone to publish it on the internet. You only need to check the relevant network security to find out the authenticity. Here, I strongly protest the brutal accusations of Japanese companies and the government against Chinese hackers. I hope they can take advantage of it. If there is evidence to prove them, if there is no evidence, I hope that the Japanese company can openly apologize to all the IT personnel in our country. Lin Feng slapped the table. Joke. Evidence? Yesterday, when Cohen invaded the Japanese network, all the evidence disappeared. And it was hell if they could take it out. Many reporters were shocked again, but did not expect Lin Feng to demand an apology from major Japanese companies and governments. Although I was amazed whether Lin Feng's move was irrational, he was full of admiration for Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you provided all these data. I am afraid you will also fabricate it. A Mandarin with a bit of a strange accent said stiffly. Many reporters looked back. Call the reporters booed. I strongly protest the vulgar and impolite behavior of your Chinese reporters. The man's face flushed with anger when he was booed. Lin Feng looked over his head and saw that the man who spoke bluntly and awkwardly in Mandarin was a reporter for the Asahi Shimbun newspaper in Japan. This comrade journalist from Japan. You said that Chinese reporters are impolite. How have you ever been polite? Lin Feng sneered. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 363. Boycott Japanese goods and forget the national shame? I. The reporter from the Asahi Shimbun flushed with anger and threatened to argue. It is not time for the reporter to ask questions, but you interrupted my speech. Is this polite? Lin Feng glared at the reporter of Asahi Shimbun. The Asahi Shimbun reporter was trembling when he was scolded. After thinking carefully, Lin Feng did not announce that it was time for reporters to ask questions. Is this the so-called politeness of your country? Lin Feng scorned. Many Chinese reporters smirked. How did the Asahi Shimbun reporter received Lin Feng's words, stood up and raised his right fist and shouted, I watched your country's reporter ask questions, and then I continued to ask questions. Many reporters on the scene were a little bit ashamed. They were indeed a little too excited just now, but it is really uncomfortable to let Japanese reporters grasp the handle. The reporters who asked questions just now all looked sad. It is not easy for them to be run by a small Japan. The Japanese comrade reporter. They asked me because they got my permission. But when did you get my permission? Lin Feng you asked. When? The Asahi Shimbun reporter asked in a daze. He didn't see Lin Feng's authorization just now. Many reporters at the scene laughed out loud, knowing that this is Lin Feng's trick. But this Japanese reporter is stupid enough. What are you laughing at? The Asahi Shimbun reporter was a little inexplicable when he was laughed, even annoyed into anger. Mr. Lin, may I ask when you authorized it just now? Why didn't I know? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He had never seen someone so stupid. I said that I authorized it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Lin Feng has been asking several reporters just now. Yes, Lin Dong did authorize us just now. Several reporters nodded immediately. No matter how stupid the Asahi Shimbun reporter was, he knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng, and his face turned purple. I strongly protest against your racial discrimination. The Asahi Shimbun reporter glared at all the reporters at the scene, and finally stared at Lin Feng fiercely. I never discriminate against pigs, Lin Feng said. The scene laughed. The Asahi Shimbun reporter vomited blood and wanted to protest, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. You said that my information is forgery, and you produce evidence to prove that they are forged. If you don't believe it, you can take this data sheet and ask your Japanese cybersecurity experts to be determined to see if I am forging it. Lin Feng threw the data sheet in front of the Asahi Shimbun reporter. The Asahi Shimbun reporter picked up the data sheet on the ground with an expression of indignation, vowing in his heart that he would take it back and look for the best Japanese experts for inspection to see if it was forged. If forged, he will definitely not let it go. Lin Feng sneered. Everyone, I once again strongly hope that the Japanese side can give my company an explanation as to why our company has been continuously attacked by the Japanese side within 3 days. I hope that the Japanese side can maintain network security and apologize to our network talents. Lin Feng said. But Dong Lin, will the Japanese government apologize? The Japanese government can ignore the most shameless Nanjing massacre in history and choose not to admit it. Will they apologize? A reporter asked. Lin Feng looked back to see which reporter was so good. After a closer look, it is no wonder that the reporter of Phoenix TV in Hong Kong dared to be so straightforward. Lin Feng smiled. If they don't apologize, I hope everyone can boycott Japanese goods. Lin Feng finished speaking and got up and left. There was an uproar at the scene. Domestic reporters applauded Lin Feng bloodily, but how much trouble would this cause the second world? However, many reporters secretly worried about it. The news came out and caused a huge response in the country. For most Chinese people, the second world is also a leader in domestic game companies, and it is also a pride. It is unexpectedly attacked by the Japanese side. In the eyes of domestic netizens, this is undoubtedly the Japanese side's desire to steal the second world information. It's hard to produce a good game company in China. The Japanese side is so despicable and want to steal it. This undoubtedly makes many domestic hatred netizens angry and issued declarations. If the Japanese side does not apologize, they will respond to Lin Feng's call and boycott Japanese goods. While an anti-Japanese fever was set off in the country, Wu Xiaopu shook his head again and again. Donglin, you are too irrational. As the chairman of the company, your speech will affect the company and be detrimental to the company's development in Japan. Wu Xiaopu's voice hates iron and steel. Lin Feng smiled and baited Wu Xiaopu on the shoulder. Mr. Wu, I naturally know that this will arouse the discomfort of the Japanese government, and even cause the Japanese government's black hands against my company. But there are some things that Chinese people are too swallowed. They are afraid of offending Japan and missing money. But I'm not afraid. They didn't dare to offend. I'm here to offend. Can we forget Japan's naked aggression against our country for the sake of money? The Nanjing massacre, 300,000 people, all died under the butcher knife of the Japanese. Not only did they not do so, I apologized and refused to admit it. During World War II, 21 million people died in China in 1995, according to the state's data. All of them died under Japanese invasion. Lin Feng hammered off the table indignantly. Although the economy is now in command, people must have a conscience and dignity, and they must not betray their ancestors for money. Being scolded by others, and licking their faces, I am not that cheap. Lin Feng was angry. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, he sighed for a while. Although he felt that this was wrong, he could not say anything. Okay, rest assured, we can't make money. Even if there is no Japanese market, other countries' markets are enough for us to make money. What's more, when the United States lost 2 atomic bombs in Japan back then, they were both provided by the Japanese as uncles. We are strong, and sooner or later the Japanese will run over like pugs, crying and calling for us. Lin Feng said. However, this incident did cause a huge disturbance. When domestic people responded to Lin Feng's call to boycott Japanese goods, a large number of Japanese right-wingers protested, even intimidated, and threatened outside the Japanese branch of the Second World. Counter-Strike Online and Audition's all-star lineup under the Second World group saw a sharp decline in the number of Japanese players, and the sales of Lin Feng's Phantom in Japan also dropped sharply. Square Linux president Yoichi Wada announced the termination of the agency rights of Magic Baby in a high-profile manner, and directly sent Lin Feng a check for 30 million yuan. Many domestic online game companies were originally waiting for the Second World to be implicated because of this incident, which led to a decline in popularity. But they were shocked to find that the popularity of Second World in China has become more prosperous. Many players have switched to Second World. Embrace the world. Some reporters interviewed the reason. A player named Duke of Demon Moon commented, if you don't fight against anything else, you dare to challenge Japan in the Second World. I absolutely support the Second World and Lin Feng. It's been a long time since such a character appeared. Is it because our company makes money and forgets the hatred of the country and the family? Most netizens have the same thoughts as the Duke of the Demon Moon regarding the behavior of the Japanese government and the various scandals that Japanese companies have repeatedly reported in the country. Netizens have long hated them, but it is a pity that they have not acted in all respects. It can only secretly hate. The presence of such a powerful person as Lin Feng naturally caters to the joy of domestic netizens. At the same time, the second world is also very popular in South Korea. South Korea was also a country that was deeply persecuted by the Japanese government during World War II. South Korea appreciated Lin Feng's anger at that time, and many Korean-funded enterprises spoke up against Lin Feng. It was an unexpected surprise. The Japanese government was naturally very angry at Lin Feng's remarks. Although they threatened to take action, the actions they could take were extremely limited. After all, in this matter, Lin Feng's company was indeed attacked, and the evidence also showed that it came from domestic attacks, which left the Japanese government unable to argue. What's more, the evidence in Kazama Ariza's hands also made some officials with real power dare not be too presumptuous. The civil troubles between China and Japan are irresistible, and countries around the world are also extremely shocked by this Sino-Japanese hacking war. All major websites in Japan were swept away overnight, and this terrible sign made everyone fearful. Although the US government never wants to admit it positively, it secretly considers itself a matrix, and its country has the largest number and strength of hackers in the world. But if I want to sweep all the major websites in Japan overnight, I don't have this ability. After the FBI investigation, all the evidence points to China, but no one believes that China can have such a powerful hacker. Moreover, some data from Japan shows that the Japanese website was swept this time. A large part of the attacks came from South Korea and Japan, and some came from Taiwan. No one knows the reasons for this. This is a pending case for the cybersecurity departments of various countries. The most shocking is of course the Indian side. Last night their hackers cooperated with Japanese hackers to attack the second world, and suddenly lost contact with Japanese hackers at a critical moment. The Indian hacker who noticed the bad news immediately retreated. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, he received news from the Japanese side that all the websites were hacked. This is really amazing. How did Chinese hackers do it? The Indian hackers were at a loss and kept calculating that they were unable to know how the Chinese hackers hacked Japanese websites, and within a few minutes. This problem is like a big mountain in the hearts of Indian hackers, and it casts a deep shadow in their hearts. While various countries speculated about what mysterious organization the hackers belonged to, on January 19, 2002, the first Second World Players Annual Meeting was officially held at the Shanghai Stadium. For this Players Annual Meeting, Wu Xiaopu and others meticulously planned and set up several events in the same way as the Olympic Games, divided into opening ceremony, star players exhibition, players exchange meeting, and all-star concert. According to Lin Feng, this grand event is about to be the Olympic Games in the gaming industry. The naming rights will always belong to China and belong to the second world. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 366 The Grand Opening Ceremony. Boycott Japanese goods. Don't forget the national shame. This slogan is always mentioned by the people in mainland China, but it is the first time that it was put forward by a well-known entrepreneur, and the most prosperous super-rich in the past 2 years, and a faint Chinese future economic leader, Lin Feng. For a while, the topic of whether to boycott Japanese goods was produced by major TV stations to discuss the issue. Regarding Lin Feng's declaration, most domestic economists and business executives who have related trades with Japan criticized Lin Feng for deliberately inciting national hatred between China and Japan, hindering a harmonious society and undermining the country's economic development and construction. In particular, economists have produced a lot of data showing that China and Japan need to be friendly. Experts claim that China is now the third largest trading nation and the fourth largest economy in the world. Japan is the second largest economic power after the United States. In 2001, China's GDP was $1,159.2 billion, ranking 6th in the world, its import and export trade volume was close to $900 billion. In the context of economic globalization, further cooperation and exchanges between China and Japan in the economic and trade fields are of far-reaching strategic significance. We must not unilaterally conduct trade boycotts. This is a huge harm to both countries. Under the refutation of economists and the CEOs of various Japanese companies, many netizens and ordinary citizens supported Lin Feng. They greatly appreciated Lin Feng's declaration of anti-Japanese and learned that Lin Feng's companies encountered absolute resistance in Japan. Consumers have flocked to Lin Feng's companies, praising them as supporting national brands. The cute behavior of domestic consumers, but the angry Lin Feng's many opponents vomit blood. Your boycott of Japanese goods is your business. Don't harm us. Because of you, Japan began to boycott all kinds of Chinese products. Now all domestic consumers are flocking to your company. How do we live? Many company bosses sang Na Ying's laugh and passed together. You hurt me and you laughed away. Amidst this turmoil, the first Second World Players Annual Meeting officially opened. For this Second World Players Annual Meeting, Lin Feng chose the Shanghai Stadium, which can accommodate 56,000 people. On the broadcast, not only will Lin Feng's Tomato Net cover the opening ceremony and related activities, Shanghai Oriental TV will also broadcast the first grand event in the game industry to the whole country, and Lin Feng's national TV station FSNASTAN in the United States will also. This player event will be broadcast live. Compared with foreign E3 and Tokyo Game Show, it is an event for major game manufacturers to showcase upcoming games or hardware. This time, Lin Feng is purely for players to give back to players. Therefore, it not only attracted the attention of thousands of game fans in China, but also caused quite a stir in the world. All major game companies have activities to give back to players, but it is the first time in the entire history of the game industry to hold such a grand feedback event like Second World. But think about Lin Feng's move. The world's major game companies want to scold their mothers. If you give back to the players, you give back to the players. Why do you organize such a large-scale event? Of course, if you want to host such a large-scale event, it's just that you have to do it. Of course, publicity is necessary, but you also want to broadcast live on major TV stations. Isn't this embarrassing them? A Chinese game company that has just been established for 2 years, in order to reward players that they can report such a grand player carnival. Why are they American game companies or world-famous companies? The annual so-called giving back to players activity is nothing compared to the Second World Players Annual Meeting, as if it were a joke. In contrast, what do these players think? What do you think of these companies? Resentment. In 2002, on Saturday, January 19th, at 10 a.m., the first Second World Players Annual Meeting officially opened. The Shanghai Stadium has 56,000 seats and is full of seats. Tickets are free. As long as you are a registered Second World player, you can enter the venue for free with your Second World registered account, and each person will have a copy of the exquisite Second World. The 2002 annual calendar is presented. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the opening ceremony was officially held under the expectation of everyone. Modeled on the Olympics, the first performance was a cultural performance. However, although the Second World has money, there are no previous Olympic bidding cities that have money. Naturally, cultural performances cannot be as large as other countries, but they still carefully prepared 10 programs to show the spirit of the Second World and the characteristics of the game show. The first program, the theme song of Legend, was sung by Li Zhu, Lin Ziyue, Huang Meixi, and there were 12 cosplay dancers from each of the 3 professions of Legend, each with 6 males and 6 females. The first show won the applause of all the players on the scene. Although these 39 people looked extremely small in the wide stadium, for all the players, they saw the sincerity of the Second World and let all the Legend players experience the charm of Legend. Originally, Lin Feng also hoped that the number of people could be more, but then rehearsal time would be too much, and the cost would be too huge. and the second world didn't have that much money to toss. The second program was Plants vs. Zombies, which was once popular all over the country and has now withdrawn from the stage of history. This time, Lin Feng used Wang Meng and hundreds of Spike security personnel to repeat Plants vs. Zombies on the stadium. The interesting clearing scene of Plants vs. Zombies allows players to repeat the screen. The third show is a live action dance performance of Audition, which makes all the players of Audition enjoyable. The third show was the cosplay show of Counter-Strike Online, which made all the players of Counter-Strike Online see the enthusiasm, and almost rushed into the game to fight again. After the 10 programs were performed, all the audience was hooked on the scene and in front of the TV. Unknowingly, 1 hour passed by and entered the second Link Gamers entry. This time, Lin Feng specially invited the individual and team champions of the 48 districts of Legends to Shanghai in December, as well as the individuals and teams with the highest points of Counter-Strike Online, and the Audition's all-star lineup ranking list. The top 30 players went to Shanghai. Watching the players in the game slowly debut, the atmosphere on the scene reached its first climax. After all, these are the existences that everyone admires in ordinary games, and they are the influential figures in various games, but now they appear in front of many players, which is undoubtedly extremely exciting. In particular, every player who enters the venue is wearing a special equipment for the characters in the game, which makes all the audiences look mesmerized and applaud. Fortunately, Lin Feng's company now has only 4 games, but the number of players is not too many, and it is over in just over 20 minutes. There is no need to spend hours like the Olympic Games, and the viewers are drowsy. And compared to the serious admission ceremony of the Olympic Games, all the players who appeared on the stage were not only hilarious, but many show-loving players put on various poses and saw all the audience laugh, in a relaxed and humorous atmosphere. The third link is ushered in the organizer's speech. This is naturally made by Lin Feng, and it is what all players look forward to. On the rostrum, Lin Feng smiled and walked out. Lin Feng's figure appeared on the big screen, and there was a burst of applause on the court for a long time. For players to have today's event, we must first thank Lin Feng. Today's event set a record in the history of games, and set a precedent for game manufacturers to give back to players. Only by looking at the opening cultural performances and inviting so many star players to Shanghai, you know that the second world costs a lot. At this point, Lin Feng deserves their applause and welcome. Secondly, Lin Feng has frequently appeared in major newspapers and magazines recently. Especially 2 days ago, he risked huge losses for his company to be suppressed by the Japanese government and called out the declaration of boycott Japanese products and don't forget the national humiliation, which made players like it even more. This applause is more worthwhile. Anti-Japanese heroes. Anti-Japanese heroes. 56,000 people shouted at the scene, shaking the sky with great momentum. Lin Feng was slightly speechless. It was the first time that he had experienced many scenes, but accepted the cheers of so many people. It also gave Lin Feng the first experience of the treatment received by the stars on the court. This treatment is indeed very refreshing. When 56,000 people call for a person's name, that kind of atmosphere will make a calm person boil and make a calm person impulsive. This is the power of the masses. Lin Feng waved to all the audience, and the audience cheered immediately. Although it is not the first time that many players on the scene saw Lin Feng through the big screen, now Lin Feng is in the same venue with everyone, which undoubtedly makes many players feel excited. Everyone. Lin Feng Kai was lucky to Danshan, and the scene suddenly became quiet. First of all, on behalf of the second world, on behalf of all employees of the company, I would like to extend the support of the second world over the past year to the players who came to the scene and watched the live broadcast today, and those who were unable to watch the live broadcast because of something, to express my sincere thanks. Without you, there would be no second world today. Thank you. Lin Feng bowed deeply. There was applause at the scene. Secondly, I would like to introduce to you the guests who specially took the time to visit the scene today. Lin Feng pointed his finger and the big screen shot over. Thanks to Mr. Li Zikai for taking the time to come. Thank you. Lin Feng took the lead in applauding, and all the players on the scene also applauded. The second son of the richest Chinese man Li Kashing, the little Asian Superman, also came to the scene, which is naturally surprising. Mr. Robin Li, CEO of Baidu. Applause rose again. Following Lin Feng's introduction, most of Lin Feng's domestic business friends came to cheer. After all, this is the first time the second world has held such a grand event, and it is unprecedented. These financial giants are themselves Lin Feng's friends. Come to join us. Afterwards, when a financial scientist got the list of these financial giants present, they couldn't help but say something. If these people join forces, it would be enough to set off a revolution in the financial industry. Welcome these bosses during their busy schedule and leave everything behind to have fun with all the players. I would like to express my deep gratitude to them. Thank you. Lin Feng bowed again. There was another round of applause at the scene. The only regret I hate is that I invited other game companies to participate, but it didn't take shape due to various reasons. This is a pity, and I hope to make up for it in the next session. Lin Feng said this, giving a slight pause. Lin Feng had previously invited many domestic online game companies to participate in this event, but they were rejected by the other party, and he threatened that Lin Feng would not pretend that they would never participate in any activities organized by the second world. The players booed. Everyone will know why these online game companies refuse. The reason is very simple. It is a matter of face. But if they didn't come this time, they could only say that they missed the event and they would regret it afterwards. Finally, I hope this players' years will satisfy all players, and promise to hold it once a year and become a grand event in the gaming industry. At the same time, I would like to announce one thing here to commemorate the registration of Legend with over 100 million user players. I will invest in filming a Legend TV series and build a Legend movie city as a filming base, and after the filming is completed, it will be open to all players. Lin Feng finished. The scene is on YY. After a moment of silence, there was sudden applause, and 56,000 people on the scene cheered frantically. This news was too shocking. Not only did Lin Feng plan to make a Legend movie, he also planned to build a Legend movie city, which was really shocking. Lin Feng, you are really not astonishing and immortal Hugh. Don't you have an ordinary life? Li Zikai sighed. As the son of Li Kashing, Li Zikai has attracted the attention of all the media since his birth, and his words and deeds have attracted everyone's attention. However, compared with Lin Feng, he can only sigh. The declaration of boycott of Japanese goods that shocked China and foreign countries not long ago. Only 2 days later, today another declaration of filming Legend came out, which is really amazing. In particular, the construction of the Legend movie city is undoubtedly even more surprising. Lin Feng smiled. I have my own plan for this declaration. Shooting a movie is just my own gimmick, and my purpose is not just to make a movie. In the shock of all the players on the scene, the same shocking ignition ceremony ushered in. However, compared to the lighting of the torch in the Olympics, the ignition ceremony of the Second World Players' annual meeting is much simpler. As the first Legend spokesperson, Li Zhu was called the Holy Goddess. Although his popularity had been affected by his ethnicity and his popularity had declined. However, in the 2 days of boycott Japanese products, don't forget the National Humiliation Campaign, South Korea has responded to Lin Feng. With her support, her popularity has risen again. And as Lin Feng's girlfriend, this torch lighting ceremony is none other than her. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 367 Legend Movie. There was a golden light in the sky, and Li Zhu appeared out of thin air with a pair of white wings on his back. Under the attention of everyone, Li Zhu flew onto the wand on a statue of a mage about 10 meters high. After a spell, the wand sprayed on the top. There was a raging flame, and Lizu disappeared into the flame amidst the exclamation of all players on the scene. The audience shouted in exclamation, and the non-Earl players even put their hands on their chests, looking overwhelmed. Fortunately, amidst the worries of the 56,000 players and thousands of players in front of the TV, Lizu appeared in the center of the court and waved to all players. There was another round of applause at the scene, applauding for this idea. At this time, the sharp-eyed player realized that the flame on the wizard's wand was an electronic flame. Although it looked realistic, it was only an electronic flame. For this ignition ceremony, Lin Feng also took great pains to design various plans, and finally determined the plan of this electronic torch, which can better highlight the high-tech nature of the second world and be more environmentally friendly. And judging from the on-site effect, not bad. The opening ceremony was over. It was already 12 o'clock. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the official player star contest will officially start. In order to avoid the difficulty of eating for players and the trouble of crowding in, Lin Feng specially provides each player with a starting fast food restaurant package, with Chinese and Western options. For Qianji Fast Food Restaurant, it is the first time to undertake such a large-scale supply. But its popularity and publicity have self-evident benefits. As long as the taste of the starting point fast food restaurant can be recognized by many players, it will certainly be able to break through the dilemma of the 10,000-year-old 3 in the future. There are now 3 fast food chains in China, namely McDonald's, KFC, and Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant. The name of this youngest is not very good. The second world provides free fast food. For the 56,000 players on the scene, it is naturally a very happy thing, which can save them a lot of money. And at this time, everyone feels that this domestic brand of fast food does not seem so bad, and the taste is not bad. Although everyone knew that the Qianji fast food restaurant is Lin Feng's industry before, most young people have an instinctive resistance to the Qianji fast food restaurant. After all, no matter from the continuous advertising or the scale of the store, Starting Point fast food restaurants are far from being compared with McDonald's and KFC. Under the effect of the eyeball economy, many young people choose to ignore the Starting Point fast food restaurants. Most of the people who visit the Starting Point fast food restaurants are ordinary people, school students and Chinese with children to eat fast food. But after today's meal, everyone's views have begun to change. This is also another purpose of Lin Feng, to tout his own starting fast food restaurant. After watching the exciting opening ceremony, yelling for 2 hours, if you say you are not hungry, then hell. Not to mention fast food that tastes not bad, even steamed buns are delicious. In the presence of 56,000 players gobbled up, the afternoon's main show player star contest also started as scheduled. Compared with the usual gameplay of ordinary players, the celebrity players invited this time undoubtedly took the game to the extreme. The various tactics and gameplay are breathtaking. With the appearance of each celebrity player, the scene is always exclaimed. These celebrity players are the influential figures in various games, and it is absolutely heartwarming to witness them fight for the final honor in front of them. The first day ended with the exclamation of the players, and the evening was time for all the hotel and catering industries. After a day of excitement, many players naturally gathered in groups to vent their excitement through drinking and humor. Among the 56,000 players, half are players from other places. The banknotes in their pockets are sweet for all merchants. After all, players who can come to Shanghai to participate in this event are undoubtedly players with a certain financial ability. When they come to Shanghai, they will naturally not abuse themselves. While waving the banknotes in their hands, they also directly promote the development of Shanghai's tourism industry. Donglin, can you describe your idea of the Legend movie and its movie city to all players? Many reporters interviewed Lin Feng that night. The movie Legend will mainly describe Legend, but the charm of Legend will be shown through the movie, and the actors of the entire Legend movie will be played by the players of Legend. Lin Feng explained with a smile. The Phoenix TV reporter was surprised. The filming was surprising enough. All the actors were all players who didn't know how to act. Can such a movie be successful? Lin Feng smiled slightly at the suspicion of the Phoenix TV reporter. The reason why I filmed Legend is to record the grand occasion of Legend so that all Legend players can always remember this game. Not to mention that it was originally a movie to give back to the player. It is naturally held by the player, so that it is more realistic. And I believe that among the tens of millions of Legend players, there must be someone who knows how to act. As for success, I think that as long as all Legend players approve, it will be a success. Lin Feng talked. Phoenix TV reporter Zhang Shixin was surprised. Dong Lin, do you really have such a plan to build the Legend movie city? If so, where are you going to build it? Phoenix reporter continued to ask. This is the key and the most interesting one. Yes, I do plan to build the Legend movie city. I will build all the scenes in the Legend game to restore a real Legend world. Only in this way can I be more realistic, and the shooting will be more realistic, and more realistic can get the resonance of the players. Lin Feng said. As for the construction of the site, it is still under investigation. For this Legend movie city, Lin Feng already has a destination, his hometown of Chu City. Chu City is a secondary city. Although it is not developed, it is located in the plains, in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and in the Throat area. The transportation is extremely developed. The waterways, highways, and railways are extremely developed, and the land price is cheap. And there is a very crucial point. Mayor of Chu City is quite familiar with him. He is also a native of Chu City. He will naturally get a lot of preferential policies when he goes back. What's more, Lam Feng is more than just building it into a movie city. Lam Feng hopes to build it into a game theme park focusing on its games. The construction of the Legend movie city is the first step, and the Counter-Strike will be built in the future. And other game theme parks, become a large-scale game theme park, develop it into a related industry chain, and earn greater profits. You must know that the next few years will be the most rapid expansion of China's real estate industry. Such a big piece of cake will be given up in vain, and Lin Feng is not reconciled. However, Lin Feng doesn't understand real estate, so how to enclose land is a difficult problem. Finally, Lin Feng had an idea. Since I don't understand real estate, it's better to use the construction of a movie city as a gimmick to enclose the land and eat away the valuable land resources step by step. The next day, the major newspapers covered yesterday's grand occasion in large chapters. Although the opening ceremony is not comparable to the opening ceremonies of large-scale evening parties such as the Olympics, it is undoubtedly extremely successful for all players. Moreover, according to the ratings published by Shanghai Oriental Television, more than 30 million people across the country watched the live broadcast. Tomato.com also has 10 million online live broadcasts, and American Lam Feng's Fsnistan has also set a record of 5.6 million ratings in the United States. Although it is far inferior to popular American dramas such as Prison Break, a game event can set such a record is already a miracle. This also makes more American game companies a headache, because in the United States local time, the major company website forums received a large number of letters from players in the evening, asking them to also hold such a player carnival to give back to the players. In this regard, many game companies have to patiently calm the players' emotions in a cursed forest, and promise that they will never be able to fulfill their promises. This news spread to Japan, and it was also an uproar. Although Lin Feng and Lin Feng's company are now regarded as Japan's #1 public enemy, as an ordinary Japanese player, it was a surprise that Lin Feng gave back to players to organize such a grand event. Invisibly, the popularity of Audition's all-star lineup and Counter-Strike Online of Second World rebounded slightly, and the sales of Phantom also rose slightly. What really surprised all the media was that Lin Feng announced that he would focus on the game Legend and shoot movies. Although there are precedents for movie adaptations of games, such as Tomb Raider, The final box office revenue of most of the game's adapted movies is extremely bleak. Lin Feng's sudden announcement of investment in the filming of legend movies is really intriguing. Many game companies can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, and secretly refute Lin Feng, saying that Lin Feng is releasing satellites and deceiving players. However, Lin Feng announced that he would also plan to build the Legend Movie City as a shooting base, which cannot be faked. And these big hands of Lin Feng undoubtedly made these online game companies still more jealous. And Lin Feng said that the base for building the movie city is still under investigation, which also caused a lot of storms. Countless secondary cities and municipalities eager for development across the country have sent invitation letters to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng will come to investigate. After all, the construction of a movie city will undoubtedly play a direct role in promoting the local economy. In the short term, it can solve the employment population, and in the long run it can bring fixed tourism resources to the local area. Anything makes the poor secondary cities crazy. Among the tastes of many online game companies, the popularity of Second World is soaring again. On the first day of the Second World Players' annual meeting, the online number of major online game companies fell to the lowest point since the opening of the server. Most players either watched the Second World Players' annual meeting live broadcast or discuss with each other on the QQ group about the bigger gamers at this annual player meeting: who is more handsome, who is more personal, on which beautiful player is more beautiful. The actions of the players made the major game companies regret it. When Lin Feng invited them to participate, they shouldn't refuse Lin Feng for the sake of face. As a result, no one plays the game now. Players are still ridiculing the pretense of the game companies. Make it not human inside and out. Don't mention how deep the resentment in my heart is. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 368 Chinese New Year? The next day, January 20th, Laba Festival, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the players' annual meeting will continue. In the morning, there are still performances by star players. Many players are fascinated by the performances, especially the audition all-star lineup. When many beauties came to the competition, they attracted a lot of applause from the audience, and it almost did not become the largest blind date. In the afternoon, there was an exchange meeting between players. Many celebrity players accepted questions from the live players in the center of the venue. The host was naturally the three girls Lizu, which also brought the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. But for all players, it is still the highlight of the night all-star concert. 48 superstars from the Emperor came to Shanghai and made their debut at the same time, which definitely excited everyone. Tonight this evening, record-breaking major TV stations across the country will broadcast live, and Hong Kong Phoenix Satellite TV and Lam Feng's national TV station FSNSTN will also broadcast live. As the night gets dark, everyone is looking forward to the party's early start. 48 stars arrived in Shanghai 2 days ago, but in order to carry out this performance smoothly, they all arrived secretly for secret rehearsals. This secret dress rehearsal also caused many reporters to complain. After all, if they can't interview these celebrities, their newspapers will sell tens of thousands of copies less. Fortunately, the news in the past few days is enough for them to use their expertise. At 8 o'clock that night, the Shanghai Stadium was once again full of 56,000 people, with no empty seats. However, the seats for tonight were decided through an online lottery as early as a week ago. After all, Lin Feng did not sell it to the outside world, but Lin Feng gave the good positions of each box and the front row to various well-connected bosses in Shanghai, the heads of government departments. After all, their company is in Shanghai, they will inevitably ask for their help in the future. This ticket, which is not for external sale, is undoubtedly the best stepping stone. The heads of these government departments may not like these stars, but their children will. The 48 Emperor superstars. I am afraid anyone can find their idol in this absolutely terrifying lineup. At this evening party, Lin Feng also sent all the spokespersons of the company to the stage. In addition to Lizu, Lin Ziyui, and Huang Meixi, who once again sang the theme song of Legend when the opening song kicked off. Liu Yifei and Lin Yikan served as the live hosts, and Yuan Xianglai was arranged to watch the big stars in the background because she was too young. Prepare before the stage to accumulate experience for future stage performances. At the same time, it is also for the popularity of several girls. This night is destined to be a legend and a sleepless night. According to statistics from Shanghai Oriental Television, 200 million people watched the all-star concert in mainland China tonight. After all, the 48 superstars, both in scene and popularity, are unprecedented in history. In addition to the previous declaration of war, it is the Laba Festival. The three generations, the middle and youth generations, watched the show at home, and set a record for this horrible audience rating when the new year passed. In the United States, Lin Feng's FSNSTN broadcasted this all-star concert and it also had 6 million viewership ratings. Although most of these superstars are Chinese and Americans do not know them, the 3 million overseas Chinese in the United States do. Coupled with Keanu Reeves' appearance, it also attracted a portion of American audiences, and with Lin Feng's influence, the 6 million viewership rating is not high. Tonight's all-star concert undoubtedly brought this Second World Players annual meeting to its peak. Starting at 8 o'clock, 48 superstars will perform in turns until 1 o'clock in the morning at Keanu River. After C's last band performance, this unprecedented all-star concert came to an end. Dear friends, all the Second World friends in front of the TV, the first Second World Players annual meeting was a complete success and officially ended. Thank you for your support. See you next year on Laba Festival. Lin Feng finally agreed with 48. A star took the stage at the same time to express his gratitude to all the audience. In the cheers of the audience, specially prepared fireworks costing 1 million to bloom in the sky, gorgeous and dazzling. In the aftermath of the climax, the audience slowly withdrew. Dear celebrities, thank you for coming to Shanghai, for giving me such a face. Back to the background, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the 48 Emperor superstars. The stars don't even dare to say that if you can have Lin Feng's thanks today, their trip is not in vain. If they have any difficulties in the future, they can also ask Lin Feng for help, and it will not be a waste of their trip. My big and small beauties, you have worked hard tonight. Back to the villa, the girls were already exhausted. These 2 days, they are the most tired. However, despite the exhaustion on their faces, the few girls were extremely excited mentally. 48 superstars appeared in front of them at the same time. These stars were always longing for in their hearts, and they were undoubtedly deeply shocked. The next day, the major newspapers across the country also reported on this, especially for the Second World Players annual meeting. They thought that although it did not have the scale and atmosphere of the Olympic Games, it was undoubtedly in the game world. It was an extremely successful event. However, many domestic media lamented that this is only a Second World event. Except for the Second World Games, no other companies' games participated, which is somewhat regrettable. The major media expect the Second World to be a permanent event and become a global event such as the E3 exhibition, and there will be more game companies participating in the next session. Second World also announced the financial statements of this event in due course on the second day. The two-day Second World Players annual meeting cost a total of RMB 100 million. The appearance fee of 48 Emperor superstars is 54 million yuan. The release of this financial statement also shocked all the media. For all the media and players, the appearance fee of the 48 superstars is as expected. The great success of Audition All Stars, thanks to the popularity of these Emperor superstars, without the support of their crazy fans, Audition All Stars could not earn 100 million yuan a night. This is the Second World should give back. What really surprises everyone is that other sources of concession fees, player gifts, various peripherals and other expenses actually spent 66 million yuan. This data is really surprising, but it is true after careful calculation. This also makes people have to marvel at the wealth of the Second World, and seeing this data naturally makes all second world players happy. After all, there are many game companies that make money, but this is the only game company that gives back to players. This makes many players more enthusiastic about the second world game, directly affecting the second world club senior members to exceed 3 million people, annual income of 120 yuan, not only a monthly issue of full-color magazines, occasionally other gifts of products, and the opportunity to participate in such activities undoubtedly make this 120 yuan extremely cost-effective. As for the second world, the membership fee of each member can only maintain the balance of monthly membership benefits, but the advertisements in the magazine will undoubtedly bring greater profits. The news spread to Europe and America, but it was also a shock. The Times side's second world started from games. Gamers are its food and clothing parents. There are few companies in the world that can treat their food and clothing parents so favorably. How can such a company not succeed? As the chairman and president of the second world, although he is a bit too public at times, his business vision is first class. In the future, how brilliant the second world will be in the entire gaming industry, we will wait and see. The sun has a sour look. It is true that this Chinese has succeeded again, but his luck will eventually come to an end. Relying on celebrities, a company cannot last long. USA Today sighed again and again. This Chinese has done a miracle, and Electronic Arts CA must be vigilant. Your greatest enemy is no longer Nintendo, but this second world. Regardless of how foreign media reports at this time, Lin Feng knows that the image of the second world has been established in the hearts of all gamma-loving players around the world. A company that is willing to consider gamers, Lin Feng believes that all players will be the world has a certain favor. This is also one of the purposes of Lin Feng's huge amount of money to hold this player annual meeting, to start the second world popularity and lay the foundation for the future second world to enter the European and American markets. Of course, the success of this players' annual meeting also caused some players to complain. South Korea and Taiwan, and some Japanese players who still support the second world complained that the second world ignored the players in these regions. Regarding this, Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that in the future, players from other regions will be invited to participate in this annual player meeting. But the good news is that after witnessing the success of the Second World Players Annual Meeting, Korean and Japanese celebrities who had previously failed to agree on prices have also expressed their willingness to lower the price and sign a contract with a price of 1 million in 3 years. Although the price is very low, their popularity is unparalleled, and if the second world holds more such events, their income will not be less. Lin Feng sneer at the celebrity's infatuation. Sign, definitely sign, but not now. Lin Feng directly asked the public relations department to reply to all celebrity agents, telling them to wait for the Spring Festival to discuss signing the contract. Regarding Lin Feng's attitude, many celebrity agents can only secretly helpless. Who told them to put on airs before? But now they are being put together, and they are also looking for themselves. Wait, fortunately the Spring Festival is not long. However, it is only January 24th, and there are still 20 days before the Chinese New Year in 2002. February 11th is New Year's Eve. Many agents can only comfort their celebrities. Wait slowly. Who makes the second world the hottest now? Time passed in a hurry, and the Spring Festival in 2002 arrived as scheduled. This was also the first time Lin Feng returned to Chu City after coming to Shanghai. However, a conspiracy against Su Xiaomai, the CEO of Genki fast food restaurant, is still underway. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 369 The Seven Deadly Sins? Spring Festival, the most solemn and grand festival in China. After a hard year, the whole family got together, eating dumplings, watching the Spring Festival gala, keeping the year old, and stopping by the next day until the Lantern Festival. The Spring Festival should be the most festive and harmonious festival. However, When thousands of households celebrate the coming of the Spring Festival with lanterns and festoons, there are always people who do such disharmonious things. Luo Tao, are you really sure that the woman is going this way? In a van, 4 men were sitting in the car, looking ahead, with a gloomy expression on their faces. Brother Hai, she will go to the orphanage every weekend to give gifts to those orphans, so she must go this way. Luo Tao's tone was extremely resentful and disdainful. The man with a gloomy look and a strong nasty nodded his head, took a 555 cigarette from his mouth and pulled out 1/3 of his mouth violently, spit out a long mouthful of circles under his eyes. The man's nickname is Haizi, a rather powerful gangster in Chu City. But the so-called power means having a few subordinates who dare to fight, and have a certain reputation on the road. Speaking of which, everyone knows that there is such a person. This time it's almost New Year's Day, but Sunspot is very poor. Some time ago, in order to allow citizens to have a harmonious spring festival, the Public Security Department of Chu City had just cracked down on the whole city, which made their group of people live a lot less recently and had no money for the new year. When he was worried, a few days ago, one of his subordinates introduced a person, Luo Tao, in front of him, and said that there was a big deal, and asked if he dared to do it. At first, Haizi didn't care either. He didn't think this stunned boy who had just graduated from university for 2 years could bring him money. But when she heard that she wanted to kidnap the upstart billionaire Suxiomai in Chu City, she was still taken aback. For Suxiomai, although Haizi is not a member of the business world, in Chu City, the most famous is naturally the Lin Feng, who has become the richest man in the mainland, but it is the one who has just become the envious, jealous, and crazy person in Chu City not long ago. Billionaire, Suxiomai, president of Starting Point fast food restaurant. A young woman who is only 24 years old, in charge of more than 640 starting fast food chains across the country, and she is quite beautiful. Although he has a boyfriend, it is undoubtedly still a fatal attraction to all the men in Chu City who are eager to make a fortune and be single. Kidnapping and extorting such a man of the Chu City must be quite troublesome. Haizi also cut people at most, although he once killed one person by mistake for helping others, so he won a little fame on the road. But for such a big thing as the kidnapping of a rich female in Chu City, Haizi still hesitated. However, under the temptation of Luo Tao to guarantee at least 10 million extortion, Haizi was still tempted. Moreover, Luo Tao also formulated an extremely detailed kidnapping and extortion plan. Haizi decided to do it under the lure of a lot of money and Luo Tao's lobbying. People like him help others on the road, and they may lose their destiny. For 10 million, it is worth a bet. At this time, a Dongfeng Citroën Elise luxury automatic transmission car drove by in front of everyone. Boss, the idea has passed, a little brother exclaimed excitedly. Haizi sucked his cigarette sharply. Brother Hai, I'll go and follow the plan. This time we will be able to make a fortune. Luo Tao opened the car door, and after an explanation to Haizi, he walked out. Haizi nodded and looked at Luo Tao's distant figure, with a burst of wonder in his heart. If it is ruthless, 10 Luo Taos can't compare to him alone, but if it is insidious, Sunspot has to admit that this Luo Tao is the most insidious one he has seen since he came out. If it can happen this time, maybe you can consider incorporating it into your own small organization. Isn't it the 21st century? It is said that it is the era of high crime. With such a person, there will be no need to shout and scream in the future. Haizi thought silently. Luo Tao walked to the street alone and walked to the Chu City orphanage not far away. He saw Dongfeng Citroën's Elise car parked outside the orphanage from a distance. He felt jealous and resentment. Thinking of the beginning, he and Suxiomai were both students of Chu City University. They graduated at the same time and applied for the Starting Point fast food restaurant. In the end, he was dismissed by Lin Feng because of the wrong major, but Suxiomai stayed and walked step by step. Up to now, he has become the 3rd largest fast food chain in China, the president of a listed company, worth hundreds of millions, but he is still an ordinary office worker, holding a pitiful salary. and panic all day long. God is too unfair to himself. Liu Tao kicked a stone by the side of the road. At first, he was not jealous of Su Xiaomai, and even looked down upon him. At that time, he thought that Lin Feng, the starting point fast food restaurant, would close down sooner or later, and he wanted to compete with McDonald's and KFC. Since then, the Qianji fast food restaurant has been repeatedly investigated and dealt with by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Environment, which also proved Liu Tao's prediction. Later, Lin Feng approached him and asked him to help crack Counter-Strike, China's it, and then share it through online sales. In just over a month, he received a profit of nearly 50,000 yuan. At that time, Su Xiaomai's salary was only 1,200 yuan, and he had a deposit of more than 50,000 yuan within a month of graduation. Among the classmates at that time, it was a good story and even became the object of admiration among classmates. Unexpectedly, under the leadership of Lin Feng, the starting point fast food restaurant will expand rapidly and become the third largest fast food restaurant in the country. After spending more than 50,000 yuan, he is desperately impoverished. After experiencing short-term glory, he is unwilling to do ordinary work anymore, relying on some odd jobs to make ends meet. At a reunion of classmates, Su Xiaomai was already the president of Qianji fast food restaurant at that time, responsible for all the affairs of Qianji fast food restaurant, and became the focus of the classmates' gathering. Ashamed. At this time, Liu Tao suddenly realized that the Su Xiaomai who he looked down upon was so beautiful. At the party, when Su Xiaomai learned that Liu Tao did not have a job, she invited him to the Qianji fast food restaurant as a database supervisor, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. This is definitely not low in Chu City, and it can even be said to be a high salary, but in Liu Tao's eyes, this is a naked show, and his arrogant heart is deeply stimulated. But Liu Tao still agreed. He would take this opportunity to get close to Su Xiaomai, and then capture the heart of beauty. Although Liu Tao didn't accomplish anything, he knew that as long as the starting point fast food restaurant maintains its current scale of development, Su Xiaomai will definitely be wealthy in the future, and if she can capture Su Xiaomai's heart, she will definitely have both wealth and wealth. What's more, after he became the head of the database of starting point fast food restaurant, she realized that Su Xiaomai already had a boyfriend, and she was Lin Feng's friend Ding Feng, who had gone to Shanghai to develop a new business. Every day watching the two kiss me and me, the Liu Tao's heart is full of jealousy. Ding Feng, how can he win the heart of Su Xiaomai? But he dismissed himself. Liu Tao was jealous, frantically jealous. After an envoy created the contradiction and friction between the two people, Liu Tao confessed, very sincerely, when Su Xiaomai was in the most depressed mood. Thinking of that confession, Liu Tao's face was distorted. He was so sincere and so sincere, but in exchange for Su Xiaomai's relentless rejection, in front of everyone, she refused without a trace of affection. To make Liu Tao a joke for the entire company, many people even ridiculed him for wanting to eat swan meat. But he endured it. For the sake of the future, he endured it. After the confession, Liu Tao changed. In the company, he showed his most perfect side, united his colleagues, worked hard, and he showed the best side of a man that Liu Tao could think of. Indeed, this attracted a lot of admiration from the opposite sex, but Liu Tao's target Su Xiaomai turned a blind eye to everything he did. Not long after, it was reported that Su Xiaomai and Ding Feng were about to get married on the 15th of the first lunar month of this year, the Lantern Festival, the most reunion day. 2 years of hard work has turned into running water. Liu Tao is not reconciled. He is definitely not reconciled. Under jealousy, he came up with a plan for kidnapping and extortion. He wanted to get back what he had lost. Perhaps even better to take this opportunity. Goodbye, Sister Su. There was a childish voice in the Chu orphanage. Su Xiaomai laughed happily, as sweet as a wind chime. Every weekend, She visits these orphans without parental care in the orphanage. Tsukuyomi comes from a single-parent family, and she knows the impact of family incompleteness on children, especially children born in orphanages that need human care. Every week, she brings food from the Starting Point fast food restaurant, which can not only help the company publicize, but also satisfy the children's desire for food, and can also get spiritual purification from the sincere smiles on the faces of orphans. President Sue, thank you very much. Without your 500,000, I am afraid that the children in this orphanage will have a happy new year this year. And next year, many children will reach school age. Without this 500,000, I really don't know what to do. The director of the orphanage sent Tsukuyomi out with gratitude. Tsukuyomi smiled and waved goodbye to the dean. Today is February 9th, the 12th lunar month 29, and tomorrow is New Year's Eve. The boss is coming back too. He should be able to attend his wedding with brother Feng, and sister Ying also coming back. In the Dongfeng Citroen Elise sedan, Tsukuyomi is full of thoughts. She was just an ordinary graduate of the marketing department, but she was fortunate enough to be able to enter the Starting Point fast food restaurant. Under the guidance of Liu Yinying and Lin Feng's trust, she can walk step by step to today and become a Starting Point fast food restaurant president, worth hundreds of millions. Tsukuyomi sighed. She originally hoped that Liu Yinying could be her bridesmaid, and Lin Feng must be Ding Feng's best man. She wanted to take the opportunity to match the two. But Lin Feng already has a girlfriend. This idea can only be a good wish. However, when I saw Lin Feng this time, Tsukuyomi already had a brand new plan for the Qianjin fast food restaurant. A plan that would allow the Qianjin fast food restaurant to flourish instead of being a 10,000-year-old tree. While thinking about it, Tsukuyomi suddenly saw someone in front of her beckoning. Squeak, an emergency brake. Tsukuyomi stopped. Elise. Liu Tao, why are you here? Tsukuyomi asked. President Su, have you forgotten that I will visit the lonely old man every weekend? Liu Tao smiled with a sunny face, but he was extremely resentful in his heart. Since he confessed to Tsukuyomi, Tsukuyomi warned him and could only call her for Mr. Su. President Su, can you take me a ride? Liu Tao asked. Get in the car. Tsukuyomi smiled and opened the car door. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 370 Year and Award Part 1. Tsukuyomi has a strange feeling about Liu Tao. When the two were still classmates, Tsukuyomi thought he was a talent, very smart, and had her own point of view in everything. At that time, he helped Lin Feng translate Counter-Strike and earned 50,000 yuan, which was a good story in school. Later, when I heard that Liu Tao was in desperation, Tsukuyomi felt that Liu Tao was out of luck. It happened that the Starting Point fast food restaurant was missing a database supervisor, so she hired him to join the company. But Tsukuyomi didn't expect Liu Tao to confess in front of everyone a few months later. Although she and Ding Feng were very stiff because of a misunderstanding at the time, Tsukuyomi would never accept Liu Tao. In order not to allow others to misunderstand and Ding Feng to misunderstand, Tsukuyomi ruthlessly rejected Liu Tao in front of everyone. Afterwards, Liu Tao was ridiculed by everyone in the company, which made Tsukuyomi quite unbearable and felt that she was too direct at the time. Unexpectedly, Liu Tao faced all the ridicules with a smile on his face. Not only did he not irritate the colleagues who ridiculed him, he also took the initiative to help them. Even once, Tsukuyomi was nearby and saw Liu Tao coming out of a lonely old man. All this makes Liu Tao the Prince Charming of the company and is deeply admired by his colleagues. It can be said that Liu Tao's change surprised Tsukuyomi, but Tsukuyomi always felt that everything Liu Tao did was false. Although she has no evidence, she believes that Liu Tao must have other plans for doing all this. Naturally, he would not favor Liu Tao even more, and some were just instinctive defenses. I ran into Liu Tao again today, and Tsukuyomi was out of fellowship, so she naturally wanted to take it along with the wind. Along the way, Liu Tao talked and laughed happily, but Su Xiaomai didn't have the slightest interest, just dealt with it casually. This also made Liu Tao even more resentful. President Su, someone fell on the road ahead. Suddenly, Liu Tao pointed to the person who fell asleep on the side of the road and exclaimed. Su Xiaomai was surprised when she saw it. It is the 29th of the 12th lunar month. Although Chu City is located in the south, it is not as cold as the north, but sleeping in a place like this for a long time can't stand it, and I don't know if this person has a sudden illness. Su Xiaomai slammed on the brakes, opened the door and ran off the car. Liu Tao smiled yinly. President Su, it seems that this person has fainted. Let's take him to the hospital. Liu Tao turned the man on the ground over. He was a man in his 20s. Su Xiaomai nodded, and she was about to carry people into the car with Liu Tao. At this moment, suddenly a van drove over from there. When the car stopped, 3 men jumped out. In the panic of Su Xiaomai, 1 person and 1 sack trapped Su Xiaomai and Liu Tao. They were not allowed to struggle and drag on. The van drove away. At this moment, the man who had just collapsed on the ground slowly got up, walked into Su Xiaomai's Elysee, and followed the van. Shanghai, February 7th, the 27th of the 12th lunar month. 2001 has passed, and here I am grateful to all employees for their dedication to the second world. Thank you everyone. At the last staff meeting before the Spring Festival, Lin Feng cautiously thanked all Second World employees and thanked all employees' pay. Such scenarios also occurred in companies under Lin Feng, such as Dingdong.com and QingjiaChinese.com. Of course, for all employees, the words of gratitude from the top leader of the company do sound quite pleasing and comforting. But if you want to have a good year, this thank you is not enough. What is really important is the year-end award. According to a survey by sociologists, more than 70% of people believe that the amount of year-end bonus directly affects the mood of the new year. Lin Feng naturally understands the expectations of employees. 100 million has been used to give back to the players, so it is natural not to be stingy with the employees. After all, money needs employees to help themselves earn, and if employees feel unhappy, it will directly affect the company's image and profits. What's more, why you should be so stingy if you make so much money? As a boss, sometimes you shouldn't be too stingy or care about petty gains. Instead, you end up picking corn like a monkey, picking corn and losing watermelon. Under the ardent gaze of the Second World employees, Lin Feng smiled and publicly announced that the 4,720 Second World employees including South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan will have a year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan per capita, making everyone happy. Happy New Year! As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, there was deafening applause and cheers at the scene, and many employees shouted in excitement, Lin Dongwu, before they came to the stage and gave Lin Feng a hard kiss. Looking at the excited employees, Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng can naturally appreciate the feelings of these employees. After all, before his rebirth, Lin Feng also hoped that more year-end awards would be given during the holidays. Although this 10,000 yuan year-end bonus is nothing to the company's senior management and many senior technicians, they don't care if it is more than 10,000 yuan. But for most ordinary employees of the company, it is an extremely expensive bonus, enough for them to spend a while. Especially for the hundreds of GMs and customer service ladies under the Second World Group, as well as those sanitation workers, this is a huge bonus compared to their monthly salary of about 1,500 yuan. Lin Feng's generosity naturally won them cheers from the heart. Such a bold boss is by no means common. No, it should be rare in the world. After all, Lin Feng is so generous that the year-end award that is treated equally is the first in China and even in the world. When most companies issue year-end bonuses during the new year, they give priority to the employees who are most important to the company, and then gradually decrease. The year-end bonuses received by the most common employees are several zeros compared with the high-level employees. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this approach. After all, The more ordinary employees are, the more they prove that they have no talents, and the easier it is to hire. What is the most in this world? The most people. But in Lin Feng's view, the year-end awards issued during the new year are to reward employees for their dedication to the company over the past year, and also to allow their employees to have a good year. That being the case, when the company makes money, you should not be stingy. It is best to treat everyone equally. Why make everyone unhappy during the new year? No. After receiving Lin Feng's 10,000 yuan year-end bonus red envelope, the GM and the customer service lady responsible for staying behind, when receiving complaints from players, their tempers have become better, their voices have become softer, and people have become more patient. More than 40 million can be exchanged for the loyalty of its employees, diligent and hard work in the coming year, and it will also make these employees feel more belonging to the company. Lin Feng feels that it is very worthwhile. It's worth it. Hey, buddy, do you know how many year-end awards I have issued this year? 10,000. Yes, buddy, you heard that right. 10,000 yuan, a full 10,000 yuan. Fuck, your yen, it's renminbi. 10,000 yuan renminbi. Our Lin Dongtai is bold. 10,000 yuan per capita. Hee, buddy, how much do you send? What? Haven't sent yet. Hey buddy, I told you to come to the second world with me. You must listen. I was greedy that it was so much more than 100 yuan, now regret it. Second world employees received the money, the first time they told their friends in the same industry. Damn. Lucky. Damn, I don't know how much our boss will send. Envy, jealousy, and depressed voice came from the microphone. Ha, buddy, come over and I will ask you to give it a bite. Remember, next time you have to choose the right company. Ha. Lin Feng's boldness, through the communication between his staff, through the internet and telephone media, within a few minutes, when it drew surprises, it also aroused the dissatisfaction of other online game companies. Lin Feng's per capita year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan is very happy, but how can they be issued by these companies? They naturally want to send more to their employees, but their company does not make money like the second world. Some online game companies don't even talk about making money, and they don't even have enough food and clothing. Seeing the new year, all the employees under his staff are waiting for the year-end awards. But if they don't have money, how do they send them? Just when these companies were still hesitating, Lin Feng was good at 10,000 yuan per capita, regardless of position, 10,000 yuan per capita, which is too big. The entire industry knows that Lin Feng, the chairman of the second world, generously handed out a year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan to each of its employees, which is well known to passers-by. It's good now. All the employees under the company know the information of Lin Feng's 10,000 yuan year-end bonus. When they are envious of the second world employees, they are all calculating how much their companies will send back. Although I know my company does not make money in the second world, employees always help to get more money and the boss can be more generous. When Lin Feng rushed to other companies under his umbrella, he received a call from Tencent President Ma Huat. Brother, you have hurt me this time. Ma Huat poured out a bitter stream, complaining about Lin Feng's injustice. Ma Dong, why can't I understand your words? Lin Feng was confused. Did you just announce the annual bonus of 10,000 yuan per employee for all employees? Ma Huat asked with an unhappy expression. Yes, and it's all posted. Lin Feng was secretly speechless. Unexpectedly the news spread so quickly. You are so cool, the company is so profitable, and all employees who have an annual bonus of 10,000 yuan per capita are grateful to you. But how can you let us colleagues be good? Isn't it difficult for us, with your precedent? How do you let us sending? Your company makes more money. It's not enough to send more money. You just came with an average of 10,000 yuan per person. Isn't this a run on us? Embarrassing us? Ma Huat complained constantly. Lin Feng was also funny when he heard it. Whoever thought that his generosity would cause them so much trouble? But this is not bad. at least once again prove that Second World is the best game company, not only has a bright future and good treatment, but also treats them equally. After a few more complaints, Ma Huang hung up. After thinking about it, Ma Huang considered that the company had just gone public this year, and finally decided on an annual bonus of 5,000 yuan per capita. At first, Ma Huang only planned to pay one more month's salary to each person. Now it is bleeding a lot. After all, Tencent's employees are far more than Second World, and most of them are ordinary employees, and their monthly salary is not much. With an average of 5,000 yuan per capita, Ma Huang really feels that he has cut meat this time. But what made Ma Huang even more vomiting blood was that his 5,000 yuan year-end award could not stop the mouth of his employees. Instead of getting half a good deal, he was scolded by his employees for being stingy and mean. Hai and Dai Huang Shiren. Although many managements refuted this view, these employees of Lin Feng took out Lin Feng's boldness and accused the company of making no less than the Second World in the past year. But it was so stingy. It made Tencent's management look depressed. This year, let's not mention how upset it is. Ma Huang was troublesome enough, but there was even more troublesome, relying on games such as QQ Ranch and various QQ services. Tencent has also made a profit of $230 million in the past year. But other online game companies are mostly at a loss and small profit stage. I was hesitating how much to post, but now it's okay. Ma Huang has been scolded for an average of 5,000 yuan per person, so how much do they send? Per capita is 10,000 yuan, reluctant, and without so much money, he will definitely be scolded if he pays less, and it must be more fierce than Ma Huang was scolded. Thinking about it, the bosses of these online game companies closed their eyes and agreed. Don't you be scolded. You can scold as you like, and you can be a grandson. Send as many as you should. With this decision, many online game companies in China were full of grievances. The management of the online game companies were scolded by their employees for 18 generations of ancestors and greeted all their maternal relatives. After this year, don't mention too much trouble. Invisible, the Second World is even more attractive to all kinds of talents. Moreover, the farce of this year-end award was spread. Many netizens praised the atmosphere of the Second World while also reprimanding the online game companies Yang Bei Lao, a vampire. Many excited netizens even turned over their old accounts, blaming the major online game companies for being so stingy with their employees. No wonder they are more stingy with their players, and there is no decent feedback to the players. They appealed to all players to devote themselves to the Second World of Lin Feng, who is rich in wealth and outspoken. Many online game companies have repeatedly complained about players' accusations. They were really more resentful than Dewey this time. Faced with Lin Feng's annual meeting of players in the Second World, how did the major online game companies fail to respond? They have also launched various activities, but no matter the scale or investment, they can't be compared with the Second World. This comparison naturally seems to be stingy. But they are also helpless. The company is poor. But now being scolded by players like this and threatening to fall into the arms of the Second World, these online game company bosses are all smashed to death. The industry once again has infinite resentment. For the management of major online game companies, the Spring Festival in 2002 can only be spent in resentment and curse. Of course, because Lin Feng is so generous in the Second World, other companies under him can't be stingy. In the past year, Dingdang.com established a B2C business consumer e-commerce business, which has become the most important source of income for Dingdang.com, and established an unlimited express company, which is popular on Dingdang.com. With support, it seems that there is already the momentum of the first private domestic express company. For the more than 5,000 employees of Dingdang.com, it is natural that Lin Feng cannot offer a bonus of 10,000 yuan per capita like the Second World. Net hasn't made such money yet, but each person still issued a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. The employees of Dingdang.com naturally cheered again. Compared with their peers, This 2,000 yuan is already a lot. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 371 Year-End Award Part 2. The joy of the employees of Dingdong.com is a reflection of the miserable faces of other companies. Just now, many companies in the online game industry have been buried, and domestic express companies have been caught up in the overwhelming scolding. No express company can come up with such a big hand. After all, express companies are in the low-profit industry and have just started. In particular, the business volume of many companies cannot be compared with the unlimited express company of Dingdong.com, and the year-end bonus is naturally less. Scold it. Isn't it okay to be a grandson, as long as you don't pay? Many courier company bosses also learn from online game company bosses. Linchai Technology Co. Limited also made amazing profits this year. With the efforts of more than 2,800 employees, it created an amazing record of 18 million units sold worldwide. Although the Phantom does not make money, it still brings a net profit of $30 million to Linfeng by relying on MP3 paid downloads. To thank these employees for working overtime when they landed in Europe, Linfeng directly notified Danzin Dongguan to give everyone a year-end bonus of 5,000 yuan per capita. All manufacturing industries, especially in the areas of Dongguan and Shenzhen, are resentful again. Since the starting point fast food restaurant adopts the franchise chain model, the employees of those franchised stores belong to their respective franchised bosses, so there is no need for Linfeng to worry about it. However, Linfeng still has 640 franchise stores and more than 4,700 employees. Linfeng gave out a small red envelope of 300 yuan. After all, the image of Genki fast food restaurant still depends on them to jointly maintain, and this small amount of money is enough to do big things. In addition to the year-end awards of its franchised merchants, although the year-end awards for employees of Starting Point fast food restaurant are not as large as those of other companies in Linfeng, they are not many. This is the turn of McDonald's and KFC resentment. After all, McDonald's and KFC headquarters will not issue year-end bonuses to all employees. They are all franchised stores, which are distributed by the franchised store managers based on the operating conditions of their respective stores. But the expensive franchise fees of McDonald's and KFC have given these franchise merchants the confidence to be generous. Regret: thousands of McDonald's and KFC across the country are complaining about the Kienji fast food restaurant. I had already taken away many customers, but now they are running on them. Isn't it embarrassing to be impure? Linfeng is not stingy about the Starting Point Chinese network, a loss-making website. A red envelope of 1,000 yuan was issued to all the writers who signed the contract. After all, for most ordinary internet writers, under the circumstances of repeated piracy, they work hard for more than 10 hours a day to earn such a small amount of money, which is really pitiful. Linfeng felt that this 1,000 yuan should be given, at least to allow the writer to spend a year. Linfeng also appealed again, hoping that all users, if they have money during the Chinese New Year, can subscribe. After all, it won't cost a few dollars. As for Baidu Technology Co., Limited, due to the contract, the administrative management was given to Li Yanhong, and Linfeng ignored it. But for this hot potato, Robin Li really had a headache. It's a bit outrageous to have 10,000 or a few thousand per capita like Linfeng. There is no such thing as year-end awards, especially those that even people would do, such as GM, customer service ladies, and cleaning staff, all enjoy the same benefits, as if they have come to communism. This makes Robin Li very disagree. But if you don't send it, Linfeng now has the majority of the company's equity. If he doesn't send it, it will definitely be him who resents the company's employees, not Linfeng. But to post, these employees are still grateful to Linfeng, which makes Li Yanhong very unhappy. But after thinking about it, in the end Robin Li gave out a bonus of 3,000 yuan per person according to the company's profit. Who made Linfeng red now? bear it. After a series of news, through the mouths of employees of Lin Feng's companies, Lin Feng has once again become a figure that the media is vying to report. Lin Feng's boldness in this year-end award has won him a lot of positive reviews. Everyone's view of Lin Feng is no longer the words that used to think of him as domineering, arrogant, and good luck. The boldness of this year-end award allows everyone to recognize Lin Feng. At least one boss who doesn't forget his employees while making money on his own. No matter how he usually shows the limelight, he is a successful boss, a boss worthy of all employees' respect. After graduating from university, go to Lin Feng Company. It has also become a greeting between students who are about to graduate and go to society during the Spring Festival of 2002. Donglin, your handwriting is really great, now the whole country knows it. Wu Xiaopu sighed again and again. At first, Wu Xiaopu was also extremely opposed to Lin Feng's awarding of year-end awards. He thought it was a bit too tricky, and in particular, it would make many senior technicians dissatisfied with the same treatment. However, Lin Feng insisted on doing so, and threatened that anyone who was dissatisfied with the year-end bonus would be treated equally. He could leave the company. Lin Feng's domineering also deterred many of the company's dissatisfied senior technical talents, and this disharmonious voice eventually dissipated with the wind. After all, Second World can be said to be one of the best game companies in the industry. Where can I go without Second World? What's more, Lin Feng treated them not only not mean, but rather generous. No one is so stupid to leave the Second World in order to get a per capita year-end bonus. Lin Feng's persistence made Wu Xiaopu very uncomprehending. But now it seems that there is indeed a reason. First of all, this generous year-end award has brought great positive reputation to the company and Lin Feng. Secondly, it also took this opportunity to eliminate the arrogance among employees. Due to different types of jobs, positions, and functions, it is very common for high-level talents to despise or even despise low-level talents, and it is very easy to cause conflicts between employees within the company. Many online game companies often report that GMs or customer service girls are irritated by the company's high-level talents, and they put anger on the players. For an online game company, GM and customer service ladies seem to spend as much as they want. But their status is very important. They directly face the players, the company's food and clothing parents, and their attitude affects the players' evaluation of the company. It can be said that GM and the customer service lady are the image window of the company. No matter how good a game is developed, if the operators GM and the customer service lady have a bad attitude in dealing with things, no matter how good the game is, it will be as disgusting to the player as there is a fly in the shark's fin. Today, the Second World relies on the same year-end awards. Although it has not completely eliminated this matter, it has at least eased the antagonism between the employees, and Lin Feng has won a higher level of support among the employees, and the company's the control is also better than before, and the company is thoroughly and firmly branded by Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly. He didn't think so much about giving the year-end awards equally. He just felt that he was discriminated against by the bosses before he was reborn, and he felt unhappy. By the way, Lin Dong, where are you going to build the Legend Movie City? Wu Xiaopu asked. Many senior executives of the company agreed with Lin Feng's proposal to shoot the Legend movie. The investment in filming such a movie is not large. If it is played by the players of Legend, the investment of up to 3 million yuan can be completed. And with tens of millions of players in Legend across the country, this movie believes that the box office will not go badly. It is definitely a profitable project. And Wu Xiaopu and others decided that as long as the box office is good, they will shoot a series of movies like First Blood. Of course, there is a prerequisite. The movie cannot be made too bad, otherwise it will be scolded by the players. The first and most important element in order to make a game movie not bad is to restore the game scene. The Legend Movie City is the project that must be built. Moreover, as Lin Feng said, building it into a game theme park will undoubtedly bring more profits to the company. Haha, in my hometown of Chu City. Lin Feng smiled and introduced the geographical environment of Chu City. Wu Zhaopu nodded after hearing it. The game scene of Legend has no mountains, only deserts, jungles and plains, and it's no better to build on the plains. Moreover, when Lin Feng builds a movie city in his hometown, Wu Zhaopu believes that the company can also get more preferential policies. Moreover, Chu City has cheap land prices, cheap labor, and a large amount of free land, which could not be better. However, Lin Dong, we must hurry up. Many netizens are already urging, hoping to see the Legend movie as soon as possible, and to travel to the Legend movie city, and truly feel the world of Legend. Wu Zhaopu said with a smile. Well, when I go back this time, the most important thing besides visiting relatives is to discuss the matter with the Chu City government so that I can start work as soon as possible. By the way, I will not return to the company until the Lantern Festival. The company will trouble you. Lin Feng remembered the Lantern Festival is the day when my good friend Ding Feng and Su Xiaomai, the president of Qianjin fast food restaurant under her own, got married, and she quickly told Wu Zhaopu. Wu Zhaopu nodded, letting Lin Feng rest assured. By the way, how much liquidity does the company have? Lin Feng asked. There are still $250 million in working capital, Wu Zhaopu said. Lin Feng nodded, confident in his heart. Well, Mr. Wu, see you after the new year. Lin Feng said goodbye to Wu Zhaopu with a smile. Gates, it will be our Chinese New Year soon, which is equivalent to the American Christmas. You can walk around for the first time during the Spring Festival. Lin Feng waved his hand and bid farewell to Gates and other Americans. Ha ha, boss, I really want to take advantage of the Spring Festival to take a look at China and see this magical country. Vice President Gates is extremely interested in Chinese culture, and is also thinking about how to play in Half-Life 2 inches and later games, adding more Chinese elements that make Western people feel mysterious. This Spring Festival just allows him to walk around and find inspiration. Although Kui Mings and others are Koreans, the Spring Festival is also a major holiday, and Kui Mings and others are taking this opportunity to return home to visit relatives. When Lin Feng returned to the villa and looked at the girls in the house, he had a headache. I took Lisa to see his parents this time, so I don't have to go to so many people. This showed my parents, but I don't know how to think. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. Chapter 372 Going Home? When Lin Feng returned to the villa, several girls had already packed their bags. Brother Lin, have a happy Chinese New Year. I'm going home first. Although Liu Yifei's parents are in the United States, her godfather is in Beijing, so she will return to Beijing for the Spring Festival. Haha, a happy Chinese New Year. Lin Feng and Liu Yifei gave them a simple hug and asked the nanny car to take them to the airport. Brother Lin, I'm back to Japan too. Yuan Xianglai had already brought her luggage, gave Lin Feng a goodbye kiss, and left with joy. Saori Haru is only 13 years old after all, and she is very obsessed with her mother. Brother Lin, I'm going back to Taiwan too, just to go back to see my mother and younger brother. Lin Yikan bowed slightly and left. By the way, Algra, how about you? Back to Europe? You didn't go back for Christmas. Are you going back now? Lin Feng asked. Although Europe is not the Spring Festival, but after everyone left this Spring Festival, Algra may be left alone in the villa. With such a big villa, she lives as a girl, and I am afraid it is really a little cautious panic. No, I won't go back until my Algra shop has become a trend indicator in China. Algra snorted. Lin Feng was helpless. It's so strong, I really don't know if it's good or bad. So, I want to go to Chu City with you. Algra continued. Lin Feng was stunned. Are you going to Chu City? What are you going to do? Lin Feng returned to Chu City this time. In addition to discussing the construction of the Legend movie city with the Chu City government and attending the wedding of his friends Ding Feng and Su Xiaomai, the most important thing is to take Lizu introduced to parents. Algra will go with him too. Doesn't this add to the chaos? Brother Lin, we want to go too. Lin Ziyui, who was not too messy enough, also pulled Huang Meixi and jumped over. Lin Feng has a black line. At this time, several girls have all passed by. How can they introduce themselves to their parents? Dad, Mom, this is your future daughter-in-law. As a result, with a finger, 4 girls stood there. Ting ting ai, isn't this messing up? At that time, the parents thought they didn't learn well, and if they had money, they would learn badly. Originally, his father was a more typical Chinese man, and his thoughts were conservative. This is going to go, so it's really boring to explain it myself. Wisdom, Meixi, don't you go back to Korea? Korea also celebrates the Spring Festival. Lin Feng frowned. No, we're going to visit Chu City this time to see where brother Lin was born, and it's boring and troublesome to go back. Lin Ziyui shook his head repeatedly. Last time I went back. The follow-up interview by Korean reporters made Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi feel scared. Although it was their fate to take this road, they did not want to be harassed by reporters all the time. Brother Lin, let them go together, otherwise I'm a little scared. Li Zhu also came over and took Lin Feng's arm and begged. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. Forget it, just go. But looking at Li Zhu's uneasy, anxious and nervous look, Lin Feng was amused. Don't you just go to see your parents, and you won't eat her? Why are you so nervous? But Lin Feng didn't know that this was the first time Li Zhu saw an elder, and that shy and uneasy mood was naturally very normal. If it is not cramped or nervous, then there is a problem. Seeing Lin Feng nodded, several girls cheered. Okay, let's go. Fight for the 29th of the 12th lunar month to get home, Lin Feng said with a smile. Today, the 12th lunar month 28th, February 9th. Now at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, if you drive about 14 hours to reach the city of Chu. It just happens that the morning of the 29th of the 12th lunar month arrives, and we have a day off for the Spring Festival. Originally, Lin Feng had planned to take a plane, but the plane could not reach Chu City directly. It would be too troublesome to transfer cars in Wuhan, so it was better to drive back directly. And when it comes to Chu City, it is not convenient without a car. A group of people, Lin Fengjie, Li Zhu, Lin Zhu, Huang Meixi, and Algera got into the car and set off on their way home. Li Rui, Zibo, Feng Jun, Zheng Zhe, I'm sorry, you won't be able to go home during the Chinese New Year. Before getting into the car, Lin Feng slightly apologized to the 4 bodyguards who followed him to Chu City. The 4 of them all have a family, but since they became their own bodyguards, they have been together and separated more with their families, and Lin Feng is really sad. Boss, you are welcome, this is our duty. And we will follow you to wander around every day, eat the delicacies of the sea and the mountains, live in luxury hotels, and have a monthly salary that will keep my wife and children full and warm. And we have a lot of surplus. I'm already very satisfied, Li Rui said gratefully instead of the 4. Lin Feng also knows that there is no need to talk politely with these brothers, just remember their goodness. But when he got on the bus, Lin Feng was a bit speechless. The 4 girls all had to sit in the same car and didn't want to be separated. Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz S600 could not seat so many people in the back seat. As a result, the 4 girls just squeezed to sit together, and Lin Feng had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat in the seat. Besides Li Rui, who was in charge of driving, Zibo and others were sitting in another car. However, in addition to Lin Feng, there were a few girls in Chu City this time. For safety, Zibo and others drove a 12-seater van with 7 people, including Li Rui, a total of 8 bodyguards. Although the car was a bit crowded, the journey was not dull after listening to the chirping of the 4 girls in the back seat. But Li's large bag of luggage really made Lin Feng speechless. Zhu, what is your bag of luggage? Lin Feng pointed to the roof of the van behind and asked with an exaggerated bag of luggage. That's a meeting ceremony for uncle and auntie, Lisa said with flushed cheeks. Lin Feng was speechless. Even if it's a meeting ceremony, it doesn't need to be so much. Moreover, if you can go, It is the greatest meeting ceremony for your parents. But Lisa's knowledge of etiquette also made Lin Feng happy. How can my parents dislike him because he is beautiful and polite? In this way, even if Lisa is a Korean, his parents shouldn't care. Brother Lin, I'm hungry. Lin Zui was hungry not long after he got in the car. Upon her reminder, several other girls also nodded one after another, indicating that they were hungry. Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock, and it was indeed time for dinner. In this way, you will have a light meal. You can buy more things and eat later when you are hungry on the road in the evening. When it comes to Chu City, I will ask you to have a good meal. Lin Feng thought for a while. I haven't been back for 2 years. At first, Lin Feng was not aware of it because he was busy with work and was running around. Now that I think about going home, my mind can't calm down. I just want to go back soon. The 4 girls also heard the desire for hometown from Lin Feng's voice, and naturally they would not pay attention to them anymore, as long as they were full. Okay, then I will eat McDonald's. Lin Ziyui shouted. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ziyui only felt a murderous look around him, especially Lin Feng in the passenger seat, staring at her fiercely. What's wrong? Lin Ziyui was startled, and asked Lisa beside him in a low voice. Lisa was amused and angrily knocked Lin Ziyui. You fool, how can you eat fast food like McDonald's fast food? If you want to eat fast food, you should also eat fast food from Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant. After that, alluded to Lin Feng. Lin Ziyui didn't understand at first and wanted to argue, but when he saw Lin Feng's sharper eyes, he suddenly woke up. I rarely ate McDonald's. I just happened to see an advertisement saying that McDonald's has launched a new product. Lin Ziyui looked embarrassed and wanted to explain, but in exchange for a while in the car, laughing out loud, Lin Feng reluctantly retracted his gaze. However, from this trivial matter, we can see the status of Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant in people's minds. For most young people, the first choices for fast food are McDonald's and KFC. Starting Point Fast Food Restaurant is really not the first choice for young people. Of course, there is a reason why the Kienji fast food restaurant did not invest enough in advertising. Although it was initially popular because of the advertisement of Supergirl, but later because the Kienji fast food restaurant was a low-profit operation, the franchise was charged the franchise fee. And the turnover in Chengdu is far lower than that of McDonald's and KFC. Naturally, this advertisement cannot be as overwhelming and bombarded as these two multinational companies. It is inevitable that people will be ignored when one is going down and the other is up and down. Before coming, however, Su Xiaomai called Lin Feng and told Lin Feng that she had a new idea that would allow the Kienji fast food restaurant to escape the predicament of the 10,000 years old third and even go abroad. Although I don't know what Su Xiaomai has, Lin Feng is even more looking forward to returning to Chu City when he thinks of this. Li Ru, can you ask the brothers to buy something to eat, buy more, and eat at night? Originally, Lin Zizi wanted to get off the car to see what was delicious, but was stopped by Lizu. Now Lin Ziyui, Lizu, and Huang Meixi rely on the identities of legend spokespersons. Although they are not as well known in China as those big stars, most game players can still easily recognize the three. What's more, there are posters of 3 people in Lin Feng's Starting Point fast food restaurant. It's strange that 3 people go in like this without causing commotion. As for Lin Feng, he can't go in now. Since the last time Li Yuan's girlfriend was rectified in the franchise chain of Starting Point fast food restaurant in Kaoyang district, Beijing, all major franchise stores have hung up photos of Lin Feng and several key management personnel, so that employees can remember how many people are. Look, prevent yourself or its employees from ignorant of Chan, and then inadvertently offend the company's giants, then you can regret it. Therefore, Lin Feng had no choice but to ask Li Ru and others to buy it. Li Ru naturally had no complaints about this. This was within the scope of his duties, but after entering the Kienji fast food restaurant, he and Zabo were a little dizzy. The men of them are easy to say, Everything can be solved. But they really didn't know what the four girls were eating. These four girls are not their mother-in-law. They can eat anything. The four beautiful and charming girls, they couldn't bear it either. In the end, Liru and Zubo bought the same thing. They couldn't finish it anyway. They ate on the road at night. It didn't matter if it was cold, as long as it was not wasted. There is no other ability to serve as a soldier. It is common to eat one meal and 3 meals. When the four of Lizu were eating, Lin Feng frowned. Due to the small space in the car, it was not convenient for the four girls to get out of the car to eat. The four girls were full of scraps. Although the four girls did not find it dirty, they found it interesting. But it was not enough to go on like this. There is still about 14 hours drive away, so the four girls can't stand it all the way to squeeze. Even if they suffer, Lin Feng does not want them to suffer. It seems that I have to buy a car, at least the kind of extended Cadillac or Lincoln. Besides, I have a different identity now. It is inevitable that things like this will not happen again in the future. It is indeed time to change to a better car. This Mercedes-Benz S600. It's time to retire. Moreover, for the wedding of Ding Feng and Su Xiaomai, I have never had anything to give. Maybe a car is good. From the corner of his eye, Lin Feng just got out of the car and walked over to a 4S car dealership not far from the starting point fast food restaurant. Li Rui, after a look, quickly followed. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, a broom flew towards him. Lin Feng couldn't get out of his body. Seeing that the broom was about to hit, an arm stretched out abruptly behind him, and a figure grabbed Lin Feng in front of him and held the broom tightly. Pay attention. Li Rui snorted coldly. Sorry, sir, we are cleaning up. A male clerk apologized repeatedly, but although his tone was apologizing, his expression was not very sincere, and Li Rui spoke so much, his face was full of no happy. Lin Feng shook his head and walked straight in. This gentleman, is there anything I can do for you? The male clerk stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. How did this tone sound like a chasing away? Looking at his watch, it was 10 after 5 o'clock, but Lin Feng should leave work at 5:30. It's okay, I just take a look, Lin Feng said casually. I was here to pick a good car, drive back to Chu City, and give it to my friend as a wedding gift. By the way, the clerk's face suddenly pulled down. Just take a look. When you go shopping in the mall, buy clothes, just take a look. Do you buy it after you see it? The male clerk looked at Lin Feng as if walking in the back garden at will, and felt annoyed. He has been a car salesman for 3 years and has never seen such a master. Generally, when you buy a car, you look at the model online in advance, or check the model through various car magazines, and ask the model directly when you come, or call in advance to make an appointment. This is great. Just take a look. The clerk took a look at Lin Feng's clothes. Although they all seemed to be famous brands, in Shanghai, you don't have the face to go out if they are not famous brands. There are so many people all over them. As for Li Rui, who is next to Lin Feng, he emphasizes practicality and is convenient for Hansen at any time. In this way, the appearance is even worse. Since he is not a rich person, the clerk is even less in the mood to entertain Lin Feng at this time. Just take a look at it, just take a look. The clerk hummed and walked aside and continued to clean. This is a 4S shop after all, and you can't drive people away. The clerk grunted his nose. Lin Feng swept at will, and at a glance, he saw an extended Cadillac in the center. Lin Feng estimated that the body should be about 8 meters long, with double row seats in the back, and TV, telephone, etc. in the car. They just drove back to Chu City by themselves, and when Ding Feng and Su Xiaomai's wedding car and car were in place. Suitable. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 373. There are eyes but no knowledge of Mount Tai. Hi, how did you sell this Cadillac? Lin Feng Chong waved to the clerk. Hearing Lin Feng's voice made the clerk annoyed. If you don't buy it again, ask what to ask. You don't look like you're wearing an extended Cadillac. However, The clerk walked over with professional instinct. New Year's discount price of 1.98 million. All procedures are complete, the clerk said with an impatient voice. In fact, there are more detailed introductions, but the clerk didn't think that Lin Feng bought the car, so just quote a price and scare off. This Cadillac extended version is here, and there are always people asking for the price every day, but very few of them are bought. Lin Feng frowned, extremely dissatisfied with the attitude of the clerk. However, Lin Feng is extremely fond of this extended Cadillac. Li Rui, try the car, Lin Feng ordered. Li Rui nodded and was about to step forward to check. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the clerk. This customer, are you really going to test the car today? The clerk almost twisted his brows into a word of Sichuan. It's almost off work. Come to test the car. What's more, this is the extended version of Cadillac. Usually the big bosses come to buy them. They call their managers directly. How can they come to pick up the goods like this, or come at this time? He has never seen him leaving get off work soon. Come to buy a car. After such consideration, the clerk became even more unhappy. But the customer wants to test the car. What can he do? This is a 4S shop. Seeing the clerk step aside, Li Rui turned and pulled the car door and began to check carefully. Li Rui is proficient in all kinds of transportation, not only the driving skills, but also the maintenance skills. After this inspection, the clerk who was watching frowned. Most people came and jumped into the driver's seat with enthusiasm. This is good. First, I wandered around Cadillac for a few laps, and then tested the lights, audio, air conditioning, seats, seat belts, power windows, etc. one by one. Is this a test run or an anatomy? The clerk watched Li Rui test the car cautiously, fearing that it would damage a certain part, and finally waited for Li Rui to finish the test and looked at the watch. Yes, this test alone took more than 30 minutes, and now it's off work. Soon it's 6 o'clock. At this time, the phone rang. Hey, wait, someone is watching the car. I can't go away. Wait a moment, it'll be the soon. A phone rang, and the clerk walked aside, without deliberately lowering his voice. Lin Feng frowned. He wanted to drive people away. Mister, it's getting late today. It's not easy to test the car because of the dark lights. It's better to come back tomorrow, so you can see it more clearly. The clerk walked over and suggested. It sounds kind, but the tone is extremely unpleasant. At this moment, a man walked out from inside, looking like a manager. What's the matter, Xiao Li? The man frowned and asked. Report to the manager. The two people said they wanted to buy a car, but they only came to see the car now. They looked at the extended Cadillac. The clerk complained. The manager frowned and looked at Lin Feng and the others, thinking that Lin Feng and Li Ruikan were coming to make trouble. No one came to see the car so late, and didn't make an appointment, and it was to see the extended Cadillac. This is not a mess. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Li sent them away with an excuse. The Spring Festival was originally a low season for car sales, and now it is approaching the evening. He has never seen such a car purchase in the 7 or 8 years in this industry. Thinking of this, the manager's face became even more displeased. He didn't even look at Lin Feng and Li Rui, but told Xiao Li to close the door. After receiving the manager's explicit instructions, Xiao Li was even more unscrupulous and directly gestured to please leave. When Li Rui's expression changed, he instinctively wanted to step forward and scold the two of them, but Lin Feng stopped him. To deal with this kind of people, you have to reason with them. Instead, they think that you have a swollen face to fill a fat man, and that you have no money with money. The most direct way is to smash them with money, and they are speechless. Don't you think I have no money? I used money to kill you. Lin Feng's face became cold. Li Rui, how about the car? Before Lin Feng spent the money, he must first confirm that there is no problem with this extended Cadillac. Otherwise, if you spend money on parallel imports, you will be depressed. That is undoubtedly considered a silly boss. The car is okay. It's very good. Li Rui just started the engine and listened to the engine to know the car's condition. Lin Feng nodded and took out a gold card. Well, Swipe the card. I want this car, Lin Feng said with a blink of the card. The manager and the clerk were taken aback for a long time and didn't come back to their senses. Buy a car? Do they really buy a car? But looking at the glittering gold card under the light, the manager and the clerk looked at each other before realizing that this person really wanted to buy it. Xiao Li, don't hurry up to receive the distinguished guests. The manager's expression changed immediately, with a flattering expression. Two distinguished guests, wait a moment, I'll make tea for you. Xiao Li Pidian ran over and took the card, but the card style was a bit weird, different from the cards he usually swipes. Manager, there is something wrong with this card. Xiao Li was stunned for a long time, but couldn't recognize the card, so he could only call the manager. When the manager heard it, his heart shook, and the look in Lin Feng's eyes changed again. Could it be that you use a fake card to fool me and charge the rich? Lin Feng sneered, and said nothing. At the moment, the manager didn't make tea anymore, ran over, took the card and looked at it. At that time, he was a bit silly. He has seen this card only once. That was when Zhu Zhengyai, the richest man in Shanghai, came to buy Shanghai's first Ferrari 2 years ago. This card is vaguely the same as the card in Zhu Zhengyai's hand. Moreover, it is reported that, except for some top wealthy people, no one else is qualified to apply for this card. Is he a rich second generation? The manager was suspicious, and the face looking at Lin Feng suddenly flattered again, but he had only seen this card once. To be on the safe side, the manager personally helped him swipe the card. With a soft sound, 1.98 million was accurately received, and the manager shook his heart. The card was real. At that time, the smile on his face came out. Such people have to fawn, and fawn fiercely. The manager was full of spring breeze and walked towards Lin Feng, brewing in his belly how to curry favor with Lin Feng, explaining the misunderstanding just now. However, Lin Feng snatched away the gold card and did not give the manager any chance to flatter him. Okay, now I can drive off this car, Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, and all the procedures are complete. You can drive away at any time, Manager Ma said without waiting for Lin Feng to finish. This time is the time to flatter. The sales of high-end cars depend on these rich men. Offend them, isn't it because the birthday star eats arsenic? At this time, when the two were near, the manager felt that Lin Feng was familiar, and seemed to have seen him somewhere. At this time, someone came in from outside. Brother Lin, is the car optimistic? A crisp, sweet voice asked. Several people in the store looked back, and the four of them were over 170 centimeters tall, each with its own characteristics. But it was definitely a woman of national beauty and beauty that came in. The fragrant breeze and the chuckles made the store happy. The clerk, Xiao Li, only felt his head buzzing. Don't say for such beauties usually, even one is hard to see. It's better today. 4 came. Xiao Li immediately licked his face and walked forward. Whether they buy a car or not, it is always good to get a call. However, the 4 girls didn't even look at Xiao Li, and went straight to Lin Feng. However, when the manager saw the 4 girls, he felt a little in his heart. He was also a fan of the Legend game, and naturally knew that he recognized Li Zhu and others. Now that Li Zhu and others are here, the identity of the men in front of him is naturally ready to be revealed. He already knew who the young man in front of him was. However, this is by no means good news for managers. On the spot, the cold sweat came out. Although the air conditioners in the store are warm, the manager feels a burst of chill constantly radiating from the depths of his soul. Brother Lin, did you buy a car? Can we go? Lisa walked to Lin Feng's side and said affectionately, holding Lin Feng's arm. The clerk looked jealous. Well, just this one, take a look. Satisfied or not? Lin Feng smiled and opened the door. The 4 girls' eyes lit up and they immediately sat in. This time, they felt completely different from the crowded Mercedes-Benz S600, spacious and comfortable. The 4 girls nodded repeatedly. Liru, let's go. Lin Feng no longer looked at the stunned clerk and manager. At this time, the manager who had recovered his senses suddenly awoke. Donglin, misunderstanding. I just didn't know Chan. The manager already knew who this person was, sweating profusely, and wanted to explain his negligence just now, but Lin Feng ignored him at all, closed the door, and ordered Li Rui to drive. Donglin, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. The manager shouted while tapping the car window. Brother Lin, who is he? The four girls in the car frowned. One idler. Lin Feng snorted coldly, Li Rui spit on it disdainfully, and Cadillac drove away. Watching Cadillac walk away, the manager hugged his head and sighed. What is the use of keeping my eyes? I actually neglect such a big true God. He has no money. If he has no money, there will be no rich people in the country. Manager, who are they? Does he have a lot of money? Xiao Li asked quickly when he was frightened by the manager's actions. Damn, he is the richest man in the country. You said he has money but no money. We just neglected them like this. I hope he doesn't care about it. Otherwise we don't want to mess around in Shanghai. Manager Ma gave Xiao Li a chestnut viciously. What? The richest man in the country? Xiao Li was frightened on the spot. I actually neglected the richest man in the country so much just now. This is too scary. But, there is no such thing as playing with people like this. Right. How can the richest man in the country buy a car like this? Fortunately, I didn't rush people directly, otherwise thinking of rushing people without impulsiveness just now, the clerk repeatedly said that he was lucky, otherwise he would have had much fun today. To drive the richest man out of the country, think about it, and feel scared. But then I thought that he had received the richest man in the country today, but Xiaoli's heart was filled with a dark heart. At least next time he had the opportunity to brag to his colleagues. Damn, I received the richest man in the country. When Xiao Li secretly fantasized about how to brag in the future, the manager kept praying in his heart, hoping that people like Lin Feng would not care about him, otherwise he would be finished in the future. Not to mention Shanghai, if Lin Feng casually let go, in order to curry favor with the great god Lin Feng, who in the industry will take him in. After so many years of hard work, I became a little manager. Maybe after the meeting tonight, I will start all over again. Thinking of this, the manager looked frustrated. Why didn't I recognize it at first sight? Such a man of the world. I didn't recognize it at first sight. It's damn it. But it seems that he said that I am an idler. Since I am an idler, then he won't care about me. The manager thinks of this, with joy on his face. But when Lin Feng left, the frosty face made the manager entangled. Obviously, this year, he hadn't thought about it well. On the way, Lin Feng and several people naturally sat in the extended Cadillac very comfortably. Not only did the four girls not have to squeeze like in the Mercedes-Benz S600, Lin Feng could also sit in the back, holding Lisa's catkin, smelling the faint fragrance of the girl, and chatting and laughing with the four girls at random. The journey was extremely enjoyable. As for managers and clerks who look down upon others, Lin Feng has long forgotten. One night passed. At 9 o'clock in the morning on February 10th, Lin Feng finally arrived in Chu City. A luxury Mercedes-Benz S600 starts, an extended Cadillac is in the center, and a Jin by 12-seater van is trailing. The three cars just got off the highway and entered the suburbs of Chu City, causing a sensation. Mercedes-Benz S600 is relatively common in Shanghai, but although it is not unique in Chu City, it is also rare. Except for a few people, it is mostly common in Audi. However, the extended Cadillac that followed was unique in Chu City, and it immediately attracted the crowds of passers-by. This kind of car is usually only seen in American movies, but now it appears on the street. How can it not cause a sensation? Especially Chu City is not a developed city in China, so who is the owner of this car? Naturally, it also attracted speculation from passers-by. Boss, there seems to be someone in front of us to greet us, Li Rui said suddenly, and slowly stopped the car on the side of the road. Lin Feng looked at it. Several police cars in front took the lead, and a row of Mercedes-Benz or Audi cars parked on the side of the road in the back. The formation was huge, and the cars were full of people, looking anxiously. Seeing Lin Feng's car stopped, he looked over here, and at the same time a person familiar with Lin Feng came over. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin's car?" "I am Mayu, the mayor of Chu City. I specially welcome Mr. Lin to return to his hometown on behalf of the Chu City government," Mayu introduced enthusiastically, while looking at Kadakali. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. It seemed that this time when he returned to his hometown, he was really going to shake the world. Lin Feng patted the 4 sleeping girls, and when they were sober, Lin Feng opened the door and got out of the car. "Mayu, it's been a long time since I saw you. You are still so energetic, young and powerful, admirable." Lin Feng walked over and greeted Mayu enthusiastically. A flash of light flashed wildly, and Lin Feng's eyes swept across the interview car with the TV station, and his heart was even more astounding. "I don't have to make such a big move when I return home this time." Mayu led the team personally. "Don't say anything. The more than 20 cars parked on both sides know that they are government cars from the license plates, and people standing on both sides don't need to look at them to know that they are the leaders of all levels of city government in Chu City. With such a big battle to greet themselves, it seems that what they have planned is not small. But I like it very much. The bigger their battle is, the more important they are. It seems that he, the richest man in the country, will bring enough profit for himself this time." To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 374, The Highest Standard Welcome Ceremony. Chu City's current big battle, except for fighting the floods in 1998, and welcoming President Jiang Zemin and Zhu Rongjai. There has never been such a big battle. Even in the past few years, when French Volvo came to Chu City to invest in an auto parts processing plant, the municipal government sent Director Qin of the Investment Promotion Office to greet it. But this time, Mayor Yu Haoi, who is in charge of commerce, led the team of Chu City government personally, accompanied by Director Qin of the Investment Promotion Office. All cadres in Chu City who have a little relationship with investment promotion or commerce were mobilized. Collectively greeted Lin Feng and formed a grand welcoming team. This battle was not only a shock among the leaders of Chu City, but even the citizens of Chu City were horrified. I don't know what kind of big people come to Chu City, and the Chu City government actually welcomes them with such high standards. However, after inquiring about it, he learned that it was Chu City's pride. Lin Feng, the richest man in the country, came back with a clear look. Indeed, this kind of formation is not an exaggeration when such a character returns. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is normal. However, in the view of the leaders of Chu City, this is absolutely necessary. Since learning that Lin Feng will build a legend movie city, Chu City, as Lin Feng's hometown, naturally hopes that Lin Feng can build a legend movie city in his hometown. In the past few years, Chu City has thought of many ways to get rid of poverty and got rich, and it has also gone through many detours. First, the light industry rescued the market. However, with the global downturn in the textile industry, several major textile factories that launched were either restructuring or struggling. This did not help Chu City's economy in any way, but caused a lot of drag. The light industry failed to rescue the market, and the leadership of Chu City is preparing to develop tourism, focusing on the ancient city of Jingzhou, and then organizing a dragon boat festival, hoping to attract tourists. But it's still a word, failure. The ancient city of Jingzhou, now there is only the city wall. Why are the tourists here? The Dragon Boat Festival is only once a year, and it is far less lively than the Hong Kong and Macau Dragon Boat Festivals, and it is not worth seeing. On the contrary, it is even more embarrassing to squander the inadequate funds. In desperation, the development of processing and manufacturing industries. There are many companies that have launched, but their profits are very low. Although they barely lifted Chu City out of poverty, the slogan of making a fortune and becoming rich in 10 years is a delusion. Seeing that the surrounding cities are beginning to get rich, but Chu City is still poor. This makes the Chu City government leadership very uncomfortable. While frowning, Lin Feng threatened to build the Legend Movie City and revealed to reporters that he was investigating the construction of the base of the Legend Movie City. This news has undoubtedly become a life-saving straw for the leadership of Chu City. After understanding, the leadership team of Chu City found that the profits of Legend were exaggerated and scary, and the number of Legend players across the country was even more terrifying. Almost as long as there are internet cafes, there are Legend game lovers. If the Legend Movie City is built in Chu City, it will undoubtedly bring a large number of jobs to Chu City in the short term and abundant tourism resources in the long run. It's just a headache for Chu City that not only does Chu City want Lin Feng to invest in Chu City to build the Legend Movie City, I am afraid that hundreds of secondary cities across the country hope that Lin Feng will build a Legend Movie City in them. In the face of this fierce competition, the Chu City leadership team decided to let Lin Feng's Legend Movie City settle in Chu City at all costs. I believe that with their sincerity and Lin Feng's rural complex from Chu City, they should be able to win this time. Therefore, since it was heard that Lin Feng will return to Chu City during the Spring Festival, the leadership team of Chu City held an emergency meeting overnight and decided to give Lin Feng the most grand welcome ceremony permitted by law to welcome the richest man in the country who left Chu City. The successful and youngest businessman returned home in full glory. After learning from Lin Feng's parents that Lin Feng drove back to Chu City, "May you how I waited here early in the morning, the only way for Shanghai to return to Chu City. Such a large group of people are waiting here to give Lin Feng the grandest welcoming ceremony. Let him know that the people of Chu City have not forgotten Lin Feng, and let Lin Feng know that he is a son and daughter of Chu City." As for the passers-by on both sides, most of them were guest actors arranged by the mayor. As soon as Lin Feng came and their identity was revealed, they would applaud and welcome the son of Chu City to return home. This time, I wanted to move Lin Feng from the deepest part of people's hearts and let him invest funds in Chu City. Ha ha, Lin Dong, you are even more admirable. You are now the pride of Chu City. With your current name, you are already Chu City's business card. Mei was extremely enthusiastic, shaking hands with Lin Feng, boasting. At the same time the flash fired again. At this time, the surrounding leaders of Chu City at all levels rushed over, and Mayor Yuhai introduced them again and again. This is Director Qin of the China Merchants Office. This is the head of the development zone, and his land just happens to be idle. Mayor Yuhai introduced one by one, but the lowest ranking officers were all deputy directors. No matter how low rank they were, they could only look at them from a distance. They wanted to shake hands with Lin Feng, but they didn't even talk about it. Lin Feng smiled and shook hands with everyone, with a smile on his face. Think about it, 2 years ago, these people didn't think they were good enough, and even wanted to trample themselves to death. But now they are flattering. This life is really damn interesting. At this time, the 4 girls sat in the car all night. They were a little tired. They opened the car door and wanted to move their bodies. The 4 of them had just been awakened by Lin Feng. They were still half dreaming and half awake. They didn't notice the crowds around them. They walked down like this, squinted their sleepy eyes and looked at the warm sun above their heads, slightly opened their lips, and hit them. A yawn. His hands stretched out lazily, and the straightness of the collapse, the perfect figure of the 4 people was protruding, and then he gently patted Yu's face with his jade hands, and said with a sexy voice that makes the soul throbbing, "Brother Lin, morning Anne." The surroundings were suddenly stunned. The original noisy, lively, and noisy scene was silent, and everyone looked at the 4 beautiful girls who got out of the car with amazing faces. The scene just now was too shocking. The 4 girls stretched out all together, but with various gestures. Each had its own charm, which made people almost lost in it. Lisa's purity, clean without a trace of impurities, and lazy waist makes people feel as if they see angels dozing off, and feel shocked from the soul. Lin Ziyui's sexy, simple sluggish waist, perfectly highlights Lin Ziyui's perfect figure, especially when he slept all night, woke up with disheveled clothes, stretched his waist and exposed a small waist. The crowd was boring. Never I think that a woman stretching her waist can make a person's heart beat so much. Huang Meixi is so elegant that you can hardly help thinking it is a picture, a beautiful picture. Algra was extremely noble, and the nobleness naturally revealed in his expression made people feel ashamed. For a while, everyone at the scene recovered. Naturally, the Chu reporters were the first to react. They took pictures again and again. Although they are not an entertainment version, this is also a major news. Lin Feng's girlfriend and Lin Feng returned to Chu City together. What does this mean? Everyone can understand without guessing. Such news will be enough to interest readers across the country tomorrow. What's more, I didn't know Li Zhu, a girl who came to Chu City this time. But Meiyu, who recovered his senses, was extremely dissatisfied, because where was the applause? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 375 is promoted. Meiyu came back to his senses, secretly surprised at the charm of these four girls. He also knew that one of them should be Lin Feng's girlfriend. I am afraid that this time he came to see his parents. But why did the other three girls come from? Meiyu just flashed a charming picture in his mind and skipped. There are more such things across the country, and many carders in Chu City also have them. Besides, Lin Feng is not a carder, but a businessman. Such things are even more common. He didn't care about the relationship between Lin Feng and the girls. What he cared about was Lin Feng's refusal to invest in Chu City. But in a blink of an eye, he looked around and was still amazed, and even the carders who showed the face of Brother Pig and the general department staff were dissatisfied with Meiyu. Although I also know that many carders have this kind of virtue, they are also doing this in front of Lin Feng. Not only does it lose the face of the Chu City government, but if Lin Feng is annoyed, he will complain to whom? Meiyu snorted full of anger, and everyone around him gradually recovered. I also knew that I was gaffy just now, haha, for a while, boasting that Lin Feng's girlfriend is good looking. Lin Feng smiled and didn't care, because this is an official. Seeing that there was no discomfort on Lin Feng's face, Meiyu finally let out a sigh of relief, but sighed inwardly. Once upon a time, the young man in front of him was still so weak, he was irritated everywhere, and snorted. At the beginning, he almost appeared in front of him as a savior. But now, it was himself and others who accompany Lin Feng with all smiles, and this world changed really fast enough. Not good. Meiyu was shocked when he thought of one person. During this period of time, the entire Chu City leadership team was studying how to get Lin Feng's funds to settle in Chu City, thinking about how to rely on family cards and preferential policies to keep this Chu City's richest man in the country and invest funds in Chu City, but completely forgot the dispute between Lin Feng and the brother of Deputy Mayor Hu. Back then, the security guards under Hu Xiaobing, the younger brother of Deputy Mayor Hu, beat Lin Feng's father, and later almost killed Lin Feng. The friction between the two was not ordinary. Lin Feng had no strength back then, and now he is the richest man in the country. What should the leaders of Chu City do if he settles after the fall? Thinking of this, the mayor became more and more worried. No, you have to go back and discuss this with Secretary Wang quickly, so don't end up with something wrong because of this. Thinking of this, the smile on Meiya's face is even worse. At least first hold Lin Feng, and talk about it. By the way, where's the applause? What about the welcome slogan? Meiyu glared, and the secretary next to him was taken aback for a moment. He suddenly woke up and secretly said to his care that he had forgotten even such an important matter. But these four girls are really beautiful. The star is the star, and they are so touching. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the four Lisa who were still a little awake. The secretary swallowed secretly, and hurriedly winked at the people on both sides. At this time, everyone also recovered, and there was a burst of warm applause. They shouted, "Welcome Mr. Lin back to Chu City," but the applause was not like welcoming Lin Feng by the four of Li Zhu. It looks like we are welcoming the four of Li Zhu. Meiyu frowned, but he didn't have much to say before him. He could only hope that Lin Feng would not mind. At this time, the four of Lizu were also awakened by the applause. After seeing so many people around, they suddenly realized that they must be here to welcome Lin Feng. The four girls were secretly surprised by Lin Feng's influence, and there would be so many officials to greet them when they returned home. It was amazing. The happiest one is naturally Lizu. After all, the more beautiful his boyfriend is, the more face he will be. Don't mention how sweet the smile on Lizu's face is. Lin Ziyui, Huang Meixi, and Algra joked for a while, but the play between the four shocked everyone again. Fortunately, after the shock just now, everyone had the power to resist, but they were a little jealous of Lin Feng in their hearts. Good fate. Not only has he become the richest man in the country in just 2 years, he has also entered the world's richest list. There are such beautiful women by his side, and there are still 4, which is too good for life. Donglin, I still ask you to call your nephew Lin Xian. May you remember that he was not bad to Lin Feng in the past. But when he ran forward and left him, he gave him a loan. This nephew called out. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't care, a wave of pride rose slightly in the mayor's heart. My nephew, I know that you haven't been back to Chu City for 2 years. There must be a lot of things to say to your parents this time. I wanted to invite you to a dinner today, but in order not to disturb you to enjoy the family happiness, I will do it again next time. I have a formal banquet for you. In this way, when the spring festival is over and the 8th day of work is on, can I have time to talk to my office? Mayor Yu said. Lin Feng smiled and nodded naturally. Even if the mayor doesn't look for himself, he will look for him. However, since Chu City was so flattering with himself this time, he naturally had to make good use of this opportunity, not only to get the most benefits for the company, but also to avenge his personal revenge by the way. Hu Xiaobing, Hu Xiali, we must be clear about the hatred of the past this time. Lin Feng's face showed an unfathomable smile. Mayor's heart shuddered, and he couldn't see through the person in front of him. However, after receiving Lin Feng's reply, he still felt great peace in his heart and waved his hand. My nephew, if that's the case, we won't bother you. If your trip is delayed, we will clear the way for you. With that, the 4 police cars yelled and opened the road ahead. Lin Feng followed, and the rest of the city the government car followed behind, giving a lot of face. Along the way, the citizens of Chu City were surprised. 4 police cars cleared the road, followed by an extra-long Cadillac that can only be seen on TV, followed by a car with a city government license plate. This is too much face. Especially people with discerning eyes can see the license plates of the mayor, director and other cars at a glance, and they are even more surprised. But looking at the banners hung on the main street, "Welcome Lin Feng back to Chu City," someone suddenly understood. This is the pride of Chu City. Lin Feng, the richest man in the country and the world's richest man, has returned to Chu City. This is definitely an amazing news. When Lin Feng was still on Beijing Road, the main street of Chu City, lamenting that there has been no change in Chu City for 2 years, the news of Lin Feng's return to Chu City has already been heard through various channels. For most ordinary people, there is still some expectation for Lin Feng's return home. If Lin Feng really invests in Chu City and his hometown, with Lin Feng's economic strength, it will naturally improve the economy of Chu City, which is still very beneficial to ordinary people, especially laid-off workers. However, whether Lin Feng invested in Chu City is still unknown, and to ordinary people like Lin Feng, it is still more interesting. The widening gap between the rich and the poor is definitely a disaster for ordinary Chinese people. As for most of the Chu players in the second world, they looked excited. But what they are looking forward to is not Lin Feng, but Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi, the 3 legendary goddesses. In the past, only 3 goddesses could be seen on TV or online videos. Now that I finally have the opportunity to see real people, I naturally look forward to it. But whether you can see it, many second world players can only hope that their lives will be good, and they will be lucky enough to meet 3 goddesses on the street. Of course, each of the 9 children born to dragons is different, and people in the world are naturally more diverse. Brother Hua, the richest man has returned to Chu City. A little brother said to a bar. A sinister man angrily put out the Marlboro in his hand in the ashtray, his face full of discomfort. "Oh shit!" the insidious man cursed secretly. Thinking of the 7 million coins last time, the insidious man's heart is full of fire. His elder Huang Yi would naturally not personally deal with the 42.35 tons of coins, and directly ordered him to deal with it. When he saw the 42.35 tons of coins at that time, he and the other brothers were all in a chaos. It was miserable at the time, so don't mention it. At this time, in the extended Cadillac, a few girls looked around in surprise. The city where Lin Feng was born and grew up. Brother Lin, Chu City is really clean. It's rare in China. Lisa snuggled in Lin Feng's arms and sighed. Lin Feng was also secretly speechless. He didn't expect that although there was no change in appearance when he returned to Chu City this time, the streets were strangely clean. Think about it, 2 years ago, the streets of Chu City were full of rubbish. Pedestrians threw melon peels and confetti, and even some gangsters were able to pee on the main road Beijing Road in Chu City in broad daylight after drinking some alcohol. It's jaw-dropping. Today, it is as clean as Beijing and other cities, which is really amazing. However, Lin Feng didn't know that Chu City could be so clean today. Apart from the approach of the Spring Festival, the more important reason was that he returned to Chu City. The Chu City government wanted to give Lin Feng a good impression. If the city is poor and has not changed much, it should be clean and tidy. At least it looks good. Brother Lin, look. There are slogans welcoming you everywhere. Algra pointed to the banners hanging on the street, all welcoming Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng didn't care too much about this, he still felt proud when he saw the banners welcoming him hung on the streets. However, in the past 2 years in Chu City, nothing has changed. It clearly proves the current situation in Chu City. No wonder the mayor and others treat themselves so kindly. Amidst a sigh, 4 police cars escorted Lin Feng to the new residential complex bought by his father Sun City. The newly built high-end residential district in Chu City was the first district to introduce property management. However, the highest house price is only 1,200 yuan per square meter, but compared to the price of around 800 yuan per square meter in other parts of Chu City, it is already considered high-end. Little Ma, do you hear any sound? Asked Xiao Liu, the security guard of Sun City. It seems to hear the sound of some police siren. The pony listened with his ears upright. By the way, when did the Lin Feng come? The above ordered the community not only to ensure hygiene and safety, but also to maintain our appearance 24 hours a day, which is really uncomfortable. Xiao Liu complained. Who knows? Alas, the richest man in the family, we are the security guards. The gap is really big, Xiao Ma muttered. At this time, the sirens came, 4 police cars whizzed past them, and then an extended Cadillac passed in front of them, followed by a string of cars with the City Hall brand passing in front of them. Brother Liu, this ... who is here? Such a big battle. Xiaoma asked in astonishment. Asshole, why are you still in a daze? If you don't call the manager, Lin Feng must be here. Xiao Liu gave Xiaoma a chestnut heavily. Yes, Xiaoma hurriedly called. At this time, the car had just stopped to hear, and many portals around the community had shook their heads. After all, the sound of police sirens was so loud and it was so lively. Brother Lin, which building does uncle live in? Looking at the surrounding residential buildings, Lisa's heart jumped violently, and his heart was nervous when he thought of seeing the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lin Feng was embarrassed. He only knew the approximate address, but he didn't know which building he lived in, only the 3rd floor. Just when Lin Feng was about to call his father, he had already seen his father and Xilao Master Lin Feng Huacha come out of the corridor. Lin Feng quickly opened the car door and greeted him with excitement. When Lin Feng had just left the house, a loud firecracker sounded. Looking sideways, not only my father and Xilao have come out, but also my mother, and relatives on both sides of the parents have also arrived. Looking at his parents who hadn't seen him for 2 years, Lin Feng felt a little sour in his heart, a little excited, a little emotional, and even a little unspeakable. He didn't come back for 2 years, he was really unfilial, but fortunately his parents were very healthy. Seeing the flushed faces of his parents, Lin Feng felt a little loose in his heart. Brother Xiaofeng, which is your uncle or aunt? Li Zu and the others got out of the car and heard the loud firecrackers. Seeing a large group of people walking towards him, Li Zu was both excited and a little timid. Dad, Mom. Lin Feng awakened and greeted him excitedly, looking at his parents, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, a little bit horrified, not knowing what to say. Just come back, just come back. Father Lin fiercely grabbed Lin Feng's hand, looked at Lin Feng, and sighed again and again. Xiaofeng, you are really thin. Mother Lin touched her head and then her face, tears in her eyes. My son, who hadn't seen him for 2 years, made such a big move, which is really worrying. Lin Feng was slightly embarrassed. It was a bit embarrassing for everyone to be touched by his mother as a child, but he felt more of his mother's care for him. Xiaofeng, you are promising, but the pride of our Lin family. Lin Feng's second uncle patted Lin Feng's shoulder heavily and said with a smile on his face, yeah, Xiaofeng is now the pride of the entire Chu city. Mother's brother, Lin Feng's uncle, came over, also extremely excited. The relatives on both sides brag for a while, and Lin Feng is rare in the world. Although Lin Feng knew that his relatives boasted so much, firstly because of his current status, and secondly because of the starting point fast food restaurant, all his relatives became millionaires, and they were regarded as wealthy families in Chu City. Although the relatives were so boastful and somewhat utilitarian, Lin Feng was still moved in his heart. Okay, I said, Lao Lin, Xiaofeng just came back, and father and son are not chatting on this road. I won't say much. Go up and go home first. Xilao was also a little excited. The guys who are running around are now the richest man in the country. Although Lao Xu has no blood relationship with Lin Feng, the name of the master and apprentice is also a false name, but it is enough to make Xilao happy. This kid is promising. With tears of excitement, Lin Feng's parents nodded, and the two of them took Lin Feng upstairs from left to right, and everyone followed behind. Nephew Lin Xian. One person shouted at this moment. Everyone looked back, and Mei walked over with a little embarrassment. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 376. Things are strange. Sorry, Mei, I am happy to see my parents, and forget that you are still here. Lin Feng looked sorry, and forgot that Mei and the others were still behind. Haha, it's okay, human nature. Human nature. Mei said haha, otherwise it would be embarrassing to let him go like this. My nephew, I won't bother you to enjoy the family happiness. This is my business card. Call me when I'm free. It's online 24 hours a day. Mei handed over a business card. The relatives around Lin Feng were surprised. Even Lin Feng's parents were slightly shocked. It was shocking that Mei, the parent official of Chu City, valued his son so much. But besides being amazed, I was even more proud. But Lin Feng understood what Mei meant. Since his phone number was changed, Mei has not had his own phone. Now he is handing his business card to keep in touch with him. Lin Feng smiled and said that he handed his business card to Mei. Mei, I must visit on the 8th day. Mei nodded repeatedly and breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking of the entanglement between the Xiaobing brothers and Lin Feng, his heart felt guilty again. This is a problem that must be resolved as soon as possible, and it must not become an obstacle this time. By the way, nephew Lin Xian, this is the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Ouyang, in charge of public security. If you encounter any problems, call him. Mei introduced the middle-aged man next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and then suddenly realized, Deputy Director Ouyang. Oh, no, I am now Deputy Director Ouyang. Congratulations. Lin Feng recognized that this person was the former head of the Lanzhou police station. He did not expect to see him for 2 years and has become a member of the Public Security Bureau. The deputy director has been upgraded. Ha ha, brother Lin still knows me. Ha ha, Tofel, this is my business card. If there is a small child who has no eyesight, Brother Lin will call me as soon as possible. Maintaining public order in Chu City has always been the responsibility of our Public Security Bureau. Deputy Director Wu Yang handed Lin Feng a business card, and said to his chest continuously. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, and handed Deputy Director Wu Yang a business card. The officials who accompanied him were jealous, and Lin Feng's business card was worth more than gold. Now that Chu City is so poor, so many yeomen are short of money, but Lin Feng is so rich, just letting a little out of his hands is enough for them. However, Meiyu didn't give them a chance to meet Lin Feng head, so he waved his hand and took the lead to get into the car and leave. The people in charge of various regions with red eyes glanced hard at the business card in the hand of Deputy Director Wu Yang, sighed, and left. The whole community sighed for a while watching the lively people. When have you ever seen the city's parent officer so kind and so close to the people? But there was also a feeling of emotion in my heart. The richest man in the country is the richest man in the country. The many neighbors of Father Lin can only sigh secretly. How can someone give birth to a good son? Have you seen it? You have to live up to it in the future, just like that Lin Feng, so that you can be worthy of Lao Tzu sending you to such an expensive school. At this moment, many residents in Sunko Sun City community reprimanded their children in this way. The child was stunned, wondering who Lin Feng was talking about by his parents. All I know is that the firecrackers are so lively. After the mayor bid farewell, Lin Feng and his parents and relatives came down and went upstairs. Finally home. Zhu, you may have been forgotten, Lin Ziyui said jokingly. Big brother Lin hasn't seen his parents for 2 years. Li Zhu knew that Lin Ziyui was making trouble and ignored her, but he was moved and sighed in his heart. Moved by the affection between Lin Feng and his parents, but also sighed for the disappearance of his gambler's father. Isn't he still not famous? My father hasn't contacted him for more than a year. Okay, let's go, otherwise your future daughter-in-law is gone. Brother Lin will be mad. Algera quipped. The 4 girls smiled, and under the protection of Li Ru and others, followed Lin Feng and others upstairs. After entering his father's house, Lin Feng looked around. Although it was incomparable with his own villa, it was a duplex apartment with a living room of 40 square meters. The relatives on both sides of his parents added up to more than 30 people, but he could barely sit down. But I also frowned secretly. It is not very convenient for my father and Xilao to live in such a big house without a nanny. In case of a cold or something old or two, who knows? Lin Feng secretly made up his mind. No matter what, this time he would hire a nanny and medical staff for the 2 elders to check their bodies regularly. The same goes for my mother. Now that I have money, I can't neglect my parents. Regular physical examination is a guarantee for the normal life of the elderly, and it is not possible to save such a small amount of examination fee because of economy. Besides, I am not poor now. How about it? Old Xu and I bought such a big house specially. Are you satisfied? We will leave it for you to get married in 3 years. Father Lin pointed to the house and said with excitement. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect his father to plan this way, but he got married and the house was too small. But I still thanked my father again and again for his kindness. Brother, look at what you said. Now Xiaofeng is the richest man in the country. How can he still live in such a small house? And he will live in a villa, right, Xiaofeng? Said his uncle. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. Hey, Zhu, it's about your marriage. Li Zhu and the others just came up, and when they heard this, Lin Zhu jokes for a while, causing Li Zhu to be shy. His face flushed, and he almost found a hole in the hole. After that, everyone sat down and exchanged enthusiastic greetings, each asking about Lin Feng's experience in the past 2 years, especially regarding the status of Lin Feng's company. Although Lin Feng didn't know why his relatives were so enthusiastic, he still briefly told about the company's situation. At least let his parents know how his son is now. Let them know that his son is now outstanding and brilliant. After a lot of greetings, it was noon soon, and there was a scent of food wafting out of the room. Lin Feng grumbled in his stomach. Yesterday, I went home early in order to hurry, but I only ate a little fast food. Now I smell the delicious food in this hometown, and I immediately screamed hungry. Xiao Feng, be hungry. I haven't eaten hometown food for 2 years. I tasted hometown food today. Your mother and all the aunts made this specially for you. Father took Lin Feng and walked to the restaurant. However, there are so many people today. One table must not be able to sit down. Fortunately, the home is quite large. There are 2 tables in the living room upstairs, and 2 more tables in the undecorated bedroom. It is enough for everyone to squeeze. After all, for many people, they are not here to eat. Speaking of eating, Lin Feng suddenly thought of Li Zhu and turned around to look around. Fortunately, Li Zhu also followed up, but because of the large number of people in the house, a few girls stood at the door, looking at him with a smile on their faces. Lin Feng apologized to Li Zhu, Algra and others with a smile, and secretly blamed himself for being careless and confused. But since he was about to eat, it was time to officially introduce Li Zhu to his parents. Lin Feng smiled and walked to Li Zhu. Let's go, my ugly daughter-in-law. It's time to see the in-laws. Lin Feng gently pulled the shy Li Zhu toward his parents. Li Zhu twisted for a while. It was because she had gone through a lot of big scenes. She was calm in the face of tens of thousands of fans, but now she is surprisingly shy. If it weren't for Lin Feng to hold her tightly and drag her away, she might be from the door. Li Zhu can't walk a few meters to the living room for a year. However, everyone in the hall saw Lin Feng like this, but they were a bit silly. Xiao Feng, who is this beautiful girl? What does it have to do with you? Father Lin took a breath and frowned. Lin Feng gently hugged Li Zhu, who was shy and afraid to look at his parents and many relatives in the class. With a proud face, Dad, Mom, I will introduce you to Li Zhu. Her name is Li Zhu, my girlfriend, but your beautiful daughter-in-law in the future! Exclamation mark. Uncle, Auntie. Li Zhu gently bit her vermilion lip. In order to leave a good impression on Father Lin and Mother Lin, he temporarily put aside his shyness and said hello to Father Lin and Mother Lin. But everyone in the hall frowned and looked at each other with weird faces. Hey, Dad, Mom, how about it? Your son has a good vision. Yu is not only beautiful, but also good at cooking, but also has very good craftsmanship. You will know in the future. Lin Feng did not notice the weird faces of everyone in the hall. Seeing Li Zhu boasted, people, they are not so good anymore. Li Zhu was shy by Lin Feng's praise, lowered his head and dared not see anyone. Father Lin looked weird and could not speak for a long time. Lin Feng saw his father weird, and he was slightly taken aback, not understanding what was going on. Are your parents dissatisfied with Li Zhu? If the parents are really dissatisfied, it will be in trouble. Dad, what's the matter? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked carefully. This. Father Lin looked at Mother Lin and then at the crowd, not knowing what to say. At this time, a person walked out. Everyone, the dishes are all ready and ready to eat. Hi, Xiao Feng, I'm back. Today I can make your favorite treasure rice. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw the people coming. Aunt Huang, Brother Xiao Feng, Zhu Huang Shuqi also walked out of the kitchen at this time, wrapped in an apron, with a few vegetable leaves glued to her face. Seeing Lin Feng's face surprised, but seeing Li Zhu, her face was strange again. Afterwards, he lowered his head in shame, playing with the corners of his clothes, not daring to look at Lin Feng again. No, this is weird. Seeing everyone weird, Lin Feng's mind flashed. This thing is absolutely abnormal. Lin Feng ignored the expressions of the relatives. The expressions of his parents were absolutely unusual. It seemed that there was something hard to say. Also, Aunt Huang was unusual here at the moment, and Huang Shuqi's expression was also problematic. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered a phone call Huang Shuqi had called to himself before the Chinese New Year. Brother Xiao Feng, Help me say sorry to Zu. What does this mean? Does it have anything to do with the weirdness of everyone today? Dad, Mom, what's wrong? What happened? Lin Feng frowned and asked. After hesitating for a moment, Father Lin gritted his teeth and confided the truth. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 377 is too outrageous. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 chapter 377. Wind. Read all the text in Shilla Literature Net before you come. Me and your mother. It's bad to have you, Aunt Huang, as the second. And the second has an appointment with Huang Shuqi. I decided to let you get married after Huang Shuqi graduated from university. At that time, HuangShuqi.com was so attractive, and you were born. It was the best time to get married. You can also settle down without being rumored by the media all day long, Father Lin said frankly. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. This is too absurd. This kind of thing happened before he was there. And he helped him make a marriage. Is it ancient times? This is too outrageous. Lin Feng was a bit stupid, and he didn't expect such a dramatic change in things. He hadn't come back for only 2 years, and he actually had a default wife. Although for Huang Shuqi, Lin Feng also has a kind of pure love and compassion, and has fantasies about it, but now he only has Li Zu in his heart. What's more, this time when Li Zu and himself come back, what happened? What makes Li Zu think, how embarrassing she will be? Uncomfortable. Lin Feng hurriedly took a look at the guy Li Zu. Li Zu's face was grey at the moment, and his whole body was trembling. He didn't know how this happened. Lin Feng's parents would have helped him choose a daughter-in-law, and they still knew Huang Shuqi. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8/5ths, and updated the block. Lin Ziyui, Huang Meixi and Algra who followed were also stunned. No one thought that this would be the case. Big brother Lin Ziyui had a fierce temper, and was about to scream for Li Zu on the spot, but was held back by Huang Meixi and Algra, wanting to see how Lin Feng was going to solve it. The three of them did not believe how unfeeling Lin Feng would be. They would abandon Li Zu, follow their parents' wishes, and marry Huang Shuqi. Thinking of Huang Shuqi, there was an atmosphere in the hearts of the three of them, and their eyes were full of hostility when they looked at Huang Shuqi. Originally, Huang Shuqi and the three had a good relationship, but after this happened, the three naturally stood on Li Zu's side, thinking that Huang Shuqi used despicable means in it. Naughty. This is just ridicule. You are too self-assertive. Lin Feng felt the trembling of Li Zu next to him, and he felt a pity in his heart and couldn't help but roar. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly froze. Lin Feng has been in a high position for the past 2 years. He has already possessed the aura of a superior and faintly domineering. At this moment, he was angry, and the sound shocked the audience. Everyone was taken aback, never expected Lin Feng to be so angry. The relatives on both sides wanted to say, but they didn't know what to say. And Lin Feng's momentum made everyone faintly timid. Lin Feng's parents were also a little stunned. Since childhood, Lin Feng had never spoken to them like this. Didn't his son change after 2 years? Or did he treat himself like that for a foreign star? With a wife, forget my mother. Thinking of this famous saying from the past, Lin's heart felt sad for a while. Xiaofeng, are you talking to your parents like this? Did you make a little money, so you have no respect? Old Xia saw that the atmosphere was wrong, and quickly shouted. Lin Feng's heart shuddered, and he secretly said that he was too arrogant, and he shouldn't treat his parents like this, but it was too outrageous. After thinking about it, Lin Feng apologized first. Sorry, Mum and Dad, I was a little excited just now, but this is too outrageous. Wouldn't you ask for my opinion? Lin Feng complained. Lin Feng's apology immediately eased the atmosphere. However, many relatives were secretly shocked, and Lin Feng had not seen him for 2 years, and the changes had been too great. Although Wang Kai is an elder, everyone actually has the feeling that they dare not look directly. Xiaofeng, we all grew up watching Shuqi. and I like this girl very much. You have been in a good relationship since childhood. What is that word? Yes, your childhood sweetheart. Your relationship is so good, we help you decide. I also want you to settle down sooner, so as not to have all the rumors about you all day long. If you settle down sooner than any American singer or movie star, we will also feel at ease. Mother Lin also spoke at this moment, and said politely. Lin Feng frowned and wanted to explain, but he was afraid that he would be scolded again. Yeah, Xiaofeng, isn't our family Shuki treating you bad? Since childhood, she was the only one in her heart. You see, now for you, she still learns cooking. You used to try it. The craftsmanship is pretty good. Aunt Huang, this Xuan also said. Lin Feng was annoyed by Aunt Huang's voice. It must have been caused by Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang, no matter what your intentions are, my feelings are determined by myself. Whether I like Shuki or not, it should be decided by me and Shuki, not you. Lin Feng dare not go any further, scolding the parents. Just when Aunt Huang was speaking, Lin Feng would use her to stab her and show her attitude towards her parents. Aunt Huang was speechless for a long time because of Lin Feng's sentence. Her face was sore. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't bear it. For today, she didn't get close to Lin Feng's parents during this period of time. Since Aunt Huang's Xuan gambling debt, when she resented that Lin Feng actually asked Huang Shuki to repay her gambling debt, she also secretly worried that she didn't make a fortune. Not long ago, when the Qianji fast food restaurant went public, not only Su Xiaomai became a billionaire, but the relatives on both sides of Lin Feng's parents also became millionaires and became a wealthy family in Chu City. This made Aunt Huang extremely uncomfortable, but it also opened up her mind. Since Lin Feng's relatives are all covered, if he becomes Lin Feng's relatives, then when other companies of Lin Feng go public in the future, will he become a millionaire like them? Thinking of this, Aunt Huang became active. If Huang Shuki can become Lin Feng's wife, then she is the mother-in-law of the richest man in mainland China. Will she be poor in the future? Then Xuan will naturally not have to pay it back. My daughter likes Lin Feng's thoughts, and her mother naturally understands. Although Lin Feng already has Elisa by his side, in Aunt Huang's eyes, it is not a problem at all. In China, marriages have been important since ancient times. Parents' orders, and matchmakers' words. As long as Lin Feng's parents agree, no matter how Lin Feng opposes it, it will not help. What's more, for insurance, Aunt Huang also spent enough money on relatives on both sides of Lin Feng's parents. To know this, Pro Ding said, Lin Feng is a treasure mine for them to become. Aunt Huang only needs to tell them that if Lin Feng marries other people, I am afraid that these properties, let alone eat some meat, even the soup is not drunk. He also warned that actresses, especially beautiful female stars, are very cunning and will never divide Lin Feng's property to them. After this consideration, Lin Feng's parents and relatives naturally agreed with Aunt Huang's plan. After all, Aunt Huang is also her own person. After lobbying from both sides, Huang Shuki is indeed liked by Lin Feng's parents, and Lin Feng's work in the United States and AI, the scandal involving Vale and Jessica, also made the traditional-minded father Lin extremely dissatisfied. He immediately agreed to the marriage. However, Aunt Huang didn't expect Lin Feng to be so shameless. In front of the big court, especially the prerequisite for the in-laws in the future, such a contradiction against her made her so unable to get off the stage. I'm sorry, brother Xiaofeng, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my mother. Don't scold her, scold me if you want. Huang Shuki's tears stayed immediately. Huang Shuki didn't know about this plan at the time, and when she came back from winter vacation, Aunt Huang told her that she was married to Lin Feng. On the spot, Huang Shuki was afraid of Lin Feng's opposition, and would hate her even more, but that was already the case, plus Huang Shuki's selfishness, then nodded. However, afterwards, he was still sad, so he made such an inexplicable call to Lin Feng. It was even more sad to see Lin Feng scolding his mother so much now. Lin Feng took a breath and sighed. For Huang Shuki, Lin Feng is really hard to say. But this matter cannot be vague. Especially, Lisa next to him is now trembling all over, and there is no anger on his face, which makes Lin Feng feel distressed. Dad, Mom, it doesn't count without my consent. Also, I like Lizu, and your daughter-in-law will be her. Lin Feng said firmly. Lin Feng's parents frowned, but they didn't expect his son to be so stern. Lizu is not bad, but under Aunt Huang's honest-sided rendering, Lin Feng's parents just don't like this Korean female star. No, she's just an actor. She is so decent to show her face all day long. Not to mention that you are now rich. Even if we are still an ordinary family, we can't accept an actor who often shows up as a daughter-in-law. Now there is no good one among the actors. Things, so many scandals in the newspapers, and those nasty things about celebrities, there are so many. I will never accept such a wife. Father Lin categorically opposed it. Aunt Huang snorted to herself, feeling proud. During this period of time, she did not find any negative news about the celebrity for Lin Feng's parents. The rejection of Lisa by the two elders was also obvious. Lin Feng frowned even more. Unexpectedly his father would treat Lisa like this. Dad, you are not what you think. Lin Feng wanted to argue. You seem to be living together. The mother also said, if you live together when you are unmarried, I don't want such a casual daughter-in-law. Lin Feng became even more angry when he heard it. But it was a bit of bitterness. But Lisa should not be blamed for this. But I should be blamed. Yes, Xiao Feng, celebrities look noble, but in fact they are actors. They are willing to do anything for profit. You don't see so many celebrities in Hong Kong and Taiwan, who eat with big bosses. Can you marry such a wife? Many relatives also echoed. These words were even harsher. Not only did Lisa burst into tears and his face was ashes, but Lin Ziyue and Huang Meixi were also angry. Indeed, many celebrities accompany their bosses, directors, etc. to eat and sleep for their own interests. But that does not mean that all celebrities are like this. At least they have always been clean and self-conscious. Even celebrities have the most common bad habit of clubbing, but Lin Feng's relatives actually see them like this. It's really hateful. But as they were stars, they couldn't talk back. I said, you guys are too vulgar. Few celebrities marry rich people. Now it is the 2nd century, and the important thing is that the two are happy. Not to mention Zhu is not as unbearable as you said. Yes, she is indeed unmarried. She lived together, but she was still a virgin before Lin Feng. To say, Lin Feng should be blamed for this, according to you Chinese, Lin Feng has ruined Zhu's innocence, and he should have married Li Zhu. Yes, Algra didn't have so many worries, especially after living in China for so long, and everyone was speechless. Lin Feng was happy. And besides that, Algra was too right this time. All of you present here are your elders, especially your parents. What can you say? Wanting to retaliate, a big hat of filial piety was buttoned off. Only Algra can defend himself and Lizu and others. Who are you? A foreigner, don't mess around. Huang Auntie said arrogantly. Aunt Huang, she is the future president of the top international fashion brand Versace, worth more than $300 million. Lin Feng said coldly. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this little thin foreign girl to be so rich. Secretly speaking, he didn't dare to be as rude to Algra like a netizen, and his face was even more discriminatory. Okay, I'll talk about this later. Eat first. Everyone is hungry. Xiao Feng also took the car for a day. Come. Everyone eats. Xilao came out to complete the game, pulling everyone to sit down. However, this meal was extremely dull. Everyone had their own thoughts and didn't know the taste. Lin Feng is also a headache. How to solve this problem? Lisa must be his wife. But Lin Feng doesn't want to hurt Huang Shuqi too much, and he can't let his parents resist Lizu. Alas, a headache. At the same time, Lin Feng thought of giving away her own bracelet and making a bracelet appointment with Avril, and it was even more troublesome. Anxious. A bird by joining Arab nationality. A touch of wind said indignantly. At this moment, a phone call came and Lin Feng patted the table and stood up. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. My 222 long, press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 378 Blackmail 100 million? Question mark 75 Chapter 378 Extortion 100 million? In the cool suburbs, inside a lonely brick house. See finishing. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry today. It's so offensive for us to invite you, and we still look at Heihan, a man with a black cloth on his head and only his eyes, nose and mouth showing he smiled. After all, Suxiomai is also very clever, who is in charge of the starting fast food chain in the country. After the initial panic, she quickly calmed down. Carefully look at the 4 men with only eyes, nose and mouth left in front of them, knowing that they were kidnapped today. And then look at Liu Tao, who seems to be full of horror beside him. Sigh. I can't afford it, I'm hurting you. Suxiomai said sorry, President Su, it's okay. Liu Tao shook his head, and then shouted loudly, don't hurt Mr. Su, otherwise, I will definitely not let you go. The 4 men laughed. How much do you want? Suxiomai gritted her teeth and asked. The 4 of them were slightly surprised. But Suxiomai was so calm. But it's good to save them from threats and intimidation. The more the hostages cooperate, the easier they work. Hey, Mr. Su, it's easy to say, not much, just talk about it. I think this is nothing to you. It's just drizzle, the middleman said with a smile. Suxiomai frowned. I don't have so much money in my hands. Seeing that the man in the middle didn't seem to believe it, Suxiomai quickly explained, my property is all stocks, and I don't have so much cash at all. If you don't sell it, you can do it, little girl. Don't be scornful with our elder brother. A man next to him said horizontally, my stocks are all given to me by my boss. At the beginning, I signed a 3-year agreement. I cannot sell the stocks within 3 years, and it will take 3 years to sell them. However, I still have a lot of cash in my hands. I think this will be enough for you to spend. Suxiomai explained, by the way, to appease the robbers, fearing that the 4 of them would be detrimental to her because they could not see the money. This is not the first time for Suxiomai to negotiate. Only this time I used myself as a bargaining chip. The 4 men frowned. They didn't expect this to happen. And it seemed that Suxiomai's expression was not lying. It can be a mere 10,000 to satisfy their appetite. Taking such a big risk this time to kidnap billionaire Suxiomai, it is absolutely impossible to send them away. The man in the middle, Haizi, heard that Suxiomai said so. He had no idea at this time. It's okay to let him fight and kill. So it's not his good point to use his brain. Haizi couldn't help looking at Liu Tao. Liu Tao was surprised. So obvious. If by any chance Suxiomai found him, it would be over. Even staring at Haizi. Just when Suxiomai was suspicious, Haizi also woke up, and just a little bit earlier, the 2 younger brothers came over and blocked Suxiomai's eyes and mouth. Give me to lock them in. Also, separate them. Keep them from being together, so as not to run away. Haizi mumbled loudly. Not long after, Liu Tao came out. What should I do now? This little girl doesn't have so much money at all. How can it be spent? Haizi frowned and said in a low voice, while also blaming Liu Tao's intelligence for inaccuracy. Liu Tao was also helpless. He didn't expect this to happen. He was not a financial professional. He naturally didn't know the reason. He didn't expect that the stocks in Suxiomai's hands would not be sold until 3 years later. I thought that after Suxiomai became a billionaire, she would have hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in her hands. It now appears that he has made a mistake about the relationship. Boss, there are a lot of blades, said a younger brother beside him. Haizi slapped the little brother with a backhand, and Renwan was satisfied. Why did they kidnap Suxiomai? Most of them were tied up in Chu City. By the way, it's better to blackmail her boss Lin Feng. When Liu Tao hesitated, he suddenly had a plan. Blackmail her boss. Will you give me money? Haizi frowned. Is there any ambiguity between this woman and the boss? No, She has nothing to do with her boss. But she immediately pays a catty to his boss. A good friend is married, and she is the president of Starting Point fast food restaurant. I think I should be able to try it. Luo Tao is not too sure, but I often hear Ding Feng boast about the relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng should not will report to the police regardless of the life of his brother and wife for many years. What's more, for Lin Feng, Milk Wan is really nothing. Last time, Luo Tao also heard that someone asked Lin Feng to blackmail Xuan. It's only a lot of talk that is more than a lot of talk. Heisey thought for a long time and nodded. Now it can only be so. Otherwise, it would be worthless to take such a big risk for the sake of Kane Wan. By the way, her boss seems to be the richest man in the country. Heisey asked suddenly. Luo Tao nodded. Heisey's face flashed fiercely. Damn. If that's the case, he'll get a big vote this time, or I don't want it. It costs 100 million. The younger brother and Luo Tao all around were shocked and took a breath. He didn't expect Heisey to have such a big appetite. But when he came back to his senses, they all looked excited. 100 million. Each person can share the loss of 10,000. Even if Heisey is a little bit older, each person will have at least 10 million. In the excitement of everyone, Heisey walked into the hut. Luo Tao was steady outside. President Su, what is your boss phone number? Heisey's eyes showed greedy gaze. Su Xiaomai was taken aback for a moment, and then she instantly understood what Heisey was going to do. Don't go too far. This matter has nothing to do with my boss, and my boss will not give you money. I have nothing except work relationship with him. Su Xiaomai quickly cleared the relationship. She didn't want to bring Lin Feng such a big trouble. Hey, President Su, it's not your business. You just need to tell us the phone. Seeing Xiaomai, Su closed her lips tightly. Heisey smiled coldly, and threatened, Mr. Su, don't toast or not eat. Eat fine wine. You are a person who wants to get married during the Lantern Festival. You don't want to be like this corpse and wilderness. What's more, President Su, you are so watery. Our brother has never been to a noble woman like you. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 if less, updated the block, and said more, and the 4 men laughed obscenely. No matter how calm Su Xiaomai was, she panicked at this moment. If she is abused by these people, how she will face Ding Feng in the future. Even if Ding Feng didn't care, she couldn't pass her own level. But thinking that this caused such a big trouble for Lin Feng, who has always trusted and cultivated herself, Su Xiaomai felt extremely sorry, but she couldn't escape the clutches of these people at all, and her thoughts were totally frustrated. President Su, you can think clearly, Heisey said threateningly, and the younger brothers around him also laughed in cooperation. Su Xiaomai's face changed drastically. Brother, I'm sorry. With a silent word, Su Xiaomai slammed into the wall. It is better to die than to be insulted by these beasts. Heisey's 4 people were shocked, but she didn't expect Su Xiaomai to be so powerful that she wanted to save it, but it was too late. Fortunately, Su Xiaomai was tied up. There were also some cluttered objects blocking her, and Su Xiaomai couldn't hit the wall in the end. Heisey quickly hugged Su Xiaomai and put it on the ground again. President Su, why don't you think about it? As long as you cooperate, our brother will never touch you. Heisey was also afraid that Su Xiaomai would really hit the wall. She was dying, and all these billions were gone, so she quickly said with relief. This time they were asking for money. Although Su Xiaomai was very good, she was far inferior to Yi. With money, are you afraid that there are no women? Luo Tao was also looking anxiously outside, and he almost uttered a few sounds, calling out Heisey and the others. I can't go on like this. Let me show in. I have a way to persuade her. Luo Tao said. Heisey and the others nodded, turned to Tile Luo Tao and dragged it in, with a fierce look. Persuade you, President Su, otherwise she will die and you won't be able to live. President Su, are you okay? Luo Tao asked repeatedly. President Su, don't think about it, just call Lin Dong, he has many ways. Maybe he can save us out, not to mention that you will be a bride soon. Are you willing to die like this? And your mother, are you willing to? Su Xiaomai gradually became sober, and she knew that Liu Tao was right. After thinking for a while, he asked Hazy to take out the phone from her bag, take a few deep breaths, and dial the phone. "Boss, I'm sorry, I was kidnapped." Su Xiaomai gritted her teeth, holding the kidnapper's mobile phone. "Try to speak calmly." "What?" Lin Feng patted the table and stood up. The room was shocked. Lin Feng's parents and all relatives looked at Lin Feng and didn't know what was going on. Lin Feng glanced at the people in the room and walked aside alone. "Sister Su, what's the matter?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. At this time, the microphone changed its voice. "Hey, Boss Lin, our compagnie's President Su was tied up by us. If you want her to come back safely, you should prepare a ransom of 100 million yuan." Speaking of the ransom of 100 million, the kidnapper's voice in the microphone clearly trembled. Breathing became a little hurried, and then he said strangely, "Boss Lin, it's best not to call the police. Otherwise you, President Su, Zhao Dida's bride will be over. Also, don't you say that she has nothing to do with you. Soon you will marry your best friend." Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that Su Xiaomai would be kidnapped and the robbers would blackmail 100 million yuan, but fortunately, she should be fine now when she heard Su Xiaomai's voice. "I warn you. Don't touch her. If she loses a hair, I will never let you go." Lin Feng threatened. "Hey, Boss Lin, don't worry, we only ask for money. But if Boss Lin calls the police or something happens, we can't guarantee the safety of little sister Su. Boss Lin, I'd better prepare the money as soon as possible, and I'll give it to you later." "Call." The robber hung up after speaking. Listening to the blind tone in the microphone, Lin Feng was agitated. "Lisa's matter has not been resolved yet. This happened again. This year is really depressing." "Boss, what happened?" Li Ru and others noticed that Lin Feng's expression was wrong, and asked in a low voice. "Li Ru, I belong to the Starting Point fast food restaurant. The president Su Xiaomai was kidnapped. Net talent robbers called me to blackmail me 100 million. Lin Feng said as plainly as possible. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4 less, and updated the block. More. Li Ru and others were surprised. "Donglin, there are a lot of people here, and it's better for another party to discuss the matter." Li Ru glanced at the many relatives who were looking at Lin Feng in the living room and said. Lin Feng nodded. "Judgment, Wind, what's wrong?" Father Lin asked with a worried look. Netizen Lin Feng patted the table and stood up with a look of anger. "It is obvious that what happened is that parents care about their children no matter how they say it." "Dad, something happened to my company. I'm going to solve it. I won't accompany the elders to dinner today." "I'm sorry," Lin Feng said hurriedly. Lin Feng's parents frowned, but since his son said that something was wrong with the company, they couldn't stop Lin Feng. As for the choice of the daughter-in-law, the two elders thought about it and decided to talk about it after Lin Feng had dealt with it. The relatives frowned slightly. They came today to win the relationship. By the way, they can introduce their children to work at Lin Feng Company. But now Lin Feng has something to do. They are not easy to say. What's more, they are not in a hurry because Japan is long. But they are not in a hurry, but some are in a hurry. "My father-in-law, Xiaofeng, shouldn't it be an excuse?" Aunt Huang whispered in Father Lin's ear, but everyone in the hall was pressed by Lin Feng's momentum, and quietly heard even a needle. Aunt Huang's words were heard by Lin Feng. "Really?" Lin Feng was angry on the spot. "I was in a bad mood, but it happened again that little sister Su was kidnapped, and I was in a great mood." "Shut up to me. I warn you, don't provoke me between my parents, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Lin Feng pointed his hand, and the staring Aunt Huang's old face changed. She dared not speak in horror. Lin Feng dared to kick the door of Microsoft's headquarters, and dared to scold reporters in public. Faced with Lin Feng's rage, how dare an ordinary old lady retaliate? Everyone in the hall was also shocked. They had never seen Lin Feng so angry, and everyone actually had the idea of not daring to help. "Xiaofeng, are you talking to your elders like this?" Father Lin frowned. He felt that his son had indeed developed in the past 2 years, and he has become more capable, but his temper has also improved. Is there such a way to talk to his elders? "Dad, don't help. This car was caused by her. Also, let me put it here. I will marry Lizu. Lin Feng was also upset, and went straight back. You unfilial son. Lin fatherly patted the table and stood up. He knows his son's character very well. He has always respected his elders and never disobeys himself. But today he talks to himself like this for a female celebrity. Don't mention how sad it is. Besides, in front of everyone, so contradicting himself. Where did he put his face? When Mr. Xu saw that something was wrong, he quickly grabbed Father Lin. Otherwise, the father and son continued to quarrel, and turned to Lin Feng and said, Xiaofeng, are you okay? Why don't you go? Lin Feng also knew that his website was a bit wrong, so he just borrowed the old steps from Xu to get down. Dad, Mom, I will come back to talk to you after my campaign's affairs are handled. Friends, let's go. Lin Feng pulled Lizu with a grey face to his feet and turned away. Brother Xiaofeng, I'm sorry, Xu, I'm sorry. When Huang Shuqi saw Lin Feng was about to leave, she stood up and apologized with tears. Uncle Lin, in fact, Xiaofeng brothers like Xu, and they are a couple. I shouldn't get in. Although this was not what she wanted, she was incumbent on it. Many people in the class also watched Huang Shuqi grow up and liked such a well-behaved child. Now that Huang Shuqi is like this, everyone suddenly feels softened, and even comforts and insinuates that Lin Feng will not choose a girlfriend. After Lin Feng heard it, he didn't know how to say Huang Shuqi was good. But this matter must be resolved, and the breakthrough is Huang Shuqi. Shuqi, come here. Lin Feng thought for a while and waved to Huang Shuqi. Everyone was at a loss, wondering what Lin Feng was doing. Huang Shuqi was taken aback for a moment, but came over obediently. Okay, come with me. I think we have to have a good talk. Lin Feng gently took Huang Shuqi's hand and walked out. For Aunt Huang, Lin Feng felt 100 upsets, but for Huang Shuqi, even though so many things had happened, Lin Feng had no hatred for her. There wasn't even much to blame. Aunt Huang had caused the incident alone, and had nothing to do with Huang Shuqi. At least, Lin Feng didn't want to be related to this girl who grew up with a childhood sweetheart. Such a mother is not worthy of such a daughter. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Alice Hip Goddess Jangxin Hotting Word Pants Video Exposure! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 379 Shocked the whole city? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 379 Shocked the whole city. He Li Gola and the others watched the ugly Lin Feng pulling Huang Shuqinian, but they wrinkled slightly. Well, she is also a poor person. 1.C finishing. Lin Feng said lightly. Algra sighed thinking about his friendship with Huang Shuqi in the past. Shush you come back to me. Aunt Huang's face changed and she shouted from behind. She guessed what Lin Feng wanted to do. However, Lin Feng ignored Aunt Huang's cry and forced Huang Shuqi to leave. Everyone in the hall was dumb, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. Well, sister-in-law Huang, maybe Shuqi and Xiaofeng Jian are also good things, Xiaoguan said. Today, he was the most neutral at the scene, and he looked at things objectively. In this matter, it was obvious that Huang's sister-in-law had her own plans, and the relatives on both sides of Lin Feng's parents naturally had their own plans. After all, Lin Feng has become the richest man in the country. It is also human nature that relatives want to covet something. As for Lin Feng's parents, under the influence of Aunt Huang during this period, they looked down on celebrities more and more. Their son is now the richest man in mainland China. Even if you don't marry the ladies, you still have to marry the small and obedient, just like Huang Shuqi. The star is really not liked by Lin Feng's parents. Of course, if Lin Feng married a celebrity before, he might think that his son was capable. But now Lin Feng has a different identity and naturally requires different. Xilao sighed secretly. I'm afraid this matter will continue for a long time. However, he also liked Huang Shuqi very much in his heart. She was well-behaved and sensible, and she was born in a single-parent family, but she did not have any bad habits. It was really rare. Put aside everyone in the hall. Lin Feng led everyone away. Boss, where are you going? Everyone is not familiar with this place, so they can only ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned, and finally led everyone to the only 4-star hotel in Shu City. You took a day in the car yesterday. Take a break first. I have something to deal with. It's okay. Don't come out. I'll wake up later. I will eat with you again. Okay? Lin Feng kissed lightly. Li Zu said. Although Li Zu had something to say to Lin Feng, seeing Lin Feng frown at the moment, he knew something was going on. The sensible person didn't say much. Although Lin Zui had something to say, he was dragged in by Li Zu. Zu, how could you be like this? You were bullied to your head and swallowed so hard. He also brought that Huang Shuqi over. Lin Zui couldn't be more angry. It's not worth it for Li Zu. Li Zu's face changed. His eyes filled with tears, and he sat on the bed silently without answering. He curled up tightly, letting tears fall silently. Lin Zui looked at it and became even more angry. He wanted to wake up Li Zu and let him find Lin Feng to settle the account, but Algera grabbed him and shook his head. Huang Meixi also shook her head at Lin Zui, and the three of them slowly sat next to Li Zu, without knowing what to say, so they had to stay with her quietly. Okay, Lin Feng was about to call Li Ru and others to discuss business matters, but Li Ru pointed at the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng found out that Huang Shuqi was still in the living room. At this moment, where Huang Shuqi was still standing in the living room, she didn't know what Lin Feng called her to do. Looking at the eyes of Lin Zui and others at her, her brain was blank. It's just that the tears flowed down disobediently. Seeing Huang Shuqi still wearing an apron and a few vegetable leaves on her face, she cried silently, and Lin Feng sighed. Shuqi, you should also go to rest. There is a room over there. Don't think too much about it. After my campaign's affairs are processed, shall we have a good talk? Lin Feng King took off Huang Shuqi's face. Vegetable leaves. Brother Yin and Feng, I'm really sorry. Huang Shuqi cried out. Lin Feng shook his head and hugged him into his arms. He patted the back lightly, then wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and sent it into the room. What the hell is going on with the boss? Li Ru and others asked. When Lin Feng said the matter, everyone frowned slightly. Boss, I think it is best to send someone to protect your parents at the moment. Although it is common sense that the kidnappers will not kidnap extra hostages, Mr. Su and you are not relatives after all. It is hard to guarantee that the kidnappers will not take important hostages again and increase their bargaining chips. Li Rui said. Lin Feng was surprised. If his parents were kidnapped again, he would really regret it. Li Rui. Lin Feng called. Li Rui nodded, waved his hand, and the four left. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, what are you going to do now? President Su is in their hands. Do you decide to pay? Li Ru asked. Li Ru and others did not agree with this, but last time Lin Feng compromised with the kidnappers who kidnapped Huang Shuqi's mother and daughter. They didn't know how Lin Feng would decide this time. After all, Su Xiaomai is the fiancée of Lin Feng's friend Ding Feng, and her life is at stake. Lin Feng thought for a while, and for a long time, he said categorically, I won't compromise again this time. One compromise is enough. Lin Feng hammered down the table angrily. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4 less, updated the block, more compromised last time. That was Lin Feng didn't want to be troublesome. In addition, Huang Shuqi's mother owed money. But this time someone robbed him brightly. If he paid again, it would be too bully. What's more, Lin Feng had been mad at home, but there was nowhere to vent it, just to vent to these robbers. Want money? Even if you give you money, are you blessed to spend it? What's more, this time Lin Feng couldn't compromise either. Kidnapped the boss of his own company and extorted 100 million. If you kidnap your parents next time, do you give it yourself? Even if you didn't kidnap your parents, but just kidnapped relatives, will you give it? The parents are okay to protect, only 2 people, but there are many relatives, how to protect well? And so, not only did Lin Feng not compromise this time, he didn't give money. Still have to kill her again, Let everyone know that they are not easy to provoke. Li Ru and others nodded. It should be the same. Otherwise, this kind of kidnapping will be endless. But this matter also reminds everyone. Lin Feng, the Lania Security Company, is the boss. When Wang Meng founded the company, he stated that on the one hand, he wanted to seek a personal face for all veterans, and he could also give full play to his strengths. Of course, it is easy to solve some people who have suffered from war syndrome because of performing tasks all the year round. The second is to help Lin Feng to develop his career. However, Lania does not have branches in China, except for cities such as Beijing and Shanghai, in secondary cities such as Chu City. At the beginning, I didn't expect this to happen. Indeed, they have overlooked it. By the way, where is Brother Meng? Lin Feng asked. Boss, the instructor is in the US, and I'm trying to get that Kevin Mitnick to China. Li Rui said, Boss, we don't have enough manpower right now. Are we going to transfer people? Lin Feng nodded. On the one hand, he ordered Li Rui to call someone, and at the same time called Deputy Director Wu Yang. Although he grew up in Chu City, it can also be said that Lu is unfamiliar with the land. This kidnapping case must be resolved by the local snake in Chu City. This catty. The land is handsome, a high standard, and the Security Bureau is moping. Deputy Director Wu Yang is naturally the best person. Brother Lin, call me at this time. Is there a problem? Just say it. Deputy Director received a call from Lin Feng. Brows clenched. At this time, Lin Feng should be reunited with his family. It is not a good thing to call him at this moment. Deputy Bureau Wu Yang, something has happened. Can you come to me this time? Lin Feng said solemnly. Deputy Bureau Wu Yang's heart was tense, not knowing what happened, but he immediately agreed and asked Lin Feng for the hotel room number, and Lima rushed over. Brother Lin, what happened? Deputy Wu Yang asked hurriedly. Lin Feng frowned and said the matter. Wu Yang Deputy Bureau was shocked, and the teacup in his hand shook and almost fell to the ground. Thousands of city leaders exhorted and one urged that this time, Lin Feng's trip should be ensured smoothly and safely, and the legend movie city should be taken down. Unexpectedly, on the first day linfeng.com came, the boss of its subsidiary company was kidnapped. He was also blackmailed 100 million, and this must be known to the above. How do you explain it yourself? What's more, this is the eventful autumn in Chu City. Brother Lin, I have to report this matter to the Bureau. I am in charge of public security. This is already a criminal case. Deputy Bureau Wu Yang said helplessly. Lin Feng shook his head. Deputy Bureau Wu Yang, I didn't ask you to report to the Bureau. That would make things tricky. Let the kidnappers know. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to President Su. Lin Feng said. This matter. Lin Feng still didn't know how to tell his friend Ding Feng that he was going to save Su Xiaomai and then tell his friend who was preparing for the wedding. If it is publicized, I don't know what Ding Summit thinks. Then Brother Lin meant Wu Yang Deputy Bureau didn't quite understand Lin Feng's meaning. Although I was born in Chu City, I am not familiar with the underworld in Chu City. I think the Deputy Bureau of Wu Yang will use your contacts and manpower to help me find out who did it. I listened to the accent of the robber and I am a native of Chu City. People from Chu City must have done it. Lin Feng said with certainty. Deputy Bureau Wu Yang nodded. As long as he can be sure that someone from Chu City did it, he has a solution. There are so many gangsters in Chu City, all of whom have names and surnames, and all have been filed with the Public Security Bureau. Every year when the crackdown is severe, if there are not enough places, these gangsters will be topped. Moreover, these gangsters usually commit a lot of things, so you can be sure that you will catch them one by one. What's more, even if they didn't do it, they could still find out the traces of sisters. Brother Lin, but in this way, I am afraid that there will be a lot of movement, and it is hard to guarantee that you will not startle the snake. Deputy Bureau Wu Yang thought for a while and frowned. Is there any way? Can I not alarm the robbers? Lin Feng asked. Seeing Wu Yang Deputy Bureau hesitation, Lin Feng increased his chips and said, Wu Yang Deputy Bureau, you helped me this time. I will definitely remember you. Pausch Wow just deleted the concave and added 84 young men. Xiexensi, Xia Duo and Duyang deputy director had a heartbeat. Now Lin Feng is not 2 years ago, and only 1 or 2,000 yuan red envelopes are given to him every month. Now Lin Feng, the energy is not small. In the public security system, Ouyang Deputy Bureau also vaguely heard that Lin Feng had picked up a Deputy Bureau police uniform in Beijing. That's the capital, Beijing, and it's not the Deputy Bureau of his second-level city. They are cadres at the department level. Although Deputy Bureau Ouyang didn't know what methods Lin Feng used, Lin Feng's energy was definitely not small. This kind of person is worthy of him. Even if there is no such relationship, the title of the richest man in mainland China alone is worthy of Ouyang's deputy. What's the reason for being an official? Apart from that official power, it's not for money. After all, no matter how big an official is, there will be a day when it comes down and power will disappear. Money doesn't. And if Lin Feng remembered him well this time, maybe this time he, after thinking about it carefully, Ouyang Deputy Bureau had an idea. Don't worry, Lin Dong, I can definitely do this. As long as someone from Chu City does it, it must be no problem, and I will be able to investigate and deal with the traces of sisters and horses. Deputy Bureau Ouyang patted his chest to guarantee, and then hurriedly left. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But this matter is really tricky. I hope Su Xiaomai will be fine. Boss, my brothers are on the way. Arrived in a few hours at the latest, and brought the latest tracking equipment. As long as the mobile phone battery is not pulled out, the source of the signal can be tracked regardless of whether it is turned on or off, and the distance is close enough. Can also wiretap the phone, Feng Jun said. Lin Feng felt more confident when he heard it, and now he is waiting for the news. All you need is a message. The person who kidnapped me also blackmailed me 100 million. My money is never so easy to take. After Ouyang Deputy Bureau came out of Lin Feng's room, he got in his car and immediately called Liu, the director of the Chu City Public Security Bureau, who was listed on the market. What? The boss of Lin Feng Company was kidnapped and extorted 100 million. Liu was also shocked when he heard the news. As the Spring Festival approached, this kind of thing happened in Chu City. It happened that it was the boss of Lin Feng Company. Chu City was about to receive the richest man in the country who went out from Chu City. This happened. What's even more troublesome is that a major event happened on the internet in Chu City not long ago that shocked the National Public Security Bureau system, but it has been suppressed and dare not publicize it. Now that this happens again, he, the director of the Public Security Bureau, will drop off sooner or later. What's more, this year has come to the time for a normal change of term. He also cursed secretly on the phone by Liu Bureau. Ouyang, what did Lin Feng say? Liu asked. Lin Feng's attitude is the key. Deputy Bureau Ouyang explained Lin Feng's decision and stated his own solution. Ouyang Deputy Bureau's method is very simple. Since he is afraid of rushing to the ground, all the gangsters in Chu City should be invited to the City Bureau for the new year. Until the case is solved, none of them will be let go. Although in the past, the commotion must have been great, but now it is Yingji and Xixuan, and this is the only way to go. After Liu heard this, he thought for a moment, and felt that it was the only way now. But please come, so many gangsters, detained unconditionally, and I don't know how long it will take. This is a big trouble. And Liu can't be the master, so he can only ask his superiors for instructions. After Mayor heard this, he was also shocked. He didn't expect such an outrageous thing to happen, and he secretly cried out in his heart. Even if they didn't want to pull Lin Feng capital to settle in Chu City, the country was shocked by the occurrence of such an event. Helpless. Immediately report to Secretary Wang. After hearing this, Secretary Wang, Secretary of the Chu Municipal Party Committee and the leader of Chu Municipality, agreed on the spot to agree to Ouyang Deputy Bureau's method, and repeatedly warned him to act cautiously. Moreover, all public security systems in Chu City cancelled all holidays before President Su's release, and let all people are kept strictly confidential and are not allowed to leak out. Otherwise whoever lets this matter out will be let go. Following the order of Secretary Chu, the whole city of Chu City moved, and all public security police launched a secret arrest operation. As long as it is a gangster or a suspected target, they will all be arrested, and no one will be released before the matter becomes clear, unconditionally. Detention without time. Human rights? I bother. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 380 Who intimidates who? Remember love to go. In 1 second? To provide you with wonderful reading. A secret arrest operation is underway. For the sake of confidentiality, all police cars did not turn on their sirens or lights when they were arrested, and they left without any reason. Resist, directly sap, knock the halo and lift it away. This time they came to arrest with the Shangfang Bojian. Regardless of their background, whether or not they committed a crime in the near future, they will all be arrested regardless of the reason. In just a few hours, all the gangsters in Chu City were taken back to the interrogation room of the Armed Police Brigade. It was supposed to be interrogated at the Municipal Bureau, but at least hundreds of people were arrested this time. The interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau is obviously not enough, and it is not conducive to confidentiality. After all, the Public Security Bureau has a lot of people. Get out. The Armed Police Brigade is the best interrogation office. It is deviated from the downtown area, the place is large, and the personnel are simple. This arrest is also a bit of a touch for all the bastards who have been arrested. It's okay to say that those who have not committed the crime recently, but those who have committed the crime recently are shocked, and they don't know where they are. And what made everyone more panic was that it was not the City Bureau but the Armed Police Brigade that was going to frighten these gangsters, especially when the director of the Public Security Bureau and others went to the interrogation in person, and the momentum was really shocking. After some interrogation, by 6 o'clock in the evening, the harvest was not small, but it was all unrelated messes. Although it was an unexpected harvest, there was no clue to the topic. Ouyang, didn't you do it by a local? Liu frowned and asked. Liu, Lin Feng said it is a local accent. He must be a local. Vice Ouyang also looked frown. If you don't solve the case, no one will want to have a good year. Then interrogate again. Liu thought for a while and could only continue the interrogation. Since Lin Feng must have been made by someone from Chu City, he couldn't run away. Deputy Bureau Ouyang also nodded, and it seems that this can only be done at present. After repeated interrogation, there was still no result. By the way, Ouyang, did you think someone slipped through the net and didn't catch it? Liu said suddenly. The Deputy Bureau of Ouyang was shocked when he heard that, and hurriedly sent someone to investigate, and it turned out that 3 people hadn't been caught. This is also because there were too many people arrested this time, and the 3 people slipped through the net without realizing it for a while. Well, since there are no clues at the moment, I will try my best to hunt down these 3 people, and ask casually if there is any news about these 3 people. Liu made a decision. After the 3rd interrogation, Ouyang Deputy Bureau got the exact news. The remaining 2 people who slipped through the internet went to other places and got in touch by telephone. Only one named Heisey was missing. The Heisey immediately attracted Liu and others' attention. As the investigation continued, Heisey and several of his frequent friends were also missing, and it was reported that Heisey had rented a van. Clues came together, and Sunspot became the biggest suspect. When the most important clue was that an eyewitness saw a van appearing at the place where Suxiomai disappeared, Liu and Ouyang's Deputy Bureau finally identified Heisey as the biggest suspect in this kidnapping case. But the problem is that now Sunspot is missing and he can't lock his whereabouts. After discussion, everyone rushed to Lin Feng's hotel with equipment, and waited for Heisey to call again. During the 92 KS 14652 interrogation of Liu and Ouyang Deputy Lin Fengxing had dinner with everyone. I had been in the car all night, and the matter of dating and kidnapping happened again at noon. Everyone hadn't eaten, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, so I was hungry. Lin Feng called for room service and asked the waiter to deliver the food to the room. Yu, Wisdom, Maxi, Algra, come out for dinner. Lin Feng knocked on the door and went in and shouted. A few girls filed out. Lin Ziyui was very angry. Lisa looked haggard and distressed. Algra and Huang Maxi looked helpless. Lin Feng sighed slightly, then turned to call Huang Shuqi. Huang Shuqi didn't want to come out, and Lin Feng knew why. But it's not a problem not to meet each other, so I grabbed it and pulled it out. Huang Shuqi was also haggard and distressing. After she came out and sat on the table, she didn't even dare to look at Lisa and others. She just lowered her head. The table was dull for a while. Lin Feng sighed, but now he really doesn't have the energy to deal with this. The president of his company, his friend's fiancée was kidnapped, and his life and death are unknown. Why should he be in the mood to deal with emotional trivial matters? Only after the kidnapping case is resolved, we can deal with it. Okay, let's eat, I'm all hungry. Remember, what's the matter? Wait until my campaigner's affairs are resolved. Lin Feng made a statement first because everyone was upset at the table. Lisa nodded, squeezing a smile on his face, pulling Lin Ziyui, Huang Maxi and Algra to eat. Regarding Huang Shuqi, Lisa didn't know what to say. Although she is magnanimous, all women are stingy in this matter. She can only stop making trouble now. But it is impossible to take the initiative to show her favor. Huang Shuqi shook her teeth and silently bowed her head to eat. Lin Feng sighed, it can only be so now. I'm not going to eat at the table with the guy who robbed my boyfriend. Lin Ziyui got into trouble, put down his chopsticks and looked at Huang Shuqi with hostility. After hearing Lin Ziyui's words, Huang Shuqi's tears suddenly flowed down, put down her chopsticks, and ran into the bedroom. Lin Feng frowned. Wisdom, you are a bit too much. Lin Feng was annoyed when he heard it. He just stated that he should not mention this now, and Lin Ziyui is making trouble here. If he changed to normal, Lin Feng would just smile. But now he was in a bad mood. Lin Ziyui still openly provokes his authority. He is a junior at home and dare not confront his parents. This is different. Lin Ziyui was taken aback by Lin Feng's drink. He didn't expect Lin Feng to scold her like this. He had never done this before and was a little frightened on the spot. Shuqi was not intentional, it was all her mother's fault. So why do you treat her like this? Go and apologize to Shuqi. Lin Feng also knew that his tone was too serious, and said a little bit slowly. Lin Ziyui was speechless and asked her to apologize to Huang Shuqi. She would never. Wisdom, sit down and eat. Seeing Lin Feng's face, Lisa felt a little pain in his heart, but the two of them quarreled again and hurriedly encouraged him. Zhu, you said the same about me. But I was for you. Lin Ziyui was shaking all over, seeing everyone blamed, and stopped doing it on the spot. Well, I am a villain, and you are all good people. Your boyfriend is almost robbed. You are still pretending to be a good person here. I can't stand it anymore. I'll go. Lin Ziyui grabbed the door and walked away. Wisdom. Huang Maxi took a look, sighed, and hurriedly chased it out. Seeing Lin Ziyui running away, Lisa's expression changed. He looked at Lin Feng with a sad expression. He pressed his mouth tightly, feeling infinite sadness. Brother Lin, I can't eat. I'll go back to the room first. Lin Feng felt distressed. Well, you deal with your affairs, and I will comfort you with Zhu. Although the Algra people are young, they have experienced many things since childhood. By the way, you still sent someone to chase Wisdom and Huang Maxi back. Here is the place of life. Unfamiliar, if something happens to them, I see how your conscience goes. Lin Feng nodded, and immediately sent Zheng Za to chase the two of them. Looking at the table full of dishes, but there was no one, Lin Feng sighed. What is this? However, when the matter is resolved, I must teach these girls a lesson, and hang myself here at every turn. I am their boss. Just as Lin Feng pondered, a phone rang. Boss Lin, you dare to call the police? Aren't you afraid of Mr. Su's shortcomings? Or you want us to send you a finger of hers? A threatening voice came from the phone. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect Qian Dingzu and want to ask, but things still leaked out of the wind. I warn you, If my President Su loses a vellus hair, you don't even want to get a dime. Although Lin Feng was frightened but not panicked, he threatened the other party. Boss Lin, if we can't get the money, you don't even want to see your President Su alive. You will see how you explain to your friends. Sacrifice his wife for the sake of a mere 100 million yuan. The other party threatened insidiously. Really? But if there is anything wrong with her, I promise, although China is big, there is absolutely no place for you. If she loses one finger, I will break two of you and one arm, and I will chop off your limbs. Lin Feng's voice was extremely low, revealing infinite power. You, Boss Lin, we are just asking for money. You'd better do it yourself and prepare 100 million as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't force us to burn all the jade and stones. The other party seemed to be frightened by Lin Feng's tone. After a long time, he dropped a ruthless word and hung up. Phone. To be continued. Tongyan giant ruins sense sweat dripping Bigfoot degrees double the ball is almost overflowing out of the Bigts video online to watch. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 381, Shocking Case? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 381. Boss, what's the matter? Liru asked when Lin Feng looked wrong. This book is reproduced on One Literature Net. 6. The other party already knows that we have called the police. Lin Feng's face was gloomy, and he secretly blamed Duyang Deputy Bureau and the others for doing things badly. Just when Lin Feng secretly blamed Duyang Deputy Bureau for doing things badly, Liu Bureau and Duyang Deputy Bureau rushed over with a team of men and equipment. Donglin, we have identified the suspect. It should be a person called Haizi, but I don't know where he is going now. So I brought someone over. Prepare to wait for him to call again, track his phone, and check his direction. Deputy Bureau Ouyang said cautiously. Also, this is Haizi's information. Originally, this information was generally not leaked, but that is also a normal situation, and it is naturally not a normal situation now. Lin Feng took over the information from Haizi, and felt confident after reading it. The file of this Haizi in the Public Security Bureau is not thick. Most of them are trivial matters of fighting. Moreover, the information shows that Haizi is more cautious and not lustful. This time he had the courage to ask himself to blackmail 100 million. So as long as Haizi didn't realize that she had been discovered, Xiaomai's safety could still be guaranteed before the money was paid. But in this matter, Lin Feng must put pressure on Ouyang Deputy Bureau, not to put them any pressure. It's impossible to get up quickly when doing things. Deputy Bureau Dang, the kidnapper network called. They already knew that I had called the police, and the tone was very positive. So they threatened to be unfavorable to President Su. Lin Feng looked at the Deputy Bureau Ouyang with an angry expression on his face. Deputy Bureau Ouyang and Bureau Liu were shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. The robbers had noticed Lin Feng and called the police. They have been extremely careful. Unexpectedly, it still leaked, which really made the two of them feel puzzled. After a while, they didn't know where the matter leaked out. And what made the two of them worried was that Lin Feng's expression was extremely angry. If it is true that Su Xiaomai is going to have another accident, Lin Feng will definitely not let it go. In addition to the big case that shocked the national public security system in Chu City not long ago, I am afraid that the public security system in Chu City will be replaced by a big change in the next year. The two of them were shocked, and the more they thought about it, the more they were afraid. After finally climbing to this position, they don't want to lose this golden job. Donglin, don't worry, as long as the kidnappers want a ransom, he won't move. President Su Liu has many years of criminal investigation work and has rich experience. It was concluded that Su Xiaomai was fine for the time being, decided to stabilize Lin Feng first, or let Lin Feng make trouble. With Lin Feng's financial resources and energy, it is highly possible that Su Xiaomai can be rescued safely. But when the time comes, these policemen will not have any face, and once this matter is publicized, it will be extremely detrimental to the image of Chu City. In the future, who would dare to invest in Chu City? Moreover, the Provincial Public Security Department above will also pursue them for a charge of unfavorable supervision. Although this charge is a bit unwarranted, it is very accurate under this characteristic system. Seeing the two of them shocked, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Will you, Deputy Bureau Ouyang? My request is very simple. Suxiomai must come back safely. If you are not sure, I will solve it by myself. Lin Feng did not intend to let the two of them go, and continued to put pressure on the Deputy Bureau Liu and Ouyang. The two sweated on their foreheads. Although they didn't know what Lin Feng could do, it was related to the reputation of the Chu City Public Security Bureau and their black hats. No matter how difficult it is, we must go up. Liu quickly patted Lin Feng's chest to ensure that he would be able to ensure that little sister Su came back safely. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Then Liu ordered someone to drive on the device and waited for the kidnapper's call. The clock rang in the blink of an eye. It was already in the evening, and the kidnappers hadn't had any phone calls yet. Liu, this matter can't be solved in a short time. You are not in good health. Go and rest first. Here is me. Deputy Bureau Ouyang looked at the hour and suggested that the two rotate. Liu frowned. In the past, this kind of thing can only be done by the captain of the criminal police brigade, but today this matter is really important, and he has to go personally. However, Deputy Bureau Ouyang was right. Kidnapping cases are generally as short as a few days, or as long as a few weeks, and the director cannot stay here. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, then I will leave first. I will take over tomorrow morning. Liu Bureau nodded. Take away some people to take over tomorrow. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, waiting is no way. Come on, let's have 2 glasses. Lin Feng waited for Liu Bureau to leave, called the room service, and set up a table of dishes. I greet Deputy Bureau Ouyang for a drink. Take the opportunity to inquire about the current situation in Chu City, and by the way, check out the current situation of his enemy Huxia and Brother Bing. Brother Lin, you are so elegant. Such calmness is really admirable. Deputy Bureau Ouyang gave a wry smile. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Since Xiaomai Su has no threats for the time being, why should she worry too much? As for the friend Ding Feng, linfeng.com only called, and Ding Feng did not find that his fiancée was kidnapped for the time being, so Lin Feng didn't need to be too upset so as not to affect the judgment. Of course, this is also because Suxiomai has no direct blood relationship with Lin Feng after all. If you switch to Lin Feng's parents, I am afraid that Lin Feng will fall into worry and panic no matter how sensible she is. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, it seems that you have a lot of thoughts. Shouldn't there be any major incidents in Chu City, right? Lin Feng asked casually, after he wanted to nag a few words. He cut into the subject. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's question caused Ouyang Deputy Bureau to sigh repeatedly. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, is there really something serious that happened in Chu City? Lin Feng's expression moved, and he was secretly surprised. He began to think about what happened in Chu City in his memory in the past 2 years. Deputy Director Ouyang sighed and took a sip of tea. He didn't dare to drink wine now, but Lin Feng invited it. He didn't care about Lin Feng's face, so he could only use tea instead of wine to accompany Lin Feng for a drink. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added the 85th young man. The staff is new, and the staff is more. Ouyang Deputy Bureau, maybe I can do anything about it. There are many people and more power, let alone I still have it now. Do your own way. Lin Feng said temptation. Well, Brother Lin, you are not an outsider, and this matter is not classified as confidential. Everyone in the system knows it, but it has not been released to the public for the time being. Deputy Bureau Ouyang thought for a while. Get to Lin Feng's ear. Forest Bureau, to tell you the truth, last year's Mouth Month, there was a murder case involving theft of bank vaults on Chushinet.com. Deputy Bureau Ouyang said. Lin Feng was slightly startled, as if thinking of something in his mind. On the evening of February last year, at about 3 in the morning, The vault of the Bank of China branch in Chu City was stolen and more than 40,000 cash was stolen. The murderers' methods were extremely cruel. The 4 security guards, except one, were absent on temporary leave. All 3 security guards were beaten to death with a hammer by the assailants, and one of them was severely disfigured. Deputy Bureau Ouyang still felt shuddering all over his body when he said it. Lin Feng took a breath. Oh! But there is no clue so far. The oxygen torch used by the robbers was not found, and no evidence was left at the scene. Up to now, we don't even know whether there is any internal personnel, and the security guard has not found his whereabouts. The Public Security Department has ordered us to solve the case as soon as possible, but it is difficult. Unexpectedly, this matter has not been solved yet, and someone dared to hijack President Su. The Deputy Bureau of Ouyang was angry after speaking, but more helpless. Straight market tends to be more harmonious. Fights are commonplace. But the embarrassment never happened. Unexpectedly, 2 cases occurred as soon as they happened. Fortunately, the bank robbery of the vault occurred last year. The kidnapping of Su Xiaomai for extorting 100 million yuan this year. Finally years. The Public Security Bureau looks better on the books. Lin Feng listened, but his expression moved greatly. The treasury of the Chu City branch of Bank of China was robbed. At that time, the whole Chu City was shocked. The gangsters were extremely cruel and skillful. Lin Feng also happened to hear about it when he was drinking with a friend in the public security system. And it was only after the case was solved that the friend confided. This incident was not reported, not extensive, just a deeply hidden case. But it just so happened that Lin Feng remembered who did this case, and even knew the general circumstances of the case. After all, this incident was too unimaginable at the beginning. It can be said that it was the first high IQ crime in Chu City, and the amount involved was close to 100 million. Lin Feng remembered the friend very well at that time. Brother Lin, do you have any clues? Deputy Bureau Ouyang saw Lin Feng with a thoughtful expression, asked a little hurriedly to go to the doctor. Lin Feng thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Although Lin Feng knew who did this, Lin Feng now doesn't want to tell the Deputy Bureau Ouyang so cheaply. Except for time and power, this matter is an opportunity for Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng didn't know what he was doing with it for the time being, when he figured out how to make use of it for his own benefit, he would look for it. The right opportunity to confide. Deputy Bureau Ouyang sighed and continued to drink stuffed tea. Big brother Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi have not returned yet. Algra walked out at this time. Looking at the watch, frowned and said. Lin Feng looked at his watch and frowned when it was already in the evening. Hey, Zheng Kai, where are they? Lin Feng called and asked. Boss, they are in a famous Frog Prince acting bar, and they are drinking. Zheng Kai said. Bring them back to me. Lin Feng frowned and said. When is it all, and still not coming back? How decent it is. This, boss, we are just bodyguards. They refuse to come back. We have no right to force them back. This is our code of conduct, Zheng Kai explained embarrassedly. After all, in name, Zheng Kai is also the bodyguard of Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi, and he has no right to do so. If it is hard to come, although it is out of Lin Feng's order, but it broke the rules of bodyguards. And Lin Ziyui is a girl and drank wine again. If she refuses to come back, it is really inconvenient for Zheng Kai to bring her back because of a relationship between a man and a woman. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Okay, he'll come right away. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, sit down and come as soon as I go. Lin Feng said with a condemnation. Deputy Bureau Ouyang nodded. He wanted to remind Lin Feng to be careful. But when he saw that the bodyguard Li Ru and others next to Lin Feng were fierce in their lives and far better than the police officers he brought, he gave up. Prince Frog, acting, he knows it belongs to a chaotic place. This catty in Chu City. Locally, although there are few homicides, there are a lot of fights, especially in performing arts like the Frog Prince. The police stations in all jurisdictions rely on their performances, and the taxation of hair salons and other taxes maintain normal operation. Therefore, everyone opened one eye and closed one eye, Forget it. The whole country is like this. Why should Chu City learn that the lotus leaves the silt and not stained? Otherwise, it will be better to integrate with the mass. But Lin Feng's bodyguards all looked like soldiers. You know, his Ouyang Deputy Bureau is also a veteran. At first glance, you know that Li Ru and others are soldiers and elites. Dealing with such small scenes as the Frog Prince is naturally no longer a problem. Oops. He drove the Frog Prince. How good is this? Ouyang Deputy Bureau suddenly thought of the boss of Frog Prince, and was shocked. I want to recall Lin Feng, but I don't know how to speak. This has to be said. I am afraid that things will be more troublesome. Anyway, Lin Feng just went to pick up the two girls. There should be nothing wrong. After thinking about it, Ouyang Deputy Bureau sent a police officer over out of safety. After that, he continued to sit down, took a cigarette, and looked at the dark night outside. A moment of contemplation. In the Frog Prince, Lin Ziyui was pouring beer one by one, and it was not Huang Meixi who was full of Lin Feng, sighing. Wisdom, why are you doing this again? Oh, okay, I'm going back, it's late. This kind of place is not a long-term place. Huang Meixi looked around nervously, frowning and said, Prince Frog is a performing arts, in a place of 3 teachings, and occasionally there will be some kind of erotic performances, and most of the people who come to play are non-mainstream young people. Of course, these people call themselves GF, and my brother is playing with decadence. Here, the jealousy is indispensable. Beautiful women like Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi being single again is naturally the focus of attention on the court. However, the dragons and snakes in Chu City are mixed, and most of them are guessing who Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi are, and have not acted for the time being, because they are afraid that they are the woman of a certain elder brother. For a woman to offend someone who shouldn't offend, no one in the court is so impulsive. Of course, this is also the dim lighting in the venue, and many satisfiers did not recognize the identities of Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi. Otherwise the sudden dedication of the two legendary goddesses to the Frog Prince might have caused a sensation early. These people are not good stubborns. No matter what the consequences, if they can spend the night with Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi, even if they are beaten by someone, they will not hesitate. I won't go back, huh? They all say that I am a bad person. I am. Lin Ziyui's voice became lower and lower. Muttered for a while. Bartender, have another glass. Lin Ziyui yelled at the table. Okay, thank you. We don't want it. Huang Meixi waved to the bartender again and again. Hey, how about a beautiful woman? Why don't you drink my glass? Jiang Yu. A handsome young man put a glass of beer in front of Lin Ziyui. Huang Meixi frowned, fearing that Lin Ziyui would be a little drunk, drinking strangers' wine indiscriminately, and wanted to push away. But although Lin Peiyui was a little drunk, she was not completely drunk, and she understood that strangers could not drink alcohol. Push it away. A bright light flashed through the youth's eyes. Bartender, give this sexy beauty another glass. The young man snapped his fingers. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added the 85th master. Xinju, the bartender in Xia Duo gave a weird smile, and arrived with a glass of beer. Wisdom, okay, don't drink it. Huang Meixi quickly discouraged. But this time, Lin Ziyui grabbed the glass and drank it. The young man's eyes showed a smug first, man's. But halfway through the drink, he was held down. Brother Lin, Huang Meixi exclaimed in surprise when he saw the incoming person, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Hey, you, didn't you see that I was chatting with this lonely beauty? The young man was unhappy when he saw the fat sheep ran away. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 382 I am the underworld. Question mark 75 Chapter 382 I am the underworld. Mu Feng ignored it at all. She sorted and opened the youth, dragging Lin Ziyui to, wow, mom's demo, Don't you look for it, the youth yelled, and immediately surrounded 3 people who were similar in this year, but the taste was comparable. This young man is much worse. Originally, Lin Peiyui and Huang Meixi had been staring at them all night, and they were ready to start, and then the 2 beauties dragged them back to play with them. Unexpectedly, they were almost ready, but Lin Feng intervened. Lin Feng ignored it at all and nodded. Li Ru and the others went up and stopped in front of a few people. 4-4, but Li Ru and others overwhelmed each other in terms of height, weight, or momentum. The 4 youths' complexions changed a few times, and they touched the guy they were carrying for a while and then backed away. Damn, it's cheaper for him. The handsome young man cursed secretly and left angrily. Don't care about me, don't you be fierce to me, don't you hate me, why do you care about me, what kind of person are you? Wu. Lin Ziyui refused to forgive him, shouted for a while, grabbing the half glass of wine to drink. Lin Feng frowned, but he couldn't get angry with a drunk person, shook his head, and drank the remaining half a glass of beer. Okay, now there is no wine, let's go back. Lin Feng grabbed Lin Ziyui and left. You bastard, not only wicked people, they also snatched people's wine. Lin Ziyui was drunk crazy, but under Lin Feng's strong hug, he couldn't get rid of it, so he could only be forcibly held by Lin Feng and walked out. But while struggling, his hand touched the wine glass. It fell to the ground on the spot and was smashed. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 84%, updated the block. More guests, sorry, according to the rules of this shop, you must pay for breaking the glass. The bartender stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the wine glass on the ground, looked at the reluctant Lin Ziyui in his arms, shook his head, and asked Zheng to pay. Unexpectedly, Zheng Kai lost the Jiang Liuan note on the counter, but the bartender refused. Guest, I'm very sorry, our shop rules. Break a wine glass to pay for the yuan, the bartender said. As soon as Lin Feng heard of it, the fire became big. This wine glass is the most old-fashioned, and it will be murderous when it opens, and the slaughter is not slaughtered like this. I said, man, don't listen to my accent, a little Shanghai accent, you just think of me as Wicode, dialect, meaning outsiders bullying. I also grew up in Chu City. Lin Feng suddenly spoke out of Chu City's accent. The bartender only frowned slightly, but still refused to let Lin Feng go, threatening that he would not be able to leave if he didn't pay for it. Call your boss. Lin Feng was annoyed and said bluntly, hey, my friend, let me advise you. If our boss comes out, this won't be tan but help. The bartender sneered. His boss has a background in Chu City. Although watching Lin Feng and others is not a good crop, he is not afraid. Anyway, the shop rules, break a catty, and the wine glass compensates for the field. It is not the first day today. Up. Last time a certain eldest brother from other places came to break the wine glass and did not accompany the money. Finally, the boss came out, but he didn't know he had to pay persuade yuan before leaving. Under the entanglement, Li Ru and others were also on fire. They had seen someone who was unreasonable, and had never seen someone so unreasonable. Unexpectedly, the bartender was not a vegetarian, and with a soft cough, more than a dozen security guards immediately surrounded Lin Feng and others. Just when Lin Feng was about to order Li Ru and others to open the way, a voice sounded. Who wants to see the boss? I am. A voice familiar to Lin Feng sounded. The security guards backed away, and a pot-belly had a bowel movement. A man with long blonde hair and a cigar came in. Lin Feng looked at it, and this person seemed to have seen it by himself. No matter who you are, here, break a wine glass and compensate yuan. The long-haired man said brutally. Bo yuan, you have to lose Lian Ruan for a wine glass. Do you think you are the underworld here? Li Ru sneered. Yes, I am the underworld here. The long-haired man with blonde hair said very contentedly, and there was cheers on the scene. Li Ru and the others seemed to be ignited with 1,000 tons of explosives in their chests and looked straight at Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng spoke, the man who claimed to be a gangster they had beaten today knows why it is officially declared that there is no gangster in China. It's you. Lin Fengming thought about Piang's Yuan Empress, but suddenly exclaimed, "Do you know me?" The blonde long-haired man looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly. "Have we met? You seem a bit familiar, but no matter who you are, break a wine glass and persuade Yuan." Lin Feng sneered, his heart burning with anger. This person is not someone else, but his enemy, Hu Xiaobing, but now he is a few laps fatter than before, his belly is firmer, and his hair is longer and dyed blonde. No wonder Lin Feng didn't recognize him at first. "Hu Xiaobing, it happens that we calculate the old and new accounts together." Lin Feng Leng Bao said, "Hey, how do you know my name?" Hu Xiaobing was taken aback, but seeing Lin Feng's eyes were bad, he took a few steps back. "Damn, smash me." Lin Feng was about to smash the shop. Suddenly, there was something wrong with his whole body. He felt that his whole body was hot, his throat dried up, and he wanted to take off his clothes. There was a strong desire in his heart, and his lower body seemed to start to stand up quickly. What happened? Lin Feng tried to control the desire in his heart, and was puzzled for a while. Looking at Lin Ziyui again, his cheeks were red, as if bleeding were coming. His eyes were blurred, and he was drinking water in his mouth with both hands, and then falsely accused the four friends for publishing The Concave Plus Muscle Zero, and the obituary began to tear the clothes. Originally, the whole city wasn't very cold in winter. It's not too thick to wear. Xa tore off, suddenly showing a lot of spring light, and the throats of Hu Xiaobing and his security guard on the opposite side were gurgling. The young man with the Commander Gobbo in the distance was even more applauded and kept talking to people around him. At the same time, pointing here, the entire Frog Prince crowd suddenly gathered around and kept shouting, "Take it off! Take it off! Take it off!" Damn, got offended by someone. Lin Feng suddenly understood, his face turned black. "Boss, are you okay?" Li Ru and others noticed that Lin Feng was abnormal and asked quickly, "I've been drugged, let's go." Lin Feng forcibly controlled his desires, and rushed outside with Lin Ziyui. "I don't want to persuade you, An, don't want to go out." Hu Xiaobing ordered someone to stop him, with a beautiful expression on the corner of his mouth, and stared at Lin Ziyui's exaggerated chest. Li Ru and others were furious, and they had to do it. Regardless of the large number of people here, but the four of them are enough to withstand thousands of troops. But Lin Feng frowned again and again, and touched it from his arms. He took out a lap of money, didn't look at it, and threw it to the sky. "Go, boss." Li Ru and others didn't know why Lin Feng suddenly humbled so much. But Lin Feng was also helpless. At this moment, the feeling of restlessness in the body became stronger and stronger. Especially in her arms there was Lin Ziyui, who was twisting all over her body. Her soft body and the bloody chest were constantly rubbing against Lin Feng. The stimulating Lin Feng almost wanted the fair rectification. Therefore, I was helpless to give money. Snowflakes of $100 bills floated in the sky. The whole catty, Prince Frog. They were a bit stunned, and then crazily crowded over. The snowflakes flying all over the sky. At least several thousand yuan. Don't pick it at this time. More time. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added the 85th master, and the staff was new. The staff were two boss. The security guards around Hu Xiaobing saw that the guests around were robbing the money, and quickly reminded Hu Xiaobing. Hu Xiaobing was stunned, then came back to his senses. He immediately cursed, quickly, "You won't get me the money back. Damn. Whoever dares to snatch it, beat me." More than a dozen security guards immediately rushed into the crowd like wolves and began to snatch money from the ground. Hu Xiaobing, the only person standing on the scene, frowned, and he was definitely not an ordinary person who could throw out several thousand yuan. Perhaps this time he offended someone who shouldn't be offended. But after thinking about it, he was not afraid. His eldest brother is the most popular candidate for the next secretary of the Chu Municipal Party Committee. A rich man, he is afraid of getting a ball. Besides, this matter is reasonable. Who told you to break my cup? Boss Lin, what's the matter? At this time, the survey sent by the Deputy Bureau of Wuyang came here, and saw Lin Feng's look weird, and everyone behind him also looked angry, and asked quickly. Lin Feng said nothing, and got into the car. holding Lin Ziyue tightly. Li Ru and the others also realized that Lin Feng and Lin Ziyue might have been offended, not too many, and immediately started the car to leave. What the hell is going on? The police officer looked at the taillights of the car going away for a long time, then ran into the Frog Prince and saw someone robbing money frantically. He was even more silly. After asking the whole story, his forehead sweated. Came down immediately. The whole person is stupid. Report to Ouyang Deputy Bureau as soon as possible. At this moment, Benz was brewing. Lin Feng's eyes were red, and his nostrils were spraying hot air, looking very scary. Brother Lin, are you okay? Sweating so much. Huang Meixi took out his handkerchief, trying to wipe off the sweat of Lin Feng. Don't touch me! Lin Feng yelled. Huang Meixi was stunned by the roar, looking at Lin Feng. Her eyes turned red. Lin Feng didn't care what Huang Meixi thought. At this moment, Lin Feng is doing the most fierce struggle with the most primitive and instinctive desires of mankind. The whole body seems to be in the hot desert, and there are thousands of insects biting, and there is an urgent desire to take off the clothes in my heart, and the charming pictures continue to appear in my mind. The most primitive intercourse pictures of human beings. But what was even more terrible was that there was Lin Ziyue on his body, constantly twisting on Lin Feng's body, that delicate body, whispering moans, and the scent of a girl. Even more exciting, Lin Feng wanted to go crazy. Had it not been for Lin Feng to be in a high position, his control was far better than ordinary people, and now he was in Cheiran, and Li Ru and others were there. Lin Feng would have lost his reason. Regardless of 3 or 720, first solve the most primitive body. Let's talk about the most instinctive, most irresistible desire. Li Ru and others also knew about Lin Feng's current situation. All the way, I drove back to the hotel where Lin Feng was staying in less than 10 minutes. Lin Feng kicked the car door and went upstairs holding Lin Ziyue. Brother Lin, Huang Meixi shouted from behind. Lin Feng ignored it at all. Miss Huang, don't blame the boss. The boss is not able to do it right now. Li Ru and others also don't know how to explain to Huang Meixi. This is not easy to explain. And Huang Meixi is also a big yellow flower. Several people are embarrassed to be in front of Huang Meixi. This Lin Feng was slapped by someone, and now he's anxious to go hiccup. But what everyone cares more about is the Frog Prince encounter. Thinking of the boss' arrogant expression of I am the underworld, everyone is angry. And Lin Feng seems to be familiar with his old acquaintances. I don't know how Lin Feng will deal with this Frog Prince boss tomorrow. At this moment, for Lin Feng, the most important thing is to resolve the lust in his body. There is a chapter later. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 383 Lost and Delirious? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 383 Lin Feng held the scriptures and was controlled by the police. Read all the text in Shilla literature. Net Lindsay or wriggling wantonly in her arms. Pull-ups are bursts of impulse, and almost can't help it several times. Especially Lin Ziyue's moaning like a female cat in distress. The call of Lin Feng's blood in his whole body reversed, and he almost couldn't help but get on the spot at the entrance of the hotel. Stop screaming! Lin Feng roared softly and tapped Lin Ziyue's butt lightly by the way, but when he started with it, the hand felt extremely smooth, as if it was molded on a ball of warm jade, which made people feel lighter. Can't bear to let go again. Moreover, Lin Ziyue's buttocks were extremely humble, and Lin Feng's fingers sunk slightly. That kind of touch made Lin Feng almost groan. But Lin Ziyue is just confused and infatuated at this time. When I was patted by Lin Feng, he immediately screamed as if he had inhaled cocaine, which was extremely refreshing. Lin Feng secretly said to his death, intuition almost loses consciousness all over his body, just madly following, but the only remaining reason tells Lin Feng that this is the hotel corridor, and it must not be here. Heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor, like thunder. Not all the guests in the room came out to complain, but they were shocked when they saw Lin Feng's face, especially the appearance of gnashing his teeth, so I didn't know why, so I didn't dare to ask more. Bump. With a loud noise, Lin Feng kicked open the door of his room. Deputy Bureau Ouyang was drinking tea and was startled by Lin Feng's kick. He instinctively wanted to draw a gun, but he was relieved to see that it was Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you are. Seeing Lin Feng's face with a different color, the Lin Ziyui he was holding flushed again, and his clothes were ragged, revealing patches of spring, especially the breasts. The spring is boundless. Lin Ziyui had a proud bust, and struggled all the way. How to live in the shade. However, Ouyang Deputy Bureau is also an old world after all, and there are many such battles. After slightly surprised, no longer look at it. Although on the surface this Lin Ziyui has nothing to do with Lin Feng, but whether it really matters, who knows? For a woman, it's not cost-effective to offend the richest man in the country. What's more, just look at it. At the same time, Deputy Bureau Ouyang did not forget to cough twice to remind other police officers in the room. Everyone was immediately concerned, and quickly withdrew their gazes. Get out! Lin Feng yelled. Brother Lin. Netters Ouyang's Deputy Bureau was taken aback, afraid that Lin Feng would hate everyone because the netizens looked at Lin Zizi a few times. This misunderstanding is too innocent, so I quickly explained it. Give me all out. Lin Feng roared again. Ouyang Deputy Bureau looked at it, but he had no choice but to let everyone go out first. As for what Lin Feng and Lin Ziyui were doing inside, he didn't want to know. Although I guessed it. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, this Lin Feng is too bad. After coming out, a police officer complained. Although Deputy Bureau Ouyang felt a little uncomfortable, it was not the time to care about this. After a few words of reassurance, he told everyone not to mention it again. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened the door and shouted, Huang Meixi. Come, here, Brother Lin. I am here. Huang Meixi heard Lin Feng's roar and ran over immediately. As soon as he entered the door was closed fiercely by Lin Feng. The Ouyang Deputy Bureau and all the police officers outside were speechless. This is a small catty. Nowadays young people are so fierce, they are all popular. But thinking that there were Huang Shuqi and others inside, Ouyang Deputy Bureau was even more sweaty. This Lin Feng was too fierce. However, there was more jealousy in his heart, and he secretly sighed Lin Feng's power and blessing. At this time, the telephone of Ouyang Deputy Bureau rang. Hello, who? What? Deputy Bureau Ouyang exclaimed. Why did this happen? Didn't you follow it? Okay, don't talk about it, come back soon, and tell me the whole story in detail. It was the police officer sent by the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang to follow Lin Feng, who told the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang the whole story. Ouyang Deputy Bureau was naturally shocked when Lin Feng Wang had just gone out for this meeting. My heart is even more screaming bad. But I also understand why Lin Feng Wang came here. Damn it, who did it? Dare to fuck Lin Feng's woman. There is also that Hu Xiaobing, who is really a pig-headed man, relying on his brother's power, so defiant. Damn, I hit the iron board this time. Let's see what you do. At this moment, Lin Feng closed the door abruptly when Huang Meixi came in inside the house. Big brother Lin. Huang Meixi was shocked, looking at the red eyes of Lin Feng. She felt a little frightened in her heart. Quickly, bring wisdom into the room and take good care of her. She was dismissed by someone. Don't let her run out of the room. It's really impossible. Use water. Lin Feng threw Lin Wisdom on the bed and hurriedly explained a few words. Enter Li's room. He couldn't bear it anymore. He had reached the limit. He couldn't bear it anymore. Big brother Lin. Lizu was silently thinking about his relationship with Lin Feng in the room. Now Lin Feng's parents don't recognize her, and even turned the ugly words into demons. She didn't know what to do. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng's suddenly red eyes came in. Seeing the jade person in front of him, who was the woman he loved most, Lin Feng roared and rushed forward. Brother Lin, what's the matter with you? Lizu was shocked, not knowing what happened to Lin Feng. But at this time, Lin Feng's mouth was already plugged on Lizu's rosy lips. and at the same time, both hands rudely tore at Lizu's clothes. After a few tears, Lizu was recorded naked, as flawless as white jade. His body was displayed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's throat squirmed, his eyes were nothing but the fragrant flesh in front of him. Lizu doesn't know why Lin Feng is doing this. But Wang Wen still has a sad look on her face. In any case, she cannot accept that she will be with Lin Feng at this moment. Moreover, Lin Feng's actions at the moment made her feel like she was raped. Feeling wronged, Lizu struggled desperately, constantly twisting. The robot concave just cut the concave and added 84 less, renewed the block. More feel the resistance of the carcass under the body. Lin Feng's and the core cutting. Xiang's flesh constantly stimulated his lower nerves. His hands pressed on Lizu's hands. His knees forcibly separated Lizu's legs, and he was about to forcibly enter. Brother Lin, don't. Lizu's tears suddenly slipped, and he burst into tears. The person in front of him is not her brother Lin, or she has always loved him. Brother Lin, who is willing to give everything for it. Hearing Lizu's cry, Lin Feng froze slightly and his mind recovered a little emptiness. However, under the impact of desire in his body, this emptiness disappeared instantly. But before Lin Feng lost his sanity again, he squeezed out a word, Zu, I'm sorry, I was fucked by someone. After speaking, Lin Feng's waist sank. Lizu heard Lin Feng's explanation. After a moment, he stopped resisting and allowed Lin Feng to gallop on his body. After a few minutes, he cooperated extremely well, and his jade arm gently hooked Lin Feng's neck. Both legs involuntarily clamped Lin Feng's waist. Brother Lin, work harder. A happy smile appeared on the corner of Lizu's mouth. Hearing the groan of the beautiful woman under him, Lin Feng became more indulgent and vented his body's desires, sinking his waist and holding his gun. Well, Lizu groaned slightly, but with every impact of Lin Feng, it hit the deepest part of her body, hitting the depths of her soul. Like waves of pleasure, bursts of lap on her heart, making her unable to stop. The voice grew louder involuntarily. Before long, Lin Feng seemed to feel that the jade person under him was exhausted, and he slightly resisted himself when he started shooting. Although distressed, the medicinal properties in Lin Feng's body have not passed, and he is still not satisfied, and there is still need. But the jade under his body kept pushing himself with both hands, making himself unhappy. When he hesitated, I suddenly felt that there was an arm beside him, which was another carcass. It felt as if there was extra clothes on his body, and under the medicinal properties, he didn't think much about it, and he tore it quickly. Then straight up the gun. There was a tearing soft cry, and then gradually groaned joyfully. There is unlimited ruin Chungwing in the room. At this time, outside the room, Deputy Bureau Ouyang, this is left to us. After all, we are the boss bodyguard. Li Ru and others came to guard the door. Deputy Bureau Ouyang nodded. There was constant screaming inside, and it was indeed inconvenient for them to be here, so it's better to leave. By the way, Ouyang Deputy Bureau, the matter tonight. You don't need to take action. Li Ru is suddenly called to Ouyang Deputy Bureau. Wang Kai met the person from Ouyang Deputy Bureau. Li Rui thought for a moment and knew that Ouyang Deputy Bureau sent him. Now that the Ouyang Deputy Bureau members are here, Ouyang Deputy Bureau naturally knows what happened to the Frog Prince and will definitely take action. However, once Ouyang Deputy Bureau acted, it would be difficult for him to wait for others. For Li Rui, Hu Xiaobing's phrase "I am the underworld" has completely annoyed them. If it were not for bodyguards to protect the employer's safety, they would have done it a long time ago. What's more, I heard Wang Meng said that Lin Feng and that Hu Xiaobing also had a big holiday. Part of the reason why Lin Feng returned to Chu City this time was to solve this. That being the case, today's matter naturally cannot be handled by Deputy Bureau Ouyang. Deputy Bureau Ouyang frowned. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, you'd better treat this as ignorance. Anyway, this thing can't be finished. If Deputy Bureau Ouyang can be regarded as ignorant, our boss will definitely appreciate you afterwards. Also, here is a little money for drinks, so I will invite a few police comrades to have a snack at night. I think it's so late now, and the kidnappers won't call anymore. Li Rui took out more than 2,000 yuan. He handed it to the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang. Deputy Bureau Ouyang took a breath, which indicated that Li Rui and others were about to do it. Failure to report. Something went wrong. He must be in trouble. But Li Rui's words of talent and style would be grateful to him. But Ouyang Deputy Bureau hesitated for a while. After hesitating for a long time, Deputy Bureau Ouyang decided to see nothing and hear nothing today. Anyway, if this happened, even if it was to blame, it couldn't be blamed on him. What's more, he and the Deputy Mayor Huxili are not all the same. It is really a big trouble, and the most unlucky one is the Deputy Mayor Huxili. Haha, what happens tonight? Let's go. Let's eat some snacks, and then we will stick to our posts. Ouyang Deputy Bureau greeted. Many police officers were also exquisite people, and they all yelled at once. Li Rui smiled slightly. Tomorrow noon, my own people will come. This time I will help the boss to vent his breath, and by the way, help myself and others to vent his breath. Of course, there are those who are in the underworld. Can't let it go. Help Yuan. A wine glass. It's expensive. Li Rui and others sneered. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added the 8 Ifa masters, and Xiexin decided, and Xiaoduo passed. The next morning, Lin Feng touched his forehead and woke up struggling with a headache. Unexpectedly, the tentacles were slippery. Looking fixedly, Li Zu was sleeping beside him with a sweet expression on his face. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then recalled what happened last night, secretly saying that he was too crazy last night. Yu, I've wronged you. Lin Feng kissed Li Zu's face, but when he bent over, he met another jinn, a person in his leg. Lin Feng was taken aback, opened the quilt and saw that there was one more person. Algra. Lin Feng took a sharp breath. What shocked Lin Feng even more was that Algra was naked, sleeping close to him, and there was a blood-red plum on the bed. Bad. Lin Feng covered his face and called. Last night, under the influence of I even got on Algra. How can this be good? Thinking of Algra's mother, Tang Latana, Lin Feng only felt a headache. The other party asked himself to take care of his daughter, so he took care of him and went directly to the bed. How to explain this in the future? When he had a headache, Lin Feng was shocked. There are many girls in this room. Lin Feng quickly looked around. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Korean female anchor's private a secret video was exposed. Cute and full! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. How many are there in chapter 384? Lin Feng was shocked and looked around. I was afraid of another girl on the bed. But there was a faint longing. The girls around are rare beauties. If you say that they have no desire at all, it is naturally a lie. With a slight entanglement in his heart, he swept his eyes away, and there was no one on the bed except for Li Zu and Algra who were sleeping. This made Lin Feng Sheng breathe a sigh of relief, but he was also a little disappointed in his heart. However, Lin Feng vaguely remembered it seemed not only Algra alone, but after thinking about it carefully, his mind was in chaos again, and he didn't remember too much about the events of last night. Lin Feng shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. The only one, Algra himself, didn't know what to do now. He also thought about other people. Lin Feng sighed, man. But anyway, the bartender who gave the aphrodisiac, and the young man who wanted to come forward and hook up, you are dead. Thinking that he and Lin Zui were given an aphrodisiac, Lin Feng Kai would not fight it out. Fortunately, I arrived in time yesterday, but the consequences would be disastrous. By the way, I don't know what Lin Zui is doing at the moment. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was about to get up. But with a slight movement, the two girls next to him gave a warning and were about to wake up. Lin Feng was startled and took a deep breath. At this moment, Fang remembered the more important thing now, how he should explain to the two girls. Lin Feng can still explain Li Zu, but how should he explain Algra himself? Said that he was given an aphrodisiac, and was confused and raped her. Even if Algra doesn't blame it, how can he deal with the relationship between herself and her in the future? Lin Feng felt a headache when he thought about it. Seeing that the two girls were about to wake up, Lin Feng was puzzled. He wanted to pretend to be asleep and watch the development of things, but it was not the man's responsibility. Leave this kind of thing to two innocent girls to solve. Sit on the sidelines and enjoyed the success. Lin Feng asked himself if he was not as shameless as this. Lisa woke up first in the sorrow. Lisa's rosy lips squirmed slightly, and his slender eyelashes struggled. Under Lin Feng's gaze, a pair of beautiful eyes opened, and when he saw Lin Feng, he was slightly startled, and then instantly remembered what happened last night, and his cheeks were suddenly shy. Turning red, it was too crazy last night. She has never been so slutty, so craving. Until now the whole body is still aching, especially the lower body feels a little red and swollen. Yu, good morning. Seeing the shy look of the beautiful woman around him, Lin Feng sprouted for a while, and almost couldn't help but rush on again. But thinking of Algra next to him, Lin Feng forcibly restrained his desire. Brother Lin, good morning too. Lisu didn't dare to look at Lin Feng, turned his head away, even more shy. At this moment, there was a moan from the other side. Lin Feng took a sharp breath, and his heart beat violently, praying that Lisu would not hear this moan. But the room was silent. How could it not be heard? Even if he didn't hear him, Lisu only had to turn his head a little to see Algra on the other side of the bed. Sure enough, Lisu heard the groan, turned his head, saw Algra who had just woke up in bed, smiled slightly. Algra, good morning. Good morning, Zu. Alg stretched his hand and yawned, revealing a piece of snow-white skin, and Lin Feng saw the eye-popping roofing through the gap. Big brother Lin, good morning. Algra greeted Lin Feng habitually when he saw Lin Feng in a blink of an eye. Good morning. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, knowing it was over. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Lisu and Algra screamed after looking at each other a few times. A few minutes later, Lin Feng dressed neatly and sat aside. With a look of embarrassment, Lisu curled up on the bed, with her teeth biting her lip, and a look of melancholy. She glanced at Lin Feng from time to time and was full of sadness. She did not expect this to happen yesterday. Just look at Algra lying naked on the bed, surrounded by fragments of her clothes, without thinking about what happened. Especially Lisu also saw a pool of bloody plum blossoms on the bed. This is an even more ironclad fact. I want to blame Lin Feng, but I don't know where to blame. Lin Feng was given an aphrodisiac yesterday, and he was confused and infatuated. He was almost always hard on himself. Naturally, he can't be blamed for this. As for blaming Algra, Lisu couldn't blame it. Speaking of which, Algra is still a victim and was raped. Can you blame her? But this thing is too ridiculous, and I am too wronged. Huang Shuqi's problem has not been resolved yet, and another Algra comes. Thinking of this, Lisu only feels that his life is suffering, and tears swirl in his eyes. But seeing Lin Feng is also full of troubles, Lisu also feels distressed, so he forcibly endures the tears. Don't stay. Wait for Lin Feng to solve the matter. Algra sat on the bed, staring at Lin Feng fiercely, with indignation and shame on his face. She also recalled what happened last night. Originally, she was tired and slept on Lisu's bed. Later, she was awakened by a loud noise. Then, in a daze, she woke up and found that Lin Feng and Lisu were beside her. ML make love, immediately let Algra a bit silly. I don't know what to do. Although the West is open, she is only 16 years old this year, and her family education is very strict. She has never experienced such a thing. Faced with the live erotic picture in front of her, Algra does not know what to do. Wanting to leave, but afraid of being discovered by the two, the scene is not knowing how embarrassing. I had to close my eyes, but hearing the breathing around, my curiosity, and an instinctive reaction to men and women's affairs, Algra opened his eyes slightly, admiring life with shyness and curiosity at close range. Erotic illustration. Unexpectedly, in the end, Lin Feng suddenly pounced on her. Algra, who was already a little confused and infatuated, forgot to resist for a while, and when Lin Feng tore her clothes, she woke up. But it's too late. Faced with this situation, she didn't know what to do. Lin Feng grabbed his body for nothing, and when nothing happened, Algra felt that Lin Feng was too cheap, and he was too wronged. But to fight with Lizu, Algra couldn't bear it. Lizu is her best friend. She can't do anything to steal her friend's boyfriend. Besides, Lin Feng is not the best candidate in her heart. In grievance and shame, Algra stared at Lin Feng fiercely, wanting Lin Feng to give himself justice. Despite this fairness, Algra didn't know how to ask for it. At this moment, Lin Feng had thousands of thoughts in his mind, thinking about a queen and two queens, and even about the harem in Li, but only thinking about the characters of the two girls. Lin Feng categorically ended the sexual intercourse. Although Lizu is weak and everything goes according to her, she also has her persistence. I am afraid it is difficult to imitate a Huang Na Yueying. As for Algra, this girl who is full of pride from her bones, the future head of Versace, how can she accept sharing a man with her? And let Lin Feng tell Algra that this is a misunderstanding, as everyone had never happened before. Lin Feng couldn't say this, and he took her virgin body, then turned around and turned his face to deny people. This is the behavior of beasts. There was embarrassment in the room, and the three of them didn't know what to do. Yui, Algra, this matter is my fault. I will deal with our matter after my campaigner's matter is resolved. Lin Feng thought for a while, and could only take a procrastination decision temporarily. The two women had no choice but to nod their heads. Then put on your clothes and I'll call for breakfast. Lin Feng finished speaking, and hurriedly slipped out the door. As soon as I left the house, I saw Huang Meixi sitting on the sofa in the living room. Meixi, you. Lin Feng remembered his gaffe when he came in yesterday, and later through Lin Ziyui who had been in heat to her, and then she was so crazy in the room. I am afraid she would be so crazy. Got it. I just don't know if she knew that she had a relationship with Algra under the effect of the aphrodisiac. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. Brother Lin, wisdom is all right for her. Huang Meixi smiled slightly when she saw Lin Feng, and said faintly. Lin Feng looked at Huang Meixi carefully, could not feel anything unusual, nodded, naturally would not take the initiative to ask Huang Meixi what he heard last night or if he saw anything. At this time, Lin Ziyui came out, his body slightly squat, saw Lin Feng's face blush, a look of sorry. Brother Lin, yes, I'm sorry, I was not good yesterday, I promise not next time. Okay, remember, don't do this again next time. Lin Feng is not in the mood to bother about Lin Ziyui's yesterday. She is fine now. I just don't know how she spent the aphrodisiac last night. Thinking of going upstairs with Lin Ziyui last night, Lin Feng felt dry in those 10 minutes. Not long after, Lizu and Algra also walked out. However, Algra and Lizu supported each other. When they were walking, both feet staggered, and their faces felt painful from time to time. Seeing Lin Feng, Lizu was blushing. But Algra was ruthless. Lin Feng glared at him, but in a blink of an eye there was another unwilling shyness. Lin Feng witnessed the situation of the two of them, and knew that this was what he had done yesterday. While feeling embarrassed secretly, Wai was a little proud. One man can deal with two women, which really makes a man worthy of pride and pride. However, Lin Feng was shocked. When he thought of Lin Ziyui's coming out just now, he seemed to be a bit staggered, and his heart felt a little cold. Algra hasn't resolved it yet. If he really raped Lin Ziyui by mistake, it would be really terrible. Lin Feng hurriedly looked at Lin Ziyui, but except for the slight inconvenience of walking, there was nothing unusual in his expression. Instead, they asked Lizu and Algra why they were walking like this, which made them blush. Didn't he have a relationship with her? But she was obviously wrong when she walked. After thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't think of a reason, but it's not convenient to entangle this matter at this time. For the time being, it's better not to think too much, and wait for the immediate matter to be dealt with, and then solve it all at once. After another thought, after summoning the room service to deliver breakfast, Lin Feng went to call out Huang Shuqi again. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 385 I dropped another glass. 75 Chapter 385 I dropped another glass. After flying all night, Huang Shuqi was haggard again. Read all the text in Shiller Literature Net 1 Dagger. How Huang Shuqi thinks in his mind is Lisa's sorrow. Lin Ziyi's rebuke, as well as the unpleasantness on Lin Feng's face, made Huang Shuqi even more self-blaming. Although this matter was her mother's own opinion, it was for her and she naturally couldn't hate her mother. Line in the hands of a loving mother. Wandering tops. Departure thick seam, meaning fear of delay in return. Whoever said an inch of grass, reported 3 Chun Hui. Who are children one by one, what right do they have to hate their parents? Looking at Huang Shuqi's haggard and guilty expression, Lin Feng felt distressed, especially when Gang Wang raped Algra by mistake. Lin Feng pitied Huang Shuqi even more. However, it is precisely because the internet has raped Algra by mistake, I am even more sorry to Lisa. Lin Feng was not happy to go up to comfort Huang Shuqi at this moment. Unexpectedly, Lisa showed his gentle and kind side at this moment. Shuqi, come over and sit next to me. Lisa saw Huang Shuqi with a look of guilt and sighed secretly. He pulled him to sit down next to him. How could Lisa blame Huang Shuqi anymore? Huang Shuqi just failed, and Algra next to him, but it is already a fact. Since she can't blame Algra, how can she blame Huang Shuqi? Regarding this, she can only sigh in her heart. Huang Shuqi was startled, but she didn't expect Lisa to be so polite to herself. Lin Zu was anxious when seeing Lisa doing this. She did not expect that Lisa would suddenly change his attitude towards Huang Shuqi after a night. Okay, I know you can't blame you for this matter. Don't blame yourself. This matter will be handled by Brother Lin. I believe she will make us all satisfied. Lisa looked at Lin Feng and said bitterly. Listening to Lisa's special emphasis on the pronunciation of all satisfied, Lin Feng knew that Lisa was still a little angry with him. But he didn't lose his temper. Play sexually. Lin Feng already thinks Lisa is very cute. My heart is full of moving. Also, wisdom. Don't blame Shuqi. Lisa turned his head and persuaded Lin Ziyi, who was embarrassed and embarrassed. Wisdom friends. Lin Ziyi was wronged for Lisa, but she was pulled by Huang Meixi. Okay, wisdom, don't talk about it. Let's have breakfast. Do you still want to be like yesterday? A painful expression flashed across Huang Meixi's face. Lin Ziyi pouted, hummed a few times, and thought for a while. Seeing Lin Feng's expression began to be bad. Thinking of what happened yesterday, I stopped saying anything. Okay, let's have breakfast. I think everyone should be hungry. Lin Feng couldn't breathe a sigh of relief, but the secret path has finally come to an end. Everyone nodded, smelling the scent of soy milk fried dough sticks, and suddenly moved their index fingers. After all, they hadn't eaten much for the whole day. Originally, I came to Chu City and made 2 meals in the car. Yesterday at noon, something happened to Huang Shuqi during the meal. Everyone left before they moved their chopsticks. In the evening, something happened to Lin Ziyi and everyone reluctantly ate a few mouthfuls, and leave the meeting again. Especially last night. After a violent exercise, the physical exertion was huge. The body has already sounded an alarm. Today, I'm hungry and growl. Everyone gobbled it up. Although there was no cheerful atmosphere in the Linfeng Villa in Chu City, there was no sword and light sword shadow. A rich breakfast was wiped out by everyone for more than 10 minutes. After eating the net, Li Rui came in. Boss, our people are here. Li Rui secretly looked around his eyes, and he was in harmony. I was slightly surprised. The madness of last night. Although everyone was guarding the door, they did not enter. But the voice heard it real. I thought it must be a comet hitting the earth today, but I didn't expect it to be so harmonious. In this regard, Li Rui can only sigh that Lin Feng is so powerful. He is worthy of their boss. Lin Feng remembered what happened last night, and the fire came up immediately. And that line of Frog Prince was actually started by Hu Xiaobing, and it happened that the old hatred and the new hatred were counted together this time. Make Yuan, a wine glass, It's awesome. Today, I want to see if you are still good or not. Lin Feng took Li Ru out and went straight to the hotel conference room under his contract. This time, Li Ru transferred a total of 28 people, all of whom are good at tracking and hiding their whereabouts. It is not a problem to catch a few kidnappers. At the same time, he brought the latest tracking equipment. The kidnappers can be tracked down within Miaozong. The location of the phone is far better than the tracking instrument of the Public Security Bureau. Of course, this is not the fastest. The latest US instrument can lock the target within seconds by tracking the concave airborne early warning aircraft. However, it is obviously impossible for Lin Feng to have two airborne early warning aircraft. But it is already very fast to lock the target within a second. Feng Jun is proficient in various high-tech. The tool has calculated that it takes about 10,000 seconds for the average person to make a phone call. The kidnapper makes a phone call. Even if you know the police are eavesdropping, if you want to clarify the situation, you need at least an old shovel. This instrument is enough to complete the target lock. After Feng Jun debugged the tracking equipment, he input the frequency and band of Lin Feng's mobile phone. As long as Lin Feng did not remove the battery of the mobile phone, he could monitor the range of falling meters. Now he waits for the kidnappers to call. As long as the exact location of the kidnapper can be obtained, and the appearance of the kidnapper is already known, Lin Feng's book will be deleted and the number will be updated quickly. But while waiting for the kidnappers to call, Lin Feng decided to settle his personal affairs first. The old and new hatreds between Hu Xiaobing and Hu Xiaobing should be broken. After explaining the goals of the trip to everyone, Lin Feng took 28 elites from the Lania Security Company into the car and went straight to the Frog Prince. It was 10 noon. And the Frog Prince had just opened the door. Although Prince Frog is an acting artist, he also does a pure bar business during the day. Hu Xiaobing is sitting in the bar at the moment. The look was in a trance. What happened last night kept him very upset. He was very familiar with the young man who broke the wine glass last night and finally walked away with thousands of dollars. But I can't remember who it is. I wanted to call his elder brother Hu Xili and ask for advice. However, his elder brother is also very busy during this time. In addition to being busy with internal ties and preparing for the competition for the secretary of the Chu Municipal Party Committee, they are also trying their best to resolve the enmity that their brother had forged with Lin Feng. Thinking of Lin Feng, Hu Xiaobing felt irritated. He couldn't think that the kid who was trampled under his feet back then became the richest man in mainland China 2 years later. His net worth is even more than tens of billions of dollars, and he squeezed into the world's richest list. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaobing was not reconciled. Why would that kid be the richest man in the country? Relying on his eldest brother's relationship, he ended the chemical plant and opened a Green Moth Prince. It can also make a profit of 200,000 yuan a month. Already thought it was very good, and it was considered to have a good face in Chu City. But compared with Lin Feng, it was not worth mentioning. At this moment, the bartender hurried in. "Boss, the man who broke the glass last night is here again." The bartender looked terrified. When the net was far away, he saw a Mercedes-Benz aiming, and behind it came a porridge Citigin van. The car door opened, and the 30 or so people hula pulled down, and the bartender who was watching was frightened. "Drink, that kid dare to come." Hu Xiaobing frowned. "Boss Hu, why don't I dare to speak?" Lin Feng has entered the Frog Prince. Looking at the 12 sturdy men behind Lin Feng, Hu Xiaobing's face was cold, and he knew that Lin Feng was doing bad things today. "I suffered a lot," with a cold snort, and immediately rushed out from the bar hall. More than 30 thugs, each with a steel pipe in his hand, his eyes dangling, and his face looked like a little brother in The Young and Dangerous Boy, just waiting. The boss gave an order and then started the fight. Lin Feng didn't even look at it. These people were not regarded by Lin Feng at all. "Don't think that you only brought people in now." But it was enough to calm down these fierce, but actually weak, ruffians. A veteran who has undergone rigorous scraping, compared with a group of ruffians who can only fight fiercely and sensibly, set a verdict on top of one another. If it is in the jungle, Lin Feng even dared to speak up. as long as he was alone on his side and can settle the opponent's more than 30 local ruffians. Lin Feng's composure surprised Hu Xiaobing. In the face of the more than 30 murderous subordinates on his side, the other party was completely okay, and the look of fearlessness made Hu Xiaobing faintly feel that things were unusual. In Hu Xiaobing's surprise, Lin Feng recklessly walked to the side of the bar and sat down casually. I glanced at the bartender, not the one from yesterday. Pour the wine. Lin Feng motioned. The bartender looked at Hu Xiaobing. Hu Xiaobing frowned. He didn't know what Lin Feng meant, but after a while, he motioned for the bartender to pour wine for him. Lin Feng waited for the wine to be full, took a slight sip, and then deliberately slipped his hand, and the wine glass fell to the ground and shattered. Crisp sound, especially loud in the silent bar. Let's go to the book, such as adding 8 or 4 young people, updating them quickly, and making more slenders. Oh, sorry, boss Hu, I broke your glass again. Do you want me to pay you on again? Lin Feng looked at him happily. With Hu Xiaobing. Hu Xiaobing's face changed suddenly, and the little brother around him suddenly cursed, and the fucking guy was about to come up and desperately, but Hu Xiaobing stopped him. At this moment, the more Hu Xiaobing saw Lin Feng, the more familiar he became, and Lin Feng was so confident. He was even more jealous, afraid of offending big people who shouldn't be offended. After thinking about it, Hu Xiaobing had to act cautiously. Excuse me, which way is it on? White or black? Do you dare to report your name? Lin Feng laughed 3 times. Boss Hu, why are you scared? Wasn't it arrogant yesterday, saying that no matter who comes, everyone who breaks the cup will make money? He claims to be a gangster. Is this a gangster? Hu Xiaobing's face was blue and red when Lin Feng said. He had a lot of scruples about Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was so ridiculed by many of his subordinates. If he still bears it, how will he mess with the rivers and lakes in the future? Friend, you come to consume, I welcome. I will treat this wine glass as if it was blown off by the wind. But if you come to make trouble, don't blame me for being polite. No matter who you are. In Chu City, you are a tiger lying down for me. Long gave me Hu Xiaobing with a fierce face, full of domineering. Many younger brothers behind him applauded Hu Xiaobing and shouted Hu Xiaobing mighty. Lin Feng smiled coldly. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 386 Who am I? You guess? Question mark. Remember love to go. In 1 second, to provide you with wonderful reading. Lin Feng smiled coldly and didn't say much. He got up and bent over, using his hands to kick up the swivel chair under his buttocks. Amidst Hu Xiaobing's anger, he slammed his hands toward the wine cabinet behind the bar. Hearing a loud noise, the wine cabinet filled with various famous wines was smashed into a smash, and all kinds of famous wines were shattered, and the fragrance of the wine was overflowing. Everyone is shocked. Smash, you smashed this bar for me. You can't even recognize his mother. Lin Feng stared at Hu Xiaobing coldly and roared. With the 11 bodyguards who came in with Lin Feng, they had heard about yesterday. Knowing that the boss, Li Ru and others were blackmailing 500 yuan for breaking a wine glass here, everyone was irritated. Especially the other party also threatened to be a gangster and an old hatred with Lin Feng. Everyone even took a sigh of relief. Just wait for Lin Feng's order. At this moment, getting Lin Feng's order, how could he be polite? Suddenly, he drew out military batons from his portable body, like a tiger descending a mountain, and smashed things at sight. Damn, come on, give me this group of people who do not know how to live and die. Seeing his bar being smashed, Hu Xiaobing was not a cautious person at first, and his eyes were red with anger at the moment, and his men rushed up. More than 30 gangsters, carrying iron rods and other things, clamored to rush towards Zheng's and others, with a fierce look on their faces. Hu Xiaobing sneered several times. Lin Feng's people did look very sturdy, and they were also very neat when smashing the shop by hand. It hurts him. But his 30-odd subordinates are not ordinary people, they are all street gangsters, and have been battly tested. Although it is not possible to say that each one can block 10, but ordinary people are not opponents at all. At the moment, 30 or so against 11 bodyguards. In Hu Xiaobing's view, it is natural to grab them. Damn, kid, if you toast or drink fine wine, I will see how arrogant you are. Hu Xiaobing lightly spit a cigar, sat down, poured a glass of wine, and prepared to watch the show. See how his subordinates beat Lin Feng's bodyguard, and then pressed Lin Feng's origin. If Lin Feng is a rich young man without any background, he must teach this young man who knows nothing about life and death, and let him know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes. Hu Xiaobing guessed right. Indeed, Lin Feng is an ordinary rich man without much official power. It's just that this ordinary rich man, who happens to be the richest man in the country, has just squeezed into the world's richest list. While Hu Xiaobing was waiting to see how Lin Feng was beaten by his subordinates with a bruised nose and swollen face, he was stunned by the result of Hu Xiaobing's mind. Lin Feng brought in the 11 bodyguards of the Frog Prince. Except for Li Rui, who stayed beside Lin Feng to protect Lin Feng, the other 10 people saw more than 30 gangsters rushing up. Their eyes flashed with cold, they licked their lips. Their complexions were no change. He took the baton in his hand. It's cool to punch someone, and punch with a fist. Use batons, that's bullying them. The more than 30 thugs who hula rushed up, saw that the other military batons were taken away, and they were slightly taken aback. Then they were ecstatic. Without weapons, they were less afraid. People are ahead of them, and they can't beat them. They bully the less, but they are best at it, and they like it the most. But, in a blink of an eye, the 10 people who rushed in front only felt that a huge fist suddenly appeared in front of them. Before they could react, they felt that their face seemed to hit a speeding jeep, and their brains violently concussed. His mouth was full of blood, and then the whole person flew out suddenly, and a stream of blood spurted out of the air. Bang! There were 10 muffled noises before and after, and the 10 gangsters fell to the ground and there was no sound anymore, and they didn't hum. On the spot, all the gangsters were stupefied, and Hu Xiaobing bit the cigar in astonishment. The bullies were stupid, the 10 bodyguards were not stupid. One stepped to the bullies, and before the bullies could react, they took advantage of the trend. 92 KS 14235, a side kick, 10 screams, and 10 bullies flew out. There was a loud noise, and the tables and chairs were knocked over. With a sound, the wine glass in Hu Xiaobing's hand fell to the ground and fell to pieces. He was also a street gangster, and his eyes were very poisonous in fighting. Just 2 times, he knew that these 10 people were masters and were extremely good at fighting. Hu Xiaobing secretly said a terrible cry, and immediately took out his mobile phone, ready to move the soldiers. If he is facing a master who is extremely good at fighting, he won't be able to see enough of his self-righteous ruffian. 1 face, 2 rounds, one's own people fell more than half. How to fight? Lin Feng naturally swept Hu Xiaobing's actions, but he didn't stop it. Today is a disturbance. You can move as many rescuers as you have. I'll just bite to see how much energy you have. The remaining 10 gangsters, even though they were shocked by the other side's force, they just ate this bowl of rice, took people's money, and eliminated disasters. As long as they didn't fall, they had to go. Right now, cursing self-courage in his mouth, waved the iron pipe in his hand, and rushed up again. Although Zhengs and others are disgusted with these gangsters, they still secretly admire their courage. At least it proves that they are not a gangster, but this is better, and it will be more exasperating and cool when punched. In just a few short strokes, Hu Xiaobing's gangsters filled the ground, and no one could get up. All of them were knocked out by one blow within 1 round. This is because everyone is showing mercy, and they didn't make any cruel moves. Otherwise, these gangsters would not know how much they want to believe in Brother Chun. After seeing that there were no opponents, Zhengs and others continued to smash the shop with military batons, smashing things when they saw it, whether it was glass, TV, or tables and chairs. as long as they could smash them. If the military baton can't be smashed, you can use chairs and tables, but don't let go of anything that is valuable or anything that looks good. Lin Feng said, if you want to smash it even if your mother can't recognize it, then you have to smash it so hard that your mother will definitely not recognize it. The ping-pong in Frog Prince was full of chaos, and Hu Xiaobing's heart was dripping with blood. This Frog Prince is the most high-end bar and performing arts bar in Chu City. In order to create a luxurious atmosphere, it took him before and after more than 3 million yuan, but now it has been smashed into a mess, especially when Lin Feng's bodyguards smashed the lobby and began to smash the boxes. Not only did the bar, table, and various decorations smashed, but also the various spotlights on the ceiling were not released. I didn't even let go of the bathroom, it was a miserable one. Damn, when Lao Tzu comes, Lao Tzu will kill you. Hu Xiaobing's eyes were red, and he was even more angry when he looked at Lin Feng. Boss, what should he do? Li Ru asked Hu Xiaobing, who was angry after the call. He is responsible for protecting Lin Feng's safety. He didn't make a move just now. Although he was extremely impulsive in his heart, he still used the duty of a bodyguard to protect Lin Feng's absolute safety. Hu Xiaobing was taken aback when he heard it. At this moment, he remembered that he was still in the hands of the other party. With so many people, he couldn't get out at all. Lin Feng looked at Hu Xiaobing, who was forced to act calmly but shook his hands and feet, with a smirk on his face. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. It was too early to move him. Otherwise, as long as you move Hu Xiaobing yourself, your own plan will not be implemented later. At that time, Hu Xiaoli asked Hu Xiaobing to pretend to be ill, and then in the round of the officials of Chu City, Hu Xiaobing lowered his head and confessed his mistake and lost money. It is impossible for him to wipe the face of all Chu City officials and continue to pursue them. This matter is not so easy to solve. Lin Feng's eyes stared at Hu Xiaobing like a goshawk. Hu Xiaobing's heart was chilled when Lin Feng saw him, but he was relieved when he saw that the other party didn't move him for the time being. Then he thought that the person he was calling would be the Soon, and he immediately became fierce. The 10 bodyguards of Lin Feng are indeed great, but no matter how great the lion is, they are no more than a pack of wolves. If you don't move me now, I will definitely make you regret it later. The bar you want to hit, my bar can't even recognize my mother, and your mother can't recognize you if I hit it. Hu Xiaobing thought fiercely. However, a phone call came after I changed my mind. Nothing. Not there. Hu Xiaobing answered the phone and was startled. He originally asked his younger brother outside to move the soldiers and call all these big brothers in Chu City to help him beat Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, when he heard the news, all the big brothers lost contact and disappeared. Go, call Director Ma for me, and say someone smashed my shop. Hu Xiaobing yelled angrily and asked the younger brother to call Director Ma of the Zongshan police station in the jurisdiction of Prince Frog. Friend, don't leave if you have the kind, Hu Xiaobing said viciously. Lin Feng smiled weirdly and motioned everyone to continue smashing the shop. He smiled and found the well-preserved wine glass from the bar, poured a glass of wine, took a sip, and then threw it away. There was a sound of glass shattering. Boss Hu, how much do I have to pay for breaking your cup again? Lin Feng said jokingly. The blue veins on Hu Xiaobing's face jumped violently, wishing to rush to beat Lin Feng violently. Now the hall is empty, and Hu Xiaobing's figure is also very thick, tall and mammoth. He thinks that it is no longer necessary to deal with Lin Feng, but look at Lin Feng's sharp eyes and powerful hands, like a tiger staring at him. Li Ru and Hu Xiaobing were timid again. Years of pampering him had already made him lose his former vitality. After a little thought, he could only give up. My friend, you also broke the shop, dare you report an account? Hu Xiaobing endured the pain of his heart, knowing that his Prince Frog was completely ruined today, and more than 3 million hit the water scoop. But if he even smashed his own shop, it's too wrong to know who the person is. Lin Feng smiled, poured a glass of wine, sniffed, and through the glass, there was another glass cracking sound. DSK. Tusk. Lin Feng stuck his tongue. Friend, Don't you even dare to keep your name? Hu Xiaobing said aggressively. Guess. Lin Feng smiled. The corner of Li Rui's mouth twitched, but he wanted to laugh but forcibly held back. Hu Xiaobing vomited blood in anger, and his mouth couldn't help twitching when he was played like this. If it weren't for Li Rui's opponent, he would have rushed to and Lin Feng alone. At this time, there was a curse from Director Ma, the director of the Zongshan police station, and Hu Xiaobing's face was happy. Lin Feng snorted coldly. To be continued. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry-thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 387 No tiles left? Question mark. How did Mr. Cow miss this opportunity? Everyone, am not wrong, right? Lin Feng is a hostile acquisition of Magic Baby to increase capital. The main profitable project of selling Xinlang.com is gone. In the future, what will Xinlang.com rely on to continue to operate? There is also Magic Babe now. We still have the operating rights in our hands. We can also talk to Japanese companies. I believe that President Yoichi Wada will continue to choose to cooperate with our Xinlang.com to resign the operating rights. Mr. Cow sarcastically said. 20 representatives also nodded one after another. If the money they invested at the beginning is based on the current stock price of Xinlang.com, they have basically lost half and sold the operating rights of Magic Baby. It is really not worthwhile. Hee. But why Psycholinux has not responded? I remember that President Yoichi Wada has been saying to Mr. Cow, the company has just merged with a lot of affairs and we will discuss it later, right? Lin Feng said playfully. There is a buzz now. Mr. Cow has been slapped his chest and said that the contract for the operation rights of Magic Baby is under negotiation and will be signed soon. Now Lin Feng said that Hushan Yani I did not negotiate with Xinlang.com at all, which left everyone at a loss for a while. Everyone looked at President Cow. How did you know? President Cow regretted as soon as he uttered a startled speech. But in my heart, I wondered why Lin Feng knew this should be the top secret. The 20 representatives looked at President Cow with a little more distrust. But even if it sells, there will be a company now. Will it take over? And I don't know how much Lindong is going to sell. Mr. Cow did not continue to struggle with this issue to grasp the core of the problem. 20 representatives are concerned about their own profits. If they can profit from the dismantling of Xinlang.com, they have no opinion but they cannot make a profit. They will keep the status quo of Xinlang.com unchanged. I am going to sell it to the second world at a price of 50,000 yuan. Lin Feng said with a smile. President Cow sneered. 20 representatives felt a little bit more dissatisfied with Lin Feng. 50,000 yuan looks good, but compared to a quarterly profit of 700,000 yuan, this is too little. Although Scour Linux wants to take back the operating rights of Magic Baby, but hasn't it taken back yet? Maybe they can hold on. Moreover, Lin Feng sold it to his own second world, which really made everyone a little hard to think about. Doesn't it make sense to embezzle Xinlang.com's assets? The same is true for most hostile takeovers. Perhaps you might think that 50,000 yuan is very small, but if Scour Linux recovers the operating rights, the company can only get a maximum of 30,000 yuan in compensation. Lin Feng said as he took out a document from his briefcase and threw it at it. On the table. This is my latest offer from 7 domestic online game companies to Scour Linux for the mainland operating rights of Magic Baby. I think it is possible that Xinlang.com will get back the operating rights of Magic Baby. Just look at how old you are. Lin Feng sneered. Everyone quickly picked it up. Come to see the dramatic changes in their faces. The quotation contracts of these 7 companies are really too generous. According to Mr. Co's calculation, most of the profits are made by Scour Linux, but as an operating company, they can only make a small profit. That being the case, it's incredible that these companies have to desperately grab the right to operate Magic Baby in mainland China. Strange? Of course not surprising. Mr. Cow knew that it didn't matter what ideas these companies made to make money. They wanted to win popularity and seize the market. At present, the only hotspot in the domestic 2D turn-based online game market is that Magic Babes can get the operation rights of Magic Babes. For the time being, the player resources of Magic Babes are firmly in their hands. President Cao is not surprised by the behavior of these companies. What he wonders is why Lin Feng can get the internal information. I'm afraid there must be Lin Feng's inside in Square Enix. Thinking of this, Go's heart was panicked. This can also prove that these conclusive rumors circulating on the market came from there. Then how is the new Wolf Network going to operate without Magic Baby? 20 representatives were more concerned about this. That's why I invited President Li to come. Lin Feng pushed Li Yanhong down. I am going to sell the portal resources of Xinlang.com to Baidu at a price of $40 million. Lin Feng said. Everyone was shocked again. Li Yanhong smiled at everyone. This time Baidu's acquisition of Xinlang.com's portal resources was originally beyond Li Yanhong's expectations. After all, Baidu does not have so much liquidity in its accounts to complete the acquisition. Although Robin Li has been coveting the resources of Xinlang's portal website, he can't do it without the money. However, Lin Feng accepted the resources of the Abbot of Shaolin after 1980's portal website. For now the largest domestic portal website, if it can be acquired by Baidu, it will undoubtedly allow Baidu to occupy the domestic search engine market in advance and have a broader prospect. However, in this case, Lin Feng's capital injection of $40 million may occupy an absolute controlling stake in the shares. However, when Lin Feng proposed to enter the board of directors without interfering in daily management, Robin Li was still the chairman of Baidu. After careful consideration, Robin Li immediately agreed. Benefits determine everything, not to mention that he has not lost the management power of Baidu. Lin Feng invested $40 million to complete the acquisition of the portal resources of Xinlang.com. Baidu equity allocation: Robin Li 35%, Lin Feng 55%, Xiong 7%. The remaining 3% is owned by other Baidu management. Lin Feng became Baidu's largest shareholder with absolute controlling rights but temporarily gave up management rights to Li Yanhong. For Lin Feng, the acquisition cost of $40 million is nothing more than returning the $520,000 earned from Xinlang.com in the previous period, and there will be a surplus of $120,000. No, I absolutely disagree, Mr. Cao shouted, patting the table. At this moment, he realized that Lin Feng's insidiousness first sold Magic Baby and then sold the portal of Xinlang.com to Baidu. It is well known that Lin Feng is Baidu's second largest shareholder. This is not what Lin Feng's self-appreciation is. What's more, after selling Magic Baby and selling the portal resources of Xinlang.com, what is left of Xinlang.com? It's just an empty shell. The stocks in their hands may fall for a few cents and no one wants them. 20 representatives were also dissatisfied. The current market price of the new Wolf is also worth $112 million. If according to Lin Feng's words, Magic Baby was sold for $50,000 and Xinlang Wen's portal website was sold for $400,000. The market value of Xinlang.com would have shrunk by half, which would undoubtedly be a reduction of $50 million, all into Lin Feng's pocket. How everyone would agree. All of a sudden, the meeting room became a mess, one after another condemning Lin Feng's selfishness. Many representatives of excited investment institutions even threatened that they would rather be a jade instead of a complete one. Mr. Cao felt warm when he witnessed the anger of these representatives. Perhaps this new WolfNet equity dispute is still nothing more than a farce. Lin Feng expected everyone to be so excited. After all, whoever changes suddenly their assets will shrink by half. Quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. Lin Feng suddenly patted the table to quiet the meeting room. What anxious? I haven't finished speaking yet. Lin Feng glared at everyone with disdain. Everyone looked upset, but they calmed down and listened to what Lin Feng had to say. Although Xinlang.com has no Magic Baby nor a portal site, it still has this shell, Lin Feng said. shell. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what Lin Feng wanted to do. The new wolf has been dismantled by Lin Feng without leaving the tiles. Does Lin Feng even let go of this shell? Does the new wolf even have a place to stand? Thinking of this, the representatives were shocked. President Cao seemed to faintly guess Lin Feng's intentions and his face was clouded. "I am going to sell the shells to the Qianji fast food restaurant," Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone was in an uproar again. In particular, President Cao was so angry that he almost wanted to throw the teacup in his hand at Lin Feng. "You are too cruel. I sold Magic Baby and Portal resources, not to mention even the shell." Since then, the new wolf has really become a historical term. I am afraid that even the name will be forgotten in a few years. "No, I resolutely oppose it." Lin Dong said that this is all your profit alone. "What good is it for shareholders like us?" Mr. Cao said, everyone's voice. This is the only life-saving straw he can grasp at the moment. Ha ha, well, everyone will have a brand new Qianji fast food restaurant shares. 5 shares of Xinlang Wing exchange for 1 share of Kidian, Lin Feng said with a smile. After a moment, everyone started to calculate. Mr. Cao and 2 investment representatives own a total of 6.05% of the shares of Xinlang.com, which is converted into shares of Qianji fast food restaurant, which means that they own 12.1% of the shares. In this way, everyone must figure out how much the stock price of the starting point fast food restaurant will be after its backdoor listing. Everyone, this is the third quarter financial report of the Qianji fast food restaurant. Lin Feng handed the data report of the Qianji fast food restaurant to everyone from his briefcase. In the third quarter of 2001, the starting point fast food restaurant had a total of 625 franchised stores with a net profit of 6.75 million. The total share capital is 30,000 shares and the earnings per share are RMB 0.225. Although the price-earnings ratio of $9 is higher than that of the starting point fast food restaurant, Xinlang.com would have lost money without Magic Baby. However, Qianji fast food restaurant is not at all worried about the third largest fast food chain in China, and this is only the domestic profit. Although the prospect of the starting fast food restaurant in the future is not to be said to be bright, the steady development is definitely beyond Xinlang.com. However, everyone is still a little dissatisfied with the exchange of 5 shares for 1 share of starting point fast food restaurant. "If I only said so many contracts, I am ready to sign if you agree. If you don't agree, I will immediately sell 39.5% of the shares in my hand again. And I only have to offer the contract of Magic Baby by these 7 domestic companies. It can be thrown out in the trash can. But now reporters outside may look through the trash can." Lin Feng Senran said. Everyone's faces are a bit ugly now. If Lin Feng sells 39.5% of the shares at this time, although Lin Feng will lose a lot of money, the stock price of Xinlang.com will definitely collapse. And once the quotes of these 7 companies on the operating rights of Magic Baby are exposed, it is conceivable that they are very likely to be suspended following NetEase's footsteps. Mr. Cao was full of sullen expression. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so aggressive. But looking at the faces of the 20 representatives, I am afraid that they will eventually agree to this extremely despicable plan. If Lin Feng's plan is successful, it will undoubtedly be Lin Feng himself who will make the most profit. Magic Baby sold to Second World, and Second World will cover a wider range of games. Except for the temporary absence of 3D role-playing games, the rest of the games will be dominated by the domestic online game industry. Its position in the domestic online game industry will be unbreakable. By selling the resources of Xinlang.com's portal website to Baidu, Baidu can immediately become the #1 portal website in China and rely on Baidu's engine technology to have unlimited future prospects. Selling shells of Xinlang.com to Qianji fast food restaurant can also allow Qianji fast food restaurant to go public and get a lot of cash. And these three companies are all Linfeng, and Linfeng all occupy absolute shares. It is really shameless to exchange the resources of Xinlang.com for the future prospects of the starting fast food restaurant. We must know that if there is no rumor that Scour Linux will take back the operating rights of Magic Baby, the stock price of Xinlang.com is worth $3.1 billion and 300 million. In just a few days, it has shrunk to about 50 million US dollars, of which 250 million US dollars has undoubtedly entered Linfeng's pocket. What's more, 39.5% of the 4.61 million US dollars in the sale of Magic Baby and Xinlang Wen Portal resources will fall into Linfeng's pocket. In fact, Linfeng only swallowed the new wolf at a cost of 260,000 US dollars, and there was no scum left behind. It's too cruel. It's too cruel. President Cao is not reconciled, but he and all other managements owning only 9.5% of the shares will not have any practical effect at all. The key lies in the 20 investment institutions. Lin Donggrong. How about we think about it? President Cao was not allowed to lobby many representatives, and 20 representatives had already made a choice. Cao Zong's face was green and he couldn't wait to step forward and beat Linfeng. Even if you get a lawsuit for this, you can't hesitate to look at the two bearded bodyguards behind Linfeng. Cao President, this wish will never be realized. Okay. But you must give me a reply before 5 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, once the Nasdaq opens in the evening, I will immediately sell all the shares of the new Wolfnet. Linfeng threatened without concealment. Everyone's face changed slightly. Important notice on this site: please use the free app on this site. No ads, anti-piracy breaking, fast update, members sync bookshelves. Please follow the WeChat public account Jejjingx and press and hold for 3 seconds to copy to download the free reader. Chapter 388, Inviting God is easy to send. 75 Chapter 388, Fight with officials. Famous sayings since ancient times. 1.1.0 text version first released. Although China is in the era of economic leadership, it is unreasonable for a businessman to dare to challenge the director of his own dignified police station. Looking at the fallen frog prince, Director Ma looked gloomy. This not only slapped Hu Xiaobing, but also gave him a resounding slap. Although the deputy mayor Hu Xili is behind this frog prince, as everyone knows, it is his Director Ma that covers it. Damn it, just go in and see if I won't kill you. Director Ma kicked the rotten tables and chairs with only wooden sticks in the way to the side, and made up his mind to strike hard this time. Sample. Don't you have money? I will make you vomit blood this time. If you ask about the craziest police station in Chu City, the Zongshan Group and Liberation Police Station, which is not the director of Ma, are none other than the one. The crazy move of the Liberation Police Station was to rush into the hotel room where the son of the Provincial Public Security Department was staying in Chu City and arrest the prostitutes. The consequence is that everyone who rushed in was dismissed on the spot. The crazy move of the Zongshan Police Station is also to catch whoring. However, it was the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce of a foreign country who was arrested. This time, the prostitution was punished by the largest number of prostitution cases in China, and the case was not filed. And in broad daylight, I saw the other party's old man and young wife walking on the road, acting suspiciously. Driven by interests, he took it back for a surprise trial. The director took it, but the lady recruited. I learned that the other party was the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Ma Suo. At that time, I was full-hearted, not doing anything, and endlessly knocking on the director to release everything. The cruel heart and the poison of the methods are heinous. This time, Director Ma will naturally not let it go. The richer you are, the more I will fine you. The two Zongshan police station officers also looked excited. Although it was a bit risky this time, the other party was also quite tricky, but as long as they are brought back to the station, they are not afraid that the other party will turn the sky. At that time, they who come to the scene can at least get a dividend of tens of thousands of yuan. Seeing that Linfeng and the others were being handcuffed, Hu Xiaobing blew a whistle lightly and hummed his nose. As long as he went in, all the losses of his Prince Frog would be compensated this time. Of course, he must go to visit the prison. Consolation and condolences thinking of this. Hu Xiaobing's hands are itchy. This time even Lin Feng's floor tiles were planed out by Lin Feng's people, or he would not be called Hu Xiaobing if he could get the benefits back. Not long after, Lin Feng and others were brought out. The surrounding crowd was already surrounded by crowds watching the excitement. The Robook concave has just been deleted and the concave has been added 8 or less, and the new block is more. Now it is more than in the afternoon, and it is the 12th lunar month. Although the Frog Prince is not on the busiest main street, but such a big movement, the nearby residents of Long Yuan came to watch the show, to see who dared to smash the Frog Prince with someone behind him and finally dispatched the old Buddha police car. When Lin Feng came out, he stopped and squinted slightly. It was too dark just now, and now I suddenly see the sun, and I still feel a little uncomfortable. The 2 police officers from the Zongshan police station saw a lot of people, and they urged Lin Feng to leave. Unexpectedly, when they saw Lin Feng's appearance, the 2 police officers were stunned. After a few seconds, the 2 of them rubbed their eyes vigorously and looked again. The face turned pale on the spot. Horsehead. Horsehead. The 2 police officers shook their throats for a while, and their feet couldn't help shaking. Although it was winter, the sweat on their foreheads kept falling. What's the matter? Director Ma heard the cry and walked up dissatisfied. He was discussing the final profit share with Hu Xiaobing, and he looked impatient when he heard that. Horsehead, look, look. The 2 police officers pointed at Lin Feng's face with horror, their expressions pale. Director Ma frowned. He didn't know what the 2 police officers were doing or were panicking, but he still followed their fingers and looked at them. When he saw Lin Feng's appearance clearly, Director Ma was stunned. How could this look be so familiar, as if it was impossible? Absolutely impossible to be him. How could he be here? Director Ma shook his heart. He was already a little confused, but he shook his head again and again in disbelief. This person is absolutely impossible to be here. Rub your eyes and look again. Take a breath. Don't believe it. Rub your eyes again. Look again. Continue rubbing your eyes. When the eyes are almost swollen, although Director Ma is reluctant, but the person in front of him is indeed himself the person who guessed. Sweat suddenly came down on his forehead. The whole person is stupid. Pointing to Lin Feng, his mouth opened wide, his eyes trembled with horror, his teeth kept fighting, and the fingers pointed at Lin Feng shivered. Director Ma's abnormal condition attracted the attention of the fellow police officer Zero. Following the fingers of the 3 of them, the police officer was immediately stupid when he saw Lin Feng. Originally, they were still urging Li Ru and others to get into the car, but there was no sound in an instant, and all of them opened their mouths in amazement, panicking, not knowing what to do. Everyone has recognized who Lin Feng is. But why it is him? Everyone cried secretly. Since Chu City received the news that Lin Feng was going back to Chu City, it had notified the transportation department not to make trouble for Lin Feng's car, and to let him go, and even escort him if necessary. After the incident of Su Xiaomai being hijacked yesterday, the Chu City government sent photos of Lin Feng and the main entourage to all public security personnel in Chu City, asking them to be more careful, and we must try to protect Lin Feng and others in Chu City. Safety. Therefore, all public security personnel in Chu City are familiar with Lin Feng. It's all right now. The boss has 1,000 exhortations, and one has urged, to accommodate Lin Feng, and to sacrifice the principle for the economic development of Chu City. They are fine. Now they have brought Chu City's distinguished guest, Lin Feng and his entourage, and they are going to be taken back to the Bureau for interrogation. This Lin Feng is about to walk in, and the above knows, it's not going to be dark. Thinking of the consequences of Lin Feng being arrested by them into the police station, the old patrolman felt their hearts out of their hearts. Regarding the Director Ma who fudged them, let alone how strong the resentment was. Director Ma, you bully. In order to support Hu Xiaobing, even Lin Feng dared to catch. But you want to be bullish, play character. Don't cheat us. Now how do you let us end? Bring it back now or not? Many old patrolmen stared at Director Ma with resentment. Faced with the suspicion and resentment of the old patrol, Director Ma also felt wronged. Who knew this would happen? How did he know that Lin Feng would be offended by Hu Xiaobing? And why is it so dark inside? Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly wronged Lin Feng and prepared to send it to the police station. Thinking of this, Director Ma hated Hu Xiaobing. Damn. It's not good to offend anyone. You just offend the VIP Lin Feng in Chu City. He is the richest man in the country and the world's richest man. And don't you and him have a feud? Don't you recognize it? With this in mind, Director Ma couldn't mention how deep the exhibition of Hu Hang was, and the moon could not represent his heart. But what to do now? Bring back. Then he will definitely be the next head of the Liberation Police Station, and he will definitely be removed from his post by a head. But if you don't take it back, how does he end up in such a big battle? At this moment, Hu Xiaobing came over, wanting to see the jokes of Lin Feng and others. Unexpectedly, seeing Director Ma and the old patrolman look astonished, pointing to Lin Feng's horrified speechlessness, I was a little stunned. Looking at Lin Feng, I feel more and more familiar. Who is he? Director Ma. How can you save him without getting him up? Hu Xiaobing complained. Director Ma sneered after hearing what Hu Xiaobing said. Damn, don't you have eyes? You still haven't recognized who this person is? When Lin Feng saw the looks of the people, he knew that they recognized him. Lin Feng smiled slightly, fearing that you would not recognize it. Since you recognize it, it is even more lively. Lin Feng shook his hand, and Xixi said, Director Ma, isn't it going to take us back to the place? Let's go. Director Ma heard the words. His face was embarrassed, and it was uncomfortable to be run by Lin Feng. But Director Ma was also very human, and after thinking about it, his heart was overwhelmed. Damn, I can only offend Hu Xiaobing today, otherwise the matter will be endless today. Donglin, you laughed. Who would dare to take you back? This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Haha. Director Ma laughed awkwardly, then shouted loudly, don't come and untie Lin Dong. Director Ma shouted, and the crowd was in an uproar. Only from the tone of Director Ma, everyone heard that the person who was tortured must be a big man, and Director Ma had caught the wrong person and was trying to get it back. The onlookers were more interested, and when guessing who Lin Feng was, they were more curious about how Director Ma was going to deal with this matter. When the two police officers heard this, they suddenly became sober and hurriedly stepped forward to relieve T. The look of the old patrol was also loose, and the head of the secret Dharma picked it up and let it go. Otherwise the matter will not end today. But I doubt that you can copy it easily. But is it easy to solve it? Who is the other party? The richest man in the country. Sure enough, the two police officers wanted to relieve D, but Lin Feng refused. The two police officers were so anxious that they were in a dilemma. They wanted to rush forward to help Lin Feng, but they didn't dare. See, I would say that copying is easy, but difficult to solve. The old patrolman whispered secretly. At this time, they have also communicated with each other. I am afraid that this matter will be difficult to deal with. However, they sent out the police only after receiving the call. Although they caught Lin Feng by mistake, they suffered at most after the incident. The real trouble is Director Ma. That being the case, let's watch the show. When Hu Xiaobing heard this, he was shocked. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he might have offended a great person this time. Ma, Director Ma, who is he? Hu Xiaobing asked in a low voice. Director Ma really wanted to give Hu Xiaobing a big mouth, but behind them was the deputy mayor Hu Xiao Li. He was not so bold yet to reward Hu Xiaobing with a big mouth. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to relieve his grip at the moment, which was a great trouble. There were so many people watching. If someone recognizes Lin Feng, it would be troublesome. If this news spreads, it will be fine. At this time, Director Ma still wants to solve it privately. It's best to do the same thing as the last time the Director of Industry and Commerce was arrested. The other party didn't dare to pay a tribute to him after he was fined. After thinking about it, Director Ma felt that he had to tie the bell to untie the bell, and this matter could only be solved by Hu Xiaobing. At the moment, He was going to whisper to Hu Xiaobing and let him go and apologize to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would not be blamed for this matter. As for the smashed Prince Frog, you'd recognize it. Unexpectedly, he hadn't instructed Hu Xiaobing yet. Some of the onlookers had already recognized Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is not an entertainment star, he has repeatedly become the focus of news recently, and even threatened to boycott Japanese goods. How could such a person be recognized by no one? Besides, this is Chu City, and Lin Feng is the pride of Chu City. At first, everyone was just skeptical. After all, such a big figure would appear here a little bit. But as more and more people recognized it, and everyone had a conversation, it was finally determined that this person wearing a hand dysprosium was the richest man in the country and the pride of Chu City, Lin Feng. There was an uproar right now, and one after another exclaimed, "This is great news. The hope of Chu City's takeoff was actually tortured." Isn't this the biggest news? When Director Ma saw that everyone recognized Lin Feng, his expression became even more embarrassed. He knew that this matter could not be covered, and that the matter was serious. But no matter what the later development becomes, it is the topic to get rid of Lin Feng's hand DIY first. Hu Xiaobing, look at how your eyes grow. They are not even the pride of Chu City, Lin Feng, and Dong Lin. Hurry, don't you go and apologize to Dong Lin. Director Ma shouted. Hu Xiaobing pushed to Lin Feng. When Hu Xiaobing heard Director Ma's words, he fainted on the spot. He said that the person in front of him is so familiar, it is actually Lin Feng, that the two brothers once wanted to trample to death but were stalked by the mayor. The opponent that the two brothers let off under their disdain was also the richest man in the country in 2 years. The pride of Chu City is even more so that his elder brother Huxili has repeatedly reminded him to be careful. No wonder he blackmailed him a wine glass last night. He could throw out so many banknotes in one go. No wonder he knew himself. No wonder he smashed his frog prince so mercilessly today. No wonder, in an instant, Hu Xiaobing communicated a lot of things. It was ruined. Why did his elder brother Huxili show him Lin Feng's current photo? Why was he so scornful and dismissive at the time? If he looked at Lin Feng's photos at that time, he would definitely recognize his arrival last night. The person in his bar is Lin Feng, so he will never slander Lin Feng and persuade you on, and he will definitely not. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. The only if is also accidentally caught by Lin Feng. Rebirth became today's richest man in the country. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 84 less, updated the block. More Hu Xiaobing, don't hurry up and apologize to Lin Dong. Director Ma was anxious. Seeing Hu Xiaobing looked stunned, and took a heavy shot on the spot. Hu Xiaobing, his future lies with Hu Xiao, the soldier now. After being beaten heavily by Director Ma, Hu Xiaobing was awakened immediately and hurriedly apologized to Lin Feng. Lian Dao himself was confused, blind, offended Lin Feng, and begged Master Lin Feng to have a large number, not to care about him, the small people in the market. Regarding the man who hurt his father and Xilao in the past, he was even more blackmailed by a wine glass, and he indulged his bartender to give Lin Ziyue the police and raped Algara by mistake. How could Lin Feng let him go? The old and new hatreds happen to be counted together today. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 389 Smash it again? Question mark. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 389. Boss Who? Read all the novels in Shilu literature net. Don't you call yourself the underworld? I am a popular wine merchant woman. Your apology since the 26th. I'm really afraid that I won't be out of Chu City. Lin Feng sneered coldly. Director Ma listened to the side that Hu Xiaobing actually claimed to be a triad, and he wanted to give Hu Xiaobing a few punches. Damn, it's not what you want to be prestigious. Are you an idiot? Hu Xiaobing was so ridiculed by Lin Feng. His heart was slightly angry, and secretly, there was such a big enmity between the two people. Didn't you just beat Yu Lao Tzu? Didn't you just persuade Yuan yesterday? Of course, you are willing to spread it yourself. Thousands of dollars, that's your business. But now the bar has been lifted up by you, even the land, and in front of so many people, buying and begging, it's almost kowtow, but you are reluctant to forgive. You are too good at it. Although Hu Xiaobing was angry in his heart, he did not dare to show it. Just looking at Director Ma, hoping that he can make a round for himself. At this moment, the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang drove there. As soon as I arrived at the scene, I knew that things were broken when I looked at the crowd. After squeezing the crowd away, Lin Feng wore a pair of shiny dysprosium on his hand, and Ouyang Deputy Bureau almost fainted. Ma Guoqing, what's going on? What are you doing? Deputy Bureau Ouyang roared. Director Ma heard the voice of Ouyang Deputy Bureau. His whole body trembled, and he was speechless in horror. Deputy Bureau Ouyang glared at Director Ma, looked around, frowned, and quickly ordered people to disperse the onlookers. I have to say that being a deputy director is better than the director of the police station. Otherwise, if so many people are watching here, the face of Chu City is even worse. Also, once the reporter arrives, this matter must be reported. How will Chu City explain it to his superiors? Driven by the heavily armed old police patrol, although the crowd of onlookers wanted to know the ending, they had no choice but to disperse, and the gun was out of power. In the face of the heavily armed old police patrol, how could ordinary people dare to cause trouble? After the crowd dispersed, Ouyang Deputy Bureau pointed at Hu Xiaobing, catch him to me and take him back to interrogate Director Ma for a moment. Hu Xiaobing is even more stunned. Unexpectedly, the first order of Ouyang Deputy Bureau was to arrest Hu Xiaobing. Lin Feng smiled slightly and looked at Ouyang Deputy Bureau with amusement. Deputy Ouyang frowned secretly saying that these two people didn't know themselves, but this was helping them. If it weren't for Hu Xiaobing's younger brother, he would not help him secretly at this time. After the two cheek police officers grabbed a mouthful of Hu Xiaobing, whose elder brother is the deputy mayor Hu Xiali, the deputy bureau of Ouyang walked to Lin Feng's side. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late. Director Ma, don't hesitate to unlock Boss Lin's hand. Deputy Bureau Ouyang ordered. Director Ma responded and was about to come up quickly, but Lin Fengren retired and sat in the old police car and said with a sneer, Director Ma is going to torture me back, punishing me for a crime of gathering a crowd for fighting and deliberately destroying other people's property. How can I dare to unlock the hand pound? Upon hearing this, Deputy Bureau Ouyang frowned, and pulled Director Ma aside. Are you blind? Lin Feng's photos are available in all jurisdictions. Don't you even recognize Lin Feng? And you even sue him for the burden charge. The robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added 8 or 4, and updated the block. More. Director Ma looked sad, and the bar was so dark. How did he see it? As for the two catties, the charge is absolutely reasonable. See, Ouyang Deputy Bureau does not believe it. Director Ma hurriedly pulled Ouyang Deputy Bureau to Prince Frog. Deputy Bureau Ouyang went in and took a sharp breath. He knew that Lin Feng was going to do it, but he didn't expect to be so cruel that he would remove the Frog Prince without leaving a single piece of hair. Judging from the situation at the scene, Director Ma is absolutely correct in these two charges. But for this kind of thing, it is a criminal offense if you pursue it, and it doesn't matter if you don't pursue it for private purposes. It's just that Lin Feng has already smashed the Frog Prince like this, and still refuses to give up. This makes Ouyang Deputy Bureau a bit uncomfortable, thinking that Lin Feng is a bit overwhelmed. Just when Ouyang Deputy Bureau frowned secretly, all the heads of Chu City arrived. Municipal Party Committee Secretary Wang Deli, Mayor Yu Haoi, Deputy Mayor Ku Qingping, and Director of Public Security Bureau Liu Dongxing were all present. Recently, the entire Chu City government is trying to get Lin Feng's funds to settle in Chu City. Unexpectedly, it happened that Su Xiaomai was kidnapped first, and Lin Feng's attack on the Frog Prince happened again. How dare they do this, not coming? Of course, Vice Mayor Huxley did not come. After all, this matter involved his younger brother, and there were old grievances with Lin Feng, which would have caused conflicts again. The secretary of the municipal party committee Wang Deli let Hu Xiao sit in the city government and wait for the news. At the scene, the top leaders of Chu City saw the hand dysprosium in Lin Feng's hand and found it difficult on the spot. Public Security Director Liu Dongxing Lik Xiuan scolded the two Zongshan pair iron police officers next to Lin Feng and ordered them to untie Lin Feng immediately. The tears of the two Zongshan police officers were about to fall out. If they could solve it, it would be long ago. Understood. Will you be criticized by these leaders one after another? Seeing that the situation was not right, Liu Dongxing hurried to ask in private, and learned that Lin Feng would not release the pound. Everyone knew that this matter was not over yet, and Lin Feng Kai hadn't had enough. At the moment, the secretary of the municipal party committee Wang Deli asked Mayor Yu, who is familiar with Lin Feng, to appease Lin Feng, while he led others into the Frog Prince to check the facts. Before coming, the secretary of the municipal party committee Wang Deli had a general understanding of this matter. It should be Lin Feng's Prince Frog. He suffered a loss and was corrupted, and he came to take revenge today. I wanted to scold Director Ma a few words first, and then understand the truth. Unexpectedly, I went in and took a look at the status quo of the Frog Prince, and suddenly couldn't say what he said. Deputy Mayor Ku Qingping and Public Security Director Liu Dongxing were also taken aback, secretly frightened Lin Feng's recklessness. The Frog Prince was smashed into it. In this way, it is shocking. But there was a sullen laugh in their stomachs. Liu Dongxing is a miasma who can't understand the Frog Prince for a long time, and he wants to take it down. Ku Qingping is because Huxley is a popular candidate for the municipal party committee secretary. He hoped that Huxley would do something more, so that he might have a chance to compete for the coveted city party secretary's position. After understanding the situation, Wang Deli, secretary of the municipal party committee, frowned. Unexpectedly the Frog Prince, acting so ridiculous. For this matter, Lin Feng retaliated like this, everyone can understand. Of course it must have violated the law, but this kind of matter is inherently dual-faced, and it can be said. Breaking the law or not breaking the law is not the final decision of the few leaders present. Now everyone is looking at the funds in Lin Feng's hands. If this legend movie city settles in Chu City, it will bring at least hundreds of millions of capital investment. And Lin Feng once told reporters that he will continue to develop other game cities and put it in builder-related industry chain. If this is the case, then the capital investment will be a figure that makes Chu City dumbfounded, and it will definitely play an important role in promoting the future development of Chu City. Secretary Wang, what should I do now? Deputy Bureau Ouyang looked at Wang Deli and said. Wang Deli frowned, knowing that the source of this incident was still with Hu Xiaobing, and ordered someone to recite the old roar. Hu Xiaobing, your elder brother Huxley and I have also been friends for many years. This time you're Frog Prince. If you are smashed by someone, you have an absolute responsibility. The rule is not strict, and a wine glass actually requires someone to compensate and persuade you. This is outrageous. Wang Deli frowned secretly at Hu Xiaobing, who was all dressed up. But when he saw Huxley's face, he was too lazy to say more, and first rebuked him. Although Huxley was reckless, he also knew that the man in front of him was the highest leader of Chu City, who was afraid to let his elder brother 3 points. Although he was about to leave his post, he did not dare to say anything in the face of Wang Deli's scolding. After the bitter rebuke, Wang Deli's conversation turned. But, you must have been wronged this time. Well, Frog Prince, it became like this, and it hurts no one else. Hu Xiaobing almost burst into tears when he heard it. Isn't it? Persuade Yuan's decoration to be smashed like this in the great northern wilderness. Can he not feel distressed? However, the main responsibility lies with you. For the sake of the overall situation of Chu City, if you are wronged, you will later give Lin Feng a good guilty confession, compensate Lin Feng for a little spiritual damage, and expose the matter and resolve your previous grievances. Wang Delai's next sentence made Hu Xiaobing's mood hit the bottom again. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added the 85th master, Xiaoxin block. Xia Duo's own frog prince was smashed, and he had to lose money to admit his mistake. This is too unreasonable. However, he didn't dare not listen to Wang Delai's words. Whether his elder brother could sit in his position in the future, it was all up to him. Then, Secretary Wang, how much is the compensation? Hu Xiaobing said distressedly. Wang Deli glared at Hu Xiaobing. Isn't this person sensible? Farewell, Hu Xiaobing said quickly. Everyone felt bitter. For more than a year, you have made more than 340,000 yuan on the surface, not to mention those who are not visible behind you. 40,000? Hu Xiaobing gritted his teeth helplessly. Well, Jin Wan. Wang Deli shook his head again, and directly helped Hu Xiaobing's idea. Seeing Hu Xiaobing want to argue, he immediately stared, and Hu Xiaobing took a step back in fright and didn't dare to say more. Acknowledge it, every mouth is like tens of thousands. Anyway, I can earn it back in the future. Afterwards, the group arrived in the old police car where Lin Feng was sitting. Boss Lin is really young and promising. I was delayed last time and failed to meet Boss Lin. It's really a pity. Wang Deli, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, sighed with emotion. Seeing that the top leader of Chu City had arrived, Lin Feng was just too big, so he hurriedly got up, not daring to go straight. Xiao Lin, I will call you Xiao Lin. I understand this incident. All of this Hu Xiaobing's employees are wrong. No. He has come to apologize to you sincerely. Wang Delai's brows were slightly raised, wrinkled. Hu Xiaobing hurried over. Boss Lin, I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. I'm a rascal, I'm an idiot, I'm not sensible. I haven't seen the big market. I don't know Chan, you always don't know the same as me. I also hope that you can raise your precious hand and let me go. I am willing to pay Jin Wan as a shock to Boss Lin. Hu Xiaobing said with a sad face. I was smashed into a bar by someone, and I still couldn't bear such a low voice. Lin Feng sneered secretly. Juwan wanted to get rid of himself. It was not so easy. Besides, this time, Lin Feng didn't want money. He came to vent his anger, to express his anger on behalf of his father, and to express his anger on behalf of the sin he suffered last night. A wine glass tried to persuade Yuan, but was drugged, and he couldn't get rid of it. Not comfortable this year. Money, I don't lack. What I have is money, Lin Feng said coldly. Everyone's hearts were stunned, and the forest wind was difficult to find in the dark road. Wang Deli frowned, and Mayu asked again, Nephew Lin Xian, if you have any requirements, and if you have any grievances, you can tell us Secretary Wang that he will definitely be the master for you and never let the pride of Chu City be wronged. Lin Feng smiled. The gangsters of people come out. Lin Feng said coldly, seeing everyone startled, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I just educate them in a very civilized way and let them know what is right and what is wrong. When Hu Xiaobing heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Isn't it just a bartender or a gangster? Just hand it over. Secondly, money. I don't want anything. You can redecorate me again and let me smash it again. Yesterday this matter is over. Otherwise, you just take me to the police station. Lin Feng said. When everyone heard this, they were not happy that Ma and the leaders of Chu City were here. Lin Feng was still reluctant. He had already smashed the Frog Prince, even the land, and he still wanted to decorate. It would be too arrogant to hit it again, and it would be too shameful for them. Wang Deli, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, is particularly popular. It's true that Chu City needs Lin Feng's funds, but he is about to be transferred to another person. He just wants to add another performance before he leaves. Lin Feng's request is too presumptuous, and he did not treat him as the highest leader of Chu City at all. Keep it in the eye. Who do you think you are? Yes, you are rich and the richest man in the country, but in China, businessmen have no status since ancient times. Don't give you some sunshine, you will be shining, and if you are anxious, you will not have good fruit. However, Wang Deli would not say this. As the highest leader of Chu City, every word he said must be correct. Therefore, He can speak nonsense and kind words before he is absolutely sure. Can't tell the truth. But if he doesn't say it, it doesn't mean that no one will not say it for him. Turning his eyes, he glared at the police chief Liu Dongxing. Liu Dongxing sighed secretly, knowing that he was going to pretend to be a villain this time. Lin Feng, you have to know that we can sue you for the crime of gathering a crowd to fight and deliberately bankrupt your property. You are the richest man in the country. You must know how to advance and retreat. Liu Dongxing shouted angrily. Wang Deli nodded secretly. Liu Dongxing said it was a good thing who made him the head of the Public Security Bureau, but some people sang with black faces and others sang with white faces. Liu, look at what you said. Nephew Lin Xian, everyone knows this matter in their hearts, so it's better to just let it go. Anyway, Prince Frog, I won't be able to start a business in the short term. In this way, I asked Xiaobing to set the table again, apologize to your father, and then compensate you for 40,000 yuan to be shocked. What do you think? It's the mayor who made the white face. Wang Deli nodded, and finally came to give the final order and show his authority. However, Lin Feng ignored them at all. It's okay to apologize for setting the table and whine. But I will say it again, I don't need the money. He has decorated it. I will drop it again and the matter will be over. Lin Feng said with a sneer. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The mixed-race female anchor forgot to turn off the camera after the live broadcast. The video of her life was exposed. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Main of my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 390 Arcade Strategy? Wang Deli is full of anger. I have never seen such an arrogant young man. Isn't it just a businessman who dares to be rude to himself, a dignified secretary of the municipal party committee, so he doesn't give himself face? But Wang Deli told himself forcibly, don't be angry, don't be impulsive. Lin Feng, don't go too far. If we really want to take this matter seriously, you won't be able to get away with a fixed-term sentence of more than 5 years. Liu Dongxing had to come out again and put on a black face. Deputy Bureau Ouyang looked on the side and was shocked. I don't know why Lin Feng was so aggressive. What kind of support did he have to dare to challenge all the leaders of Chu City in this way? Lin Feng glanced at the crowd lightly, took out a business card from his pocket and put it on the chair in the car. My condition is like this. I either agree or send me to the police station. But if I go to the police station, I can only make this call. Everyone was taken aback for a moment and looked around, only to see the name on the business card, phone number of the Secretary General of the Premier of the State Council. Everyone is shocked. After taking a sharp breath and looking at each other, the cold sweat came out. It's no wonder that Lin Feng is so good that he can reach the heaven without paying attention to them. What else can they do now? Do you want to wait for the greeting from the phone above? Lin Feng smiled slightly, and everyone reacted as he expected. If you dare to smash the shop today, you have to rely on it. Otherwise, just relying on his title as the richest man in the country is not enough to challenge the Chu City government. Lin Feng relies on this phone that can reach Mr. Zhu directly. Of course, this call is just to frighten everyone. If Lin Feng calls it, Lin Feng may not be able to call it. After all, Mr. Zhu may not help himself for this matter. However, the idiom fake Hui is good. I have this tiger behind my back. I dare not say that I can bluff everyone at the provincial level, but at the city level, Lin Feng believes that just this business card is enough to bluff everyone. People. Lin Feng Kai didn't believe that the city leader of a second-level city would call the central leader to ask how to deal with this matter. Finally, Lin Feng's handcuffs were released, and Li Ru and the others returned to the hotel. Hu Xiaobing went to his elder brother Hu Xili with a sad face. It costs a lot of money to decorate again. Although his money is enough for decorating twice, it is not such a burning method. He hoped that his elder brother Hu Xili could help him figure out a solution. After Lin Feng returned to the hotel, several girls were huddled together. Wisdom, you steal my vegetables every time. The bakery that I have finally grown has sold just enough to upgrade the land. You stole me almost a little bit. Also, Zhu, you also steal other people's vegetables. Alice Jura yelled. When Lin Feng heard this, he smiled slightly. It seems that several girls are playing Tencent's QQ Farm, but this game is really popular. Although it appeared 7 years earlier than Memory, it was still so popular. After all, this game does not require high computer configuration. It is purely a small flash game. Almost the current computer configuration can be played. Especially after the advent of Microsoft's XP system, the computer hardware has been upgraded again, and there is no problem in running this kind of game. Brother Lin. Everyone shouted when Lin Feng came in. However, Lisa's eyes were slightly sad. In this room, she was the most aggrieved and helpless. Algra looked cold, and for Lin Feng, she really didn't know how to face it. And her own upbringing prevented her from crying like other girls. Playing QQ Farm? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Hee, Brother Lin, you don't grow vegetables in QQ. You can't steal, it's boring. Lin Ziyui complained. For fear of trouble, a few girls have a QQ account, but they don't have a few friends. The friends are just a few girls with each other. Brother Lin, why doesn't your company develop QQ Farm, such a profitable game? But your company does not develop it. And QQ Farm is too monotonous. After playing for a long time, it becomes boring. You can only plant and steal, which is too monotonous. Boring. Can't you develop a more interesting farm game? Lin Ziyui said expectantly. Lin Feng smiled helplessly after hearing Lin Ziyui's words. The profit of QQ Farm, needless to say, just look at the number of yellow diamonds above to know how much money Tencent made from this. Not to mention that as the third largest shareholder of Tencent, he knows how much money Tencent made from QQ Farm. However, this game itself is of limited interest and is similar to Plants vs. Zombies. Although it can be popular for a while, it cannot be as popular as Legend or Counter-Strike Online. As the enthusiasm of everyone passes, it will slowly calm down. It would be unwise to squeeze our company into this market at this time. What's more, this game is pure leisure entertainment. Tencent relies on an absolute QQ user group and occupies an absolute dominant position. There is no need to hedge. Moreover, Lin Feng has a brand new idea. Arcade. Lin Feng can affirm that the current generation of netizens and gamers have slowly grown up from arcade halls. From 1 yuan a coin, 50 cents a coin, to 5 cents a coin at the cheapest time, arcades are accompanied by this generation of players. After the entire student age, countless masterpieces, such as the Round Table Warriors, Famous Generals, Punishers, Street Fighter, King of Fighters series, Caging series, etc., have brought so many good memories for all players. Lin Feng is about to move it to the internet, and provide these arcade games that have made countless players crazy on the internet, so that everyone can recollect the classic games through the internet. And through network interconnection, there is an advantage. The highest score of each player will be displayed in the system, allowing the player to challenge the highest limit. This is also the most enthusiastic game player wants crazy. However, at that time, as the arcade machine was shut down, all records were cleared, making countless players who had created extreme scores regretted it. Now they can make up for their regrets. This plan is the focus of the recent Second World game development, and it is also Wu Zhang's main follow-up after the year. And all arcade games already have mature game software, which can be released with a little modification. And this will be a new point of profit growth. Through virtual point card sales, 1 game per dime, without changing the difficulty, Lin Feng believes that this will once again set off the peak of online games. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from the kidnapper. Feng Jun and others immediately began to prepare for tracking, and at the same time Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz S600 was ready. Lin Feng didn't want to be held responsible by Liu Dongxing and others. The quality of their policeman could not match his bodyguard. Donglin, is the money ready? The kidnapper asked. You have to know that today is the 30th lunar month, and this is 100 million in cash. How can I prepare it so quickly? You must give me time to prepare, and I want to know how Sue is doing. I said, if she has any unexpectedly, less vellus hair. You don't even want to get the money," Lin Feng said after delaying time. At this time, 15 seconds have passed. Feng Jun and others have investigated the source of the call, but it is extremely surprising that it is actually in the center of the city. Although surprised, Feng Jun and others immediately sent someone to rush over. Lin Feng continued to delay time. "Dong Lin, I know you want to delay time, but I warn you, it's best not to arrest us, or President Su will definitely pay for your recklessness. Also, in any case, 100 million cash must be prepared within 3 days. Don't tell me you can't do it." The kidnapper hung up after speaking. A few minutes later, there was a message that the kidnappers used a second call, that is, dialed a call in advance to call a place far away from him, and then dialed remotely through the voice dialing function, and everyone could not track the real address at all. Everyone frowned. The kidnapper was very clever. "Dong Lin, I warned you, don't want to arrest us, you violated the agreement. I will not be polite. President Su will definitely pay for your recklessness." The kidnapper suddenly called again and threatened. Lin Feng was taken aback. The heads of Haizi and his younger brother and others had spread throughout the public security system of Chu City, and it was impossible for them to appear in the urban area. Is there someone else? However, facing the threat of the kidnapper, Lin Feng temporarily put aside these thoughts, thinking about how to calm the kidnapper's anger. In case Su Xiaomai suffers any harm, she cannot explain it to her friends. And it was already the 30th afternoon of the 12th lunar month, and Su Xiaomai would not show up again. My friend Ding Feng and her mother must have known that Su Xiaomai had an accident. Yesterday, I called and told them that I asked Su Xiaomai to talk about the company, but it was impossible to talk for 2 days, and I didn't even go home on the 30th of the 12th lunar month. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he had an idea. The kidnapper is by no means alone, so I gave myself a chance. Money can really change everything. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 391. Planned by a dog. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to figure out is the human heart. For the benefit, people can deny their 6 relatives, not to mention the so-called Big Brother. I don't care who kidnapped Su Xiaomai. In short, whoever brought her safely in front of me, I will give them 100 million yuan in rewards, and will never hold them accountable. But if anyone dares to hurt Su Xiaomai a hair, Lin Feng snorted coldly, not only will any of you not get a penny, I will also pay 100 million yuan to chase you down and kill you all over the world. After speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone. I believe that the other party can already hear what I said just now. Now it depends on whether the other party will fall apart for this billion. However, Lin Feng was 100% sure that the other party would definitely fight inwardly. 100 million yuan is absolutely fatal to anyone. Haizi wanted to call and threaten Lin Feng, but Lin Feng instead lured them with 100 million yuan in cash. But it was extremely quiet just now. Everyone in the room heard the truth, and when he hung up the phone, Haizi found that everyone around him looked wrong. Why? Do you really believe that Lin's nonsense is impossible? Haizi's eyes widened, and if he couldn't shake the 3 younger brothers at this moment, he would be in trouble. Sure enough, although it was very tempting to swallow 100 million, Haizi's usual foul name still shocked the 3 younger brothers, and the 3 were cowardly. However, although Haizi drank everyone temporarily, he secretly complained in his heart. Lin Feng's hand is too clever. With a reward of 100 million yuan, he has not held any accountability. Who can resist it? In the distance, Liu Tao naturally heard the voice of Lin Feng's phone, looked at Haizi and the others, and looked at the blindfolded Su Xiaomai beside him. His eyes flashed with a treacherous light. Boss, is this effective? Although Li Ru and the others were amazed at Lin Feng's move, if the kidnappers are united, Lin Feng's money offensive is useless at all. Don't worry, the kidnappers are all for money, and they won't be so united. At least one person will get 100 million, which is better than several people divided into 100 million. Lin Feng said confidently. What's more, there should be a mysterious man among the kidnappers who has not been detected by Ouyang Deputy Bureau. But this is not enough. The kidnappers must be forced to panic. Only when panic can they have a chance. At this moment, Director Liu Dongxing came in. Did Lin Feng just make a sound? Liu, I hope you can put all the gangsters together. Lin Feng said. Liu Dongxing was taken aback. Liu, it's the 30th of the 12th lunar month today, and I can't keep it from the Suxiomu's family. Lin Feng then called the kidnappers, telling him about his response and the next plan. After hearing Lin Feng's plan, Liu Dongxing agreed to Lin Feng's plan in addition to secretly calling for adventure. At the moment, people let all the gangsters go, and at the same time coincidentally let these gangsters know that Suxiomai was missing and kidnapped. Lin Feng gave out the news of 100 million yuan in reward, but he hid the identity of Heizi so that Heizi and others would not know the identity leaked, and the dog jumped over the wall in a hurry, hurting the hostages. This news immediately detonated all the gangsters in Chu City, and the reward of 100 million yuan was enough to drive everyone crazy. The released big and small gangsters each showed their magical powers to search for Suxiomai, desperately for the reward of 100 million yuan. At this time, Heizi also received the news, and learned that the whole city of Chu City was searching for the kidnappers who kidnapped Suxiomai, and his face turned green. Moreover, what makes Heizi even more jealous is that the eyes of the younger brothers around him are no longer right, and he has gradually been unable to suppress the group of younger brothers around him. Especially when I heard that the underworld in Chu City was looking for Suxiomai for a reward of 100 million yuan, the younger brothers became more anxious. As time passed, Lin Feng was waiting anxiously, and Chu City was also making troubles. However, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng received a call from Suxiomai. Donglin, I am out of danger, thank you. Suxiomai's weak voice came over the phone. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After inquiring about Suxiomai's address, she immediately rushed to the suburbs with Liu, Director Liu Dongxing and a group of policemen. Seeing the roadside Suxiomai and the familiar man from a distance, Lin Feng's hanging heart finally fell. Donglin. Suxiomai jealous slightly. Although she is strong, she is still afraid after going through this kind of thing. Imrond. Okay, let's get in the car first. Ding Feng and your mother are already anxious. It was unexpected that Lin Feng did not bring Ding Feng and Suxiomai's mother. Suxiomai nodded and turned to introduce the man who made Lin Feng familiar with her. Donglin, this is Liu Tao, now the campaign's database director. He was kidnapped with me, and he saved me from the kidnappers. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and suddenly remembered who Liu Tao was. Thank you for saving President Su, Lin Feng said. Liu Tao smiled hard and patted his chest and said that this should be done. Liu Tao, where is the kidnapper? How did you escape? Liu Dongxing was concerned about the whereabouts of the kidnapper. In the previous private house, they seemed to fight suddenly for a reward of 100 million yuan. At this point, Liu Tao's voice was a little loud, just so that Lin Feng could hear him. After seeing Lin's attention, he continued. Seeing that they were fighting hard, I ran out of the chaos, but I stabbed a kidnapper on the way to escape. I don't know if he died. A trace of panic flashed across Liu Tao's face. Liu Dongxing nodded and ordered the police around him to explore the scene. At the same time, he said apologetically to Lin Feng, Donglin, we have to record a confession for them first. I'm afraid we will be released on bail later. Lin Feng nodded. When Liu Tao and Suxiomai finished recording their confession, it was already dark. At this time, Ding Feng and Su Mu, who looked anxious, had already waited outside, and when they saw Suxiomai, they hugged their heads and cried. In a day, almost everyone is separated forever. Thanks. Ding Feng came over and punched Lin Feng hard in the chest. Hee, your family of 3 will go back for New Year's Eve, and I will contact you in 2 days. Lin Feng also gave a punch. Well, I will invite you to drink at that time. However, there are only cheap ergot too. Ding Feng smiled, and then left with Suxiomai and Su Mu. Lin Dong, I'm leaving too. Luo Tao came over to say goodbye to Lin Feng. Thank you. Thanks to you today. Lin Feng thanked him cautiously. Luo Tao looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression. He secretly cursed Lin Feng for not fulfilling his promise. Even if he does not fulfill his promise now, he still has to say something. Lin Dong. At this moment, Liu Dongxing came over. I'm afraid you can't go yet. Luo Tao was surprised. Donglin, there is a problem with Luo Tao. Liu Dongxing said. According to the on-site exploration, the person who was stabbed to death by Luo Tao had very deep wounds. It should have been stabbed with force. It should be a murder, not an accidental stabbing. Nonsense. I was obviously stabbed by accident, not murder, but stabbing. Luo Tao jumped and shouted. Ha, are you? Then go in and explain it to me. Behind the scenes, Liu Dongxing sneered. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. But Liu Dongxing then played an MP3 recording. It turned out that when Suxiomai was trapped in a sack in the car, the recording function of the phantom she was carrying was accidentally turned on, and she fell into the car, just in time to record the conversation. Although it is not long, there happened to be a few dialogues between Luo Tao and Haizi and others, which also proved that Luo Tao was involved. After a sudden trial, Luo Tao, panicked, couldn't resist and confessed. After the 100 million reward originally from Lin Feng, Haizi and his little brother fell into mutual suspicion and prepared for each other. After all, 100 million, everyone wants to swallow it alone. Especially all the gangsters in Chu City have been released, and they're being searched around, and Haizi and others are under more pressure. Finally, after one person couldn't bear the temptation, internal strife broke out throughout the scene. Luo Tao also decided in an instant to rescue Suxiomai. Anyway, Lin Feng promised a reward of 100 million yuan. Whether he kidnapped for extortion or rescued Suxiomai is the same. One person swallows 100 million, which is better than 5 people divide 100 million. After learning about Luo Tao's Behinthen's planning, Lin Feng sighed slightly, but he also woke up secretly. The parents' security work must be carried out as soon as possible. At this time, my father called and asked him to go home to have a New Year dinner. At the same time, the parents indicated that Huang Shuqi should go back together. Of course, considering Lin Feng's emotions, they agreed to let Lin Feng take Lisa back with him. Although his parents agreed to let Lisa go back, Lin Feng knew what his parents were thinking. Knowing the son is more than the father, knowing the father is more than the son, the parents' thoughts about Lin Feng naturally guessed it. Asking Lisa and Huang Shuqi to go back at the same time, when his parents will deliberately favor Huang Shuqi, and then casually insinuate, it will be enough for Lisa to retreat. Although Lisa looks weak, she is a girl who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. How can I stand this anger and see that my parents are obviously partial to Huang Shuqi, and they will definitely withdraw automatically, so that Lin Feng will not be embarrassed? That being the case, Qi definitely wouldn't let Lizu and himself suffer this way, but it wouldn't work if he didn't go. If Lizu didn't go, I'm afraid it would be more in line with his parents. After thinking about it, Lin Feng glanced aside Algra, who was looking at popular fashion magazines alone. Thinking of the madness that night, Lin Feng only felt depressed. He took the name of a wrongdoer in vain, but actually he had no impression of anything. What do you look at? Algra caught Lin Feng's gaze and glared, but her pretty face blushed inexplicably. Algra, discuss with you and accompany me back to dinner tonight. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and got an idea. Algra frowned. Having lived in China for so long, she naturally understood what it meant. But now she is not clear with Lin Feng. What is she going to do? This meal set out to be a feast for a grand feast, so she didn't go to join in the fun, let alone in what capacity did she go. Today, she also thought about it clearly. Although she had a relationship with Lin Feng, it was an accident. She didn't want to intervene between Lin Feng and Lizu, so she had to give up. Thinking of this, Algra glanced at Lin Feng and said firmly, I warn you, you'd better be friendly to Kai, or I won't let you go. Also, don't mention anything about last night. I'm only going to be slapped by a dog once. But in the end, The tone was full of resentment. My virgin body was broken, how could it be so easy to be relieved? Especially the brutal rape by Lin Feng, which made Algra even more depressed. Therefore, I don't forget to mock Lin Feng in the end. Lin Feng heard it, and he was full of disgust. What it means to be slapped by a dog once. Am I so bad? But as Algra said, forget what happened yesterday. Although the entanglement between the three was easily resolved, but Lin Feng couldn't do it. Men must be responsible and cannot shirk their responsibilities. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 392. Holding back panic. Algra, I will definitely give you an explanation. But in front of you, you have to do me a favor first and accompany me back to the New Year dinner. Lin Feng looked at Algra and said with extreme caution, confess. How do you confess? Algra smiled bitterly, but there was a vague expectation in his heart. The mood is so complicated that no outsider can do it. Well, you tell me first. Why do you want me to accompany you back to the reunion dinner? Algra asked with a frown. Hey, you just need to do this. Lin Feng whispered in Algra's ear afterwards. You are really bad enough. You are not afraid that they will know about this and spank you. After listening, Algra laughed and cursed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng took Li Zhu, Huang Shuqi and Algra back home. Unlike the house full of people yesterday, today there is only the father, Mystic Zhu, and the mother who came here specially, and of course Huang Shuqi's mother. When Lin Feng saw this posture, he knew that he was right. But fortunately, I brought Algra here. In front of the outsider, Algra, parents can't say anything, and they can let their parents never have a chance to speak. Sure enough, Lin Feng's parents frowned when they saw Algra. Dad, Mom, Algra doesn't have any relatives in China. The family is in Europe. I will bring her to dinner during the Chinese New Year. Don't you mind? Lin Feng smiled, looking at Algra who pleased her in Chinese. What can Lin Feng's parents do? You have brought them all. They can't drive Algra away. Although I knew that Lin Feng did this deliberately, but now he can only accept it. After staring at Lin Feng secretly, he greeted everyone with a smile on his face. However, it can be clearly seen that Lin's father and Lin's mother were extremely enthusiastic about Huang Shuqi, and for Li Zhu, except for saying hello at the beginning, he did not respond at all afterwards. Even Algra, Lin Feng's parents occasionally talked to him, admiring his beautiful Chinese. Regarding this, Lin Feng could only squeeze Li Zhu's hand to let him rest assured. It's okay, brother Lin. I will definitely make my uncle and aunt change my impression of me. Li Zhu changed his frustration yesterday with a face of determination and determination. Today, she also thought about it clearly and asked her to give up Lin Feng. She couldn't do it, so she had to let Lin Feng's parents accept her. As for Lin Feng and Algra, Li Zhu didn't know what to do. No one was wrong in this matter. She didn't even know anyone to blame, and she could only wait for Lin Feng to give an explanation. Later, Li Zhu tried his best to please Lin's father and Lin's mother. Although he was still coldly received, Li Zhu's face was not unhappy. Instead, he tried his best to please Lin's father and Lin's mother. He was busy with tea and water. As for Huang Shuqi, she has been dull since she came in. Witnessing Li Zhu's diligence, Huang Shuqi's mother stared at Huang Shuqi, hoping she could learn from Li Zhu and not show up. But for Huang Shuqi, she was full of guilt for Li Zhu. How can she be jealous now? This time the engagement was absurd. She just hoped to end soon. As for Lin's father and Lin's mother, I wanted to give Li Zhu a hint and let him retreat. But in front of Algra, nothing could be said. Moreover, Algra's own noble temperament and the aristocratic etiquette trained since childhood made Lin's father and Lin's mother feel uncomfortable and fidgety. As for the time to eat, Lin Feng's parents felt awkward and uncomfortable. Algra was noble and elegant between eating and drinking, and eating seemed to be an art, which made everyone at the table awkward. Let's learn from Algra to eat. If you're not used to it, you don't even say it. It's uncomfortable to eat, and you have no appetite. Let's not learn. Compared with Algra, Everyone feels like a clown and has no appetite to eat. Lin Feng was snickering at the sight of his parents being aggrieved at dinner. I had the same panic when I faced Algra at the beginning. This girl's natural aristocratic temperament is far from being comparable to his own upstart, and even I can't stand it from time to time, let alone my parents. A table of people can only watch Algra dining like a show, so as not to feel embarrassed. In this regard, Algra did not feel any discomfort. In Europe, when dining, there is always someone round to serve, and it has long been accustomed to dine under the gaze of others. The meal, under Algra's performance, finally ended. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the meal, Lisa rushed to wash the dishes, and rushed to peel oranges and apples for everyone. Although he still didn't get the kindness of Lin's father and Lin's mother, Lin Feng clearly saw the loosening of his parents' expressions. Naturally, I was overjoyed in my heart. As for Huang Shuqi's taciturn all night, Lin Feng could only sigh in secret and wait until Lizu is resolved. Xiao Feng, come here. We have something to tell you. When everyone was watching the Spring Festival Gala, Lin Feng called Lin Feng upstairs, and Lin Feng knew that the show was coming. Big brother Lin. Lisa felt tight, afraid that Lin Feng's parents would still object. Then what should she do? Lin Feng patted Lisa's hand lightly, reassuring him. Today I came here prepared. Of course, I also want to thank Algra, and perhaps I should thank the bartender who gave the aphrodisiac. When he went upstairs, Lin father and Lin mother sat in the living room with serious faces, with the momentum of a three-council trial. Let's go. Who do you choose? Father Lin said majestically, but before Lin Feng answered, he said to himself, I like Shuqi very much. She grew up when we watched. She is simple. After you get married, you don't have to worry about your family, nor are you afraid of trouble. Lin Feng felt a little upset when he heard it. You've always finished talking, what else shall I say? Besides, these words are all aimed at Lizu. Is Lizu so unbearable? Dad, is Yayu Lizu? What's wrong with her? Just now, after eating dinner, you have seen her. She is different from other celebrities, not to mention strictly speaking, she is only the spokesperson of our company now. Not a star. Lin Feng mumbled. Xiaofeng, Zhu, this child is not bad, but Shuqi is more suitable for you. In the future, as your career develops, you need a stable family, or something will happen sooner or later. Mother persuades from the other side. Lin Feng frowned. It seems that no matter what Lizu does, there is only one Huang Shuqi in the eyes of his parents. But in that case, don't blame me for playing a rogue. The biggest killing move a child has to his parents is to be a rogue. When encountering this trick, almost all parents are indifferent. After all, they are their own children. How can parents not feel sorry for their children? Dad, Mom, what do you think of that Algra? Lin Feng said suddenly. Lin Feng's parents were taken aback for a moment, wondering why Lin Feng suddenly mentioned that noble demeanor who made them feel embarrassed all night. Yesterday, as you all know, I was in a bad mood, and something went wrong with the company, so I went to drink. But I accidentally drank too much. Later, I accidentally drank with Algra. That's it. Lin Feng was full of nonsense. But Lin Feng's parents were silly when they heard it. Did you harm someone else's girl? Father Lin frowned, and his heart was even worse. One Lizu almost made the father and son fall out, and now there is another Algra. Lin Feng was silent and nodded. Naughty. When Father Lin heard this, he was angry. You said you, such an adult. Don't you know that alcohol can be messy? If you can't drink, don't drink. How do you explain to other parents now? People are so noble, a young lady. How do you tell us to explain to each other's parents? Lin Feng smiled secretly when he heard it. Okay, don't scold Xiaofeng either. If you drink too much, who wouldn't make a mistake? By the way, she and you ... Was that still a virgin before? The mother is biased towards the son, but to Algra his identity is still a bit doubtful. It is said that Western humanity is open. If it is not a virgin, then it does not matter. Lin Fengshan nodded in focus. Now Father Lin and Mother Lin don't know what to say. Then what are you going to do? Father Lin frowned into Szechuan. According to what you taught me since I was a child, a manly man, he must be responsible and cannot shirk his responsibilities. I can only marry Algra. Lin Feng sighed, pretending to be righteous. Lin Feng's parents frowned. They had no opinion on Algra. After all, she was the future head of Versace, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and she was of noble birth, and she was more than enough to match her son. But such a wife. Also, I was too panicked. They are all from poor families, and they are used to their vulgar behaviors. They have to marry back in the future, and they will eat every day without being suffocated. Even if you don't eat often, you only eat for the Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Spring Festival every year. What about Lizu? What are you going to do? You got so angry for her yesterday. Are you willing to let go? And Huang Shuqi? You are childhood sweethearts? Father Lin asked again. I don't know, so this is not bringing Algra today. Let you give me an idea. Lin Feng said helplessly. Anyway, Lin Feng was about to play a rogue, and he left everything to his parents. How could Lin Feng's parents have ideas? Marrying Algra, the two panicked. And what about Huang Shuqi, who they like? If you don't marry, you will feel sorry for yourself. His son has harmed the other girl's daughter and ruined the family. If you leave it alone, Lin Feng's parents will feel guilty for the rest of their lives. As for Lisa was also broken by Lin Feng. In the eyes of Lin Feng's parents, unmarried cohabitation really makes the two old people a little unhappy, and Lisa has long been regarded as that kind of improper girl. Father Lin and Mother Lin wanted to break their heads, but they didn't know how to deal with them. Then what do you think in your heart? Father Lin said helplessly at last. Lin Feng secretly said there was a play. What if I both married? Lin Feng said leisurely. You are fooling around. Do you think it is still the old society now? Father Lin said, but after a long time he sighed. You are bigamy and illegal. Then what do you say? Lin Feng ran against his father and said. Father Lin was speechless. There are 2 chapters left. I'm sorry everyone. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 393 2 bottles of Viagra? 75 Chapter 393 2 bottles of Viagra. Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to take care of your love life. Just leave it to you. Reading full text novels, all in point 1. 1. When Xuang. However, Huang Shuqi is a girl I like very much. If you don't give up Lizu, then you can't apologize to Huang Shuqi. Father Lin had no choice but to compromise. His son's feelings are complicated enough, he is old and can't control it. Anyway, he has made up his mind to support Huang Shuqi. If you want to marry, yes, as long as you have the ability. I don't care about you so much. Xiao was squeezed by Lin Feng for a long time, and Father Lin could be regarded as aftertaste. No, the son Moyuo father. When the net came in, he was shocked by Algra's noble temperament, and he didn't recover for a long time. Now that I came back to my senses, I naturally understood that Lin Feng brought Algra here today to stop himself and the others. Witnessing that his son worked so hard for Lizu, the parents couldn't bear to separate them. But the thought of his son using Algra to gag his own mouth, and suffocating himself so much all night, made Father Lin a little stunned. Therefore, Lin Feng deliberately posed a problem. He didn't believe that such noble Algra would accept the theory that his son would marry any shit. Anyway, if you want to marry, you can marry both. However, I see how you marry. At that time, you are the one who has the headache, not Lao Tzu. A touch of father stared at Lin Feng fiercely. The robe she wore just deleted the concave and added 8/5, and updated the block. Although Lin Feng didn't know that his parents had seen through his sentence, he didn't care about his feelings anymore, so he was naturally overjoyed. Hastily slapped it over. After a few minutes, the 3 of them went downstairs. Everyone downstairs immediately looked at the 3 of them. Just going upstairs for more than 10 minutes. Everyone downstairs was uneasy. After all, The conversation above is related to the future of everyone downstairs. Lin Feng made a gesture to Li Zu. Li Zu almost burst into tears of happiness when he saw a peace in his heart. Algra sighed slightly in his heart. After Huang Shuqi looked at it, there was relief in his heart. There are also regrets. Shuqi, let's go. Seeing this, Aunt Huang got up and took Huang Shuqi out. Although her initial motive was to become the mother-in-law of the richest man in the country, she absolutely loves her daughter. That being the case, she didn't want to let her daughter get angry here. Sister Huang, sit down again. Don't rush away. Shuqi, come over and talk with your mother Jiang. Lin Feng's mother name. Your mother Jiang likes you. Mother Lin took Huang Shuqi's hand. Now that his son's relationship has become a mess, she is not good to say anything. However, as a mother, she always prefers her own son. Before Lin Feng finally chose, she would not let Huang Shuqi fly away from her hands. As for Lin Feng's all-marriage theory, Lin Mu is not as old-fashioned as Lin Feng, but helps very much. My son is so rich now, and it's not that he can't support him. It's good to marry one more and hold multiple grandchildren. The family is lively. What's more, a corrupt official can have 100 mistresses, and only 3 of his own sons. Not much. Of course, for Algra, Lin Mu was still a shadow. This night, she almost didn't drive her mad. Later, Lin Feng accompanied his parents to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Talking about the homework, telling about the interesting events of the past 2 years, the whole family keeps the year old, waiting for the moment when the New Year's bell rings. But just as the New Year's bell was about to ring, Lin Feng's phone rang. Lin, I know that this year is Chinese New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. A vigil's weird Chinese dialect was heard on the other end of the phone, which was apparently learned by Wang Gang. Hearing Averil's congratulations, Lin Feng was extremely surprised. I didn't expect Averil would know that today is Chinese New Year's Eve, and would pinch the time to call to congratulate himself. Needless to say, the implications of this are. But after hearing Averil's congratulations on the phone, the whole family couldn't help looking at Lin Feng, and their eyes revealed who the woman on the phone was. Lin Feng was ashamed. At this moment, the New Year's bell rang, and the roar of firecrackers sounded on the street. Avril, thank you, and Happy New Year. Lin Feng hung up the phone amidst a Happy New Year. Who? Father Lin Bei. Lin Feng didn't know how to answer, but he felt that Lisa was holding his hand a little stronger. A faint resentment drifted across his eyes, and Algra snorted. Fortunately, this embarrassing atmosphere was broken by a series of telephone congratulations. Lin Feng's business partners and senior management of the company called one after another to congratulate the new year and free Lin Feng from the censure of everyone. When Lin Feng finished answering the call, he was already hurrying. Everyone also yawned, forgetting to ask Lin Feng about the internet talent who was the first to call Lin Feng to celebrate the new year. And he was still a girl. Dad, Mom, my company has something to do. I'm leaving now. When I hurry up, Li Ru and others called and said that Hu Xiaobing had sent the drugged bartender and the unruly gangster over and handed it over to Lin Feng for disposal. For these 2 villains who caused him to rape Algra by mistake, Lin Feng wanted to vent his anger. Later, after saying goodbye to his parents and Mr. Xu, Lin Feng took Lisa and Algra back to the hotel. As for Aunt Huang, Lin Feng didn't even look at it from beginning to end. When he arrived at the hotel, he looked at him kneeling in front of him, the bartender and gangster begging for mercy. Lin Feng smiled strangely. Don't worry, I am a civilized person and I will never hit you, Lin Feng said with a smile. But then Yu Feng turned around. But you must pay for your actions. The bartender and the bully begged for mercy again and again. Let Lin Feng raise his hand and let them go. Li Ru, find me the little old lady, come. Lin Feng smiled coldly, raising his hand high. If he didn't show up yesterday, what kind of sin Lin Ziyui would suffer? Don't need to think about it. I want to let myself spare you so easily. There is no door. However, after Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Rui did not leave. Instead, she looked shocked, thought about it, and came back to her senses. He smiled and said, don't worry, it's not for me or for you. it's for the two of them. The gangster and the bartender kneeling on the ground were shocked, not knowing what Lin Feng wanted to do. However, Li Rui soon found the old lady in her elegant dress. The inner lady saw Lin Feng and recognized at a glance that this was Lin Feng, the richest man in the country who smashed the Frog Prince at noon today. Although the Frog Prince was smashed at noon, the matter had already spread throughout Chu City. I saw Lin Feng, the richest man in the country, calling him and others Miss Ming Yin Ying Yan Yan screamed and flew over. If it weren't for being stopped by Li Ru and others, I'm afraid Lin Feng would really be caught by this group. Sister wipe oil. After wiping a sweat, secretly, Lin Feng took out 2 bottles of Viagra. Listen well, there are 2 bottles of Viagra here. But Lin Feng thought about it and asked, that's right. This, Viagra, how long is it effective? Hour. Yai Jin, sister said. Well, every hour, you give him 1, but remember, you don't want him to fuck you. Instead, you want you to seduce him as much as possible. But you must never let him shoot. If this bottle of Viagra, after eating, he didn't shoot once, you will each get a reward of 10,000 yuan. Lin Feng pointed to the bartender and said, don't you like to show people to the show? I will let you watch it all at once. The 5 young ladies giggled, knowing that this is Lin Feng's pranking. But they just control and fly. I don't blame so much. Afterwards, Lin Feng waved his hand. The bodyguard took the bartender to a room and tied it up. Miss Ming started to feed the medicine, and used her whole body to tease the bartender. She kept rubbing her body and used her best to tease, but she just didn't touch his second child. The bartender's eyes were red, and he screamed in helplessness. Seeing Lin Feng treating the bartender like this, he was a little handsome, and the bastard who claimed to be Alexios Y was shocked. This small bottle of Viagra also has a granular effect, and it is out of the hourly effect. This is an hour of teasing but can't be shot. You don't need to think about it. Don't worry, I won't deal with you like this. Lin Feng smiled. Alexios Y Yuang breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Feng's next sentence made him froze. Give him this bottle of Viagra. I want you to let him shoot. If he doesn't lift, give him Viagra. In short, you can shoot him as many times as he can shoot within an hour. Lin Feng said angrily, don't you like playing with women? I will let you have fun this time. Ming little aunt. It was even more astounding when I heard it. The secret road Lin Feng is very good. The bartender at the net is ruthless enough not to shoot when he is out, but Alexios Y is undoubtedly more ruthless when he is not shooting. I am afraid that this shot is finished. People have long been abolished, but for them, as long as they have money to get it, 5 women serve a man, and this 10,000 yuan is easy to get. Not long after, the bodyguard took a little handsome bastard into another catty. The room, tied it up, 5 catties. Sister began to let it out for hours. Uninterrupted ecstasy. Boss, did their bodies suffer? Li Rui, based on your experience, Lin Feng asked. Boss, I don't have much experience in this area. Li Rui shook his hand again and again a little nervously. The people around him are all comrades in arms. If this word reaches his wife's ears, what will happen to him in the future? I mean, will they die after a day of tossing like this? Lin Feng asked with a smile. That's not true, but I'm afraid in the future. This man, the aspect may be sorry. Li Rui thought for a while, and said with a strange face. However, the bosses, these ladies, I am afraid that their mouths are very loose. Li Rui said worriedly. I just want them to leak out. Lin Feng's eyes flashed a sharp light. That's good. If someone says something about this, I will lose money. This time I will let everyone know, and don't offend me. Offend me, or you can kill me with 1 shot. You can't kill me. I must. It makes you miserable. Mo Feng Yinhan said. After experiencing the kidnapping of Su Xiaomai, Lin Feng had an epiphany. If you are cruel enough, no matter who you are, before offending you, you will consider whether you have committed the crime. My parents can sit back and relax in Chu City. Otherwise, although there will be bodyguards personally protected in the future, it is not a problem if it is always remembered. The facts are indeed as worrying as Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng released the news of the 100 million yuan reward, The underworld of Chu City was calling for Heisei and waiting for others. Many people also thought of Lin Feng's relatives. For an irrelevant employee, Lin Feng is willing to spend 100 million to redeem him, so Lin Feng's relatives. How much is the parents worth? If you have money, you can make people go crazy. When the news that Lin Feng smashed the Frog Prince in anger came out, everyone was shocked and sighed secretly for Lin Feng's domineering and strength. But it was not enough to scare everyone away. However, when the matter about Alex Xiaozhuai and the bartender broke out, I heard about Lin Feng's methods to deal with the two. The underworld of Chu City was shocked, especially when Lin Feng ordered someone to put the irritated bartender in the room of Xiaozhuai Ali, who had been irritated and almost exploded. All the gangsters were even more frightened. Too ruthless, too terrific. The underworld of Yaku City shook all of them this time, and in a short period of time they would not try to attack Lin Feng's parents or relatives again. Merely getting rid of sex and intentional misconduct are all made like this. If Lin Feng's parents were kidnapped, how would Lin Feng deal with them? Thinking about the consequences makes these people afraid. In the next few days, Lin Feng had a very pleasant party with Ding Feng and others, and did not talk about work. Just a holiday. It's been a long time since I rested like this. However, what makes Lin Feng depressed is that these friends of his own are not very good at themselves. Instead, they all see Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi. They have eyes and heart, even if Ding Feng is about to get married. The three people are required to sign and take a group photo. Let Lin Feng speechless. However, I have to side the charm of legend. With the influence of legend, the three of Lizu indeed have an inestimable influence in the minds of players. This also made Lin Feng slightly complacent. What's more, there was something that shocked Lin Feng in the past few days, and Vice Mayor Hu Xiuli was actually subdued. Not only took Hu Xiaobing personally to set up a banquet in the most luxurious revolving restaurant in Chu City, and personally apologized to Lin Feng's parents, he also lavishly decorated the Frog Prince and promised that Lin Feng would be happy. Let Lin Feng vent his anger. Hu Xiuli's clothes were soft, beyond everyone's expectations. But there is no doubt that this has won Hu Xiuli more popularity in the official face of Chu City, and once again added a lot of bargaining chips to his competition for the next secretary of the Chu City Party Committee. Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. The softer Hu Xiuli was, the more shocking it was. This is too soft. Soft is scary. Lin Feng felt a conspiracy, or a danger approaching. Thought for a while. Lin Feng called Ouyang Deputy Bureau on the 6th day of the 6th day. It was time to tell Ouyang Deputy Bureau about the robbery of the Bank of China Chushi branch vault. It's time to start building your own official influence network. At this time, Hu Xiuli was in the house. Big brother, how can you be so soft that I will be laughed at by friends on the rivers and lakes when I go out? Hu Xiaobing said unwillingly. In the past few days, I apologized to Lin Feng's parents, and he also lavishly decorated the Frog Prince. Let Lin Feng come to smash his face, and he was ridiculed by all the people in the world. I told you, don't get too close to those bastards. You can use them, but you can't trust them, let alone get too close to them. Hu Xiuli frowned. Yes, brother, you are a dignified deputy mayor. The next secretary of the municipal party committee, you are too soft. Hu Xiaobing complained. You know what a shit. I'm not convinced. Don't you want to face him head-on? Even if we were lucky enough to get a little bit of money, the secretary of the municipal party committee will definitely be gone. Now am I just submissively? But I won the favor of all the officials in Chu City. Ha, just a few words of teasing. What are you afraid of? Hu Xiuli did not say, but these made the Lin surnamed bully too much. Hu Xiaobing said. Pausch Wow just deleted the concave and added 8 or more, updated the block, and more. Hey, now he bullies us, when his capital settles in Chu City. After I become Chu City Party Secretary, I still don't know who is bullying whom. Don't look at his direct reach. Heavenly Court, the county magistrate is better off now, and I will play him to death when that happens. Hu Xiuli said with a sinister smile. Hu Xiaobing's eyes lit up and praised. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Cup actress Idol's First Avenue wins the championship. Watch online. Please follow the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 394 The Emperor's Art. Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75 Chapter 394 The Emperor's Art. Second Yang Deputy Bureau. Read all text novels at Shilu Literature Net. Are you free now? Can you come here? I'm a bit off. Close to the second wave of robbery. On the 6th day of the first month, Lin Feng called the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang and took the first step in building his own official power network. Deputy Bureau Ouyang received a call from Lin Feng and heard that Lin Feng had clues to the robbery of the vault and rushed over immediately. Although the kidnapping case of Su Xiaomai was solved, the treasury case of Bank of China Chu City branch was not solved. The public security system of Chu City is still in a state of combat readiness. In 1 month, the deadline for solving the case ordered by the Provincial Public Security Department. Brother Lin, do you really have clues about the treasury being robbed? Deputy Bureau Ouyang asked eagerly. If he can solve the case, he will be the director of this year. Deputy Ouyang was in a hurry, but Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, what do you think of our relationship? Lin Feng slowly poured a cup of ergot to Deputy Bureau Ouyang. This time, the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang was not on duty, and he was not polite, and drank it all in one go. Brother Lin, I don't say polite things either. We say that being close is not close, but it's not being close to being estranged. Although Ouyang Deputy Bureau is eager to know the clues of the treasury robbery, it's also an old scene. See Lin, the wind looks like this. I know that Lin Feng must not ask for anything at the moment. He forcibly suppresses his anxiety and waits for Lin Feng's later article. Ha ha, bold. Then I'm going to be straightforward. I wonder if Ouyang Deputy Bureau wants to get rid of that deputy? Lin Feng asked, staring at Ouyang Deputy Bureau. Deputy Bureau Ouyang was taken aback, and the wine glass in his hand shook slightly, but his face was calm. Who doesn't want to be motivated? But I still need a chance. If the clues mentioned by Brother Lin on the phone are true, it is not impossible to be motivated. Deputy Bureau Ouyang followed Lin Feng closely, hoping that Lin Feng would eventually learn the clues to the robbery of this vault as soon as possible. Deputy Bureau Ouyang, there is no one else here, so I will make it clear. I do know a little clue about the robbery of the Bank of China Chushi branch's treasury. Lin Feng said sternly. After hearing this, Deputy Bureau Ouyang breathed quickly. If he can solve the case, the director will be him, but the Public Security Bureau can be more than a deputy bureau, so why did Lin Feng tell him? This shows that he has something that Lin Feng likes. Dong Lin, you have something to say straight. Deputy Bureau Ouyang said directly. After working in this system for more than 20 years, Deputy Bureau Ouyang deeply understands that if you want to obtain something, you must lose something. There is no free lunch in the world. However, if he can become the secretary, he will not hesitate to pay some price for it. There is only one question: how big is the price? It's very simple. We help each other. In the future, my funds will definitely enter the city of Chu. I need your escort to prevent small worries. Of course, I also hope that I can give it at an appropriate time under the premise of not breaking the law. A little convenience. At the same time, my parents and family are in Chu City. I hope Ouyang Deputy Bureau can help me take good care of my parents and relatives. Similarly, if Ouyang Deputy Bureau has any difficulties in the future, I will stand to help. Lin Feng is cautious. Say. Deputy Bureau Ouyang nodded. This request was reasonable. Lin Feng entered the city of Chu with a large sum of money, such as a legend movie city. During the construction process, it is inevitable that no local gangsters would come to make trouble and blackmail protection money. Although these gangsters are not angry, they are ground snakes and extremely difficult to entangle. If the Public Security Bureau is backing it up, all of Lin Feng's industries will be able to carry out the construction smoothly. As for protecting Lin Feng's parents and relatives, although Lin Feng has arranged bodyguards for personal protection, If there is the support of the Public Security Bureau behind him, it will be more deterrent to those Xiaoxios who are desperate for their own interests. Brother Lin, it is our duty as a police officer to protect the safety of all merchants in Chu City. There was something in the words of Deputy Bureau Ouyang. If it was only on this condition, Lin Feng didn't need to invite him over so carefully, let alone give him a promise. Sure enough, the old saying Yanjiang is old and spicy. Ouyang Deputy Bureau, I don't lie to you. I hope Ouyang Deputy Bureau will help me get a person when he becomes the director in the future. A sharp light flashed across Lin Feng's face. Who? Ouyang Deputy Bureau secretly inhaled Liang Mao. He had already guessed who it was. Huxiali. Xiaoshan was a thunderbolt, but it was expected by the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang. However, although it had been predicted, the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang was shocked by Lin Feng's words. To deal with a high-ranking cadre, the lifestyle issues can only affect his career promotion, but it is not enough to span a cadre. Only by offering bribes and accepting bribes and committing a principled error can a jin of small and high-ranking cadres be double regulated. But even if Lin Feng really grasped the evidence of Huxiali, once he became the secretary of the Chu City Party Committee, he would cover the sky with only one hand, and he would not dare to provoke Huxiali with the evidence in his hand. Relax. First, Huxiali will never become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Second, I don't want Ouyang Deputy Bureau to fight against Huxiali. I just help Ouyang Deputy Bureau can push behind him. Lin Feng is well aware of Huxiali's concerns and does not force Ouyang Deputy Bureau to nod now. Only a promise is needed. Although the official's promise is like shit, if it can bring benefits to the official, he will not lose his trust. Deputy Bureau Ouyang frowned. After thinking for a long time, finally nodded. If Huxiali can't become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and he has conclusive evidence in his hand, and he has the ability to press Huxiali, he only needs to push it in time, and he would be very happy. Moreover, he himself and Huxiali are not quite right, and the one who is close to Huxiali is another deputy director of the bureau. Nominated for the position of director, he wished to forget Yang Liu because Lin Feng had a whole card that could defeat this heavenly court. The public let Xi Lin Feng have absolute confidence. Later, Lin Feng told the deputy bureau of Ouyang the clue of the robbing of the treasury of the Chu City branch of Bank of China. In fact, this clue is also the process of solving the case that year. An old aunt in a tea house in Kaoyang district, Chu City, while playing mahjong, she accidentally discovered that a middle-aged man in the opponent's community at a table of cards lost every time, and he played a lot and never worked, but the money was always running out. People are really surprised. One day, the old aunt lost the money, but the man won once at Wangyou. Although he won very few, he was extremely happy and graciously invited everyone to eat hot pot. The old aunt was not angry, so she reported her revenge, saying that the source of her funds was unknown. The policemen who were eager to solve the case were suffering from no clues and went to his home with the mentality of blind cats and dead mice. The result was that all the banknotes were hidden in the wall, and the vault was exposed because of the robbery. Lin Feng told the deputy bureau of Ouyang about the clue euphemistically and vaguely. After learning this clue, Ouyang Deputy Bureau Lima rushed to Kaoyang district to investigate. During the investigation by the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang, Lin Feng then approached Mayor Yu Haoai. This is also the key figure for Lin Feng to escort the capital to settle in Chu City in the future. As long as Yu Haoai can become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and then have Ouyang Deputy Bureau Director of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Feng can rest assured that he can invest a large amount of money in Chu City, develop safely in Chu City, and build it into his ideal game theme park. Regarding Yu Haoai, Lin Feng still adopts the right of inducing profit. Lin Feng believed that Yu Haoai was absolutely tempted by the position of secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and although he did not have the official energy to help him, who would let him have memories of before being reborn? Especially Chu City is a place of right and wrong. Major events that shocked the whole country have happened repeatedly. Hua has just deleted the recess and added 8 or 4 times, updated times, and more twice in focus interviews, which led to the layoff of the municipal leadership group. This is absolutely rare in the country. As for such news, no one in Chu City didn't know. The sulfur bamboo shoots and national gambling incidents are Lin Feng's bargaining chips. Sulfur bamboo shoots. Smoked and roasted bamboo shoots with sulfur can make the bamboo shoots fresh for a long time. However, the bamboo shoots smoked with sulfur are more harmful to the human body after eating, and are prone to various diseases. They are called black heart shoots. National gambling. Although Chu City is poor, gambling has become a trend. Compared with the number of internet cafes in the early stage, the number of mahjong halls in Chu City is more than 10 times the number of internet cafes. You can hear the sound of bones everywhere, and you can find mahjong tables from time to time. The poorer the person, the more bet. The more bet, the poorer. This is also a key to the failure of Chu City's economy to take off. Sure enough, how I was still impressed by Lin Feng's bargaining chip after he and Lin Feng's trial in Taikai. After all, no one does not covet the position of secretary of the municipal party committee. What's more, Wang Wen broke the robbery of the Chu City branch of Bank of China, and made a big splash, as if Ouyang Deputy Bureau, the next director of the Chu City Public Security Bureau, appeared, and I made up his mind. The Chu City 3% interest group reached this point. Lin Feng provided Mayor Yuhao and Deputy Bureau Ouyang with political tackling funds, and the two escorted Lin Feng's investment in Chu City. Of course, there is still a common enemy, Huxiali. However, for Huxiali, Lin Feng has already made plans. Everything will be launched after Ouyang Deputy Bureau becomes director and Yuhao becomes secretary of the municipal party committee. Of course, Mayor Yu and Deputy Bureau Ouyang both have a pound for reaching this secret interest group. The premise is that Lin Feng can no longer be as unscrupulous as the Frog Prince this time, especially after the Deputy Bureau of Wuzan and Lin Feng became a community of interests. They were even more outspoken, frankly confessing that if Lin Feng wanted to smash the Prince Frog at that time, he would not have to do so blatantly. Most of the ways were to punish the Prince Frog. Lin Feng just chose the most troublesome method that seemed to relieve his chi. Fortunately, Lin Feng's own bargaining chips were thick enough that even though the leadership of Chu City was a little annoyed by Lin Feng's actions, he tolerated Lin Feng's engine. Regarding the advice and instruction of the two, Lin Feng asked for advice humbly. In Huai School, these two cadres who have been in officialdom for a lifetime are Lin Feng's most qualified teachers. 2 years of business career. Lin Feng mastered how to make money. What he mastered was the essence of businessman, distinguishing high and low, adjusting surplus and deficiencies, and measuring distance. But for Huai studies, the greatest learning in life, Lin Feng compared with Deputy Bureau Ouyang and Mayor Yu, it is like a babbling child. This time the two of them gave Lin Feng's advice, like Singer's initiation. The two were also extremely satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude of humbly asking for advice. They sighed, "You can teach you." After all, the more mature and sophisticated Lin Feng, the more thick and darker their community of interests will be stronger, and each other will get more profits. The two also confessed that they are almost nowhere near the realm of thick and invisible, black and colorless, as far as the legendary realm of no sound, invisible and colorless is far away. However, the two hope that Lin Feng can reach the realm of no sound, invisible and colorless, so that the sky and the earth, I am the only one. Thick black. This is the most important word that Lin Feng has learned after his rebirth. It is also the real emperor's art. Lin Feng now wants to go further and must master how high the realm of Lin Feng of thick black studies is, and it will be destined to be in the future. What a great achievement. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up window. Thailand's busiest female anchor brand new exciting love video exposure fell to the male lead so hungry thirsty. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy. Exclamation mark. Chapter 395 Benevolent Business. Question mark. After separating from Lin Feng, Mayor Yu Hua led the investigation and punishment of the sulfur bamboo shoots incident that had been a disaster for Chu City for many years. The mayor has imposed heavy punishments on the vendors, and will never tolerate them. After learning that the people in Chu City had eaten sulfur shoots in the past few years, they were horrified and yelled at the black-hearted vendors for their wickedness. They applauded Mayor Hua's attack on sulfur shoots, praised the servants of the people. However, all the citizens of Chu City are also worried about whether they will get any strange disease after eating the sulfur bamboo shoots for a few years. However, in the face of the high prices charged by the hospitals, although the citizens of Chu City are willing to go to the hospital for a full body examination, the prices are too expensive and prohibitive. Just as the citizens of Chu City were lamenting, Lin Feng announced that he would exclusively fund his personal health checkpoints in all districts of Chu City to provide them with monthly health checkup stations to help all citizens check their bodies for free. Although this move was not a big investment, it allowed Lin Feng to gain the appreciation of all the citizens of Chu City, saying that he was worthy of the pride of Chu City, making money and not forgetting the villagers of Chu City, and also winning Lin Feng a benevolence business title. Subsequently, Mayor Yu joined forces with the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang in charge of public security, Mao Zhong, and gambling are within the scope of the Deputy Bureau of Ouyang to rectify the gambling style in Chu City. For gambling games such as dice and pay-ai-gao, measures such as confiscation, fines, and even administrative detention are adopted. For national sports mahjong, it is adopted to grasp the big and let go of the small, strictly control the number of mahjong halls in various areas, and limit the maximum bet. Although this move caused a lot of complaints at the beginning, in the long run it is a matter of benefit to the people. With the defense of the media, newspapers and people of insight, Mayor Yu was once again praised by the public, praising Kong Fanson for his alive. Although the public praise is not related to the election of cadres, but at a critical moment, when the candidate's secret strength is evenly matched, with the support of the people, it will undoubtedly become the last straw of the winning bargaining chip on the balance. Give it back. In subsequent discussions with Mayor Yu on the Legend Film City Agreement, Mayor Yu gave Lin Feng as much as possible preferential treatment on behalf of the Chu City government. The Chu City government sold large tracts of idle wasteland in the suburbs of Chu City to Lin Feng at a price of 40,000 yuan per mu, for a total of 150 acres 100,000 square meters, for a total price of 6 million, and sold them to Lin Feng for 50 years of use rights. At the same time, Mayor Yu promised that in 2002, the city government will definitely clean up the city, build roads, and ensure the smooth flow of land purchased by Lin Feng. At the same time, it will strive to expand the airport to ensure that the Chu City Airport can carry the Boeing 737 up and down. As for Lin Feng, it must be ensured that after the completion of the construction, all positions must hire laid-off workers in Chu City, or unemployed people in Chu City. In addition, Lin Feng should guarantee that the Legend Movie City will start within January and be completed within 1 year. After the two parties signed the contract, Lin Feng and Mayor Yu jointly held a press conference to announce that the two parties had reached a cooperation agreement. Lin Feng invested 100 million yuan to build the Legend Movie City in Chu City. At the same time, at the press conference, Mayor Yu, on behalf of the Chu City government and citizens, welcomed all Legend players and people across the country to come to Chu City after the completion of the Legend Movie City. This news can be said to be the first big news after the Spring Festival. It is undoubtedly very disappointing for the thousands of second-tier cities across the country that hope to get the Legend Movie City to settle there. However, it was also expected that after all, Lin Feng is a native of Chu City, and it is reasonable to build a movie city in his hometown. In this regard, they can only sigh why there is no such person as Lin Feng in their hometown. For all the media, this news undoubtedly proves that Lin Feng's declaration at the annual meeting of Second World players was not just casual talk, making gimmicks and attracting attention. This news represents that the Second World is gradually moving towards diversified development. and has taken a firm and crucial step towards becoming a diversified development such as Nintendo and developing the entire game-related industry chain of successful game manufacturers. Guangming Daily sighed about this issue when other domestic online game companies are still entangled in acting games and operating games. The second world has already taken a step ahead of everyone to develop game-related industries and maximize game profits. Just like Titanic that year, the global box office was only $1.6 billion, but related industry revenues allowed Titanic to reach $6 billion. What kind of brilliance will be created in this step of the second world? We will wait and see. Global Times has always reported only foreign news. This is the second time that Second World has reported domestic news. This is the first time that Second World has set foot in the film and television industry and built a movie city. And Legend has a large online game with more than 100 million registered players and a maximum of 2 million online. If such a successful online game is adapted into a movie, whether it can break the situation that the game adaptation movie will be rotten, it is exciting. In particular, whether Lin Feng's Legend movie can break through the decline of domestic films has also made all filmmakers look forward to. Compared with the media's expectations of the future trend of domestic films, for all Legend players, this day is undoubtedly like a holiday. Once the Legend movie city is completed, they will be able to personally feel the charm of Legend. But the only worry for all Legend players is whether this Legend movie city will be shoddy. The netizen Haoast expects to say hope that Lin Feng's 100 million can be invested in the construction of the Legend movie city, and can restore a real Legend world as much as possible. Let's not make it shoddy. The netizen Kill Coyote said that he hoped that the second world could be built into the Legend movie city as soon as possible, and the first Legend movie could be shot as soon as possible, so that all Legend players could feel the Legend in one step. Charm. Netizens' Western-style desserts are looking forward to know that the Legend movie city is built. Will Counter-Strike Online be made into a movie? As for Lin Feng's many competitors, seeing the news, he could only sigh helplessly. They are still worrying about what kind of game they will represent, but Lin Feng has already begun to develop game-related industries. The gap makes these online game company bosses jealous, but more helpless. I am afraid that in the future, the second world will become the master of the domestic game industry for a long time. For these online game companies, they can only drink soup and eat meat. At the same time, as many netizens discussed, Lin Feng ushered in the Lantern Festival, and it was also a happy day for his friend Ding Feng and Su Xiaomai, the president of his Starting Point fast food restaurant. Lin Feng, don't be so exaggerated. On the eve of the wedding, Ding Feng looked at the alcohol cars lined up outside with no end in sight, with a look of surprise. Damn, my brother gets married, can I be shabby? Besides, this is the marriage of the president of my Starting Point fast food restaurant. How can I be shabby? Lin Feng said with contempt. These cars, in addition to the limo rented by the wedding company, are more often rented temporarily by certain departments of the city government through relationships. I have to say, I don't know if I don't borrow it. I am surprised when I borrow it. There are so many government vehicles. Okay, grandmas, life will only be this once. And tomorrow, buddy, I will have a beautiful one. Ding Feng did not hesitate anymore, but switched to a smirk. When we get married tomorrow, the host, can you borrow your girlfriend Lizu, and Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi? Many of my friends are Legend players. This time I heard that I was married, you will be there, but you look at the three of them eagerly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Virtuous. The next day, after busy with makeup and floats early in the morning, the bus departed on time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to pick up relatives. This time the team also set a record for the wedding car in Chu City. A total of 99 uniform black Mercedes-Benz or Audi sedans covered the not along main street of Chu City, and the first one was a gift from Lin Feng to Ding Feng and Su Xiaomai. Lengthened Cadillac. Hundreds of vehicles represent 100 years of harmony. This spectacular scene horrified and jealous all the citizens of Chu City, especially those company employees who had worked for Ding Feng, who were also among the wedding invitations. It was really jealous to witness such a long fleet. In order to give Linfeng face, the Chu city government sent 4 police cars to escort them one after another, which shocked the citizens of Chu city. When these 100 welcoming cars drove to Suxiomai's villa, the entire community where Suxiomai was located was completely enclosed. The reception is usually a program where the woman makes things difficult for the man, but this time it went smoothly. Although Lizu, the representative of her natal family, and others set up checkpoints from the gate of the community, under Linfeng's 8,888 yuan red envelope offensive, they were all the same. As for the wedding banquet, Lizu, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi acted as the MC of ceremonies, which naturally brought the whole wedding to a climax. Lin Feng took the opportunity to punish Ding Feng at the wedding banquet, fetching chopsticks, burning firewood, eating bananas, playing billiards, were the tricks that were supposed to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Under Lin Feng's signal, Lizu and the others moved them out of the restaurant, violating Ding Feng and Suxiomai. The dog day. Lin Feng, you are so good to me, don't forget that you are not married now, Grandma. When you get married, see how I get revenge on you. Lin Feng belted through the gritted teeth between Ding Feng and Suxiomai with the girls. They set off back to Shanghai. During this period of time, Wu Zhaopu has contacted various Main Street machine manufacturers, but most of them are bad news. Japanese Main Street machine game manufacturers, such as Namco, Capcom, Konami and other game manufacturers, have directly rejected the Second World. The proposal to acquire the operating rights of its arcade games is even ridiculous. The Chinese don't even want to buy RDA Nippon games. Wu Zhaopu got a bad nose in Japan. Of course, the most important reason was Lin Feng's previous boycott of Japanese goods declaration, otherwise the major Japanese game makers would not boycott the Second World in this way. However, the Lost Dong and the Harvested Mulberry, although they encountered Waterloo in Japan, they had an unexpected surprise in South Korea SNK. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 396. The month is profitable, then the loss. 75. Chapter 396. Most domestic players think it is a Korean company. Easy reading on mobile phone. It's not easy to organize, but it is actually a Japanese company that's well-rounded. In July of that year, it was established in the Japanese Brigade and was originally called the New Japan Planning Company. Later, in April of the same year, it was renamed to the well-known, which represented the surnames of the main persons in charge of the 3 companies, President Kawasaki. Its main games include the Metal Slug series, the Legend of the Wolf series, the Fist of the Dragon and Tiger series, the Samurai Soul series, and of course, the most important masterpiece in the history of game fighting, the King of Fighters, also known as the King of Fighters series. This is a masterpiece of the game that all players talk about. Each one will accompany the player through the entire student age, until now, and even in the future. Mr. Wu, since Stamp, it is also a Japanese game company, why does it seek to cooperate with us? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Now the Japanese industry is a voice of crusade against the Second World, why would Tame be willing to cooperate with him? Mr. Wu smiled. During the Spring Festival, after Wu Zhaopu was at home on New Year's Eve, he took his girlfriend to Japan to travel for the Spring Festival, and by the way completed the company's previous plan to acquire arcade games. Unexpectedly, the trip to this day made him very frustrated. Originally, he thought that the conditions for the Second World were extremely rich. After all, these games have passed their glorious period and only remain in everyone's memory. Therefore, although Lin Feng has the remarks of boycotting Japanese goods, Wu Zhaopu believes that there will be a good harvest this time. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhaopu has not gained anything. On the contrary, he was ridiculed by Japanese game makers. In frustration, Wu Zhaopu accidentally received a call from the president of the South Korean company. Frankly willing to cooperate with the Second World. Sells its game copyright to Second World, and the president of this fan company is the former Tame president Saki. Lin Feng listened to Wu Zhaopu's explanation, still stunned, a little dizzy. Donglin, this is actually the case. Originally, in the year of the swordsman, due to a debt of 10,000 million yen, which is about 700 million yuan, the company had to sell its shares to the famous Japanese behemoth, the company. But then this Kawasaki was going to be slippery, using the trust of Wang, the company, to set up the current Xiao company, and will tame all game copyrights and character portrait rights, as well as the Kibiwa trademark. The right was transferred to this company, and then filed for bankruptcy. And then this Kawasaki then bought the original. It can be said that the building was bought back. After this operation, Kawasaki not only emptied all the debts in his hands, but instead retained all the original assets as his own private property. Wu Zhaopu sighed. What a trick to escape the golden cicada. Lin Feng was also surprised when he heard this. This Kawasaki is a Jin talent, and unexpectedly came out such a golden cicada's escape. No wonder everyone says that Little Japan is cunning and cunning. However, the tycoon of the filming elder brother Wang, the company, is so fooled. Will it let it go? Hee. Of course not. Jia Zhao, the company can become a giant in the Japanese film industry, in addition to its own business talents, but also has a certain underworld background. This time it was set up by Kawasaki, but it didn't get any benefits. On the contrary, if we have a debt of 10 billion yen, how can we give up? No, even though Kawasaki hid in South Korea, he was still hunted by Wang, the company, and wanted to bring him back to Japan to implement the family law, so he only now asks us for help. Wu Zhaopu said with a smile. Lin Feng secretly cursed that he deserved it. He really wanted money for his life. Is it so offensive to shoot a young man in the industry? By the way, what about the others? Lin Feng asked. No matter how cunning this Saki, but the copyright of the game is what I fancy and I need. After all, products are all fine products. Any of its games can cause a sensation in the industry. Unfortunately, at the beginning, you should not make the wrong choice to enter the hardware market, let alone enter the handheld market and fight for internal strength without sufficient strength. Otherwise, the banner of taming will not fall. Boss, others have already arrived in China, and they have been living in the company dormitory these days, and now they are outside, just waiting for the boss to summon you. Wu Zhaopu said with a smile. This Kawasaki was just matched. He was chased in a hurry, and he was afraid of death, so he hid in the Second World. In mainland China, the Japanese underworld did not dare to mess around. Secondly, the security of the Second World was reassuring. Lin Feng smiled, and then let Chi come in. Mr. Lin, great. I finally saw you. I have been waiting for you for 3 days. Seeing Kaifeng, Kawasaki almost didn't shed tears. Since the establishment of the planning company, he didn't get a good night's sleep, especially not long ago. Account completely declared bankruptcy. After the company discovered all his conspiracies, he was ordered to kill him. As a result, he fled all the way from Japan to South Korea, and finally escaped to Shanghai. Mr. Kawasaki, please sit down. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Since this is the case in Kawasaki, his goal is not just game copyright. Mr. Lin Kawasaki next sat firmly and couldn't wait to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Mr. Kawasaki, please have tea. How about a taste of our Chinese tea? Lin Feng asked someone to offer a cup of Longjing. Kawasaki had no choice but to take a sip of tea, and after praising Yi, he waited to speak again, but was interrupted by Lin Feng again. Mr. Saki, how do you like our company? How do you feel in our company these days? Lin Feng naturally knows that Kawasaki is impatient, but the more impatient you are, the less impatient I am. It is you who are hunted down, not me. I can drag, but you can't drag. Pausch Wow just deleted the concave and added 84%. Amoy, Xia Duoa, yes, Second World, Although it has only been established for 2 years, its development in all aspects is not worse than that of ordinary Japanese companies. Although Kawasaki was repeatedly interrupted by Lin Feng, he could only helplessly answer Lin Feng's words. The same remained the case afterwards. Kawasaki wanted to speak repeatedly, but was interrupted by Lin Feng several times. Wu Xiaopu looked aside and smirked. This is also a very common business method, forcing the other party to lose patience, and finally reveal the flaws in order to obtain the maximum profit. Mr. Lin, do you want to buy my so? Can't help it, Kawasaki finally roared. He doesn't have so much time to wait here. Just in case, speak up. The members of the company were desperate to kill. He didn't want to die so early. What's more, his wife and children are still in South Korea. Although the place is hidden, he is always worried in his heart, fearing that his wife and children will be found by the Notch members. Although Lin Feng was sprayed with spit on his face by Kawasaki, he was not angry, and gently wiped off the spit on his face, and the two of them smiled knowingly. Gozaki Nakaki. Mr. Kawasaki, how much do you want to sell for? Lin Feng asked sincerely. $300 million. She gritted his teeth and burst out a number. This number is more connected than the river. The copyright and trademark of all games under the original. It's enough to be worth the movie. But today is different from the past. If Chi can sell to others at this price, he would not rush to find himself, and would have to wait for himself for 3 days. Lin Feng shook his head and vetoed the proposal of Chi's Arjun. His face is even more anxious. He really doesn't want to stay in China forever. He just helps to get rid of the company as soon as possible. Sell it at a good price, and then go to Korea to pick up his wife and children and then take his wife and children away to fly. Mr. Lin, it can't be lower than $1 billion. Kawasaki gritted his teeth to tell the bottom line in his heart. Lin Feng shook his head again. Mr. Lin, please show your sincerity. Also, although my situation is not so good now, if the price is too low, I will not sell it. Kawasaki also knew that Lin Feng was taking the opportunity to lower the price, throwing a rat avoidance device, but it won't let Lin Feng take advantage of it. He is not that stupid. Kawasaki, $1 trillion. I buy your old mouth, all shares. Lin Feng reported his bottom line. Kawasaki is overjoyed. The price has exceeded his estimate. Now, just don't. The company is saying in the industry that any company that dares to trade with Kawasaki is an enemy of. This directly leads to Saki's inability to sell at a reasonable price. The highest price offered by Lin Feng is only $800 million, and Lin Feng's current offer of $2 is really satisfactory to him. But Lin Feng's next sentence made Chi unhappy. But I want you to guarantee that all the talents under your banner can work in our company. If you miss one person, I will deduct $10,000, and I only prepay you $100 million in advance. In the next 3 years, your employees will not leave. I will pay you $40,000 per year. Of course, I will leave it in 3 years. Lin Feng said with a smile. The most important property apart from its game copyrights is this group of talents. Now the second world is most lacking in game talents. With this group of outstanding talents joining, the second world will be able to grow more vigorously. When Kawasaki had previously emptied the White Wolf, it was to first transfer fixed assets, and then let its employees leave one after another. Then transferred to his company. Lin Feng wouldn't be so stupid, not guarding his trick. Kawasaki froze. Originally, he planned to take the money and go to Europe to develop. The Japanese underworld is the weakest in Europe. He can protect his safety by hiring a few bodyguards. There will be funds at that time. Recall the original staff again, and he can make a comeback. But now Lin Feng's trick has blocked all his retreats. Of course, he can still take billions of dollars, and then let employees return to his banner. But in that case, he can only get $100 million in compensation, which is too small and not as high as the Korean offer price. However, when sold to 4, employees are likely to devote themselves to Hungary and will not follow him to Europe to start again. After all, can he make a comeback? It is still unknown, but Yin is a mature game manufacturer, I believe. The salary is not low. Tangled. Absolutely entangled. Mr. Kawasaki, why don't you think about it first, and then tell me your decision after you think it through? Lin Feng did not urge, and said with a smile. Kawasaki nodded helplessly. This really needs to be considered. After sending off Kawasaki, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu smiled knowingly. Boss, you have changed a lot this time when you come back. You used to be like a sharp stone. No, it should be said that it is a double-edged sword that hurts both the enemy and yourself. This time you come back, you have changed a lot and become more calm. And the thoughts are more careful. Wu Xiaopu sighed. Kawasaki, who was the net talent, couldn't smile enough to witness Lin Feng's growth. Before the change, the net talent Lin Feng would definitely force Saki to compromise. Although it still achieves the same effect, it will undoubtedly provoke Kawasaki's resentment. Now, Kawasaki is given the choice. Although Kawasaki should eventually be helpless, he should compromise. But he will not have any resentment towards Lin Feng. This is just a commercial tactic, and Lin Feng did not fall into trouble. Instead, he offered a price of ancient billion US dollars. $1 billion expressed Lin Feng's position. If Chief wants to calculate Lin Feng, then Lin Feng's revenge will make it impossible to say, "She is asking for trouble." After listening to Wu Zeppa's words, Lin Feng also sighed a lot. Before he was reborn, he was just an ordinary person. Although he survived to the edge, he never experienced any more storms. After rebirth, using the prophet to develop step by step, although there are occasional twists and turns, the overall situation is extremely smooth. After all, if you have a prophet and you can't succeed, it is like a dung dipper. In this situation, oneself will naturally suffer from arrogance, frivolous, and pushy problems. Although Wu Xiaopu, Li Zeki and others often call, but these friends are concerned about their self-esteem and each other's position, and they just call it briefly. But this little bit of advice is not enough for Lin Feng, who has always been energetic, at least not enough to wake Lin Feng. During this trip to Chu City, Deputy Bureau Ouyang and Meiyu spoke with the heart and soul. They clearly and transparently analyzed Lin Feng's shortcomings in character, and gave Lin Feng a lesson in thick black studies, which was like a drunk and awakened Lin Feng. The two of them were so bitter and helpless. After all, for Deputy Bureau Ouyang and Chief Yubai, Lin Feng must become more sophisticated and deep, otherwise one day Lin Feng must be moldy, and as a community of interests, everything will be damaged, and the two of them will be no better. Go with monthly profit is loss. Lin Feng is very grateful to Deputy Bureau Ouyang and Meiyu for their advice. Mr. Wu, during this time, because of some of my personal behavior, it has affected the company. I'm really sorry for this. But don't worry, it won't happen in the future. But one thing, boycott Japanese products. Don't forget the national humiliation. I have never said that regret. Lin Feng bowed cautiously to Wu Xiaopu. Lin Feng apologized so cautiously. Wu Xiaopu was slightly surprised, and then smiled heartily. The chairman of myself has finally matured. Ugly. It's not too late to be awakened. As for boycott Japanese goods, don't forget the national humiliation. Wu Xiaopu doesn't feel wrong. Although they lost the Japanese market, they won the Chinese market and the markets of most Asian countries that have been invaded by Japan. Instead of losing money, they won. Mark the world's best game company. The two shook their hands together. Back at the villa, a few girls have already resumed work, and Liu Yifei brought back good news. During the passing period, she was accidentally spotted by a family of gold fans and served as the second female number. Baixazu. He is the first to take the first step among all the women. Lizu and others changed to Liu Yifei and held a celebration dinner that night. 3 months later, Liu Yifei will enter the family of gold fans and strive to become an excellent actor. After the celebration, Lin Feng found Lizu. My relationship problem needs to be resolved. Indecision will only harm mothers and self, and it needs to be solved thoroughly. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. Alice Hip Goddess Jangxin Hotting Word Pants Video Exposure! Exclamation mark. Please follow the WeChat public account to watch online. Mainvgan 123 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 397 Acquisition of SNK? Question mark. After the celebration dinner, Lin Feng took Lisa to his room. As soon as he walked in, Lin Feng was hugged by Lisa from behind and hugged tightly, making Lin Feng a little breathless. Touching the jade hand on his waist, Lin Feng didn't say much, just closed his eyes and enjoyed the silent warmth. A scent of fragrance diffuses slowly in the room. This scent is not created by expensive perfumes, but a real body fragrance, as described in it, elegant and mellow, and intoxicating. After a long time, Lin Feng turned around and held the small face that made him dreaming, and suddenly realized that the owner of the delicate small face was actually Perrine. He felt distressed, and quickly comforted. "You, what's wrong? Who is bullying you? I'll help you teach him." "Good, don't cry." Lisa allowed Lin Feng to gently wipe away the tears with his fingers, but the tears continued to shed, as if they were endless, which made Lin Feng, who had never seen her cry a few times, become more flustered. One of Lin Feng's characteristics is that he can't see women cry, especially if the woman he likes crying. He feels flustered when he cries. It took a long time for Lisa to stop crying, staring at Lin Feng, who was holding him with sad eyes that would break the hearts of all men, and sobbing, "It's not you yet." Lin Feng sighed long, knowing why the tears came from. Holding a delicate face, Lin Feng gently kissed his forehead like a dragonfly, and said pityingly, "I'm wronged, friend." Tears quietly fell again. Lisa threw himself into Lin Feng's arms. His fan fist kept hammering Lin Feng's chest, and whispered, "You barred us, you barred us, you barred us." Lin Feng sighed for a while, allowing Lisa to express his grievances during this period of time. But every time Lisa beat Lin Feng, every time he scolded Lin Feng, every time he scolded Lin Feng, it was like a chisel, which deeply pierced Lin Feng's heart. After a long time, Lisa was tired from beating and scolding. He stroked Lin Feng's chest with tears. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Lin Feng gently hugged Lisa and sat on the bed, holding this small face that he was obsessed with for countless times, and said sincerely, You will not let you cry for me in the future." Lisa was taken aback for a moment, and then he was delighted. Tears seemed to gush out from the corners of his eyes, but suddenly thinking of what Lin Feng had just said, he immediately wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands, and said to himself, "I didn't shed tears. I didn't shed tears." Lin Feng's heart was even more sentimental. He hugged Lisa into his arms and hugged him tightly, as if he wanted to merge Lisa with himself, and his lips were close to Lisa's ears, telling the most touching words of love and making up for his soul. Her guilt makes up for the harm she has done to her during this time. "Then what are you going to do with Algra?" Lisa, who was blushing and immersed in happiness, asked suddenly after a long time. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then gently stroked Lisa's jade back. "Algra? Last time, everyone went to the wrong place at the wrong time and did wrong thing, which produced a wrong result." Lin Feng talked freely. "Don't be silly." Lisa pouted. Looking at the ruddy lips in front of him, Lin Feng's index finger moved, and he couldn't help but lower his head to suck. At first, Lisa resisted slightly, but soon he was lost in Lin Feng's deep kiss. His hands hooked Lin Feng's neck and smelled. Tongue responded enthusiastically to Lin Feng's teasing. After a long time, his lips parted. Lisa was panting, his face flushed and more charming. But he asked Lin Feng how to treat Algra again. "She is too noble, and now I only have a good feeling for her, no love. I will tell her that I like her, but I don't love her." Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Lisa heard it, although he was happy, but frowned. "So sorry for Algra." "Well, I'll go and tell Algra. I'm willing to take responsibility. I'll marry her." Lin Feng said sternly. "Don't." Lisa whispered, but when he looked up, he saw Lin Feng's smirk. Knowing that Lin Feng was teasing her, he tugged at the tender meat on the outside of Lin Feng's arm tenderly, and Lin Feng grinned in pain. "What about Huang Shuqi? Your parents like her so much, and they were childhood sweethearts with you? Lisa asked again. I will talk to my parents again and let them accept you. As for Shuki, it is undeniable that I like her very much. I like that very much, Lin Feng said. Childhood. What a reluctant feeling. Although her mother hated herself extremely, Huang Shuqi let Lin feel pity outside. When Lisa heard it, his heart was sour, and there seemed to be tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Don't you have so much confidence? If you turn me into a daze, how can I fall in love with other women again? Lin Feng pinched Lisa's nose, reproaching him. When Lisa heard this, he was overjoyed. Although he felt something was wrong, Lin Feng's hands had already reached in through Lisa's obscene clothes, and began to play with her pair of beautiful breasts. Lisa panted and flushed. I don't have the mind to think about it anymore. I just want to get into love after the two of them enjoy themselves. One night of spring, all kinds of melancholy are gone. Intimacy is the best lubricant between lovers. The next day, Lin Feng came to the company with a face full of spring breeze. Although he did not completely resolve his emotional entanglements last night, he untied his knots. Why bother pretending to be alcohol when it's all water? Why pretend to be sheep when it's all perverts? Lin Feng asked himself that he was also a man, an ordinary man with a lot of emotions and desires, and he liked beautiful women, especially those female celebrities who had dreamed of themselves before rebirth. I have this ability now. If I don't want to pursue it, it is naturally a lie. For Lisu, Lin Feng really loves her. She can't see her crying, she is sad, she looks bitter. If you want to enjoy the blessing of the Chi people, but don't want to see Lisa sad, that can only make Lisa accept his desire for the blessing of the Chi people. But will Lisa accept his blessings of all people calmly? The answer is obviously no. No matter how submissive a woman is, she will not be willing to share her man with her. But for Lin Feng today, this is even more interesting. It is undoubtedly very difficult to persuade Lisa to accept his blessings of the people willingly, but it is extremely challenging. This is another battlefield outside the mall, a battlefield that Lin Feng has no certainty about. But regardless of victory or defeat, at least his life will be more beautiful. What's more, no matter how miserable the defeat is, there will be a girl who truly treats herself well, who will accompany her through this wonderful and long life. I am indeed a bit selfish, but people are probably like this, who is not? Not long after arriving at the company, Kawasaki went to Lin Feng's office with red eyes and slightly messy hair. This is rare for Japanese people who have always pursued etiquette and external image. Obviously, the entanglement in Kawasaki's heart last night can be imagined. Mr. Kawasaki, have you eaten earlier? If you don't eat, I can order someone to bring it to you. Lin Feng said with a smile. Thank you Mr. Lin for caring. No need. Kawasaki was taken aback. It is rumored in Japan that Lin Fengnian, the chairman of the Second World, was young and very strong. This time he was in trouble, and the other party was so concerned about whether he had a breakfast or not. This moved Kawasaki very much. Lin Feng smiled. This is the thick black school that I am comprehending. Be thick for friends and black for enemies. Kawasaki is not his own enemy at present, so it must be thick. At present, the effect is good. The touch in Kawasaki's eyes let Lin Feng know that Kawasaki will bring him good news today. Mr. Lin, after a night of hard thinking, I have communicated, and I agree with your terms. But I have an additional condition. I hope Mr. Lin can satisfy me. Kawasaki said calmly. Mr. Kawasaki, if you have anything to say, if you can help, you must do your best. Lin Feng felt relieved and won SNK, and his company will take off again. I hope Mr. Lin can send a few bodyguards to protect me to pick up my wife and children in South Korea, and escort my family from South Korea to Europe. Kawasaki pleaded. In Japan, he once heard that the security guards of the Second World were employees of the Lania Security Company, who were all veterans from mainland China. All of them have experienced extraordinary experiences. It is said that Yoichi Wada, the president of Scour Lennox, has suffered a lot from his staff. Arus found him. He could only ask Lin Feng. Okay, No problem. Lin Feng nodded. This is just a matter of effort, not to mention that if Kawasaki can be grateful, so that his employees can work in their company sincerely, this is a small task. Mr. Lin, let's sign the contract. Kawasaki didn't delay any further. He signed the contract earlier, got the money and went to Europe with his wife and children earlier, bidding farewell to the days of fear. As for the dream of starting a business again, Kawasaki no longer thinks about it. There are no employees who follow him to fight the country, nor all the copyrights of SNK. How can it be done alone? That's it. Kawasaki signed his own name on the contract and transferred the full rights of SNK, a company that set an amazing record in the game industry, to Lin Feng and to the second world. Mr. Lin, I won't attend the press conference. Please also send some bodyguards to protect me to South Korea. After receiving a $100 million check, Kawasaki couldn't wait to say goodbye to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and asked Leroy to send 4 capable bodyguards to follow Kawasaki to South Korea, pick up his wife and children, and escort him to Europe. Mr. Lin, thank you. All the former SNK employees will definitely work in the second world. I believe they will be very willing to work in this thriving game company. Kawasaki bowed deeply to Lin Feng with gratitude. Leave with a gratitude. Looking at the back of Kawasaki's departure, Lin Feng sighed. Another star of the game industry has fallen, which is embarrassing. However, since ancient times, the winners have stepped on the wreckage of the losers. This also reminds Lin Feng that although the acquisition of SNK, it is not enough to make him feel complacent. It's just that his second world has passed another stone step, and there are many companies in front of them, all of which will be second world. The world pursues the goal. But how will the 250 million SNK be used to its fullest? Lin Feng thought of a game. A 2D scrolling horizontal version of the online fighting game, Moked. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 398 Fighting League? When Lin Feng was thinking about how to make the best use of SNK and make the most profit, Second World held a press conference, and Wu Xiaopu announced that Second World had acquired the former SNK and got all of it, gained copyright and trademark usage rights. This news should have been extremely sensational and shocking. However, when Wu Xiaopu announced the news, many reporters, instead of applauding the once giant who had swallowed the arcade game industry by the Second World, they shouted and booed instead. The reason for this reporters' move was that Lin Feng did not attend this press conference, and Wu Xiaopu announced the news that shocked the industry. Lin Feng hopes to be Loke. However, listening to the dissatisfaction complaints of many reporters in the press conference hall, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. It seems that sometimes it is difficult to keep a low profile. It's hard to be a low person. This is not to blame for the reporters. Many reporters have become accustomed to Lin Feng's repeated astonishing actions at the press conferences, and suddenly bought a stable Wu Xiaopu. Many reporters are not used to it, and it is difficult to get violent news from Wu Xiaopu. What's more, reporters have seen too many people like Wu Xiaopu who are so sophisticated and can speak nonsense impassionately. After all, a heterogeneous like Lin Feng appeared, and everyone was ecstatic. Without Lin Feng, their newspaper sales would have lost at least 50% in the past 2 years. Naturally, no one would buy it. Hi, everyone, we meet again. Lin Feng walked out, sat on the press stage, and said helplessly with a smile. Many reporters applauded and whistled. Lin Feng sighed. It turns out it's so difficult for a person to keep a low profile. However, reporters are their own mouthpieces, and when their company launches various activities and new games on the market, they can get the greatest publicity effect for free. Everyone, just now our company's Second World successfully acquired all the game copyrights and trademark usage rights of the original SNK for $250 million. The same thing, Wu Xiaopu said. The reporter clamored. Lin Feng announced, but provoked many reporters to applaud for a while. Wu Xiaopu shook his head repeatedly and sighed secretly. It turns out that reporters are also chasing stars. After the acquisition of FSNC, our company will launch online network interconnection, so that all players can use the network to conduct online interconnected games and enjoy top fighting games such as Samurai and King of Fighting. At the same time, the Second World national fighting competition will be held, ranking according to the number of players won. And this fighting competition will adopt a league system, divided into Super League, League A, League B, and League C. Lin Feng announced. Fighting competition. This is what Lin Feng once imagined as an avid fighting player fan. Many reporters were shocked. This was too surprising, but they were also secretly excited. Sure enough, as long as Lin Feng came out, there must be major news. Donglin, how do you divide the number of people in this league? After all, there are so many fighting game players in the country. And what kind of game are you going to adopt? A reporter couldn't help standing up and asking. After asking, I was shocked that I was breaking the rules, with a look of shock and fear that Lin Feng would be stunned, and rejected him, even his newspaper's interview. Lin Feng smiled. Before being interrupted like this, Lin Feng would definitely express his dissatisfaction, but now he does not. Be kind to others, be kind to yourself. Unless, this reporter encountered his own inverse scales. Due to the large number of fighting game players, scoring competitions will be adopted in the first month after the game is launched. The top 1,000 will enter the Super League, the top 5,000 will enter the first division, the top 10,000 will enter the second division, and the top 20,000 entering the C League. The rest will participate in the D League. And a promotion system will be adopted. The last 100 in each level league are relegated, and the top 100 are upgraded. The D League is only upgraded, not relegated. Lin Feng explained. Donglin, how about the game? How do so many players compete? Also, so many games under FSNC will adopt this league model? Asked a reporter who is also keen on fighting games. This league will only choose the most popular King of Fighters, and the rest will be launched online. But the league will not be played, only the winning rate ranking system. As for the game method, players will be used at any time. Challenge competition system. Every 4 months is a season, and at the end of the year at the Second World Players Annual Meeting, the Honored God list will be held to select the strongest players of the year, and proceed to the Honored God. Lin Feng said with a smile. All reporters were shocked. Feng Shenbang, just hearing this name is heart-stirring. They want to ask more details, but Lin Feng refused. Everyone, sorry, please forgive me for selling it here. I will announce more details later on the official website of the Second World. I hope all players interested in fighting games will pay attention to our campaign's announcement. Lin Feng sold one. Guanzi said. Although many reporters regretted that they could not get the exact news, only the acquisition of SNK by the Second World and the launch of the King of Fighting League by the Second World were enough to make them write thousands of words eloquently and easily. At the end of the press conference, Second World acquired SNK at a price of $250 million, which once again detonated domestic news hotspots. A mainland game manufacturer has acquired a Japanese ace arcade game manufacturer, which is undoubtedly exciting for all Chinese people. In particular, many games under the original SNK have an extremely amazing fan base around the world, and these will all become potential customers of the Second World. At the same time, Second World announced that it will be put on the internet, allowing all fighting. It is undoubtedly another big event for players to connect through the internet and enjoy the game. What's more, the Second World will also establish a fighting league, which is a new chapter in the history of fighting. Guangming Daily published a special topic for the first time. Second World acquired SNK. This is a victory for Chinese game companies, and Persia marks the beginning of maturity for Chinese game companies. At the same time, it also indicates that the Second World has once again expanded its game platform, not far from dominating the national game market. But the Second World is so strong, Is it good or bad for the domestic game market? As the largest unofficial newspaper in China, Southern Weekend is also a big report king of the SNK arcade market, bringing countless joys to all gamers. It is now being acquired by the Second World, which is embarrassing. But for all domestic players, it is a boon. With the ability of the Second World, this will once again set off a frenzy of fighting games that has been slowly decadent. But what kind of model does this so-called fighting competition take? Also, what kind of charging model will the game adopt? Compared with the appreciation of domestic newspapers and magazines, the acquisition of the original SNK company by Second World caused an uproar in Japan. As a world game power, Japan is the first time a top game company has been acquired by another country, and it is also China, where the game industry is not developed. The Asahi Shimbun throughout the article denounced that this is the darkest moment in the history of Japanese games. The former Japanese arcade game king was acquired by a Chinese game company. This is simply a shame for Japanese games. At the same time, he also lashed out at the former SNK president Kawasaki, thinking that he was a sinner in the Japanese game industry. He even threatened that Kawasaki was sorry for the identity of the Yamato nation. As for the Aru's company, that Kawasaki has carried 38 billion yen in debt out of thin air, Kawasaki has been playing tricks, and it is even more furious. Unexpectedly, I had a hard time, but Lin Feng made it all. Especially those who were sent to arrest Kawasaki were all beaten away by Lin Feng's bodyguards, which made the Aru's executives furious. But the roots of the Second World are in China, and the Aru's company wants to deal with the Second World. The whip is beyond reach. As for the Japanese branch of the Second World, I don't know what method Kazama Erisa used, and the official power didn't dare to touch her at all. As for the power of the underworld, there is the protection of the Lania Security Company. Aru's is not a Yamaguchi group, and does not have that much energy. You can only write down this hatred deeply, and have a chance to settle accounts in the future. But for all netizens, this is undoubtedly the most exciting news. The netizen Smile then exclaimed passionately, Second World can acquire SNK. As a Chinese player, I am proud of it in my heart. I hope the Second World will continue to develop better fighting games. I also hope that this National Fighting League can become a happy home for all fighting game players. Netizen Clay Plain Sadie wonder if Second World will make a King of Fighting movie. After all, this is the most successful fighting game. If it can be made into a movie, it will make thousands of fighting game players crazy. Netizen Duke Oyu excitedly shouted, Fengshen, Fengshen, I want to Fengshen. More netizens are paying attention to the exact game mode of the Fighting League, and of course, there are also charging models. In the call of thousands of netizens, Lin Feng ordered people to publish the detailed game method and charging mode of the Second World Fighting League on the internet. The Second World Fighting League each season lasts for 4 months. The top 100 in each level of league win rate are promoted, and the last 100 are relegated. There are no restrictions on the game time, and players can play at will 24 hours a day. During the game, players log into the official game system, and the computer automatically selects the opposing players to compete based on the winning rate and past challenged opponents. Of course, players can also designate opponents to challenge, but victory or defeat is not recorded in the qualifying results. At the same time, it is stipulated that every player in each level of the league must participate in at least 200 official matches per month, otherwise they will be disqualified and automatically demoted. At the same time, the first season of the Second World Fighting League will take the first qualifying. Each player has 3 chances to challenge the computer NPC. The computer will determine which level of league the player is in based on the player's 3 challenges to the computer NPC, and then start the official league. At the end of each season, players in the Super League, the First Division, the Second Division and the C League can receive the achievement medals awarded by the Second World. At the same time, the top 2 in the C League, the top 4 in the Second League, the top 8 in the First Division, the top 18 in the Super League, a total of 64 in the 2 seasons. The players who have already qualified for the competition will be eligible again and will be automatically transferred to the next. Famous players will participate in the year-end function list to be the best players. As for the charging method, it is even more novel. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 399 Loser Pays System? Plain text online reading. This site domain name mobile phone synchronous reading. Please visit 75. Chapter 399 Loser Pay System. The fee model adopted by the thousands of the Second World Fighting League. Read all the text in Schiller Literature Net. The industry is also very suspicious. Some say that a monthly fee system will be adopted to not limit players' game time. Some are guessing the Second World will still adopt the time-based fee system, which is more reasonable, and the player's game will be more flexible. But when the Second World charging method was released, everyone was shocked, surprised. Everyone can only use surprise. No, it should be called stunning. No one thought that the Second World would adopt such a charging method, such an unprecedented charging model. The Second World Fighting League includes other fighting game charging methods, and adopts a flexible single loser pay system. In each game, the loser pays the game fee of yuan, and the winner is free. At the same time, players can also choose to challenge the power, each set just yuan. The introduction of this fee system caused an uproar in the industry. This is the newest charging model, but there is no doubt that this single game loser pays system will drive all fighting players crazy. The winner does not pay. The loser pays, which in itself is enough to attract all players who have confidence in themselves, plus the temptation of the Second World Fighting League. I believe all fighting game fans across the country will be crazy about it. The terrible fighting game crazily will sweep the country. Both journalists and industry veterans believe in this. A savvy reporter has calculated that there are at least 40,000 fighting game fans in the country. According to the conservative estimate of the fighting contest and the single loser pay system launched by the Second World, at least half of the people will participate in this league. Only half of the number of people is counted, with a population of 10,000, and each person must participate in the official game of merit every month. Each round of competition averages 10,000 yuan per person, and 100 rounds will spend old yuan per person per month. With tens of thousands of people, the Second World will have a monthly profit of 40,000, and this is just a formal game. It is not considered the expenditure of ordinary players to challenge each other, and the players to challenge the computer game alone, and it is only the most conservative estimate. Not conservative. I am afraid that the monthly profit will not be less than 100,000 yuan. When this account was calculated, the entire industry was envy and jealous. Obviously, the Second World has found another gold mine. The $1 trillion purchase price, at first, in the eyes of many industry callers, this was an uneconomical transaction. In addition to buying fame and game copyrights, Second World does not make much profit. Unexpectedly, the Second World has hit hard times, the launch of the fighting contest, and this loser pays system novel fee system. I am afraid that the Second World can recover the cost in 3 years at most. Especially fighting games have been popular for more than 10 years. And they are still full of vitality to this day. Even if the Second World does not develop any games afterwards, it can survive for a long time by relying on this fighting league alone. This point makes other online game companies deeply jealous. The Robe Shiwa just cut the concave and added 84 less Xiix in block, not to mention Xia Duo. What made everyone even more shocked? This is only domestic income. Once the Second World spreads it to the world, countries will hold a fighting league for a global fighting competition at the end of the year. Think about the number of global fighting players. Many online game companies sighed. The Second World definitely has the technology and ability to promote it to the world. There is also the arcade game market, as well as the console game platforms for everyone. After Second World acquires Tame, everyone can get involved. This will again be a huge profit. Why did we not think of this plan before? A large number of online game company bosses hugged their heads and shouted, but now they are waiting for the second world to be launched. It's too late for them to do it again. And one of the most brilliant jewels in the fighting game world has been taken by Lin Feng. Today, only Capcom's Street Fighter is left, but Street Fighter became popular around the world 10 years ago, but now it has become weak. The current fighting game world is already the world of Kusashikyo, Orihon, Mei Shiran Yui, and others. Of course, this fighting league is not without flaws. The most important thing is how the players play. This is a fighting game. If you control it through the keyboard, not only the operation is too cumbersome, but also extremely inconvenient, and there is no hand feeling. This is also the biggest restriction that restricts the networking of fighting games. Without a smooth operation feel, no matter how good a fighting game is, it is scum. However, many game controller manufacturers see business opportunities. The purchasing power of millions of people is enough to make any game controller manufacturer rich. Suddenly, a large number of game handle manufacturers emerged in China, ready to carve up this upcoming cake market. Many game manufacturers have even put out slogans such as Fighting League, Dedicated Handle Fighting King, King Handle and other slogans. Flickr purchases eagerly, waiting for game players. Because of this, many players bought the so-called fighting leagues of inferior quality and extremely poor feel. Dedicated handles, one after another crying on the official website, unscrupulous profiteers. In response to this, Lin Feng also thought of countermeasures. While waiting for the game production talents of the original team to come to Shanghai, Second World acquired a game controller manufacturer Betong. At the same time, it was announced that a dedicated game controller will be designed for the Second World Fighting League and will be supplied to all fighting game players at a cost price, in order to give back to many players against the world of knife work. Yes, direct sales on Dangdang, Japanese e-commerce only. Pre-sales are available. All players can order on dangdang.com. The price of this special handle for fighting games is around RMB. It is the best in the entire handle market in terms of feel and lifespan, while the price is the cheapest. This move completely hit all Shansai manufacturers, with the golden sign of the Second World. Within a day, Dingdang.com's orders reached the red million, and with the launch of the game approaching, the sales of handles have risen sharply. Many players are eagerly waiting for the start of the first season of the Second World Fighting League. In the expectation of all players, all the former 5 employees came to Shanghai. Takashi Nishiyama is the head of these teams. He is also the vice president of TAME. He was responsible for the development of Street Fighter at Capcom in Japan, and later switched to TAME and developed the Legend of the Wolf series after Kawasaki left. He became the head of the 3-person technical team for coming to Shanghai and working in the Second World. Takashi Nishiyama himself did not have much enthusiasm. In his opinion, the Chinese did not understand games at all. Although the company was bought by the Second World, he did not think that Second World, the world, can operate well. This time, he also thinks that Saki's face is on the face, and at the same time, because it is difficult to abandon the previously developed Legend of the Wolf and other games, he does not want to TAME to create countless brilliant games. In the end, he will be destroyed in the Second World on hand. Lin Feng personally received Takashi Nishiyama and his party. He also brought Nishiyama, Takashi and others to visit the Second World headquarters, and introduced him to the main heads of other departments of the company. Mr. Xishan, what is your first impression of the Second World? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Mr. Lin, with all due respect, the headquarters of the Second World is too small and too crowded. It is more crowded than Tokyo, Japan. Takashi Nishiyama complained for a while. Lin Feng is also helpless. After all, the Second World headquarters building has confirmed the drawings and is about to start construction. But I want to complete the construction. It will take another 3 years to put it into use. In the past 3 years, the Second World can only be used temporarily. Fortunately, Lin Feng has already purchased all the buildings surrounding the Second World, and it is not a problem to house Takashi Nishiyama and others. Mr. Xishan, then you feel stunned. Second World, are you satisfied? Is it a game company that suits you to play your strengths? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Takashi Nishiyama groaned slightly. Mr. Lin, to be honest, the comments to you in Japan are extremely poor. If it weren't for Mr. Kawasaki, you would have repeatedly promised you would be a good boss. Second World. It is a very promising company. I don't think I and my 3-person technical team will come to Shanghai at all. Takashi Nishiyama said frankly. Oh, what about now? Mr. Lin, I have to admit that Mr. Kawasaki's words are right. The Japanese media's comments on you are wrong. You are not as arrogant as the media describe. I think all our teams have a good impression of you. But this is not enough for us to decide to work for a Chinese company. Although China's online games are now leading in Asia and even the world, it is undeniable that China itself does not have the ability to develop excellent games, including Second World. Nishiyama Takashi said. The Robe Shiwa just deleted the concave and added the 85th master, Xia Sensei, and Xia Duo. Lin Feng felt that this was harsh, but he had to admit it. Although the Second World is developing such masterpieces as Swordsman Love, Half-Rudder, Might and Magic, Heroes Without Spiders, and World War, the only ones that really belong to China's local development, Swordsman Love. This is the status quo of Chinese games. In addition to the late development of the game industry in China, the most important factor that contributes to the current situation of Chinese games is the attitude of the Chinese people towards games. It has always been regarded as a scourge, not to mention the development of the game industry. And I can't wait to adorn all the game industry, especially those parents who hope their children will become a dragon, hate all games even more. They wish there was no computer game industry in the world so that their children could study at ease. Obviously, this view is extremely ridiculous. Even if there is no game, there is still mahjong. There are also poker and billiards. What changes should not be the game itself, but the parents' thinking and understanding of the game. I will make Chinese games. This is what Lin Feng is working on now. But I have to admit that Mr. Lin is a man who can create miracles. Fighting League Yao, Mr. Lin, you can come up with such an idea. Takashi Nishiyama's words changed. Said with a heartfelt admiration. Prior to this, Japan, South Korea, and European countries had all held relevant competitions, but none of them had formed a climate. The most important reason is that the number of participants is too small. After all, the number of gamers in a region is limited, and most of them are all over the world, and it is impossible to struggle for a race that does not have much prize money. Lin Feng's network operation completely overcomes this shortcoming. Fighting games will bring a new year to the hands of Lin Feng. Takashi Nishiyama firmly believes there is one more chapter. Update later. The fastest update, please read without pop-up window. The clothes of the most female anchor in Thailand are almost out of pocket. Watch the video online. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Main my 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Exclamation mark. The 400th chapter, new game idea. Mr. Xishan, are you satisfied with our company now? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Mr. Lin, no, Dong Lin, I am very satisfied. I believe that the 213 technical team who followed me will also be very satisfied with the environment and prospects of the Second World. Takashi Nishiyama said with a serious face. Subsequently, Takashi Nishiyama and the accompanying 213 technical team signed a 5-year contract with the Second World and established the 7th Game Development Department. Takashi Nishiyama served as the director of the 7th Game Development Department, and 213 accompanied them. A technical team was naturally assigned to the 7th Game Development Department. At the same time, Lin Feng recruited some domestic technical talents to learn advanced game production theory and technology. Subsequently, Lin Feng held the first meeting after the new year. Everyone had anticipated the addition of Takashi Nishiyama. It is indeed an exciting thing that the Second World can swallow SNK. At the same time, it has also expanded the Second World game platform, and can step into the arcade market and the home console market at any time, and is no longer limited to the online game and computer game market. Donglin, Audition's all-star lineup has signed Japanese and Korean celebrities in the next year. Japan includes Amuro Nami, Somaki Takashi, Yamashita Tomohizo and others, and South Korea has Won Bin, Kim Hee-sun, Unkik-Suan and others, a total of 22 people. I believe that revenue can increase by 3,040%. Kui Ming, director of the first game development department, said. Lin Feng nodded. This is also the key to the Asian version of Audition's all-star lineup. It depends on stars to pave the way, even if the major Japanese game manufacturers resist themselves. But under the absolute charm of the star, Audition's all-star lineup can still open the Japanese market. By the way, did the Korean star sign Lee Hyori? Lin Feng thought of the future Korean dance queen, which he couldn't let go. Kui Ming was taken aback, looked at the list in his hand, and shook his head. Well, then go to sign her. The treatment is half the treatment of the Emperor Superstar. Lin Feng said. Kui Ming nodded. By the way, boss, Zeng 2 is about to be publicly tested, and it will have a certain impact on Legend, but because the cloud computing technology is not used in Zen 2, it will not have a serious impact on Legend. Zeng 2 is about to open beta, which is another source of money. After Second World acquired SNK, although it was paid in installments for 3 years, it was necessary to build a Legend movie city, shoot the Legend movie, and also have a gold-swallowing whole of World War. It is always good to have an extra source of financial resources. Boss, the development progress of Swordsman Love Online has been completed 80%, and the public beta will be available around June. Kook Sin, the director of the second game development department, reported briefly. Lin Feng nodded. After more than a year of development, he is finally about to see results. This is also his company's first self-developed large-scale role-playing online game. Boss, I'm sorry, although Breaking Football added the sports engine of Breaking Baseball, but football game players still look for Konami's football and EA's FIFA football. I failed in this attempt. Wu Gang apologized, but exclaimed, but following the boss's suggestion, the online racing game Running Kart, which is adapted from the standalone street racing developed by the British studio, has been optimized. Test. The public test will be available next month. After speaking, Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief. He is extremely confident in this running kart and believes that it will definitely bring profits to the company. Lin Feng was surprised when he heard the name Running Kart. Unexpectedly, this game was developed in my own company, and the name is exactly the same. It's a coincidence. Boss, we are developing a new expansion for Counter-Strike Online. In the expansion, we have added a design that can destroy the scene. Players can destroy the scene with weapons in their hands to increase the sense of reality. It will be launched at the end of this month. The fourth game development director Minutes Wu Lee said. Lin Feng was surprised when he heard that Counter-Strike Online can actually destroy the scene. This is undoubtedly an improvement, and it adds more tactical options, which is a boon for all players. Think of a grenade passing by. The door is blown up, the wall is blown down, the original barrier becomes nothingness, and the player hiding behind is naked and exposed to the opponent's muzzle. This is undoubtedly very exciting. Minwoo Lee added this scene destruction design to experiment with World War. It can be said that Counter-Strike Online has completely become the test platform of World War, and the most true data is obtained through experiments in Counter-Strike Online. As for World War, only 27% of the progress has been completed. After all, the scale of the game is too large and too macro to be effective in a short day. But the boss really need to recruit more useful talents, otherwise I really don't have enough manpower here. Minwoo Lee complained. Now his fourth game development department has the largest number of people, with 315 people. But it is very difficult to develop World War while maintaining Counter-Strike Online. It should be noted that Sega Japan developed Shenmue, and the entire game development team has more than 800 people. In contrast, Minwoo Lee's fourth game development department has too few people. Moreover, it is more difficult to study the networking of Toy Soldier War. Lin Feng nodded. This is something to be resolved as soon as possible. Whatever is lacking will do. There is no shortage of talents. The fifth game development department, Vice President and Minister Gates briefly reported on the progress of Half-Life 2 inches and guaranteed that it would go on sale in June. The sixth game development director Jo-won Kanchum is continuing to develop his Might and Magic 8 inches and Heroes 4 inches, both of which can be launched in May. The seventh game development director Nishiyama Takashi, the first time to participate in the Second World Conference, is also the first time to personally feel the strength of the Second World, far from being as weak as described by the Japanese media, and the strength of its game development team very powerful. The Valve development team, the 3Do development team, and the Legends development team are all admirable teams. But he is not bad, created the SNK myth. He is qualified to despise anyone. Xishan, is it difficult to adapt the game OFS to network operation? How long can it be completed? Lin Feng asked. Boss, there is no problem with the network operation. Only a small modification is required and the billing mode is reset. The network of King of Fighting can be completed within 1 week. Takashi Nishiyama said after careful calculations. Lin Feng nodded. Now all fighting players are looking forward to the launch of the Second World Fighting League. It will be launched 1 day earlier, and it will be able to make money 1 day earlier. Strike while the iron is hot. If the delay is too long, waiting for the enthusiasm of the players to continue, and then want to mobilize, it will take a lot of effort. Boss, then my plan is to develop the King of Fighters 2002 inches and Metal Slug 4 inches and enter the arcade and home game console markets. Takashi Nishiyama passed his plan to Lin Feng. This is a plan made by Takashi Nishiyama before coming to Shanghai. Although he didn't think he would join the Second World before he came, he had always been rigorous in his work, allowing him to complete it. Obviously, this habit is very good. Lin Feng opened the plan and read it carefully. The plan is correct, but Lin Feng does not want to develop the King of Fighters 2002 inches for the time being. Of course, the Metal Slug development team can continue to develop Metal Slug 4 inches. As for other development teams, Lam Feng plans to merge it into the King of Fighters development team. From now on, the 7th game development department of Second World will only use King of Fighters for fighting games and no other fighting games. After all, in this era, other fighting games are already weak, and there is no need to waste manpower. Of course, when human resources are abundant, it's not impossible to properly launch the sequel of The Legend of the Wolf and Samurai Soul series, but now it is not. Donglin, why? Didn't I plan badly? Xishan Takashi's plan was rejected by Lin Feng, unwilling to ask. Last year, when the SNK was in a turbulent time, the King of Fighters 2001 inches was launched because of its poor graphics, rough music, and a strange appearance due to the change of designers. It was criticized and became the worst in the King of Fighters series. This made Nishiyama Takashi extremely unconvinced. Therefore, I hope to produce a brand new King of Fighters 2002 inches and prove myself again. Seeing Xishan Takashi's anger, Lin Feng smiled slightly and motioned to let him calm down first. Xishan, I appreciate your fighting spirit not to admit defeat. This is what each of our game producers needs to learn. Lin Feng smiled and praised, but turned to talk about it. But, Xishan, you have to understand that we are a large game company. All development departments must serve the company. Your game plan is good, but not now. Because I have a better game idea, the King of Fighters 2002 inches must make way for it. This Nishiyama Takashi is a bit too arrogant. SNK is the dominant family in the fighting game world, so that he has developed a spoiled heir, and looks a little despised by others. Lin Feng must beat him. Let him know that in the Second World his game team is only one of them, not over other game departments. What game idea? Takashi Nishiyama was taken aback. frowning and asked. He doesn't think there is any game more attractive than his King of Fighters 2002 inches. Lin Feng smiled. I want to develop a 2D scroll-style horizontal version of the fighting game, moked. The characters in the game will all be stars of the original fighting game, Lin Feng said excitedly. Everyone was taken aback. A 2D scroll-style horizontal version of the online fighting game. This is definitely a new type of online game, which has never been done before. Although everyone can roughly understand the type of this game from the name, they don't understand the exact game method. Confused. Consternation. Everyone is like this. Lin Feng smiled and distributed the 2D scroll-style horizontal version of the online game plan that he drove out to everyone. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued.